The setting sun was like blood, with fiery clouds stretching endlessly, reflecting on the slanted western sky. The wind howled, and on the saline alkali Gobi Desert, stones rolled and sand flew, desolate beyond measure. On the northern wilderness, beneath a wind-sheltered cliff, 3 modified vehicles were arranged in an arc, resembling a makeshift wall encircling 2 tents. 4 mercenaries, dressed in khaki combat uniforms, wearing steel helmets and filtered gas masks, held guns as they patrolled ceaselessly around the tents. On the sand dune opposite the camp, Kevin buried himself deep in the yellow sand, exposing only his shoulders and above. His sharp gaze was like a torch, fixed intently on the distant temporary camp. His face was angular, exuding a wild and rugged ferocity. This year, he is 20 years old, stands at 1.85 meters tall, has a strong and athletic build, and as a hunter by trade, he stands in stark contrast to the majority of the frail people in the refugee zone. Since the intense radiation from the meteor shower struck Earth, global temperatures have soared, turning the land into a scorched wasteland. Fierce winds rage, civilization regresses, and the world has plunged into chaos. More than half a century has passed, yet the world has still not recovered from the catastrophe. Various factions continue to clash over clean food and water sources. Ecological crises, energy crises, food crises. The successive waves of crises have left people in a state of panic, and everyone yearns for the Federation, the last pure land. The Free Federation has no cities but is composed of countless fortresses controlled by different factions. These high-walled fortresses, like scattered chess pieces, are arranged in an orderly manner across the Federation's territory. The land outside the fortresses is collectively referred to as the Nomad Zone. City dwellers and nomads are like 2 entirely different worlds. Unfortunately, Kevin is one of the tens of millions of people in the Nomad Zone. In this lawless land, he has witnessed the destruction of civilization and the collapse of order. In order to survive, he can resort to any means. Today, Kevin was hired by a gang to come to this camp and retrieve an item. Rustle! A lizard scurried quickly across the sand, and Kevin grabbed it in one swift motion, bringing it to his mouth. Crunch! The lizard in his mouth was bitten into 2, and green blood slowly trickled down the corner of his mouth. Gulp! Leo, standing nearby, couldn't help but swallow as he witnessed the scene. Licking his cracked lips, he asked, "Brotherja, we've been lying in ambush for 3 hours. When are we going to make a move?" "Wait a bit longer, it's not dark yet," Kevin said, handing him half a lizard. Sizzle! Leo took the lizard and eagerly sucked the blood, moistening his dry throat. When he couldn't extract any more liquid, he bit into the still wriggling half of the carcass, chewing heartily as he continued. "There are at least 10 people in the camp, and we only have 6. They have guns. Do you really think we can succeed? As long as we get the supplies, each of us will earn 100 gene of rough rice. If we secure the food, maybe we can survive this winter. We have to take the risk, that's the only way to live." Kevin's eyes were deep and resolute as he stared at the tents in the distance, replying firmly. Time quietly slipped away. An hour passed, the sunset sank below the horizon, the temperature dropped sharply, and the 4 soldiers patrolling the camp were called back to the tent by their companions for dinner. A fierce wind rose, sand and dust raged, and visibility plummeted. The opportunity is here. Move! Kevin saw the emptiness in the camp and quickly emerged from the yellow sand. He began to move, and the distant yellow sand shifted accordingly. 4 men who had been lying in wait for a long time followed closely behind, trailing Kevin. After several hours of observation, Kevin discovered that the mercenaries in the camp had a 3-minute gap during shift changes due to switching equipment. Coincidentally, it was also dinner time, so the gap might last even longer. Under the cover of the sandstorm, Kevin and his team quickly approached the makeshift camp. He clenched his left fist, signaling everyone to stop, and glanced sideways, saying, "Dave, take 1 person to stand guard. The other 2, keep an eye on the tent where the mercenaries are. Leo and I will handle the task." Tap tap. The others silently followed Kevin's instructions and swiftly took action. Kevin, accompanied by Leo, moved as nimbly as a wildcat, swiftly crossing the vehicles and sneaking to the edge of the largest tent. He took out a bone knife, lifted the curtain, and observed through the gap. At this moment, in the center of the tent, a brazier filled with charcoal emitted a red glow. On the table nearby, a man wearing a headset sat with his back to the entrance, cranking the handle of a hand-crank generator to power a box-style radio while speaking. "Boss, we've successfully obtained the chip and are on our way back to Fortress 87, but we've encountered severe sandstorm weather and are taking a break." Bang! Kevin forcefully untied the rope securing the curtain and said in a voice only the 2 of them could hear, "Remember, grab the item and leave. Don't waste time coveting supplies. Also, unless absolutely necessary, don't kill anyone. If someone from the fortress dies in the refugee zone, they'll definitely investigate thoroughly." Leo made an okay gesture, took off the longbow from his back, and drew an arrow. The curtain slowly opened. Kevin reversed his grip on the bone knife and steadily stepped forward. "Boss, please rest assured, I know the drinking water in the city is critically low, and the pump is about to reach the contaminated layer. Based on the schedule, we can return to the fortress in at most 2 days, and it definitely won't delay the company's business." The man shook the crank while reaching for the water cup beside him. As his peripheral vision swept over, he happened to see a reflection of a figure on the stainless steel cup and quickly dodged sideways. With a swift motion of his arm, Kevin's blade sliced close to the man's neck, severing the earpiece cable and cutting off his connection to the outside world. "Damn it! Who the hell are you?" the man shouted, his hand already reaching for the multi-barreled pistol at his waist. At the exact moment the man moved, Leo's feathered arrow shot out sharply, piercing through his arm with deadly precision. Kevin quickly stepped forward, violently pressing the man onto the table, the bone knife pressed against his throat. "Don't make a sound, or I'll end your life." "Brother, you're a refugee, right?" The man, smelling the strange scent on Kevin and seeing his tattered clothes, endured the searing pain in his arm and spoke. "I know the refugee zone has been hit hard by famine this year. Life's been rough for you guys. Just don't get impulsive. I can give you all the money and food I have. How about that? I'm not here to beg. Give me the chip and I'll leave immediately." Kevin repeated his employer's words, not even knowing what the chip was. "Are you here for the chip?" The man's eyes twitched violently upon hearing this. "Do you know how important the purification chip is? The water supply at Fortress 87 is critically low, and we must use the purification chips program to upgrade the pump's filtration system. Otherwise, the entire city will be forced to drink polluted wastewater." "What you said has nothing to do with me. Those purified water sources won't reach my hands anyway. I'll say it just once, either give me the chip or I'll find it myself on your corpse." Kevin exerted force on his wrist, and the bone knife left a bloody mark on the man's neck. The raging wind howled, and sand and gravel battered the tent, producing a rustling sound. The man looked at Kevin's wolf-like gaze and finally chose to compromise. "The thing you want is in the iron box on the table." Leo, upon hearing this, quickly searched the table and soon found a matchbox-sized crystal cube covered in strange patterns. "Bro, I got it." Kevin slightly raised his arm, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to the man's head. "Wait, can I say something?" The man, seeing Kevin's actions, hastily said, "You are just refugees. Getting this chip is completely useless to you, but I am from Black Horse Company. You've heard of Black Horse Company, right? We control 60% of the domestic water market and are the largest water trading company in the northern wasteland. If you are willing to return the chip to me, I can take you into the fortress and give you the identity of a city dweller. How about it?" "Go!" Leo heard the man's words, swallowed hard, and his body trembled slightly with excitement. To rise above the barren refugee zone, cross the barrier that separates two worlds, and enter the fortress to become a city dweller, this was the long-cherished dream of tens of millions of refugees. The rumored fortress, with endless resources, unlimited drinking water, and living conditions 100 times better than the refugee area. Kevin said nothing more, his arm slammed down heavily, directly knocking the man unconscious. A few minutes later, the six figures of Kevin's group vanished like phantoms into the wind and sand, quickly distancing themselves from the camp. The wind ceased, and the sparse plants in the desert emitted a faint glow. The ink-stained sky was dotted with twinkling stars, and the Milky Way was clearly visible. However, driven by the struggle for survival, they had no time to appreciate this beauty unrelated to their existence. At the entrance of a cliff, Kevin looked at Lee Dave beside him. "Dave, can you confirm that the people involved in this deal are trustworthy?" Lee Dave gave a simple, honest smile. "Don't worry. The person who contacted me this time is my first cousin. His parents passed away when he was a child, and it was my mom and dad who raised him. To feed one more mouth, my dad sold his blood, and my mom sold her milk. With that kind of bond, do you think there could be any problem?" Seeing Lee Dave so certain, Kevin didn't ask further. The six of them were as close as brothers, and Lee Dave would never deceive him. "Brother Ja, there's something I don't quite understand. That person clearly promised us that as long as we returned the chip to him, he would take us into the city. Why did you refuse?" Leo had been pondering this for a long time on the way and still couldn't let it go. To avoid affecting Kevin's mood, he chose to ask privately. "The fortress may be majestic, but the peace it brings doesn't belong to us. Even if you enter the fortress, you can only be its builder, not its beneficiary. Besides, I don't trust that person's words. When a knife is at his throat, he may yield, but once we're in the city, we become nothing more than a mouse in his hands." Kevin looked straight ahead and responded in a steady tone. "Life in the city may not suit us. Everyone says it's a paradise of equality, but how could there be a true paradise in this wasteland? Rather than becoming enslaved and confined, it's better to survive in the wilderness. At least this way, we can take control of our lives. We've never been to the city, so how do you know that everyone there is a slave?" Leo asked with a sidelong glance. "Over all these years, only big shots have been able to enter and leave the fortress. Have you ever seen ordinary people come out?" Kevin countered. "Sigh, what a pity. I thought you would agree to that person's request and take me into the city. That way, you could also see Sister Karen. Honestly, after living in the refugee village for so many years, I never imagined she would turn out to be the daughter of a big shot in the city and even be escorted into the fortress by mercenaries." As Leo spoke, he suddenly looked at Kevin. "Brother Ja, I think Sister Karen must have forgotten about you. Otherwise, why hasn't there been any news from her, and why hasn't she sent anyone to bring us into the city? All that talk about childhood sweethearts, it's all lies. Don't talk nonsense. Karen is not that kind
kind of person.
Kevin's expression was calm. In these chaotic times, many things are beyond our control. The group moved forward under the cover of night, quickly delving into the canyon and stopping at a fork in the road. Brother Zhe, we're here. There's a wooden cabin on the hillside ahead, and the contact person is waiting for us there. Li Dave observed the terrain and pointed to a path on the left as he spoke. Let's go. Everyone trade as quickly as possible and return to the refugee village.
Don't spend the night outside.
Kevin heard the wolf howls echoing through the canyon, his face alert as he nodded and led the way forward. However, after just a few steps, his pace suddenly halted, revealing a pained expression.
Zhe, Brother Zhe, are you okay?
The few people nearby saw Kevin's condition and immediately gathered around him. At this moment, Kevin had already collapsed on the ground, his face covered in cold sweat, his body temperature alarmingly high. His black pupils faintly glowed with a beast-like red light, appearing extremely eerie and terrifying.
Damn it, that strange illness is hitting you again?
Leo, seeing Kevin in this state, growled at the others nearby. Water.
Get some water quickly. I have some. Li Dave responded, untying the water pouch from his waist. Take off Brother Zhe's shirt. Use the water to cool him down.
Leo, noticing Kevin's sudden attack, began issuing instructions to the others with practiced expertise. Everyone hurriedly helped Kevin take off his shirt, revealing his strong muscles and numerous scars. The most striking was the massive claw mark on his back, stretching from his left shoulder to the right side of his waist. This desert has extreme temperature differences, with daytime surface temperatures exceeding 50 degrees and nighttime temperatures nearing zero. Li Dave poured water on Kevin, causing a faint mist to rise. In this wasteland, water is more precious than anything else, and no one is willing to share it with others. For the refugees who haven't washed their faces in 3 to 5 months, pouring water on oneself to cool down is an unimaginable luxury.
Yet, everyone willingly used their water on Kevin.
Kevin is the acknowledged leader of this group of hunters, not only because he can lead everyone to find enough food, but also because he is the strongest among them and the only person in the refugee area near Fortress 87 who has ever hunted a bear. Today's bears are no longer creatures of the old world. After undergoing radiation-induced mutations, they have become massive, with steel-like bones and impenetrable bodies. Even the fully armed transport teams from the fortress dare not provoke a bear lightly. No one knows how Kevin managed it. All they saw was him dragging a massive bear carcass back on a sled, covered in blood, collapsing at the entrance of the town. It was Leo who sold the bear skin to exchange for the medicine that saved Kevin's life. Since then, Kevin was left with this sporadic strange illness. Each time it flared up, his eyes turned blood red, his body temperature rose, and he appeared extremely ferocious. Even the best doctor in the town couldn't figure out the cause. The group struggled for nearly 5 minutes, exhausting 3 precious pots of drinking water, and finally managed to bring Kevin's temperature down. Huff, huff. Kevin, whose red glow had faded from his eyes, suddenly sat up and began to take deep breaths. Seeing his disheveled appearance and the tense expressions of the people around him, he swallowed hard and asked, "Did I have another episode?"
"Yes, you almost scared us to death."
"Luckily, you had your episode here.
If it had happened during the hunt, it would have been disastrous." Leo knew that Kevin lost all memory of the process every time he had an episode.
Seeing him recover, he let out a sigh of relief.
"This place isn't safe. We need to leave and take care of business first."
Kevin listened to the unknown beast roars echoing across the wilderness, picked up the clothes on the ground, and began leading the group toward the left fork in the road. He tried to recall what had just happened but had no memory of it at all. His body, however, was racked with fatigue and a tearing pain. Soon, the group climbed up a hillside and pushed open the door to enter a lit wooden cabin. Inside the room were 2 people, a burly man with a bristly beard and a young man in his 20s. Most people in the refugee area didn't wash their faces, making it hard to discern their true appearances.
"Brother Zhe, let me introduce you. This is my cousin, Li Bin. Cousin, this is Kevin, whom I've mentioned before,"
Li Dave said as he entered the room, pointing to the young man inside to make introductions.
"Hello, I've often heard my cousin talk about you. Thank you for looking after him all these years."
Li Bin greeted with a smile, then got straight to the point. "My friend, did you bring what we need?"
"The rice?" Kevin asked in return.
"Don't worry, we've always been people of our word," the bearded man said, then reached out to lift a blanket in the corner, revealing several burlap sacks.
"Xiaoshuan, give him the stuff." Kevin spoke, and his stomach growled twice in response.
"Brother, it seems Dave wasn't exaggerating. You really have some skills." Li Bin took the chip, his eyes lighting up, then pointed to a backpack on the table. "Inside is some roasted meat I brought for you."
"Everyone's been busy for so long, you must be hungry. Have a bite first." "Cousin, you're so thoughtful."
"Hunting has been getting harder lately, and I haven't seen any meat in ages." Upon hearing this, Li Dave quickly walked to the table, took out several fist-sized pieces of animal meat from the bag, and the others gathered around as well. "We're all struggling, so it's only right to look out for each other. You guys eat first, I'll step out for a moment."
"We'll talk after you're done."
Li Bin smiled and greeted them before stepping out of the room. A hunter took big bites of roasted meat, choking and staring wide-eyed.
"Dave, your cousin is really great. He even brought us food."
"Of course,
My cousin was raised by my parents since he was little. Before my parents passed away, he swore to take good care of the two of us. Lee Dave proudly gnawed on the roasted meat, his expression smug. Everyone, eat up. Later, I'll talk to him again and see if there are other jobs he can arrange for us. Let's aim to get you all wearing cotton pants to keep warm this winter. Outside the wooden cabin. Once we get this thing, we can finally see the light at the end of the tunnel. The bearded man took the purified water chip from Lee Bin's hand, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Once the drugs kick in for those people inside, all we need to do is rush in and take them out, and we'll be completely secure. Can you spare my cousin's life? After all, his parents have been kind to me. Lee Bin's eyes flashed with a hint of hesitation after hearing the bearded man's words. Do you have any idea what consequences stealing from Black Horse Company will bring? Even if these people survive, they won't escape being hunted down, and for us, they'll be a huge liability. This chip can only exchange for a limited number of slots to enter other fortresses. If you really want to save him, your only option is to stay with him in the refugee zone. The burly man lowered his head and lit a filtered cigarette from the old world. If you truly want to save him, I won't stop you. But as a friend, let me remind you, if you want to survive on this wasteland, don't set moral boundaries for yourself. Otherwise, the one who ends up disgusted will be you. Lee Bin pondered for a moment, lit a cigarette, and said, when the time comes, I'll personally send him on his way. Once you enter the city, endless wonders await you. Be ruthless, and you'll live longer. The bearded man, seeing Lee Bin make his decision, smiled faintly, pulled out the flashlight from his waist and shone it into the distant darkness. Afterward, several figures began quietly moving toward the wooden cabin. Tell them not to use guns. There are too many beasts around here. Be careful not to attract troublesome ones. Lee Bin took a drag on his cigarette, his eyes illuminated by the embers, now devoid of any compassion. Inside the room, Leo looked at Kevin, who was wrapping the roasted meat and putting it into his pocket, with a hint of curiosity. Brother Je, why aren't you eating? Keeping this piece of meat can serve as bait to catch more prey. Kevin smiled. Why aren't you eating either? This year, there has been a severe drought in the refugee area, and there's less and less to eat. I want to save this piece of meat and make it into jerky when we get back. Going hungry now is still better than starving in the winter. Leo imitated Kevin's actions, wrapping the piece of meat in a tattered cloth. He walked toward the corner, intending to grab a handful of coarse rice to chew on and stave off hunger. However, when he opened the burlap sack, his movements froze instantly. Brother Je, something's wrong here. This isn't coarse rice, it's sand. What did you say? Lee Dave straightened up immediately upon hearing this. When he saw the yellow sand inside the sack, his eyes widened in shock. How could my cousin deceive me? I have to confront him about this. Gulp! Lee Dave had just taken a step when his legs gave out, and he collapsed to the ground in a sorry state. The meat's been drugged. At that moment, another hunter felt his limbs go weak. He struggled to stand but collapsed stiffly to the ground. At the same time, the wooden door was kicked open, and 7 or 8 thugs wearing triangular scarves burst inside, wielding knives and axes, slashing at anyone in sight. A burly man saw that Kevin and Leo were still standing. Raising a fire axe, he swung it down at Kevin. Kevin swiftly bent down to dodge the blow, then rammed his shoulder into the man's chest and struck with 3 lightning-fast stabs. At the same time, another assailant lunged from the side with a bone knife, an angle Kevin couldn't evade. The thug's sharp blade whipped forward, aiming straight at Kevin's vital points. Leo, positioned further back, drew his bowstring fully. The arrow whistled through the air and struck the attacker's forehead with deadly accuracy. But before Leo could notch a second arrow, someone kicked him to the ground. Son! Kevin shouted, dropping down and charging forward, driving his knife through the man's neck. In the chaos, another attacker leapt onto Kevin, pinning him to the ground, the tip of his blade aiming straight for his throat. Snap! At this moment, Kevin's bone knife had already slipped from his hand. He could only tightly grip the opponent's wrist holding the knife, beginning a struggle of strength. The burly man who had fallen to the ground saw this and crawled over to grab the opponent's hand, adding pressure to help. The opponent was already pressing down on Kevin, and with the burly man's assistance, the strength advantage was significant. Within seconds, the knife tip slowly inched closer to Kevin's neck. As he gritted his teeth and pushed against the opponent's wrist, Kevin once again felt that unbearable burning pain surging from within his body. At the critical moment, he unexpectedly showed signs of another episode. Originally, with the help of his teammates, the bandit had already sensed Kevin's physical exhaustion and only needed to exert a little more force to easily take him down. Just as he was about to strike a fatal blow, he saw Kevin's pupils turn a ghostly red, and the hand gripping his arm felt like a branding iron, making his arm tremble. Ah! Kevin suddenly let out a roar, his strength astonishing as he flung the 2 people away. Damn it! Take this guy out first! One of the bandits, who had originally been preparing to attack Leo, saw Kevin erupt and swung a handsaw at him. At this moment, Kevin seemed to have eyes on the back of his head, dodging the strike with incredible agility. He countered by locking the bandit's shoulder joint with one hand while gripping his arm with the other, exerting a sudden burst of force.
With a sharp crack, the thug's arm dislocated on the spot, followed by a pained scream half-uttered because in the next instant, Kevin snapped his neck. Suddenly consumed by a berserk fury, Kevin became like a tiger crashing into a flock of sheep, launching into a brutal hand-to-hand slaughter. His reflexes and strength reached terrifying levels. Faced with an enemy they couldn't harm, and leaving a trail of bodies behind, the remaining assailants scattered, fleeing toward the door. As the crowd moved, Kevin leaned forward and gave chase, his target locked on Li Bin ahead. "Screw you!" Li Bin, seeing this monstrous young man lunging toward him, unhesitatingly drew the handgun modified from a steel pipe at his waist. "Brother Zhe, watch out!" Li Dave, his body weakened by the anesthetic, gritted his teeth and sprang up from the ground. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and Li Dave fell to the ground once again. "Something's wrong. We're no match for him. Run!" The bearded man at the door shouted and turned to flee outside. Li Bin moved even faster, following closely behind the bearded man and quickly shutting the door. Inside the room, the frantic Kevin began pounding fiercely on the door. "Li Bin, give me a hand, my belt is stuck." The bearded man, after stepping out, realized his belt was caught in the door crack and shouted loudly. Having taken several steps away, Li Bin turned back at the sound, drawing the bone knife at his waist, ready to cut through the belt. The moment Li Bin drew his blade, the decayed wooden door, thin and fragile, shattered from a powerful punch. A bloodied hand tore off a plank, revealing a pair of eerie crimson eyes locking onto Li Bin's, sending a chill through his heart. "Don't just stand there. What are you doing?" The big bearded man trembled in fear at the sight. In the next instant, Li Bin drove his knife deep into the big bearded man's lower abdomen. "Li Bin, you fucking—" The man looked down at the blade embedded in his gut, shock written all over his face. "That thing inside is a monster. If we don't leave someone to hold it off, none of us will escape. Forget your morals, this is what you taught me." Li Bin ripped open the pocket on the man's chest, grabbed the chip, and turned to run. "I've already been hung up on the door. If you want to sell me out, just leave me be. What the hell do you need a knife for?" The wounded man clutched his belly, cold sweat pouring down his face as he shouted. "Damn, I forgot." Li Bin's steps faltered for a moment before he vanished swiftly into the darkness. The rotten door was pushed open again, and a burly hand seized the big bearded man's neck, dragging him back inside. The bearded man, under the glow of the gas lamp, looked at the ground full of corpses, his voice trembling. "Brother, listen to me. I've been a bandit for so many years, and I have quite a bit of savings. If you're willing to spare me, I'm willing to pay ransom. Food, money, anything." Before he could finish speaking, a crisp sound of a joint breaking echoed. As the bearded man's body fell to the ground, Kevin slowly turned around and began walking toward Leo. Brother Zhe, what's wrong with you? Don't scare me." Leo saw Kevin approaching, his body retreating continuously until he hit the wall, leaving no way out. Kevin suddenly raised his hand, grabbed Leo's neck, and lifted him up. Leo felt the suffocating sensation overwhelming him, tightly gripping Kevin's burning arm as he struggled to speak. "Brother Zhe, it's me, Karen. Leo, we grew up together, have you forgotten me? Back then, when you were begging in the refugee village, it was my dad who took you in and raised you. My dad was the only teacher in the town, he taught us culture from a young age. Have you forgotten all of this? And Karen, do you still remember Sister Yu? She was also a child my dad adopted. The three of us were the Iron Triangle back then. After my dad died, you swore at his grave that you would protect me for life." Kevin, whose palm had already exerted force, heard Leo's words, and a red glow flickered in his eyes. A few seconds later, Kevin's arm dropped, releasing Leo. "Brother Zhe, you remembered? Do you still recognize me?" Leo looked at those red eyes, breathing heavily. Thud. Kevin remained silent, his body falling straight onto the ground. 5 minutes later. Flap. Stripped of his shirt by Leo and cooled down, Kevin suddenly sat up. Smelling the thick scent of blood in the air and seeing the ground littered with corpses around him, his eyes were filled with shock. 3 meters away, Leo, holding a knife, trembled as he asked, "Brother Zhe, do you still recognize me? Karen, what happened here? Who did this?" Kevin froze for 3 seconds before recalling that he had been fighting someone earlier. But looking at the hellish scene before him, apart from the exhaustion from overexertion, his memory of the events was completely blank. In the canyon cabin filled with the scent of blood, Leo looked at Kevin, who had been with him day and night since childhood, and suddenly felt a trace of unfamiliarity. "Brother Zhe, do you really remember nothing? Including what you just did?" Cough, cough. Before Kevin could answer, Li Dave in the distance suddenly coughed twice and weakly opened his eyes. Brother Zhe, Dave." Kevin rushed over to Li Dave in 2 swift strides, a chill tightening in his chest at the sight. Li Dave had been shot in the lung, and dark brown blood was already seeping from the corner of his mouth. In this wasteland, even the simplest wounds or a cold could claim the lives of refugees. A severe injury was a death sentence. "Brother Zhe, I'm sorry. I've doomed everyone, but this wasn't my intention." Li Dave's vision blurred from excessive blood loss, his gaze hollow as he stared off into an empty space. "Don't blame yourself. I know you're not a bad person." Kevin held Li Dave's hand, offering him the last bit of comfort he could give. "Brother Zhe, if possible, please take care of my younger brother. His name is Li Dongfa, in the town near the north gate of the fortress. Don't let
let our family bloodline end. Lee Dave used the last of his strength to finish these words, his body collapsing. I promise you. Faced with Lee Dave's death, Kevin felt a heavy weight in his heart but did not show much grief. For refugees like them, who lived step by step through blood and tears, they had long become numb to life and death. If you don't die, you have to live. If you die, it might not necessarily be a form of suffering. After a while, Kevin took out the piece of roasted meat he had on him and put it into Lee Dave's pocket. Seeing this, Leo followed suit. Not becoming a starving ghost is the best blessing the refugees can offer to the deceased. Survival is difficult. The living can continue to search for food, and this last meal, at the very least, ensures that their deceased loved ones won't have to journey down the Yellow Springs Road on an empty stomach. It serves as a small solace for their hearts in a life filled with despair. A deep and mournful wolf howl, like a sudden clap of thunder, made one's scalp tingle. Not good. The smell of blood has attracted a wolf pack. Leo's eyes suddenly widened. Go! Kevin glanced at the pouch on the bearded man's waist, yanked it off, and ran out of the wooden cabin with Leo. Half an hour later, Kevin and Leo walked home under the night sky. Kevin was fortunate. Besides a few hundred yuan in cash, the bearded man's pouch also contained some antibiotics, which could be used to prevent wound infections. After hearing Leo's account, a trace of shock appeared in his eyes. Are you saying that Dave died taking a bullet for me, and those people in the house were all killed by me? That's right. After our people ate that roasted meat, they all collapsed, and the bandits who entered killed them. Then you counterattacked. Leo nodded. Brother Zhe, are you really unaware of what just happened? Kevin thought for a moment, his head aching as if it were splitting, yet his mind was completely blank, as though Leo was recounting someone else's story. I saw your eyes at that time. It was the phenomenon that happens when that strange illness strikes. But this time, you didn't faint. Instead, you went berserk. Leo was equally bewildered, and recalling Kevin's terrifying appearance still left him shaken. What happened tonight must stay buried in your stomach. You absolutely must not mention it to anyone, understand? Kevin took a deep breath and looked at Leo with a serious expression. He didn't know why he had turned into that state, but he was certain that if word got out, it would be detrimental to him. Don't worry, I won't say a word. Leo thought of the reason Kevin had contracted the strange illness and couldn't help but ask, Brother Zhe, how exactly did you manage to take down that bear back then? Don't ask. Mentioning this matter, Kevin was tight-lipped. The experience of that night flashed through his mind, quickly suppressed by him deliberately. Leo reluctantly dropped the topic. So what are we going to do next? Go home and sleep. Kevin paused. After waking up, revenge. The distance between federal fortresses is at least several hundred kilometers apart, with perilous journeys in between. Apart from the major corporations and financial groups controlling the fortresses, the vast majority of refugees can only live their entire lives around the fortresses. The wind howled, and the clusters of shanties belonging to the refugees, illuminated by the moonlight, looked like low graves from afar. Refugees living too far from the fortress cannot afford brick buildings and are left with low, dilapidated shanties surrounded by excrement and garbage, emitting a foul stench. Although the refugee zone is a vast wilderness, not every place is suitable for settling down. The primary task is to gather together, at least to provide mutual support when wild beasts attack. There are no wild beasts in the refugee villages, but humans are more vicious than beasts. In this place, robberies and murders over a cigarette or a pot of water are all too common. Kevin and Karen, who were brought into the city, are both orphans, adopted by Leo's father. Originally, Old Master Lin, one of the few educated individuals in the town, planned for them to take over and become teachers. However, Karen was later taken back to the city by someone claiming to be a steward, while the restless Kevin and Leo became hunters. Although this profession is less stable than teaching, it is one of the rare trades in the refugee area that allows them to eat meat. Thanks to Old Master Lin's special status, they did not have to live in the dilapidated gathering points but could reside in the relatively safer town. After 2 hours of walking, Kevin and Leo passed through countless shantytowns and returned to the town outside the city. The so-called town is the area closest to the outer walls of the fortress, considered the commercial center of the refugee area. Looking up, the fortress's towering walls, reaching hundreds of meters high, resembled mountain ranges. Behind them, chimneys even taller than the walls continuously spewed smoke, which over time created a heavy sense of oppression in people's hearts. Just beyond the wall lay the so-called paradise of legend. As for what that paradise looked like, no one in the refugee district could say for sure, as they were not allowed into the city, their imagination blocked by the towering walls. The shops lining the streets of the market town were rare sights in the northern wilderness, consisting of brick and tile houses and adobe buildings, neatly arranged beneath the city walls. Those who could do business in the market town were mostly merchants with minor connections to the fortress, belonging to the wealthiest upper tier of the refugee class. Although they couldn't earn much money, at least they didn't have to worry about filling their stomachs. The town outside Fortress 87 is quite large, with nearly 30,000 residents. During the day, it bustles with activity and is lively, but after the sun sets, pedestrians become rare, as the darkness hides too many dangers. As soon as the two entered the town, they sensed something was amiss. Unlike the usual dead
silence. This night the town was lit by flickering torches, and there were many mercenaries equipped with firearms, riding tall horses. These guys rarely leave the fortress even during the day, so seeing them appear in large numbers in the refugee area at night was a first for Kevin. Leo saw the figures of those mercenaries from a distance and turned to Kevin beside him. "Brother Ja, these mercenaries showing up here must mean something serious has happened. Should we still go home? I think they're probably coming for us. Earlier, we robbed those city folks, and these guys must feel humiliated and want to track down the robbers," Kevin analyzed while hiding behind a dirt mound. Although Kevin was one of the rare literate people in the refugee area, what he had learned from old Master Lin back then was nothing more than basic arithmetic and literacy. As for science, in this era of cultural disconnection, only the plutocrats and elites had the means to acquire and monopolize it. Even though he understood the function of the water purification ship, his limited knowledge made it hard for him to grasp just how important this small block truly was. "No way. How could these guys possibly find our location? We went to great lengths to shake off the pursuers earlier, taking such a long detour." Leo disagreed with Kevin's assessment and refused to believe that the mercenaries could locate them so precisely. "They may not be able to confirm our identities, but it's not hard for them to find us. The slum area at night is too dangerous, and many people don't dare to leave their residences after dark. As long as they take the location of the robbery as the center, expand their search to the surrounding residential areas, identify the list of people who went out that night, and then arrest everyone for interrogation, they can figure it out." Kevin thought for a moment and responded, "In that case, should we hide for a while?" Leo asked, a trace of nervousness flashing in his eyes. Over the years, he had seen how the fortress people dealt with the refugees. Without going far, just the dead poplar tree in the center of the town had hung countless people who were suspected of crimes without trial. Born in chaotic times, the lives of refugees were as cheap as grass. "No, it seems they haven't searched the area where we live yet. We need to hurry back. Otherwise, if we're identified, it will be even more troublesome." Kevin quickly climbed onto the roof of a nearby house after thinking it over, moving swiftly and agilely. He didn't want to flee, nor could he, because on this wasteland, survival is extremely difficult for a lone wolf without a home. Leo saw Kevin's actions. Although he felt uneasy, he still followed without hesitation. The fortresses on the wasteland are all controlled by major financial groups and corporations, like massive cities surrounded by high walls. Inside, the happiest people in this world live. They don't have to worry about beast attacks, nor do they fear various disasters, ball lightning, or rain, snow, and fog carrying germs and acidic substances. Of course, this is just hearsay. After all, people from the refugee zones aren't allowed into the fortresses, so no one knows what it's really like inside. As for the claim of the happiest people, Kevin always scoffed at it. He found it hard to believe that there could truly be a place in this world where everyone is equal. Even though he had never entered the city, he could guess that there must be distinct social hierarchies within. Fortress number 87 has a V-shaped structure, with the innermost area being the city and the outer ring consisting of various factories. This fortress, covering an area of over 1,000 square kilometers, has dozens of exits along its outer wall. In addition to factories, the fortress also has mining areas, but they are located hundreds or even thousands of kilometers away in extremely harsh environments. Workers sent to these remote areas are either criminals or vagrants forcibly conscripted. For more than 90% of the people in the vagrant zones, the only way to survive is to choose to work for the fortress. They are provided with 2 meals a day, a potato for breakfast and a black bean cake for lunch. Each person receives 1 liter of drinking water daily and a wage of 5 yuan. In this era, prices are extremely high. A cotton jacket mixed with jute fibers starts at a price of 300 yuan. Working for several months is necessary to save enough money to buy a winter cotton coat. If one falls ill, they cannot afford the scarce and expensive medicine and can only wait for death. The living conditions of the refugees are extremely harsh, but this is precisely the goal of the city's elites. They aim to keep the refugees barely alive, forcing them to eke out an existence and provide a continuous supply of labor. As for better jobs and living conditions, only the fortress residents can enjoy them. To the elites, the people in the city are the true citizens. The people in the refugee area are very poor, but even in such poverty, newborns are still being born. Kevin once asked old Master Lin about this, and the old man said that reproduction is an instinct engraved in human genes, just like in animals. For the refugees, these new lives bring a glimmer of hope. As for what exactly this hope is, even old Master Lin couldn't explain. As for escaping, in this perilous, barren wilderness, not everyone possesses the tenacity and survival skills of someone like Kevin. The fortress always claimed that they were protecting the nearby refugees, but Kevin felt that those in the fortress couldn't possibly survive in this impoverished land. In reality, it was the refugees who were supporting the group of vampires inside the fortress. In summary, Kevin became one of the many refugees who had no longing for the fortress. Although he had never entered the city and didn't know what it was like inside, he was very clear that even if he entered the city in his current state, he would still be a slave deprived of freedom. Kevin and Leo moved moved quickly under the cover of night, finally returning to their bare-bones dwelling before the search arrived. The two people's residence was in a large courtyard on the edge of the town, a small earthen house with a heated Kong bed stove. Though the area wasn't large, it surprisingly had 2 bedrooms and a living room. The house, while not built very neatly, was definitely much better at blocking the wind than the shacks in the refugee village. Whoosh! After Leo entered the room, he finally let out a heavy sigh of relief, the tension in his heart gradually dissipating. "Don't just stand there. Get the charcoal brazier lit right away. Hurry up," Kevin said, then quickly ran to the Kong bed, starting to spread out the straw that served as bedding. At the same time, he used the metal knife, which he had taken from the bandits and was already dulled, to cut open the foot wraps and lay down on top of it. Most of the refugees do not have shoes. "Brother, our charcoal is already running low. Why are we still wasting it?" Leo asked with confusion. The refugees' supplies are very scarce, and the stored charcoal is usually used for roasting food and must be saved for heating in winter. This year, the climate has changed significantly, and within a radius of 30 kilometers, the dead trees left behind by the old world have long been cut down. Clearly, many people will freeze to death again this winter. The temperature in this room is too low. If the inspectors come in, they could easily spot something suspicious. It's a matter of life and death. Don't worry about the resources. Kevin reached out to touch the straw beneath him, feeling it was difficult to raise the temperature quickly. He directly stripped off his clothes and lay on top of it. After thinking for a moment, he got up again and urinated on his pants. Leo saw Kevin's actions, ran to the corner of the wall, brushed away the yellow soil on the ground, lifted the cover, took out the hidden charcoal, and poured it into the clay charcoal brazier. Tap tap tap. While the two were busy, a team of mercenaries, led by a middle-aged man, rushed into the courtyard in unison and quickly headed toward the earthen house where Kevin was. Due to the scarcity of wood, most houses in the town did not have doors, and Kevin's home only had a plastic sheet wrapped in straw hanging to keep out the cold. In the old world, plastic was called white pollution, but in the wasteland, this non-degradable, long-lasting material has become the most practical resource. Clatter! The curtain door of the earthen house was violently lifted, and the armed mercenaries stormed into the room in unison. Under the beam of their flashlights, the mercenaries wearing gas masks appeared menacing and terrifying. "Hey, what are you doing?" Leo, who was about to light the charcoal brazier, twitched the corner of his eye twice upon seeing the scene. "Stop talking nonsense. Everyone, lie down where you are." Several gun barrels pointed at the two of them, and Kevin, who was lying on the earthen bed, was struck with a gunstock and then dragged into the small living room. Tap tap. The mercenary leader walked to the edge of the earthen bed, took off his leather gloves, and touched the straw, which had little warmth. He turned to Kevin and asked, "What are you doing here? Using your body to warm the bedding, trying to create the illusion that you've been home sleeping all along?" "Sir, you've misunderstood. I took off my clothes because I wet my pants earlier and wanted to dry them by the fire." Kevin squatted on the ground, enduring the throbbing pain in his forehead, and pointed to the clothes on the bed. "I have a medical condition. When it flares up, I lose consciousness and can't control myself. The neighbors can vouch for me on this." The mercenary touched his urine-soaked pants and continued to ask, "Where did you all go tonight?" "I didn't go anywhere. I was at home the whole time," Kevin responded without hesitation. "He's lying. He wasn't in this courtyard at all tonight." A voice came from outside the door, and then a ragged refugee walked into the room, nodding and bowing as he spoke to the mercenary captain. "Sir, when I received the report just now, I patrolled the courtyard and found their house empty, so I immediately came to report to you. This kid is lying. Hu Jida, you son of a..." Leo gritted his teeth and was about to get up after hearing the middle-aged man's words, but was quickly kicked down by the boot-wearing mercenary. The moment the middle-aged man appeared, Kevin felt a wave of despair rise in his heart. It seemed that he was destined to face disaster tonight. "Anything else you want to say?" the mercenary captain asked coldly, staring at Kevin. "I'm innocent. I've been home all night. I never left. This man has a grudge against me. He's framing me," Kevin retorted loudly, his neck stiffened, even though he knew his defense was weak and futile. "Whether you're innocent or not, it's not up to you to decide. Take him away." The mercenary captain snapped his fingers, and Kevin and Leo were escorted out of the room at gunpoint. Feeling the cold muzzle of the gun pressed against the back of his head, Kevin cast his gaze toward a tile on the courtyard wall, beneath which he had hidden a broken bone knife. If the opponent intended to escort him out of the yard, they would inevitably pass by there. Fighting with his life, seeking survival in the face of death, was his only way out, although this hope was exceedingly slim. "Ha ha ha, Kevin, you never thought you'd end up like this, did you?" Fujita looked at Kevin's utterly humiliated, naked state and revealed a twisted smile. "Don't get too happy too soon." Kevin locked eyes with Fujita, clenching his teeth tightly. Fujita, standing in front of him, was the head of their district and the only person among the refugee class recognized by the fortress. Fortress number 87 was enormous, with more than 60 gates leading to the outer city. If one were to walk around its radius to reach the opposite side of the fortress, it would likely take an entire day. Therefore, those wanting to enter the city for work could only choose the nearest gate to labor. The gate near Kevin and his group slope was close to the water plant, and the corresponding factory offered relatively better conditions. Of course, this kind of good was only relative. Workers could secretly drink some water, or even risk the gallows to steal water and sell it. The area surrounding Fortress 87 was almost entirely desert, making water an extremely precious resource. Under these circumstances, many people wanted to work at the water plant. Naturally, those living closer to the city gate were unwilling to let them in, because every additional person meant one less opportunity for locals to work at the plant. After several clashes, over 100 outsiders had been beaten to death among the refugees near the city gate, while the locals loudly chanted the slogan, "Don't let the fertile water flow to outsiders." Although no one has any land. In light of the continuous bloodshed among the refugees, the management center of Fortress 87 was forced to issue a regulation, electing a headman among the refugees, with each headman managing 100 households and being responsible for arranging their work in designated factories. The fortress did this not to protect the refugees but to prevent any impact on factory production. The fortress used only the most basic conditions to bind hundreds of thousands of refugees in the surrounding area, making them work tirelessly day and night. Yet these refugees never resented the fortress, they only fought and killed each other to preserve their meager interests. No one considered this the sorrow of the times, because this world had been like this since the day they were born. Having never seen the mountaintop, they naturally did not despise the days spent in the valley. Logically speaking, Kevin, as a hunter, even disdains the opportunity to work in the city, so there's no reason for him to have conflicts with Fujita. Yet in reality, Fujita harbors deep hatred toward him. Resentment toward those who have while laughing at those who don't may be one of the most ingrained flaws in human nature. Kevin is not someone who bullies the weak, nor has he ever actively harmed anyone. However, in such a harsh survival environment, being a strong individual who can fill his stomach and is not easily provoked is enough to attract jealousy and hatred. Over the years, he has no idea how many vagrants coveting his prey he has killed in self-defense. Fujita's son was one of them. There is prey at home, and it is necessary to take turns keeping watch at night. This is a rule set by Kevin. On the wasteland, there have been too many incidents where hunters returning from a hunt were stabbed to death in their sleep and had their prey stolen. Half a year ago, in the dead of night, Fujita's son smelled the aroma of roasted meat from Kevin's house and tried to sneak in to kill and rob, but was counter-killed by Kevin, who was on night watch. As a notorious tough guy in the neighborhood, Fujita naturally didn't dare to seek revenge against Kevin. Moreover, the position of a village chief comes with the protection of a fortress, so Kevin has yet to find a suitable opportunity to eliminate Fujita completely. But with the pain of losing a son, this feud was bound to happen. After waiting for half a year, Fujita finally found his chance for revenge. In just a few seconds, Kevin was dragged to the wall. Staring at the tiles within arm's reach, his entire body tensed up, ready to fight desperately. "Officer, wait a moment. I have something to say." Just as Kevin was about to act, a scruffy man without legs crawled out of the narrow alley ahead with great difficulty, lying on the ground covered in dried excrement. He looked up at the mercenary captain. "I can prove Kevin's innocence." The mercenary captain looked coldly at Josu, who was lying on the ground, his gaze filled with disdain. "What are you? What gives you the right to prove anything for him?" "Tonight, Kevin and Leo were at my house taking care of me. They just left not long ago, and both my child and I can testify." The man looked seriously at the mercenary captain. "My name is Josu. Everything I just said is true. If there's even half a lie, you can burn me alive." "Sir, don't listen to his nonsense. Kevin wasn't at home at all tonight," Fujita argued loudly. "Fujita is lying. He has a grudge against Kevin. He just wants to use you to kill him." A shout suddenly came from one of the rooms. Bang! Bang! Josu lay on the ground, repeatedly banging his forehead against the floor. "Officer, I really don't dare lie to you. Kevin has always taken care of me, and many people can vouch for this. They are truly good people. If you've been misled by Fujita, once Kevin dies, I won't have a way to survive either. I know you don't care about my life or death, but you can't let yourselves be used." "Is what he's saying true?" The mercenary captain looked at Fujita. "Officer, they're working together to deceive you. I saw with my own eyes Kevin and Leo leaving the courtyard. I saw them leave with my own eyes." Fujita shouted emotionally. "He lied." At this moment, a female voice came from behind. "Who are you?" The mercenary captain turned around and looked at a girl standing at the doorway of the room behind them. The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, dressed better than the other refugees, and her face was relatively clean. "I'm Kevin's neighbor. I did see him go into Josu's house earlier, and I also saw Kevin relieving himself anywhere he pleased. An hour ago, I saw him defecating deep in the alley." The girl timidly pointed to a nearby alley. "Joey, shut the hell up." Fujita cursed at the girl furiously, his chest heaving violently as he glared at the mercenary captain in anger. "Officer, you can't believe her. This woman is nothing but a lying harlot. Go take a look." The mercenary captain glanced at Fujita and waved his finger at the person beside him. A mercenary turned and left, quickly returning with feedback. "Captain, there's indeed some fresh feces in the alley, no warmth, but very fresh." Fujita
Hujida's arm began to tremble upon hearing this. Sir, I have a grudge against this guy. He's just trying to use you to get rid of me. I don't know how Hujida deceived you, but I am truly innocent. Kevin, seeing Hujida's reaction, was certain in his heart that Hujida had no evidence to pin him down. He even suspected that Hujida might genuinely believe he had left and was merely trying to use this opportunity to harm him. Do you know what happens when you waste my time? The mercenary captain stretched his shoulder, resting his hand on the grip of his multi-barreled pistol at his waist, his tone cold as he addressed Hujida. Sir, please listen. This man is a murderer. He killed my son. You have to do something for me. He threw the lenses of his gas mask. Hujida caught the mercenary captain's sinister gaze and dropped to his knees, desperate to explain. Bang! Before he could finish, a gunshot rang out. Hujida's head exploded, blood splattering against the wall. Regroup. Continue searching in other districts. The mercenary captain gave orders to his subordinates, then looked at Kevin and Leo. You two, take care of his corpse. The mercenaries came quickly and left just as fast. Soon, only Hujida's corpse and a pool of blood remained in the courtyard. Phew! After the mercenaries left, Kevin, who had narrowly escaped death, took a deep breath and realized that Josu had already returned at some point. He turned to Joey and said, "Thank you. What are you thanking me for? For saving your life, or for jumping out the back window and picking up a pile of crap to place in the alley?" Joey leaned against the doorframe, looking at Kevin. Although she was only 17, she exuded a unique charm. Her gaze lacked the clarity typical of her age, instead revealing an incongruous worldliness and maturity. Both, I guess. Kevin smiled. If you ever need help with anything in the future, you can come to me. I know you're someone who repays kindness. Since you want to repay me, then be my man. Joey pulled out a cigarette and skillfully struck a match to light it. In this place, a woman without a man to look after her is very dangerous. We're not suitable for each other. I've always thought of you as a sister. Kevin had always been aware of Zhao Yi's feelings for him and knew she had helped him a lot, but he had never had any improper thoughts about her. Why? Is it because you still can't forget Karen? Or do you think I'm not clean? Zhao Yi seemed to have grown accustomed to this response, but her eyes still carried a trace of inherent disappointment. Kevin shook his head calmly. In my eyes, anyone striving to live is clean. Stop lying to me. You think I'm not good enough for you? Then are you good enough for Karen? Don't forget, she's already a city person, and we're just lowly people. Lowly people. Zhao Yi angrily pulled down the curtain. Brother, are you okay? Leo saw Kevin's silence and comforted him. Don't mind her, she's far worse than Sister Karen. Kevin sighed. For a girl like Zhao Yi, who had to fend for herself in the wasteland at the age of 12, nothing she does is shameful. In this shattered world, just surviving is already difficult. Brother, although I think what you said makes a lot of sense, you're still naked. Leo looked at the bare Kevin and couldn't help but remind him. Oh, crap. Kevin froze for a moment, then clutched his crotch and ran off. Kevin and Leo finished dealing with Hujida's corpse, returned to the courtyard, and stood in front of a shabby shack, lifting the curtain with their hands. Who is it? A muffled male voice came from inside the room. Brother Zhou, it's me. Kevin responded, then bent down and entered the foul-smelling shack. A sliver of moonlight shone through a crack in the roof, illuminating Josu, who was sitting inside. Beside him was a skinny, emaciated little boy who had already fallen asleep. Xiaojia, why are you here? My place smells too bad. Let's go outside to talk. Josu, seeing that it was Kevin who had entered, forced an awkward smile. It's fine, just say it here. Kevin waved his hand and glanced at the father and son inside the house. Is your wife on the night shift today? No, she went to sleep with someone else. You know, just relying on her factory job. She can't support the three of us. I told her to remarry with the child, but she's afraid no one will take care of me, so she refuses to leave and insists on staying in this doghouse with me. Josu lowered his head, his voice extremely faint. Although the flesh trade in the refugee area was no longer considered shameful, he was still embarrassed to speak of it. It was a matter of a man's dignity. Even in this era, dignity had long become worthless. In Joe's dilapidated shack, Kevin noticed Josu's discomfort and took the initiative to change the subject. Thanks for helping me out of trouble today. I also learned about this by chance. Just now, my child came back and told me that while he was out picking up trash, he heard that mercenaries were registering vagrants who wouldn't be home tonight. Those people from the fortress said that if someone could provide clues, they'd reward $50. They also mentioned that there seemed to be some robbers around here, and if anyone knew the exact details about the robbers, they'd reward $5,000. At the time, my child said he saw Hujida go to those mercenaries, and I immediately felt he was trying to harm you. Josu shared everything he knew. You know, those guys from the fortress never treat us vagrants as human beings. If they set their sights on you, you're in real danger. Without you, I really wouldn't have been able to explain things clearly tonight. Kevin nodded and took out all the cash he had on him. Brother Zhou, take this money and let your wife use it to start a small business in the market town. But make sure not to start anything too big, or if someone targets you, you won't be able to protect them. Xiaojia, how do you have so much money? Josu's eyes twitched as he saw the cash in Kevin's hand. Winter is coming soon, and it's tough for everyone. I can't accept this money. I have hunting skills, I won't starve no matter where I go. Take it. Kevin forcefully stuffed the money into Josu's hand and turned to leave. In the drafty shack, Josu held the cash still warm from Kevin's touch, tears streaming down onto his amputated leg. Josu's leg had been crushed and lost years ago while saving Kevin's foster father. After old Master Lin passed away, if it weren't for Kevin's constant care for the Zhou family, the three of them would have long since starved. Many in the settlement called Kevin cold-hearted, but he understood this. Those who had done him a kindness must be repaid. Otherwise, when trouble came again, no one would look out for him. All human interactions on the wasteland come with a purpose. This is reality. Kevin returned home, holding his urine-soaked pants in his hands, and dried them by the charcoal brazier. Brother, since we avoided the mercenaries' inspection, does that mean we're safe now? Leo asked while roasting a potato skewered on a wooden stick. It should be safe for now, but I really didn't expect that we could stir up such a big commotion without killing anyone, making those mercenaries leave the fortress at night to search. If I had known this, we should have left no survivors when we acted. Kevin muttered regretfully. We only stole something, and it caused such a big stir. If we had killed someone, the situation would definitely be worse. If there were deaths in the city, the excuse we just used might not have been enough to get us through. Leo rotated the wooden stick holding the roasted potato in his hand. Now that Dave and the others are all dead, hunting will be much harder for us. Brother, do you think we can survive this winter? Do you remember what your dad said to us? If you can't see hope, then create hope yourself. Kevin touched his pants, which had dried considerably. Get some sleep early. Didn't Dave say before he died that he had a younger brother in the northern part of the city? We need to go find him tomorrow. Early the next morning, Kevin and Leo arrived in the northern part of the city just as a faint golden glow appeared on the horizon. They began asking around in the refugee village for news about Li Dongfa but found no clues at all. Due to the thin atmosphere, prolonged exposure to sunlight can cause unbearable allergic reactions. Therefore, at noon, the two dared not stay on the wasteland any longer and retreated to the nearest town to escape the scorching sun. Leo took out his last 20 yuan and bought a pot of water and 2 bean cakes from a roadside stall. He squatted in the shade by the roadside with Kevin. The prices in the town were very high, far beyond what the refugee class could afford. Without working in a factory, survival was extremely difficult. Brother, I just chatted with the boss selling bean cakes. He said that there was an outbreak of plague in a village nearby some time ago, and many people were exiled, which caused significant changes in the population structure of the refugee villages. It might be very difficult for us to find Li Dongfa, like searching for a needle in a haystack. Leo handed the water pouch to Kevin and spoke gloomily. If he has also been exiled, then it will be even more troublesome. If we can't find him in one day, then we'll search for 2. I must fulfill the promise I made to Dave. Kevin was mentally prepared for this and took a small sip from the water pot. While the two were chatting, a thin little girl stood in front of them, staring at the black bean cake in their hands and swallowing her saliva repeatedly. Uncle, please give me something to eat. Leo instinctively tried to break the bean cake. Snap. Kevin grabbed Leo's arm. Eat yours, don't meddle. Bro, this is still just a child. Leo tried to explain. Get lost, Kevin shouted, driving the little girl away and continuing to eat. At her age, being able to survive in the town probably means she gets more food every day than you do. For the two of us, hunting has already become very difficult. When you don't even have the ability to survive on your own, the first thing you need to learn is self-preservation, not spreading your pity. Otherwise, when you run out of food and have to resort to begging, it will be even harder for you than for that child. After all, no one sympathizes with an adult. In the refugee district, it was common to hear of kind-hearted people giving alms to beggars, only to be robbed and killed by them. In this era, evil doesn't necessarily meet retribution, and good doesn't always yield rewards. After hearing Kevin's words, Leo broke the bean cake in half, put one half into his pocket, and quickly ate the other half. I just asked a passerby as well. I heard that after the plague, many of the survivors moved to the new village in the east. Let's go there and ask around. Kevin ate half a bean cake and, under the scorching sun, blended into the crowd. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the edge of the market town. This kind of area, at the intersection of the town and the wilderness, was a chaotic and disorderly zone. Leo stood at the crossroads, looking at a shack in the distance with a sign that read Dongfa Barbecue hanging in front of it. He patted Kevin's arm. Bro, that sign has the same name as Dave's younger brother. Do you think it could be the person we're looking for? Kevin glanced at the sign and nodded. Let's go check it out. The two walked around the shack and saw a chubby man standing behind a stall made of yellow mud. In the charcoal pit on the stall, there were several skinned rats skewered on wooden sticks. The man's attention was not on the rats but on a girl standing in front of him. Afa, I'm getting married. I'm sorry. The girl sobbed as she looked at the man. I really can't wait for you anymore. You always say you'll succeed, but my family and I see no hope in you. The man I want to marry is the son of a village chief. After I get married, his father can arrange jobs for my dad and brother at the water plant. Please stop selling roasted rats at the stall. With this kind of business, your life will never improve, and you'll never escape the identity of a refugee. Xiao May, the one who should apologize is me. It's me who has wasted so many years of your life. Thank you for being willing to stay with me until today. I hope you can reach greater heights and go further. I will always wish you well and hope your future is smooth and successful. The man held back his tears, his hand clenched into a fist beneath the stall. The girl pressed her lips together, her gaze sorrowful. Do you have anything else you want to say to me? Are you planning to use rats as dishes at your wedding? Even one is at wholesale price. Let me give you a real bargain. The chubby man spoke tearfully. Girl? Not far away, Leo heard the chubby man's words, was stunned for a moment, then slapped his thigh. Oh my god, this guy is a pure business genius. Look at his mindset. His fiancée ran away, and he's still thinking about selling rats. In front of the roasted rat stall, the chubby man watched the girl's departing figure, tears streaming down his face. As he raised his hand to wipe his tears, he suddenly noticed two strangers standing in front of him. He immediately stopped crying and sniffled. You two, want to buy some rats? Do you know Lee Dave? Kevin asked the teary-eyed chubby man. Yes, he's my brother. My name is Lee Dongfa. The chubby man nodded. Your brother, he. Kevin looked at Lee Dongfa, who had just experienced heartbreak, and for a moment didn't know how to break the news of Lee Dave's death to him. What happened to my brother? Lee Dongfa sniffled, his expression turning tense. Your brother was conscripted and sent to a distant mining area as a laborer. Leo answered quickly before Kevin could speak. Although being sent to a harsh and cold place as a laborer was hardly different from being sent to die, the blow was somewhat lessened. What? Lee Dongfa widened his eyes after hearing their conversation. When did this happen? It's been 2 or 3 days already. We are your brother's best friends, but unfortunately, we couldn't save him. Kevin had intended to tell the truth, but since Leo had already told a well-meaning lie, he had no choice but to follow along. Why am I so unlucky? Lee Dongfa cried out, squatting on the ground and wailing loudly. I just managed to save enough money to bring my brother here for the winter. How could he be taken away? The two of them coaxed for a long time before Fatty Lee reluctantly accepted the reality. In the refugee area, people often disappeared inexplicably, and at least half of those who went missing were taken to remote areas as laborers. For the refugees, this was a fate they could not resist. After suffering a double blow, Fatty Lee looked at Kevin and asked, Brother Zhe, did my brother leave any message for me before he left? Your brother was very worried about you, afraid that you wouldn't live well on your own, so he asked me to take care of you. Where are you living now? Kevin, though not very familiar with Fatty Lee, could tell at first glance that he carried a frail demeanor, clearly someone who was often bullied. No wonder Lee Dave was so concerned about him before his death. Fatty Lee sniffled and said, I have nowhere to live. Our previous village was burned down because of the plague, and all the shacks were destroyed. I built a small shelter by the edge of the city for myself. Come with me. I have a house in the town on the east side of the city. Winter is coming soon, and if this goes on, you'll freeze to death. As for setting up a stall, you can do that over there too. Kevin extended an invitation. But is this really appropriate? Fatty Lee was somewhat tempted, as the local thugs bullied him every day, and living alone in the wilderness was truly terrifying. I'm good friends with your brother, and I promise to take care of you. My house is spacious enough to accommodate the three of us. Kevin glanced up at the sun. It's about time. Come with me. That's great. Brother Zhe, could you help me watch the stall? I'll go pack my things right now. If anyone comes to buy mice or lizards, they're 2 yuan each. Fatty Lee said, taking off his apron and running off, his fat jiggling as he moved. The personality of this fat guy is quite different from Dave. Leo looked at the back of Fatty Lee and was momentarily at a loss for words. It feels like they weren't born from the same mother. Yeah, a bit foolish. Kevin nodded as well. Fatty Lee's personality was clearly not suited for survival in the wasteland. Fatty Lee's roasted rats and roasted lizards were sold for $2 a skewer, which was quite an affordable price. However, for the refugees who earned only $5 a day and had to save up for winter clothing, it wasn't exactly cheap, so there weren't many people coming to buy the rats. Kevin, a hunter by trade, was adept at grilling meat and skillfully operated the stove. However, the homemade charcoal by Fatty Lee was of poor quality, producing a lot of smoke when burned. Waited for about 5 minutes, and finally, a customer arrived. 5 young people dressed in eccentric outfits stood in front of the stall. One of them with a frizzy hairstyle looked at Kevin. Hey, protect your lungs. Thank you. Kevin nodded. It seemed this was a kind person, aware of the heavy smoke from the barbecue, and reminding him to protect his lungs. I said protect your lungs. Do you understand? The frizzy-haired guy seemed a bit angry. Got it. I'll try to wear a mask next time. Kevin was a bit speechless. Although this person's intentions were good, it seemed they didn't know how to speak properly. Afro? What the hell mask are you talking about? Are you playing dumb with us? Hurry up and hand over the money. A bald guy next to him got impatient. Leo? Friend, you come to my place to buy things, so why are you asking me for money? Kevin looked at the group of people in front of him, a bit confused. The term protection fee was a phrase used exclusively by thugs in the old world. Recently, it had been brought up again by someone, but this was the first time he had heard of it. By your grandpa. Where's that fat guy? Where did he run off to? The man with the afro noticed that Kevin genuinely seemed clueless and impatiently
Lee explained. Protection fee means that since you're setting up a stall here, we are responsible for protecting your safety so you won't get into trouble.
And you have to pay me money. Got it? Got it. Kevin suddenly understood. So these bastards weren't some kind of environmental advocates, they were robbers.
The man with the afro rolled his eyes and extended his hand. Hand over $10.
From today onwards, this stall is under my protection. I don't need you anymore.
If there's any trouble, I can handle it myself, Kevin said without even looking up, flipping the rat in his hand.
Damn it. Are you trying to steal my job? Let me tell you.
If you don't pay up, I'll be the biggest trouble you'll have here. The man with the afro glared angrily.
Ha, Kevin grinned.
Then I suggest you, this trouble, not to create trouble for yourself. The man with the afro was momentarily stunned, then suddenly waved his hand fiercely. Brothers, smash his stall for me. Several thugs nearby heard this and stood still in place. The stall in front was just a platform made of yellow earth, with a deep pit in the middle. Apart from the glowing red embers and the greasy roasted rats, there was nothing that could be used to smash.
Beat them up.
The guy with the afro also realized this and suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! At Kevin's words, several people nearby swarmed toward the two of them like a wild rush.
Bang!
Seeing them move to strike, Kevin swiftly dodged forward, delivering an elbow strike to one man's face, then lightning fast, he grabbed another by the shoulder and drove his knee into his abdomen. After taking down two people in succession, Kevin dodged the punch from the man with the afro, grabbed his hair, and instantly placed the knife against his neck. As someone who could keep over 100 households in check in the eastern part of the city, Kevin and Leo's fighting skills were definitely not just empty boasts.
Nobody move.
The man with the afro felt the cold blade against his neck and immediately shouted to stop everyone, but his peripheral vision caught sight of his other two companions, who had already been taken down by Leo. It was only after being subdued by Kevin that the man with the afro realized he had messed with the wrong person. His face turned pale as he stammered, "Brother, let's talk this out calmly. Don't act impulsively. The reason we ended up with this outcome is because you acted impulsively, not me," Kevin said expressionlessly as he looked at the man with the afro.
You people make a living by collecting protection fees, don't you? We're just forced by circumstances.
If you're willing to let me go today, I promise that from now on, this stall won't have to pay any protection fees.
How about that?
The man with the afro, well aware of the principle of avoiding immediate losses, had lost his previous arrogance.
Kevin didn't answer the man's question but instead asked, "How many people are in your gang?" "Just the 5 of us. If you're interested in joining, then."
Before the man with the afro could finish speaking, Kevin's blade had already sliced across his neck. Blood sprayed several meters under the pressure of his heartbeat but skillfully missed Kevin. As a hunter, he was well versed in handling knives.
Fuck!
The bald man on the ground scrambled to his feet and tried to run but was quickly stabbed in the back by Kevin. Leo saw Kevin's actions and, without any hesitation, also began to swiftly finish off the enemies.
Fighting in the wilderness is a matter of life and death. Holding back is equivalent to suicide. For an exceptional hunter, killing people is even easier than hunting wild beasts.
In just a few seconds, 5 bodies lay sprawled on the street, their blood staining the dirt road red.
Pedestrians hurriedly stepped aside, but only just enough to avoid the scene.
Many of the nearby street vendors had a flash of understanding and resentment in their eyes, though they dared not make it too obvious. In the refugee district, people died every moment for various reasons. On this lawless land where the law of the jungle prevailed, death was all too common. Kevin wiped the knife with the clothes of the man with the afro and began rummaging through their pockets.
"Brother, didn't you say that killing should only be a last resort?"
Leo looked at Kevin, unable to understand why he was so intent on killing.
Cutting off someone's source of income is like killing their parents. Our previous actions have already cost them face. With you and me as examples, others will learn to resist too. Without that fear, they'll lose their grip on collecting protection fees.
If we let them live, it'll be you and me who end up dead, Kevin said as he stuffed the few dozen yuan he'd taken into his pocket.
Eradicate the evil completely, and only then can we rest easy. Thud, thud.
At that moment, Li Pangzi returned, carrying a large bundle. Seeing the 5 bodies sprawled in pools of blood and Kevin holding a knife, his arms trembled.
"Brother Zhe, you guys killed those thugs? Why? Thought they were tough?" Kevin exchanged a glance with Li Pangzi. "These people are capable of killing.
I saw them kill a vendor who refused to pay with my own eyes. They bully people here, and no one dares to resist them."
Fatty Li shivered again as he met Kevin's gaze. "Now they're already dead, so you don't need to worry anymore."
Kevin listened to Fatty Li's words, finding it hard to understand how someone so cowardly could survive so long in the wasteland.
"Over there, how do you handle the corpses? Whoever kills them buries them."
"Corpses can cause plagues, and the smell of blood can attract wild beasts at night. If someone dies of illness, we have to wait for a kind-hearted person to help bury them."
"I often do this kind of thing."
Fatty Li didn't seem relieved by the death of the thugs who had been bullying him. Instead, he found Kevin somewhat terrifying.
Actually, this statement wasn't entirely accurate. As for Fatty Li, it seemed that everyone in the refugee area was somewhat terrifying. Whoever Whoever kills, buries. Quite reasonable. Kevin chuckled upon hearing this and looked at Fatty Lee. Come over and lend a hand. Perhaps because someone had died in front of the stall, no one visited Fatty Lee's barbecue stand afterward. This worked out for Kevin and Leo, as they ended up eating all 3 rats and 2 lizards. Although Kevin insisted on paying, Fatty Lee adamantly refused to accept the money. With the goods gone, the stall naturally closed. Fatty Lee began carrying the large bundle and followed the 2 back to their residence. Leo glanced at the bundle in Fatty Lee's hands. Fatty, didn't you say all your stuff was burned before? How come you still have so many items? These are all bedding I bought in the past few days, otherwise, it's just too cold to stay outdoors. Fatty Lee explained, then asked Kevin, Brother Ja, these things are second-hand goods. You don't mind, right? Rest assured, the original owner starved to death and wasn't sick. As long as they're usable, it's fine. Kevin shook his head slightly. The so-called second-hand goods referred to items previously used by the deceased. In the resource-scarce refugee area, it was quite normal for families to sell the belongings of the deceased. After returning to the courtyard, Kevin pointed to a room inside and said to Fatty Lee, from now on, you'll stay in this room. Your brother used to live here before. Brother Ja, thank you. Lee Fatty thought of Lee Dave, and his mood became somewhat downcast again. Fatty, since you're Dave's younger brother, why haven't I seen you before? Leo interjected. I've only been running the barbecue stall for the past half-month. Before that, I was working at the fortress, responsible for cleaning out the sewage channels, earning just 3 yuan a day. My brother asked me to go hunting with him, but I'm timid and didn't dare to go, so I stayed in the refugee area, Lee Fatty explained sheepishly. I'm actually quite curious, how do you manage to catch rats when you're so fat? Leo looked at Lee Fatty with some doubt. Nowadays, rats are also mutated, not only more agile but also faster at burrowing. Even with his archery skills, it's hard to hit them. I'm not sure either. Half a month ago, I suddenly started sensing the presence of small animals for some reason. One day, I was starving in the sewer and wanted to catch a rat to eat. Unexpectedly, the rat ran up to me and stopped moving. Fatty Lee explained with a bewildered expression. Go pull up your pants. You look honest, but why are you so full of it? Leo rolled his eyes, thinking Fatty Lee must have found a mousetrap or something in the sewer. Let's go. I'll take you out for a walk and help you get familiar with the nearby roads. Kevin helped Fatty Lee set up his bed and turned to walk outside. As soon as he stepped out the door, he encountered a young man in his 20s walking toward him. The man was wearing patchwork clothes typical of the refugee area, exuding a somewhat scholarly air. Although his body was thin and frail, the eyes beneath his messy hair were bright and spirited. Seeing Kevin looking at him, the man smiled and glanced at the documents in his hand. Hello, I'm the newly appointed head of this area, Su Fei. I was just coming to register at your place. The people living here are Kevin and Leo, right? Yes, I am Kevin, and this is my younger brother Leo. Kevin nodded. Previously, he had many hunter companions around him who would often come to his house to stay temporarily, but those people were from the refugee villages outside the town, so their registered addresses were not here. The registered owners of this house were only him and Leo. And this person. Su Fei shifted his gaze to Fatty Lee. Hello, Brother Fei. My name is Li Dongfa. I just came to live here and need to stay at Brother Zha's house for a few days. May I? Fatty Lee said timidly, constantly observing Su Fei's expression, afraid that he might refuse. Hee, it's fine. There are too many displaced people on this land. I fled here myself, so I understand. Su Fei smiled at Kevin and Leo. If you ever need my help in the future, feel free to let me know. I haven't seen you before. How did you become the village head here? Kevin glanced at Su Fei again and asked with a frown. I came from another fortress. 1 father, 2 stepmothers, a family of 4, and 3 starved to death. I'm the only one left, all alone. Over the past few years, I saved up some money and bought the position of village head. I did this to avoid being bullied by others. You guys are busy. I'll be off now. Su Fei waved his hand and turned to leave. There's something off about this man. Kevin narrowed his eyes slightly and commented softly. Why? Leo was a bit curious, feeling that Su Fei was no different from ordinary refugees. His demeanor is quite different from the vagrants I've seen before. The main thing is, although he's dressed in rags, he doesn't smell bad. Kevin watched Su Fei's departing figure. Be cautious when dealing with this person. Don't let him extract any information from you. At the same time, a young man in a suit, carrying a rolled-up burlap sack, brushed past Su Fei and entered the courtyard, striding quickly toward the group. Watch out. Seeing this, Kevin placed his hand on his waist and pushed Fatty Lee behind him with one hand. Based on his years of experience with ambushes, the item wrapped in the burlap sack in the man's hand was most likely a knife. The young man entering the courtyard saw Kevin reaching for his waist, and his expression changed instantly. He stopped in his tracks and took a step back. Hey there, brother, don't worry, I'm not a bad person. Who you are has nothing to do with me. Stay away from us. Kevin, hearing this self-revealing response, slowly drew his knife. I'm afraid you've really misunderstood. I came here specifically to find you. The young man spread open the burlap sack, revealing a stick-shaped loaf of bread. This is a gift I brought for you. Gulp. Fatty Lee looked at the loaf of bread and couldn't help but swallow. Flour-based products products were truly a luxury. No reward without effort. I don't want your stuff. Kevin watched the young man warily, afraid that the bread might be drugged like the roasted meat Lee Bin had given them. He was not someone who believed in free lunches. I saw your skills at the market town. You took down several thugs at once. Actually, I've been following you all the way, but I lost track of you outside and only just found out you were here. The young man tried hard to show a friendly smile. I need your help. Of course, I will pay you. You want to hire me to do something for you? Kevin scrutinized the young man carefully. The other party looked frail and indeed seemed non-threatening. Yes, I came to the market town to find someone, but I accidentally revealed my wealth and got targeted. I need someone to protect me. The young man nodded quickly. Let's talk inside. Kevin pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to hear what the young man had to say. With winter approaching, hunting was becoming increasingly difficult. Their lives were far from stable, and in this era of skyrocketing prices, surviving on a few dozen stolen dollars was simply not sustainable. The group quickly entered the house and sat around a table made of stones. The young man poured each of them a cup of water from his personal water pouch before beginning to tell his story. I came to the town to look for my younger sister. Actually, a long time ago, I was someone from outside Fortress 87. Later, I went to a distant mining area, did some small business there, and luckily made a bit of money before coming back. You came back from the mining area? Then have you heard of Lee Dave? He's my brother. He was taken away a few days ago. Lee Pongzi asked excitedly. Sorry, the mining area is very far from here. I didn't dare travel alone, so I paid to hitch rides with various transport teams. It took me a month of detours to get back. Besides, there are over a dozen mining areas near the fortress, each with thousands of people, but I don't know many of them, the young man said regretfully, shaking his head. Lee Pongzi's expression turned despondent as well. You came to us to ask for protection? Kevin glanced at him. Since you've seen me kill, why aren't you afraid I'll rob you? If you were truly a bad person, you wouldn't be guarding a barbecue stall and becoming a target for extortion. The young man smiled. I came back this time to give my sister a better life. As long as you're willing to provide protection until I find her, I can pay per person $10 a day. How about it? 50. Kevin glanced at the bread the young man had brought and felt he might have some financial means, so he raised the price. Deal. But I only want the two of you. The young man pondered for a moment and pointed at Kevin and Leo. Hey, who do you think you're looking down on? Fatty Lee was fuming with anger. Even if you hire me, I can't go with you. I still have to set up my stall. Exactly, I was just worried about delaying your stall work. The young man immediately gave Fatty Lee a way out. Alright, I'll take the job. From now on, you can stay here with us, but you'll have to figure out your own meals. Lodging is $10 a night, and also, we need our wages paid in advance every day. Kevin added an additional condition. Since it was an employment relationship, it was only natural to discuss terms up front. No problem. I'll give you $150 now, which covers tomorrow's wages and 5 days of lodging. The man pulled out a wad of cash. Starting today, you'll stay in that room with this fat guy. Kevin pointed to Lee Fatty's room. Alright, you guys chat. I've been looking for someone all day. I'm exhausted. The young man greeted them and went back to his room to rest. Brother Zhe, are you guys hungry? I'll go make something for you to eat. Lee Fatty got up, ready to get busy. Isn't there food here already? No need to bother. Kevin handed the bread brought by the young man to Lee Fatty. You eat first. Brother Zhe, you guys should eat together too. Fatty Lee felt a bit touched upon seeing this. Kevin shook his head. We'll wait 5 minutes after you finish eating to confirm the bread hasn't been drugged, then we'll eat. Fatty Lee looked bewildered. Don't you think your way of saying that is a bit too blunt? Among the three of us, your combat ability is the weakest. If something happens to you, the two of us can still subdue the people in the room. But if we go down, you don't have that capability, Kevin replied, then continued to ask, do you know where we can find Lee Bin? Why are you looking for my cousin? Is it because my brother also passed on a message to him? Fatty Lee blinked and shook his head. My cousin has been living independently ever since my parents passed away when I was 16. I haven't seen him many times over the years, but my brother has been in contact with him more often. Hearing this, Kevin felt a bit dejected. If even Fatty Lee couldn't find Lee Bin, his steps toward revenge would be significantly delayed. But no matter where Lee Bin had run off to, he was determined to find him. His brother's deaths must not be in vain. Early the next morning, Kevin and Leo went to the market town with the young man. After some inquiries, they learned that the man's name was Zhuo Mingyuan, and he had left this place nearly 10 years ago. After such a long time, coming back to look for lost relatives seemed like a slim hope to Kevin. But since there was money to be made, he naturally had to follow along. However, the result was as Kevin had expected. Zhuo Mingyuan spent the entire morning asking around but found no clues at all. As noon approached, Zhuo Mingyuan generously took the two of them to a restaurant in the town and boldly walked into the main hall. What would you like to eat? The restaurant owner, noticing Zhuo Mingyuan's refined attire, greeted him warmly. Upon seeing Kevin, however, he instinctively averted his gaze. In this area, almost no one dared to provoke this troublemaker. Just something to fill us up, and make it quick. I have things to do after the meal. Zhuo Mingyuan opened
opened his wallet, pulled out 10 yuan, and handed it over. "Here, your tip." "Yo, thank you." The boss took the money with a beaming smile, the wrinkles on his face almost forming a chrysanthemum. "Please come inside, I'll serve your food right away." "Bro, this guy is way too extravagant. What kind of business do you think he's in? How can he be so generous?" Leo looked at Zhuo Mingyuan's actions, his eyes filled with surprise. "He's not a businessman," Kevin said in a low voice, his gaze fixed intently on Zhuo Mingyuan as he walked with the boss toward the table. "His clothes are very clean, but there are mended marks on the chest and left back, likely from being pierced by a sharp object. And when he took out his wallet, I saw a blood-stained gold ring inside. Such accessories are only worn by city dwellers. If I'm not mistaken, his outfit and the money on him were probably obtained through murder and robbery." "He's a raider?" Leo raised an eyebrow. "If that's true, then why would he deceive us?" Facing Leo's question, Kevin couldn't provide an answer immediately and shook his head slightly. "I don't know this guy's purpose, but murdering city dwellers will result in lifelong pursuit. While we're with him, we need to stay vigilant. Before he shows any malicious intent, let's earn the money we should earn first." Lunch was plentiful, with each person receiving 2 bean cakes mixed with bone powder, a bowl of water, and half a pickled cucumber. As usual, Kevin and Leo ate the leftovers from the previous meal, while this time they stored the food. For refugees, having food on hand is the greatest source of confidence. Just as the three were enjoying their meal, Zhuo Mingyuan's gaze swept toward the door, and his expression instantly became unnatural. He nervously said to Kevin, "Brother Ning, I saw the group of people who were watching me yesterday. They're right outside the door. Don't worry, just focus on eating your food." Kevin continued eating with his head down, not even looking up. When they entered, Kevin had already noticed that they were being watched by a few people. However, those individuals never entered the restaurant, which indicated they were somewhat cautious. After all, anyone running a business in the town likely had some backing. "According to what you said, you've been living in the wasteland for so many years. How could you let these people know you have money? Don't you understand the survival rule of not flaunting your wealth?" Leo glanced at the 4 or 5 burly men outside the door with the corner of his eye and asked with a frown. "Yesterday, when I was looking for someone in the city, I came across a little girl begging for food. Seeing her appearance reminded me of my sister, so I found a secluded spot and gave her 10 yuan. But not long after, I was targeted by those people." Zhuo Mingyuan explained in frustration, looking back now, "That little girl was clearly part of their group. I treated her so well, yet she wanted to harm me. In this day and age, danger is everywhere, but no danger surpasses the human heart," Kevin said coldly. "The more resource-scarce a place is, the more this holds true. Perhaps the people we meet aren't truly bad, but in such an environment, survival often means stepping on others to climb upward." Upon hearing this, Leo suddenly recalled how Kevin had stopped him from giving food to the little beggar the day before, silently lamenting the decline of societal morals. Yesterday, he hadn't fully understood Kevin's actions, thinking he was overly cautious. Leo was a simple-minded person, but he wasn't foolish. On this land, apart from Kevin, he actually trusted no one. In the wasteland, bad people don't have a fixed image of men, women, the elderly, children, anyone might bare their fangs for survival. "Mr. Zhua, may I ask boldly, if you can't find your sister here, what do you plan to do next?" Kevin held the bowl of water steadily, trying not to spill a single drop, and asked tentatively, "Can't find her?" Zhuo Mingyuan was stunned for a moment, appearing somewhat bewildered. After a long pause, he shook his head and said firmly, "If I can't find her, then I'll keep searching." Kevin looked at Zhuo Mingyuan's expression and felt he wasn't making up a story. He turned his head and asked, "Don't you have any relatives or friends here who can help you gather information?" "Relatives? What relatives?" Zhuo Mingyuan let out a bitter laugh. 10 years ago, I caught a severe cold and passed it on to my parents. The factory, to prevent them from infecting other workers, stopped their work. After my mom died, my dad took my sister out and exchanged her for some medicine and half a slab of lamb. After I recovered, my dad took me to work in the mining area and told me never to come back in this lifetime. It wasn't until 2 months ago, when he passed away, that I returned alone to Fortress 87, hoping to find my sister. "Brother, what is a sheep?" Leo asked curiously. "It's a kind of animal, but its self-defense ability is very weak, which has made wild ones very rare. I've heard there are artificially bred ones inside the fortress." Kevin casually replied, then looked at Zhuo Mingyuan. "You just said your dad traded your sister for sheep. Could it be that she was sold into the fortress? Otherwise, who in the refugee area could possibly have mutton?" "That's right. How could I forget about that?" Zhuo Mingyuan's eyes lit up after hearing Kevin's words, and he excitedly slapped his thigh. "Exactly. My sister must have gone into the city. No wonder I couldn't find her outside. You're right, she must be in the city. After we finish eating, I have to figure out a way to get into the city to find her. No matter how much it costs, I have to get in." Leo, seeing Zhuo Mingyuan's excited demeanor, looked at Kevin in confusion. "Brother, it seems like with just one sentence, you managed to get the two of us out of a job." Kevin paused for a moment, then awkwardly replied, "This is the job we do. One must be honest and not make dirty money. If we have no bottom line, how are we any different from those thugs and hooligans? Do you two
know of any way to get into the city? Even if it costs more money, that's fine. I don't care about the money.
Zhuo Mingyuan, who hadn't caught their conversation, looked at them with anticipation.
Let's ask Fatty Lee later.
He used to work at the fortress, so he might know something. Kevin shook his head slightly. Having learned hunting since childhood, he had never worked in the factories at the fortress and had limited knowledge about Zhuo Mingyuan's question.
Brother, what should we do about those guys outside the door?
Leo removed the water pouch made from a wild boar's bladder and poured the remaining half bowl of water, which he had been reluctant to finish, back into it. As long as they don't make a move, just ignore them. Kevin protected Zhuo Mingyuan merely to earn some money to sustain himself. If those people knew how to restrain themselves, he wouldn't want to provoke them actively and bring trouble upon himself. After the meal, the three left the restaurant and saw Fatty Lee on a street corner in the town. His harvest today was meager. On the freshly dug coal pit on the ground, there was only one rat and a few unidentified beetles slightly longer than a middle finger.
Brother Zhe,
I used my savings to buy bedding for you and brother Sun.
They're all second-hand, so I hope you don't mind. Fatty Lee greeted them enthusiastically, patting a nearby bundle and asking, did you find the person you were looking for?
Not yet.
Here's some bean cakes I brought for you. Kevin handed him the cloth-wrapped cakes and continued to ask, Fatty, do you know of any channels in the refugee area that can lead into the city?
Work, of course. Refugees wanting to enter the city gates have no other option but to work.
Fatty Lee rolled the bean cake into a strip and chewed it in big bites.
This way, his mouth felt full, giving him a special sense of satisfaction.
I'm not talking about the outer city, but the inner city.
Kevin raised his hand and pointed to the taller inner wall behind the first barrier.
Entering inside the city. Brother Zhe, don't joke with me. When I was in the outer city, I was just a lowly dung cleaner. As for how to enter the inner city, how would I know? Besides, how could refugees possibly qualify to enter the city?
I've heard that people in the city think refugees are contaminated by some kind of bacteria and consider us filthy. Fatty Lee chuckled foolishly, noticing Zhuo Mingyuan's disappointed expression.
After thinking for a moment, he said, why don't you go ask that Su Fei?
Among the refugees, only those headmen like him have more contact with the people inside the fortress.
Well, that's an idea. Kevin thought of the newly appointed Baozhang of their street.
After finishing the bean cake, Fatty Lee licked his fingers and said, but don't get your hopes up too high about this. After all, over the years, I've seen countless people break their necks trying to get into the city, but I've never seen anyone actually succeed. The Baozhang appointed by the fortress received the same treatment as the factory refugees, with the only advantage being that they didn't have to work and could still receive daily supplies. Kevin, accompanied by Zhuo Mingyuan, Leo, and a few clumsy followers trailing from a distance, quickly returned to the street where he lived and stood in front of a standalone brick courtyard.
This was the house allocated by the fortress for the Baozhang of this street. After Hu Jida's death, Su Fei naturally moved in. Knock, knock. Kevin reached out and knocked on the tightly closed courtyard door.
There was no response, but the door opened slightly under the force of his push.
Wait for me here.
Kevin glanced at the empty courtyard, then walked in alone and stood in front of the house.
Mr. Su, are you there?
Seeing no response from inside the house, Kevin thought for a moment, then lifted the curtain and entered the room. Kevin had always been cautious about this newly appointed village head. The village heads in the town were usually elected from among 100 households, but after Hu Jida's death, the fortress suddenly assigned a stranger, Su Fei, which was clearly unusual. Therefore, Kevin wanted to figure out this person's background. The previous Hu Jida had almost taken his life, so this new Su Fei made him even more vigilant.
Su Fei's residence was no different from the living conditions of other refugees.
The furniture inside the house was all made of stone. In the kitchen, besides a roasting pit, there was an extremely rare iron pot. In the bedroom, a set of bedding was messily piled on the Kong bed, and against the wall stood a large wooden chest. Tap tap. Kevin noticed traces of fresh soil scattered on the ground near the wooden box and stepped forward.
Bang!
Just as Kevin took a step, the lid of the wooden box was suddenly flipped open.
Su Fei emerged from inside, locking eyes with Kevin. Chief Su, what kind of trick are you playing here? A magic act of human transformation? Kevin was slightly stunned upon seeing Su Fei suddenly appear. Ah, well, there were mice in the room, so I was catching them.
Su Fei quickly climbed out of the box and closed the lid.
The room's a bit messy, just take a seat anywhere.
Sorry, I knocked earlier but no one answered, so I came in uninvited. You know, it's not safe here, and I was worried something might have happened to you. Kevin smiled faintly, responding with great composure, though a trace of doubt arose in his heart. When Su Fei closed the lid of the box earlier, Kevin heard a muffled echo, indicating that the space beneath the box was hollow. Coupled with the fresh soil around the box, it was enough to prove that Su Fei was digging a tunnel. Moreover, as the lid was closed, there was the sound of metal clashing, as if something had toppled over due to the vibration.
Metal objects are quite rare in the refugee area. Have some water. Su Fei picked up a large kettle, poured a cup of water, and handed it to Kevin. What brings you here?
I have a friend who wants to enter the city to look for lost relatives.
Kevin smiled.
You mentioned before that if I needed help, I could come to you.
So I wanted to ask if you have any many connections. This is easy to handle. I can arrange for your friend to work in a factory. Do you know which factory his relatives are in? Su Fei picked up the conversation. I'm not talking about the factory, but the inner city. Kevin sat on a stone bench nearby and exchanged a glance with Su Fei. Do you have a way? The inner city.
10 years of toil by the cold sea, a lone minister gazes at the imperial court from here. For refugees, that world separated by a single wall seems within reach, yet in reality, it is an unattainable heavenly palace for a lifetime.
After hearing Kevin's words, Su Fei revealed a meaningful smile. Don't you know how difficult it is for refugees to enter the inner city? Take Boss Lin of the general store outside the city. He's the direct uncle of the director of supplies in the inner city.
Even with such a connection, he couldn't get his son in.
Precisely because I know how difficult this is, I came to you.
You're the only outsider I've seen in this district who holds the position of Baozhang. Since you were parachuted into this role, you must have exceptional abilities.
Kevin picked up his water cup and then added, the person I want to send in is very wealthy.
If you can help, he won't treat you poorly.
Rich?
You should know, a wealthy person among the refugee group is no different from a beggar in the eyes of those in the city.
Su Fei dismissed the idea. What, are you helping him out just for money? Maybe. I still earn $50 a day.
Kevin smiled, then said more seriously, this man has been waiting for 10 years to find his sister.
For him to cross the wilderness alone from the mining area back to Fortress 87 is no small feat. Since I've taken his money, I want to do my best to help him resolve his troubles.
Fortress 87 is the territory of the Pei Financial Group, and Pei has always been strict about such matters, so I can only give it a try.
For $500, I can introduce you to someone.
Whether it works out or not depends entirely on your own negotiations.
Su Fei pondered for a moment before continuing.
Also, remind your friend that life for refugees entering the city might not be as wonderful as he imagines. I hope he thinks it through carefully.
Thank you.
Kevin stood up from the stone bench after hearing this response. I'll call him in to talk to you. Half an hour later, Kevin and Leo arrived at the entrance of a pawnshop near the city gate, bringing Zhuo Mingyuan along. Kevin glanced at the pawnshop sign and said to Zhuo Mingyuan, Mr. Zhuo, the person Su Fei introduced to us is here.
Whether or not to meet them is up to you. I've already paid the introduction fee, so of course I want to meet them. For my sister, I'm willing to spare no expense.
Zhuo Mingyuan agreed without hesitation. After everyone entered, the pawnshop clerk took the introduction letter Su Fei had written for Kevin and quickly led them to a room in the backyard, where they met the chubby shopkeeper.
You all want to enter the inner city?
The chubby shopkeeper read Su Fei's letter, then struck a match and burned the cloth piece to ashes.
Not them, just me. I need to enter the city to find my sister. Zhuo Mingyuan spoke up first. Your sister? Which district is she in? The chubby shopkeeper asked, holding a pipe in his mouth. What district? Zhuo Mingyuan looked confused.
There are 5 administrative districts and 4 non-security zones inside Fortress number 87.
Where do you want to go?
The chubby shopkeeper noticed the 3 people in front of him had no understanding of the city and seemed to be pondering.
I don't know where my sister is, as long as I can get into the city. Zhuo Mingyuan answered firmly, without hesitation. Here's the deal, I actually have a batch of permits, and I can give you one. There's a job in the city that involves repairing some special equipment.
This job is very dangerous and will be strictly supervised.
If you agree, I can send you into the inner city as a laborer. Then, you can find an opportunity to escape.
If you manage to get away, you'll have a chance to stay in the city, though the odds are slim, and you'd still be undocumented. The chubby shopkeeper responded frankly, then extended his hand. 1 permit, $5,000.
Leo widened his eyes in astonishment upon hearing the number quoted by the fat boss. It costs $5,000 just to enter the city as a laborer? What kind of logic is that? $5,000, how could a laborer save up that much in a lifetime? If you want to enter the city, that's the price. If you can accept it, I'll help arrange it.
The fat boss exhaled a puff of smoke, causing the others to feel slightly choked. In the city, only the jobs that even beggars refuse to do will be given to refugees. Even so, being selected among hundreds of thousands of refugees is considered lucky. Without Su Fei's personal recommendation, even if you had more money, I wouldn't be discussing this deal with you.
You just mentioned that this job is very dangerous. Exactly how dangerous is it? Kevin asked with a sidelong glance.
I don't know, because none of the people I've sent in have ever come out. As for whether they died or escaped, no one knows. Entering the city as a laborer doesn't mean becoming a city resident, nor does it grant the right to interact or connect with city dwellers. The fat boss tapped his tobacco pouch against the sole of his shoe, speaking bluntly. If you miss this opportunity, you might have to wait several months, or even years.
5,000 it is, I'll give it to you. As long as I can find my sister, I'm not afraid of anything. Zhuo Mingyuan hesitated for less than 2 seconds before agreeing resolutely. When can I enter the city? Come to my place tonight at 9 o'clock to gather.
The fat boss stood up, handed over paper and pen to Zhuo Mingyuan, and said, fill out your information and then pay the money. Let me remind you, once the money is paid, whether you regret it or miss the gathering time for any reason, the money will not be refunded.
Zhuo Mingyuan took the paper and pen and and awkwardly handed them to Kevin. Could you help me fill it out? I can't read or write.
10 minutes later, the three of them left the pawnshop. Zhou Mingyuan looked at the towering wall over 100 meters high beside them and excitedly turned to Kevin.
Brother Ning, I really can't thank you enough for what you did today. If it weren't for you, I might never have been able to cross this wall. What's the point of saying so much between brothers? Just talk money. Kevin couldn't help but laugh as he saw Zhou Mingyuan's overwhelming excitement.
I took your money, so naturally, I should help you get things done.
According to Fatty, once you're in the city, it'll be very hard to get out again. Have you thought about what you'll do if you can't find your sister after you get in? Impossible.
You were right earlier, on the wasteland, only inside the fortress can you eat lamb, so my sister must have been sold to someone inside the fortress by my father.
Once I get into the city, I'll definitely find her.
Zhuo Mingyuan's eyes were filled with confidence.
Brother Ning, I have to leave here tonight. Thank you for your help and care.
I want to treat you all to a meal to express my gratitude.
You must do me the honor. Come on, let's go get Fatty Lee too.
Good fortune brings high spirits, and after obtaining his ticket to enter the city, Zhuo Mingyuan remained in an exuberant state, instinctively pulling Kevin along the road back home. 10 meters away, among the group of robbers who had been following a few people all day, a man with triangular eyes looked at the bald man beside him. Brother Meng, did you hear that?
That target seems to be leaving the town.
If he escapes, all our efforts these past 2 days will be wasted.
I asked around.
That Kevin who's with the target is a notorious tough guy around the East Gate, not someone to mess with. If we push him too far, it could cost lives. Brother Meng stared at the backs of the group, his face showing hesitation. We're already living on the edge, making a living by licking blood off the blade.
No matter how tough he is, can he be tougher than us?
That beggar girl yesterday said the target has at least a few thousand in cash on him.
Once we succeed, the women in this town, won't we get to sleep with whoever we want?
The man with triangular eyes touched the weapon at his waist through his clothes. Is it eating meat every day or going back to gnaw on potatoes? How hard is that choice?
You've always wanted to prove yourself to your brother, and isn't this the perfect opportunity?
That's right. My brother said, fortune favors the bold.
Let's do it.
Spurred on by triangular eyes, Meng Ji's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he quickly chased in the direction where Kevin and his group had disappeared. In a narrow alley only 2 meters wide, Zhuo Mingyuan pulled out 500 yuan from his wallet and handed it to Kevin.
Brother Ning, I owe this opportunity to come to the city to look for my sister entirely to the help of you and your brother.
This money isn't much, but it's a token of my gratitude.
Please accept it. Alright. Kevin took the money without any pleasantries or hesitation.
The reason he agreed to protect Zhuo Mingyuan was to survive the impending harsh winter. Without preparing supplies in advance, he would have no chance of making it through. Taking money for services rendered was only natural.
Brother Ning, rest assured, if I manage to make it in the city, I will never forget your kindness.
At this moment, Zhuo Mingyuan's mind was filled with the image of reuniting with his sister, and his heart was overwhelmed with excitement. For 10 years, the fact that his father sold his sister to save him had been a thorn in his heart, constantly reminding him of the need to remove it. Before Zhuo Mingyuan could finish speaking, 2 figures suddenly emerged from the fork in the road ahead.
One of them sneered, "Ha, with your pathetic look, you still dream of entering the city?
I'll give you a piece of advice, don't make trouble for yourselves.
Step aside."
Kevin recognized the person as the tail who had been shadowing them earlier. He gently drew the bone knife from his waist, while Leo knocked an arrow to his bow, the beast bone arrowhead pointing diagonally at the ground.
"Kevin, I know you."
At this moment, Mengu also appeared with 3 others, blocking the other side.
Staring at Kevin's back, he said, "I don't want to provoke you, nor do I want to become your enemy. How about this, we team up to take this guy down, and split the money on him 50-50 between us." "You've got the wrong person."
Kevin, seeing himself cornered by both sides, turned sideways along with Leo, shielding Zhuo Mingyuan, who was standing against the wall, behind them.
He said in a deep voice, "If you don't want to lose your life here, get lost immediately." "Ha, what's this? You think it's too little? Alright, how about this, you take 60%, and we brothers take 40%. That's giving you enough respect, isn't it?"
Brother Meng thought for a moment and made another concession. The thugs in the town usually didn't work and lived off bullying and extortion, enjoying a life better than that of the refugees. Although they were also the type to rely on bravado and violence, they were still no match for the bandits in the wilderness. Facing Kevin, who was notoriously feared, Brother Meng and his group couldn't help but feel a bit intimidated. It wasn't just because, in the wasteland, even a simple wound infection could be fatal, but also because their living conditions were significantly better than Kevin's. The better someone's life was, the more they valued it, a constant rule in the wasteland.
"I'm not interested."
Kevin remained unmoved, keeping a vigilant eye on both sides. He was by no means a good person, but neither was he a villain.
He had absolutely no interest in Brother Meng's proposal. "Mengu, why waste words with these two? He has a weapon, but don't we have one too?"
The man with triangular eyes beside Mengu was clearly impatient, revealing the arm he had been hiding behind his back. A wooden club, embedded with sharp stones and animal teeth. Seeing the people around him itching for action, Mengu also drew a
steel knife from his waist. Kevin, I'm giving you face, but it doesn't mean I'm afraid of you. Since you don't appreciate it, don't blame me for being ruthless. Be careful, these guys aren't simple. Kevin's expression turned cold as he saw the knife in Meng Ji's hand. The refugee district had no laws or oversight, but the fortress strictly controlled weapons in the area. Carrying firearms was a serious crime, usually punished by public hanging. As a result, knives became the most common weapon. Kevin could tell that the steel knife in Meng Ji's hand was of excellent quality. In the resource-scarce refugee district, anyone who could wield a metal knife was far from ordinary. Brothers, attack! The man with triangular eyes, gripping a spiked club, had long grown impatient. Hearing Brother Meng give the order, he charged forward without hesitation. Whoosh! The moment the opponents made their move, Leo swiftly drew his bowstring to its full extent, aimed at the side with only two people, and took one down with a single arrow. He then drew his bone knife and quickly rushed toward the other. Buzz! At that moment, the man with triangular eyes also reached Kevin, swinging his club toward Kevin's head. However, Kevin leaned aside and grabbed his arm in a reverse grip. Slash! Slash! Kevin's two knife strikes, as fluid as flowing water, both pierced the vital points on the man's chest. His combat skills were exceptionally fierce, honed through countless hunting experiences. When facing ferocious beasts, one had to deliver a fatal blow, or the next moment, it would be their own life at stake. Whoosh! At the same moment, Meng swung his steel blade toward Kevin's chest. In a daze, Kevin saw the arm coming and instinctively stepped back half a pace, the blade tearing a gash in his clothes. Damn it! Meng missed his strike and immediately lunged for Kevin's throat. Thud! Thud! Kevin sidestepped lightly, deftly avoiding the blade's path. Raising his left arm, he threw a punch at Meng's face. Unexpectedly, Meng was also a skilled fighter, his movements agile. As Kevin's fist flew, Meng suddenly dropped his body low and rammed his shoulder into Kevin's abdomen, aiming to take him down with a tackle. But Kevin's reflexes were sharper. As Meng bent forward, Kevin's knee shot up sharply, striking Meng's shoulder with force. Bang! Kevin's knee crashed into Meng's shoulder, halting his attack. Seizing the moment as Meng staggered backward, Kevin unleashed an uppercut, landing solidly on Meng's jaw. Thud! Meng fell on his back. Before he could react further, Kevin pounced, wrapping his arms around Meng's calf and using his weight to wrench it sharply to the side. Crack! A crisp snap echoed from Meng's knee joint. A scream of agony rang out through the narrow alley. Seeing this scene, the remaining two thugs turned and ran. The squinty-eyed man who had just been taken down by Kevin, along with the burly Mengu who had been knocked out, were the best fighters among them. For years, they had been notorious for their aggression and dominance in the town, never losing a one-on-one fight. Thud! As Mengu fell, Leo also took down someone on the opposite side of the alley. Kevin flipped his wrist, the blade resting against Meng Ji's neck. You can't kill me. If I die, my brother won't let you off. Mengu, enduring the intense pain in his leg, looked at Kevin, whom the town residents called a harbinger of doom, and spoke with a mix of bravado and fear. My name is Xiao Meng. Xiao Qi from the Black Flag Gang is my brother. If you kill me, my brother won't let you off. Hearing Xiao Meng's threat, Kevin narrowed his eyes instantly. Karen, go after the other two. Don't let them escape. Alright. Leo picked up the longbow from the ground and quickly disappeared at the alley's entrance. Kevin watched Leo's departing figure, his gaze faintly tinged with worry. Trouble. He knew who Xiao Qi was. Xiao Qi led the Black Flag Gang, which controlled the flesh trade in the town. The major brothels in the town were all Xiao Qi's businesses. Many idle thugs in the town also gathered around Xiao Qi, forming groups to scout for young boys and girls in the refugee villages, using deceit, abduction, or even outright force to capture them and make money. At this moment, Kevin was filled with regret. Not regret for provoking Xiao Qi's brother, but regret for not figuring out the other party's identity sooner. Otherwise, he would never have let the other two have a chance to escape. Let's talk this over. As long as you let me go now, we can pretend this never happened. I promise I won't hold you accountable for injuring me, alright? Xiao Meng, seeing Kevin hesitate briefly, continued to add, do you think I would believe you? Kevin lowered his head, met Xiao Meng's gaze, and sneered, a bunch of thugs who can even kill women and children, and you dare to tell me you're willing to let me go and let bygones be bygones? What do you mean? Don't you know what kind of influence my brother has around here? Xiao Meng noticed that Kevin didn't seem intimidated by his threat. His pupils contracted sharply, and he unconsciously held his breath. When Xiao Meng was in the gang, he once overheard Xiao Qi advising the members that there were two forces in the eastern city they must not provoke. The first was the Guai gang led by Lao Guai, and the second was the hunters led by Kevin. This was also the reason he was somewhat wary of Kevin. Although he had never met Kevin, he had heard that his group included 7 or 8 fierce hunters. If he hadn't seen that there were only 2 of them earlier, he would never have dared to take this risk. Facing Xiao Meng's questioning, Kevin remained silent. Instead, the response came in the sharp sound of his blade slicing through flesh. Kevin didn't believe a word Xiao Meng said, nor did he trust that his opponent would let him go. In the wasteland, trusting any stranger was a gamble with one's life, a mistake Kevin had already paid for once at Li Bin's hands. Now, more than ever, he trusted his own judgment. As As a hunter, choosing prey also means being chosen by the prey.
Kevin had killed many fierce beasts, and in comparison, he found killing humans much easier. Yet, compared to beasts, he still feared humans more.
Animals express anger directly through their actions, but humans may not. Beneath the surface, no one knows their true thoughts.
Humans scheme against each other, kill each other, deceive each other, harm their own kind, damage all things, and even when survival is not at stake, they can resort to unscrupulous means for profit.
The human heart is treacherous. In this era of cultural disconnection, this phrase has continued to be passed down.
5 meters away, Zhuo Mingyuan watched the scene before him without feeling fear. In the mining area where he had previously lived, more than half of the miners were exiled criminals, and life there was far more brutal than in the town. What truly frightened him, however, was Kevin picking up Xiao Meng's knife and carefully wiping it clean. This young man, who appeared to be only about 20 years old, possessed the ferocity and ruthlessness of a top bandit from the mining area.
In this lawless refugee zone, it was precisely people like him who could survive better. Tap, tap.
At the same time, Leo returned to the alley, glanced at Xiao Meng's still twitching corpse, and nodded at Kevin, caught up with them, took them all out. Upon hearing that Leo had dealt with the 2 fleeing robbers, Kevin's tense emotions relaxed slightly. This isn't a place to linger. We need to leave immediately.
Then these bodies. Leo looked at the several corpses on the ground and asked tentatively, "Leave them here. No one saw us act just now. If we continue dealing with the bodies here and get spotted, it'll be trouble."
Kevin thought briefly, then quickly left with the 2 others. The 3 took a detour and reappeared on the other side of the alley.
Boom!
Just as the 3 stepped onto the main street, they heard a muffled sound. Following the noise, accompanied by the tightening of steel cables and the grinding of gears behind the city wall, a massive gate of the fortress was slowly rising.
"It's almost dark. Why is the gate open again?"
"Brother,
"It seems like the people from the fortress have been coming out more frequently lately,"
Leo muttered softly as he looked at the open gate.
"There are many gates outside the fortress. Usually, the laborers use some iron-barred gates to enter the outer city.
Whether for safety reasons or to distinguish it from the refugee area, these massive gates do not connect to the outer city but are linked to the inner city through a tunnel."
"Yeah,
These guys rarely leave the city after dusk.
Kevin looked at the alloy gate with some curiosity.
From the dark city gate, a team gradually emerged, consisting not only of mercenaries on horseback but also a large number of guards. The mercenaries' khaki combat uniforms stood in stark contrast to the guards' gray uniforms.
The garrison troops differ from the mercenary teams organized by fortress administrators.
They are formal armed forces established by major financial groups, officially part of the federal military. Their full name is the Free Federation Armed Guard Forces, but the refugees are more accustomed to calling them the garrison troops.
Buzz buzz. Following the cavalry, several steel-framed vehicles appeared.
These so-called steel-framed vehicles are made by welding steel pipes into the outline of a car, covering it with rainproof fabric and then installing a car engine.
After simple modifications, they can hit the road.
Their performance is incomparable to regular cars, but they are much faster than horses and can adapt to more terrains. On the wasteland, steel-framed vehicles are the most common type of vehicle, but they are not something ordinary people can afford. Besides the precious engines, fuel is an even scarcer resource than drinking water. These military steel-framed vehicles are upgraded versions, modeled after the pre-catastrophe Lynx assault vehicle. Each vehicle can seat 3 people and can be equipped with machine guns and other weapons. The rainproof fabric on the body has been replaced with steel plates, and even the wheels are covered with steel plates welded with sharp iron spikes, making the entire vehicle look like a hedgehog. Hence, they are called hedgehog vehicles. Seeing these vehicles, a trace of curiosity flashed in Kevin's eyes. This team seemed to be heading to a relatively distant place, but moving out in the middle of the night was not typical behavior for the townspeople.
Could it be that something important had happened?
Before the sun set, Kevin and the other 2 picked up Fatty and arrived at the best restaurant in the town.
"Mr. Zhua,
you're here." The restaurant owner saw Zhuo Mingyuan appear and eagerly stepped forward to serve him. "Today, I want to treat my friends. Money is not an issue, so don't fool me with the garbage food you serve to refugees." Zhuo Mingyuan, in high spirits and glowing with joy, handed over a $20 tip. "All right, please head to the backyard. There are private rooms there, and it's quiet." The owner led the group to the backyard, enthusiastically arranged them in a room, and revealed a mysterious smile. "Mr. Zhua, please wait a moment. I'll arrange the food for you right away."
"What is it? Why all the mystery?"
"I have things to do after the meal, so hurry up." Zhuo Mingyuan, worried the owner might delay his time, said impatiently.
"Please be patient. I assure you, your wait will absolutely be worth it." The owner chuckled and turned to leave.
"You've all worked hard for my matters. Have some water first." Zhuo Mingyuan picked up the kettle and poured each of them a cup of water.
"May."
About 5 minutes later, as the group was chatting, a strange cry came from outside the door. Then, the restaurant owner walked into the room, leading a cloven-hoofed animal slightly smaller than a bison, with horns on its head and covered in white curly fur.
"Careful."
Leo, seeing an animal he had never encountered before, instinctively picked up the hunting bow on the table.
"Ah."
Fatty Lee also let out a sharp sharp scream, jumped up from his chair, and hid in the corner behind the wall. With hooves, it probably isn't a beast with strong offensive power. Kevin glanced at the animal's legs and quickly made a judgment. Everyone, don't be afraid, this is our dinner for tonight. The boss noticed the group's nervous expressions and smiled at Zhuo Mingyuan. Mr. Zhuo, I went to great lengths to get this sheep from the city. We're having this for dinner tonight. What do you think? I'm not exaggerating, among the towns around the city, there are no more than 3 places where you can eat lamb. I won't overcharge you, 2 lamb legs for just 200 yuan. How about it? Zhuo Mingyuan stared at the sheep the boss had brought, looking as if he'd been struck by lightning. This is a sheep? Leo let out a sigh of relief and curiously examined it, while Fatty Lee still dared not approach. Sir, are you thinking it's too expensive? How about this? You can have it for 180 yuan. Any lower, and I really can't do it. To be honest, I was planning to slaughter this sheep to serve the passing transport teams. If I hadn't noticed that you're wealthy, I wouldn't have brought it out at all. The boss, seeing Zhuo Mingyuan's silence, proactively lowered the price. You say this is a sheep? But aren't sheep supposed to have 5 fingers? How could it have hooves? Zhuo Mingyuan was pulled back from his thoughts, recalling the half-side of mutton his father brought home 10 years ago, and asked, trembling like a leaf. Boss, you must be joking. How could sheep have fingers? Since ancient times, they've always had hooves. The boss grinned. No, that's not right. Aren't sheep supposed to have 5 fingers? Aren't sheep supposed to have 5 fingers? Zhuo Mingyuan stood in a daze for a moment, then suddenly roared, losing control in an instant. He lunged at the sheep like a madman, vomiting while tightly gripping its neck. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? The boss, seeing Zhuo Mingyuan's actions, immediately backed away, looking fearfully at Kevin and the others. What's wrong with your friend? Is he crazy? Shouldn't sheep have 5 fingers? Roars and the sheep's wails echoed back and forth in the private room. Zhuo Mingyuan had gone mad. He was running wildly down the street, shouting the name Zhuo Xiaomei, but as he ran, he forgot his sister's name. In order to secure this spot to enter the city, Zhuo Mingyuan had almost run out of money. As the friend who accompanied him to the restaurant, Kevin naturally felt obligated to take care of him. When he rummaged through Zhuo Mingyuan's wallet, he found only a little over 1,000 yuan left. Zhuo Mingyuan gave up everything, willingly abandoning a prosperous life in the refugee district, just to enter the city and find his sister. Inside that wallet, there was also a city residence identification card. The owner was a white man, identified as the foreman of Zhuo Mingyuan's mining area. By now, everything was clear. Zhuo Mingyuan, who had been longing for his sister for 10 years, could no longer endure the inhumane life in the mining area and the foreman's abuse. He committed murder and robbery, fleeing the mining area. Alone, he returned to the fortress from the mines, having faced countless dangers and hardships. He had hoped to find his sister and return to a normal life, but the 5-finger sheep he once ate shattered all his illusions about life. Winter is coming, and Kevin is in desperate need of money. If he took the money from Zhuo Mingyuan, that lunatic, no one would hold him accountable. But he didn't. After paying for the damages caused by Zhuo Mingyuan strangling the sheep, he handed over every remaining penny to the restaurant owner, watching Zhuo Mingyuan still running wildly in the street. Starting today, give him 2 bean cakes and a bowl of water every day until this money runs out. Don't even think about pocketing it, or I'll come for you. Don't worry, I know who you are. The owner glanced at Kevin and nodded reluctantly. While the two were talking, a person in a hooded robe, dining with others in the hall, overheard their conversation. After Kevin left, the person raised his head to watch his departing figure. If Kevin had turned around at that moment, he would have recognized the man. It was Su Fei, the newly appointed district warden of their neighborhood. From that day on, the refugee area lost a stubborn young man searching for his sister, while the town gained a madman. He wandered the streets every day, repeating only one sentence: shouldn't sheep have 5 fingers? Because of Zhuo Mingyuan's sudden outburst, the dinner he had promised Kevin and the others was cancelled. For drifters like Kevin and his group, spending dozens or even hundreds of yuan to eat at a restaurant was out of the question. In the end, they each bought 2 bean cakes and left the restaurant. Zhuo Mingyuan's situation did not affect Kevin's mood. He had no intention of coveting Zhuo Mingyuan's money and had even helped him find a way out, which could be considered going above and beyond. After all, there were too many tragic stories in the refugee district, and even the kindest of hearts would gradually turn to stone. Fatty Lee, on the other hand, felt deep sympathy for Zhuo Mingyuan's plight. After listening to Leo recount Zhuo Mingyuan's story, he even shed tears over it. Vroom vroom. Just as the 3 of them stepped out of the restaurant, they heard the roar of engines. Turning their heads, they saw clouds of dust rising on the dirt road in the distance. A column of riders was rushing toward the city gate, causing pedestrians nearby to scatter. Behind them were 4 steel-framed vehicles, one of which had a cross erected at the rear. Tied to the cross was a drifter wearing a black hood. Rumble. As the convoy approached, the massive gate of the fortress slowly rose. 2 squads of guards marched out from the city to maintain order, while the convoy and cavalry quickly passed through, disappearing into the dark tunnel of the city gate. Brother, did I see that right? Was that a refugee tied up on that vehicle
vehicle just now?" Leo asked in astonishment, looking at the guards retreating back into the city and the slowly descending gate. "What do you think those people did to deserve the guards driving out to capture them, and even bringing them into the city? I've lived this long, and it's the first time I've seen refugees being taken into the fortress. Haven't they always been executed directly outside the city for any crimes they committed?" Kevin pondered. So many soldiers came out, just to catch a single refugee. The strange occurrences in this town lately are really getting more and more bizarre. Kevin squinted his eyes, equally baffled. "Brother Zhug, were those big guys that just passed by the legendary hedgehog cars?" At this moment, Fatty Lee was deeply shocked by the 4 hedgehog cars. He had always lived in the refugee village, avoiding even mercenaries on horseback, and this was his first time seeing real military vehicles. "I heard these cars are made of iron, but I didn't expect them to run so fast. Though, the smell of rust from these cars is just too strong." "What you're smelling isn't rust, it's the scent of blood," Kevin corrected, also catching the metallic tang of blood in the air, his gaze growing more curious. "Earlier, those soldiers had only captured one person, so why was there such a strong smell of blood? What exactly had they been through?" Boom, boom. The clock inside the city rang out to signal the time. Leo glanced at the orange glow on the horizon that was about to disappear. "Brother, the sun's setting, the curfew is about to start." "All right, let's go." Kevin took the lead, stepping forward. As he reached the middle of the road, he noticed a trail of bloodstains on the ground where the hedgehog cars had just passed, stretching all the way to the city gate. For the refugees, the night is fraught with danger, but it also brings benefits to many. There are numerous gates around the fortress. In addition to the large gates leading directly to the inner city, there are many smaller barred gates designated for laborers. The workers in the outer industrial zone operate on 24-hour shifts, typically in 3 or 4 rotations, so even in the dead of night, people can be seen passing through the gates. Many refugees dream of owning a house in the town, which would shorten their commute to and from work. Around Fortress 87, it is not uncommon for people to be attacked by wild beasts or go missing after finishing their night shifts each year. As darkness falls, a red lantern is lit at the entrance of a courtyard near the laborers' passage to the fortress. The lantern bears a black square, the symbol of the Black Flag Gang. In the town, all courtyards displaying such lanterns are brothels run by the Black Flag Gang. For just 5 coins or 2 cups of water, laborers can choose a woman or man here to satisfy their desires. Despite the hardships of life in the refugee district, many people are still willing to scrape together food and drinking water to satisfy their primal desires. On the chaotic wasteland where rules are reshaped, order has been redefined. Villains are not only men but also women. The Black Flag Gang does the best business near the south gate because there's a textile factory there filled with female workers. Women who pay for men are even more generous than the male laborers. Bang! The sound of a table being slammed echoed through the courtyard of the brothel. Inside the office, Xiaoqi, the leader of the Black Flag Gang, glared angrily at the few young men in front of him. "What did you say? Something happened to my brother?" "Brother Qi, we only sent people out after noticing Xiao Meng didn't come back last night. We found him and a few of his men dead in an alley." The man opposite Xiaoqi lowered his head, barely daring to breathe. Although Xiaoqi is only 23 years old this year, he is undoubtedly the leader of this group, not only because of his sinister personality but also because he has connections within the fortress. Someone once organized a group to compete with him for the brothel business, but in the end, they were casually accused of a crime by the outer city's law enforcement team and hanged on the dead tree in the center of the square. "Damn it! Someone actually dared to lay a hand on my men here in this settlement. You've got 2 hours to find the killer of my brother. I want blood for blood." Xiao Qi's chest rose and fell with fury as his sharp gaze fixed on the young man reporting to him. "Or tonight, your mother and sister will be the ones serving customers." "Brother Qi, please calm down. I'll investigate right away." The young man's scalp tingled as he hastily agreed, then turned and dashed out of the room. Deep down, he knew Xiao Qi's threats were no empty words. Half an hour later, the young man arrived at the alley where Xiao Meng had been attacked. Kicking open the decayed plastic door of a house, he stepped inside. Ah! A woman's scream pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of the door being kicked open. Swish! The light of the kerosene lamp illuminated the room, and the young man looked at the middle-aged couple inside. "We are from the Black Flag Gang. We're here to ask one question. Who killed the young man who died in the alley today?" I don't know. I only got off work after dark." The middle-aged man, upon hearing the young man identify himself, began to breathe heavily. The refugee district had no laws, which led to the formation of refugee villages and towns. To put it bluntly, it was just a group of people banding together for warmth, and the town's headman would symbolically take some responsibility for maintaining order to keep his job. But for strongmen like Kevin and the Black Flag Gang, no one dared to interfere. "I haven't even said when the person died, and you've already confessed. Still claiming you know nothing, huh?" The young man slightly moved his finger. "Keep hitting him until he talks." Bang! 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 A few young men nearby swarmed forward, and the middle-aged man began to wail miserably. This scene was happening in almost every household in the alley, with screams and curses blending into a chaotic cacophony. "Stop Stop hitting. If you keep going, someone will die. I'll talk.
The middle-aged man, after taking a few punches, his nose bleeding profusely, clutched his head and pleaded incessantly. Hiss. The young man raised the lantern he held aloft with a wooden stick, lighting his cigarette with indifference to the middle-aged man's pleas.
Stop fighting. If you keep going, someone will die. I swear.
The woman nearby, seeing her husband's miserable state, spoke through her tear-streaked face. Earlier, when I went out to buy something, I saw Kevin walking out from this direction. Later, when I returned to the alley, I saw there was a dead body here.
Kevin? You mean that jinx from the east?
The young man exchanged an annoyed glance with the woman.
Why didn't you say so earlier?
I can't afford to offend you, but that Kevin is no good either. We common folk just want to avoid trouble and live our lives in peace. The woman, both terrified and distraught, was already sobbing uncontrollably. The refugee area had almost no public toilets, and people would relieve themselves wherever they could, smearing the walls with filth. Except for a very few who chose to do so near their homes, most would pick a spot a bit farther away, at least in front of someone else's door. On this street, only the area around Kevin's courtyard was somewhat clean. After all, no one wanted to offend this notorious plague bringer over a pile of excrement. At this moment, Kevin, having stepped out for a moment, was walking in the alley outside his home. Although he was still far away, he could clearly hear the heavy breathing of a man and Zhao Yi's moans coming from the house ahead. Outside Zhao Yi's window, a few teenage boys were squatting together, engrossed in listening to the sounds from the room and whispering among themselves.
You lot, get lost.
Kevin spotted the figures and reprimanded them coldly.
Who the hell is yelling at me here?
One of the boys turned his head to curse, but upon seeing that it was Kevin, he immediately grabbed his waistband and fled with his companions in embarrassment.
Perhaps because she recognized Kevin's voice, Zhao Yi inside the house fell silent. This girl had always liked Kevin.
Even though shame might have long disappeared in the refugee district, she still wanted to preserve a shred of dignity in front of the man she liked.
But even if Zhao Yi remained silent, the sound of bodies colliding could still be heard outside the room.
The houses in the refugee area were just that poorly soundproofed, one loud fart could travel far. Kevin had once been tormented by the snoring of his neighbor to the point of sleeplessness, until the neighbor later died from an infection caused by a ruptured hemorrhoid. Only then did Kevin finally get a good night's sleep.
When Kevin returned to the room, he saw that only Leo was inside and frowned as he asked, "Where's Fatty Lee?"
"Out catching rats. He said it's quieter at night, so the rats dare to come out and move around, making the hunting success rate higher."
Leo finished brushing his teeth with a piece of tree branch and then chewed on a dry mint leaf.
Water was scarce in the refugee area, so people generally didn't brush their teeth. Instead, they used soft fiber tree branches, biting them apart to replace toothbrushes, and then cleaned their mouths with mint leaves.
"Starting tonight, the two of us will take turns keeping watch.
You take the first half of the night, I'll take the second half." Kevin sat down at the table and removed the water pouch from his waist. Since they didn't work at the factory, they couldn't even guarantee the basic daily supply of 1 liter of drinking water. Buying water outside cost 20 yuan per liter.
The water in the town is rationed. Even if someone secretly trades water, the amount is just a drop in the bucket.
The water that can be bought is almost always saved from the mouths of the refugees themselves, so it's very difficult for Kevin and his group to buy water. Drinking water is often not to quench thirst but merely to maintain bodily functions.
There's no prey at home, and we still have to keep watch?
Leo pulled a long face upon hearing this.
Keeping watch is an exhausting task.
Although Kevin chose the tougher second half of the night, Leo was still somewhat reluctant.
"We killed members of the Black Flag Gang today.
There's a chance they might retaliate, so it's better to stay vigilant." Kevin handed the sharp steel knife he had taken from Xiaomeng to Leo.
"Stay sharp. Bro, there are 3 of us at home now. Shouldn't we assign Fatty Lee to take a night shift too?" Leo suggested that having one more person on watch would make things easier for everyone.
He wasn't particularly afraid of the Black Flag Gang, perhaps because they were used to risking their lives, or perhaps because with winter approaching, leaving the town would mean no chance of survival anyway.
Since there's no way to retreat, what is there to fear? After hearing Leo's words, Kevin decisively refused. "No." "Why? You don't trust him?"
Leo curled his lips. Indeed, it was quite difficult for someone to gain Kevin's trust. Lee Fatty is a good person, but he's too timid and lacks any sense of crisis. If I let him keep watch at night, I'm afraid he won't be able to resist falling asleep. Kevin moistened his throat with some water and then tightened the water bag again. He was speaking sincerely. Lee Fatty had a good personality, knew how to share, and after moving here, even used his meager savings to buy bedding for Kevin and Leo. As the younger brother of an old friend, Kevin didn't have much guard against Lee Fatty, but entrusting his own safety to him was absolutely out of the question.
"Brother, do you remember that group of guards who went out of the city before?
I heard they massacred a refugee village to the west."
Leo changed the subject. "An entire village?" Kevin was stunned.
"Yeah. Just now, when you went to the restroom, I chatted with old Zhao next door for a bit. He said he has 2 co-workers who were from that village. After the guards went there, not a single person was left alive, they killed them all."
Leo nodded.
"These bastards are way
too ruthless toward us refugees. After hearing Leo's words, Kevin fell into deep thought. The purpose of those fully armed soldiers leaving the city today was definitely related to that refugee who was captured and brought back. But why massacre the village? Could it be because the refugees resisted? No, that doesn't make sense. For refugees, the big shots in the city are like gods who control their fate. Even an ordinary fortress resident would make refugees avoid them, let alone fully armed soldiers. There's no way the people in the refugee village would have the courage to resist. Excluding this reason, the soldiers' motive for massacring the village must have been to silence witnesses and completely cover up the truth of the matter. To capture one person, they killed an entire village. What kind of crime did the person they took commit? Kevin was utterly baffled. The brothel of the Black Flag Gang. Xiaoqi looked at the young man who had returned to report the news, his expression terrifyingly grim. Are you saying the one who killed my brother is Kevin? That's right. We investigated the alley where Xiao Meng had his accident, and two people saw Kevin appear there. Although they didn't see him commit the murder, given Xiao Meng's skills, there aren't many people near the east gate who could take him down. The young man nodded confidently. Damn it! In this town, someone actually dares to mess with my people. You have 2 hours to find out who killed my brother. I want them to pay with their life. Xiaoqi's chest heaved as he glared sharply at the young man reporting to him. Otherwise, tonight your mother and sister will be working the streets. Brother Qi, please calm down. I'll investigate right away. The young man agreed with a shiver down his spine and quickly ran out of the room. He knew very well that Xiaoqi's words were not empty threats. Half an hour later, the young man arrived at the alley where Xiao Meng had his accident. He kicked open the rotting plastic door of a house and stepped inside. Ah! A woman's scream accompanied the sound of a door being kicked open. Swish! The light of a kerosene lamp illuminated the room, and the young man looked at the middle-aged couple inside. We are from the Black Flag Gang. We're here to ask one question. Who killed the young man who died in the alley today? I don't know. I only got off work after dark. The middle-aged man, hearing the young man identify himself, began breathing heavily. There was no law in the refugee district, which is why refugee villages and towns had formed. To put it bluntly, it was just groups of people huddling together for warmth. The town's headman, in order to maintain his position, would also symbolically take some responsibility for public order. But for strong figures like Kevin and the Black Flag Gang, no one dares to interfere. I haven't even said when the person died, and you've already confessed. Still claiming you know nothing, huh? The young man slightly waved his finger. Keep hitting him until he talks. Bang, bang, bang. A few young men nearby rushed forward, and the middle-aged man began to wail miserably. This scene was happening in almost every household in the alley, with screams and curses blending into a chaotic cacophony. Stop hitting. If you keep going, someone will die. I'll talk. I'll talk. The middle-aged man, after taking a few punches, his nose bleeding profusely, held his head and kept begging. Hiss. The young man raised the lantern hanging from the wooden stick in his hand, lit the cigarette in his mouth, and remained indifferent to the middle-aged man's pleas. Stop fighting. If you keep this up, someone will die. I'm telling you. The woman nearby, seeing her husband's miserable state, spoke through tears streaming down her face. Earlier, when I went out to buy something, I saw Kevin walking out from this direction. Later, when I returned to the alley, I saw there was a dead body here. Kevin? You mean that jinx from the east? The young man exchanged an annoyed glance with the woman. Why didn't you say so earlier? I can't afford to provoke any of you, but that Kevin isn't a good person either. We ordinary folks just don't want any trouble. We only want to live peacefully. The woman, both terrified and distraught, was already sobbing uncontrollably. Moonlight poured down as Fatty Lee squatted motionlessly in front of the ruins, resembling an oversized rubber ball. Recently, not only has the border been restless, but more and more people in the Federation are awakening. Perhaps it's due to the massive earthquake and volcanic eruptions in the radiation zone, which have released a lot of radioactive substances again. The young girl stared at Fatty Lee's figure, deep in thought. If he really is a demon seed, it seems he still doesn't know how to use his abilities. Of course, it's also possible that he's just a weakling. In the unregulated refugee zones, an imbalance of power is truly not a good thing. Once someone gains absolute power, the chances of them choosing to be a good person are probably rarer than a talking toad, the man said with a grave expression. Should we restrain him and confirm it? Forget it. This guy seems like an idiot. Let's focus on the important matters and not complicate things. The young girl glanced once more at Fatty Lee, who was squatting in the wilderness trying to attract mice, his expression resembling someone suffering from severe constipation. She lost interest and turned to walk into a nearby alley. A few minutes later, the two pushed open the gate to Su Fei's yard and stepped into the room. You're 5 minutes late. Su Fei looked at the two entering and raised his eyebrows slightly. We found someone outside who seemed to be a demon species. It was quite interesting, so we watched for a while longer, the man explained, placing his backpack on the Kong. Inside are food and water we brought for you. The young girl also sat on the wooden box nearby. Something big happened outside the town today. A team of soldiers from the fortress went to the refugee village. Their purpose is? I already know about this, Su Fei interrupted her shoulder and then asked, "The person you just mentioned who was suspected to be a demon, what abilities does he have?" The man chuckled, "Catching mice. Su Fei." An hour later, the market town was completely deserted. For the refugees, life offered little entertainment, and the high-intensity physical labor they engaged in daily left them in a constant state of exhaustion, with almost no thoughts beyond survival. At this moment, the market town was quiet. Walking down the street, one could still hear the sound of snoring coming from some dilapidated houses, as well as the cries of women. In many cases, the marriages of refugees were more like partnerships for survival, and the process of having children was often more significant than the outcome, as not all families could afford to raise children. At the entrance to the alley leading to Kevin's home, several figures stood in the shadows. All of them wore red triangular scarves on their faces, marked with a black flag emblem. "We're here. This is the place where we need to act." The young man who had investigated Kevin's whereabouts pointed at the alley and said to a man beside him, "Go in from here. The third courtyard, the house directly facing the gate, is the target location. Your task is to bring the person inside back." "All right." The man nodded. "What's his name? Does it matter?" The young man retorted, seemingly wanting to give the newcomer a hard time, yet also appearing unwilling to reveal too much information. "Heh, you still don't trust me." The man chuckled. "You joined Black Flag to fill your stomach, and we need capable people to get things done. We're just using each other to meet our needs, so don't talk about trust or distrust. It's not only fake but also cliché." The young man patted the man's arm. The boss said, "Get the job done, and you can stay. Let's go." The man, hearing this, waved to a few people beside him and was the first to enter the alley. "How should we catch them later? Do we need to plan it out?" Behind the man, a burly fellow holding a bone knife asked. "Catch them? Kill them all." The man answered bluntly and violently while fastening the straps of the protective gear on his body. This gear was made of wild boar hide coated with pine resin, capable of withstanding the thrust of a bone knife. "Kill them? But our mission is to capture them." The burly fellow was stunned. "Catching people is too troublesome and too dangerous. After killing them, just cut off their heads and bring them along. When we get back, I'll say the enemy resisted fiercely, and we couldn't capture anyone alive," the man said as he reached the courtyard gate. Slowly, he drew a metal knife from his lower back. The blade, forged from cast iron, was rusted and jagged, not sharp, but the rust alone was enough to cause infection. In a place like this, infection meant death. Thud, thud. The heavy footsteps of 7 men echoed through the yard as they marched together toward Kevin's residence. Inside the house ahead, Li Pengzi's snoring continued unabated. In the dark living room, Leo sat at the table, blending into the shadows. Suddenly, Leo's figure shifted. Swiftly, he grabbed the longbow from the table and drew the string to full tension in the darkness. The hunters in the town were not limited to Kevin's group, but among all the hunters, only Leo used a bow and arrow. Without systematic training, using a bow well requires talent, and Leo happened to be a gifted individual. He had exceptional arm strength, superior hearing, and vision compared to ordinary people, as if he was born to be a hunter. SSS. A faint sound escaped from Leo's mouth a second later, and Kevin, who was soundly asleep inside the house, suddenly opened his eyes. Clatter! At the same time, the curtain at the door was abruptly lifted. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the darkness, striking directly into the chest of the person entering. In a place like the refugee district, someone arriving unannounced in the dead of night could never be a friend. "Damn it! They've noticed us." The man struck by the arrow felt as if someone had kicked him hard in the chest. After retreating outside the door, he let out a low growl, but before he could take another step, he felt his strength rapidly draining away. By the time he felt a sharp pain in his chest, he had already collapsed to the ground. "Get inside. Finish this quickly." The leader glanced at his companion's corpse under the moonlight and gave a low command to the others, then threw a bundle of oil-soaked hemp ignited with a match into the house. Whoosh! The oil-soaked hemp burst into flames, illuminating the scene inside the house. Thud! As the firelight flared up, Leo kicked the table, using the recoil to leap 2 meters forward and swiftly darted into the room where Fatty Lee was located. "Hey!" Almost at the moment Leo dodged, an iron nail the length of a palm pierced through the void where he had been and embedded itself in the wall. "Damn it, run!" the leading man shouted in alarm. Seeing his companion get hit, he quickly rushed indoors. "Don't shoot! Don't shoot!" Fatty Lee was also terrified at this moment, shrinking into the corner of the wall with a face full of fear. "I'm just here to catch rats. We don't care who you are. Tonight, you're going to cooperate with us," the man roared angrily, his gaze sharp as a blade, sweeping across the room. I'll be good," Fatty Lee stammered in response, but his heart was in utter panic. Leo's arrow announced the start of the battle, putting the group of attackers on high alert. As he quickly retreated into the inner room, the 3 people outside immediately rushed in, with the first 2 instinctively heading toward the room where Leo was. At this moment, the person at the back noticed a dark entrance beside the doorway and leaned in to take a look inside. Thud! An arm suddenly stretched out from inside the door, and a sharp steel blade instantly pierced through his neck. A person outside, ready to rush in, saw the tip of the blade protruding from his teammate's neck and immediately widened his eyes. "Everyone, be careful. There's more than one of them." Bang! Kevin kicked
kicked away the corpse in front of him, suddenly darted out the door, and slashed directly at the person at the entrance.
Take him out first.
The two men in front exchanged a glance, then both turned and charged at Kevin.
Kevin deftly dodged one attacker's strike, lunging forward like a leopard. Grabbing the man's collar, he swiftly drove two knives into his chest.
Whirr! At the same time, a burly man behind raised a stone axe and swung it horizontally at Kevin.
Bang!
Hearing the whoosh of the axe, Kevin ducked just in time. The fire axe slammed heavily into the nearby wall, sending up a cloud of dust. The leader standing at the door saw Kevin's actions and immediately pointed the hand crossbow at him. At this moment, Leo from the inner room heard the sounds of fighting outside and quickly darted out to appear at the door. The leader, who was originally about to shoot Kevin, slightly raised his wrist upon seeing this and pulled the trigger toward Leo. The steel nail, propelled by immense force, pierced Leo's arm, causing his body to tilt and his arm to loosen, making the arrow veer off course. Seeing that Leo no longer posed a threat, one person behind took a few running steps and suddenly tackled Kevin to the ground, tightly gripping his neck. The remaining people outside the room saw the chaos inside and immediately swarmed in, surrounding Kevin and Leo in an instant. One of the men who charged into the room kicked Leo on the head, only to be caught by Lynn's grasping legs and thrown down.
The attacker's bone knife flew from his hand as they grappled fiercely. Another assailant raised his own bone knife and lunged at Leo. Ah!
With a roar, Li Pangzi burst out of the house, charging headfirst into the man wielding the knife.
Bang!
Weighing 180 Gene, Li Pangzi slammed the man backward. The attacker's lower back struck the sharp edge of a stone table, and he collapsed in pain.
Li Pangzi, kill him! Leo's face flushed red as he was pinned down by another assailant, shouting at Li Pangzi. Aye. Hearing Lin's command, Li Pangzi bent down, trembling, and picked up a bone knife from the ground. Do it!
Leo gripped the attacker's arm tightly and shouted again.
I don't dare! Fatty Li gripped the knife, his eyes red.
His hands trembled even when killing rats, and now being asked to kill a person was simply unbearable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been too afraid to go hunting with his brother back then, ending up as a latrine cleaner in the fortress.
In the moment of Fatty Li's hesitation, the person who had been knocked down got up again and charged at Leo with a knife.
At the critical moment, Fat Li threw himself onto Leo, taking his stab meant for him.
Although he was holding the knife, he still didn't dare to strike with full force. Fat Li's sudden attack caused Leo's opponent to momentarily lose focus.
Seizing the opportunity, Leo pulled out the iron nail lodged in his arm and stabbed twice fiercely into the other's neck. Then he lunged at the person who had wounded Fat Li. Seeing Leo's attack coming, the opponent thrust his knife straight into Leo's chest. With no room to dodge at such close range, Leo could only press down on the attacker's wrist, pushing it downward to prevent a fatal blow. The dagger plunged in, brutally stabbing Leo's leg.
The attacker struck with one stab and quickly retreated.
In the tense situation, with adrenaline surging, Leo did not feel the pain. He intended to give chase but suddenly felt his left leg go weak, causing his body to involuntarily collapse downward.
Immediately after, he saw the opponent's blade thrusting toward his face. Thud!
With a muffled sound, the blood-soaked Fatty Li tackled the opponent to the ground.
Leo picked up the knife from the ground and stabbed it into the side of the man's ribs.
After a fierce battle, Leo and Fatty Li were covered in blood, and the room was filled with a pungent smell of blood. Whoosh, whoosh! Leo panted heavily and noticed that apart from a few corpses on the empty ground nearby, there were no other figures.
He was stunned. Where's Brother Ja? I don't know. Fatty Li shook his head blankly, trembling as he looked at Leo. Brother Sun, do you think I'll die? Just a stab in the back. Why the hell would you die from that?
I really don't understand why you just now. Leo was about to curse Fatty Li a few times, but froze when he saw his condition. At this moment, Fatty Li was still pressing down on the opponent's corpse, but the man had already, in the instant Fatty Li tackled him, plunged a bone knife into Fatty Li's abdomen.
Aye.
Fatty Li glanced again at the knife embedded in his abdomen, but before he could finish his sentence, his eyes rolled back and he passed out.
Fatty!
Leo struggled to stand up, but the wound on his leg was bleeding profusely, making it impossible for him to move. 2 minutes ago, after Kevin was knocked to the ground, he was immediately surrounded by two people, one of whom kicked him squarely in the nose.
Bang!
As Kevin dodged, the attacker's foot landed on the ground, only for Kevin to seize his ankle and stab his calf with a knife.
Ow!
The opponent let out a painful howl, staggered, and fell to the ground, while Kevin quickly counterattacked after enduring a slash to his shoulder.
Damn it! Retreat!
The leader, illuminated by the moonlight spilling into the room from outside, saw the corpses scattered across the floor and instantly realized that the people inside were not to be trifled with.
Back when he was a bandit, he had once been surrounded after robbing a fortress transport convoy.
At that time, the elite troops from the fortress were responsible for dealing with them.
In close combat, a single soldier could easily handle 4 or 5 bandits.
Now, the people in the room clearly had combat skills on par with those professional soldiers, if not more ruthless. Their moves were entirely practical, no flashy techniques, and once their blades moved, they aimed directly for vital points. Under such circumstances, the leader knew it wasn't impossible to take down Kevin and his group, but after repeatedly weighing the situation, he felt felt that risking their lives against these refugees wasn't worth it. The only person left in the room had already been fearful of Kevin. At this moment, hearing the team leader's shout, he lost all fighting spirit and turned to flee out the door.
Fatty Lee, kill him, Leo's voice came from behind.
Flap. Kevin heard Leo and Fatty Lee joining forces and confidently rushed out the door, but he completely missed Fatty Lee's next words, I don't dare. At this moment, Kevin's goal was very simple, to take care of the remaining few people. Since this group had already come to assassinate him, if he didn't make the people who sent them feel fear and realize the heavy price of dealing with him, it might only invite more trouble. When a beast is on the brink of death, it usually uses its last ounce of strength to fight its opponent to the bitter end, rarely showing any intention of retreat.
However, humans are entirely different.
When faced with fear, humans often exhibit two extremes, either anger overcomes fear, leading them to fight back desperately like a beast, or fear overpowers anger, triggering a strong survival instinct and driving them to flee at all costs.
At this moment, in the alley outside Kevin's house, the latter scenario was unfolding.
Two assassins were desperately fleeing toward the alley's exit, while Kevin, like a raging beast with a murderous gleam in his eyes, was fixated on one particular figure, the leader wielding the crossbow.
Damn it, we can't let him keep chasing us. We have to stop him.
The leader, hearing the heavy footsteps behind him, gasped for breath as he shouted to his subordinate.
This guy is so ruthless, going back is a death sentence. I followed you to make a living, not to throw my life away.
The man beside him not only refused to stop but quickened his pace. In the past, when they were all hanging out together, the leader could ensure they had enough to eat, and they were willing to call him Big Brother.
But in a life-or-death moment, survival outweighed any notions of brotherhood.
Alright, here's the plan. I'll count to 3, and we'll turn around together to take him down.
1, 2, 3.
The leader counted to 3, only to find that none of his teammates had turned around. This alley in the refugee area was full of dirt roads, muddy and impassable on rainy days, and uneven with potholes when dried. Kevin grew up in this alley and was already intimately familiar with every bump and dip in the road, while the group led by the team leader stumbled and faltered as they ran. In the blink of an eye, Kevin had darted behind the two men. The young man beside the team leader let out a terrified shout and, using the momentum of his run, actually leaped onto the roof of a nearby house.
Bang!
Kevin caught up to the team leader, pressing his left arm against the man's left shoulder, then leaped high into the air, driving his knee fiercely into the man's spine.
Thud!
The team leader let out a muffled groan and fell to the ground in embarrassment. As soon as he turned around, he saw a figure wielding a knife and stabbing toward him. Snap! At the critical moment, the team leader dropped the crossbow without arrows and tightly gripped Kevin's wrist holding the knife.
Bang!
Kevin swung a punch backward, landing heavily on the opponent's face, knocking off his face covering.
Under the dim moonlight, the two locked eyes and instantly recognized each other's identities. Kevin, Lee Bin. Both shouted each other's names almost simultaneously, yet their feelings couldn't have been more different.
Kevin hated Lee Bin with a burning fury because Lee Bin had caused the death of his brothers, while Lee Bin felt an inexplicable fear after witnessing Kevin's ruthless killings firsthand.
You fucking bastard!
Kevin stared furiously at the face before him, his arm muscles tensing, veins bulging on his neck, and the arm holding the knife pressing downward. Originally, Lee Bin's group waiting outside the alley rushed in after hearing the fight. One of them caught sight of the two struggling figures in the distance through the lantern light and immediately waved his hand.
Damn it, chop him down for me. Whoosh!
5 or 6 young men around him drew their knives and charged forward. Seeing this, Kevin suddenly surged with strength, thinking to himself that he had to take Lee Bin down before the others arrived. But as he gave it his all, that burning sensation flared up once again inside his body.
He was having another episode.
This time, Kevin did not go into a frenzy like he did when fighting the bandits before. Instead, as usual, he felt the signs of fainting. Lee Bin held Kevin's wrist, and although he could feel Kevin's body temperature rising, his strength was growing weaker, almost breaking free from control. Meanwhile, at the residential house near the alley entrance, Su Fei and the man and woman who had come to see him were watching the fight in the alley. Originally, Su Fei had planned to send the two away, but due to the sudden conflict, he decided to wait a little longer. None of the three intended to intervene in this matter. In a place like the refugee district, gang fights, roadside robberies, and other violent incidents were all too common. Few were willing to risk their lives for someone else's safety. Though it seemed cold, it was a survival lesson learned by the refugees.
We're leaving.
The burly man, seeing a group of people rush into the alley from outside, greeted Su Fei and prepared to leave. The reason they had waited until now was to avoid exposing their identities.
Wait!
Su Fei, who had been ready to retreat back into the courtyard, instinctively glanced into the alley at this moment and saw Kevin's face under the glow of the lantern.
He then said to the two people beside him, "Help me save him."
The girl smiled faintly. "We are not your subordinates.
I owe you a favor. Is that enough?" Su Fei looked at them earnestly.
Tap tap. Before he could finish speaking, the burly man had already charged into the alley with astonishing speed. Deep inside the alley, the young man responsible for assisting Lee Bin held a lantern in his left hand and had drawn his bone knife with his right. "Brothers, quick and decisive, take him down fast." Then,
bang!
Before Before he could finish, several others nearby saw him tilt his head and fall to one side. Under the lantern's glow, the man chasing from behind raised his fist and delivered a powerful punch. Clang! The young man instinctively swung his knife at the attacker's arm, but the blade only sliced through his sleeve, revealing a metal forearm guard underneath. Damn it! One of the men behind saw the opening and thrust a dagger straight into the attacker's lower back. Bang! The gunshot thundered through the alley instantly. Thud! The young man preparing to ambush was shot point-blank in the head, his body collapsing stiffly to the ground. At the alley entrance, the girl held a silver revolver, her arm motionless. Your lives aren't worth the cost of a bullet. Get lost now. Not good. They've got a gun. Run! The remaining few instinctively ran toward the other end of the alley the moment the gunshot rang out. Evenly Bin shoved the unconscious Kevin aside and started sprinting. In the vagrant district where possessing firearms is considered a capital offense, those who own guns stand at the top of the food chain. In this area, bullets are the most effective deities and the most convincing hard truth. In the blink of an eye, everyone in the alley had scattered completely. It wasn't until everyone had left that Su Fei appeared beside the two. This guy is a bit strange. The girl scrutinized Kevin, who lay motionless on the ground with a red glow in his eyes, and mused, this state of his. I feel like I've heard someone mention it before, but I just can't recall. Could it be a demon species? The man also glanced at Kevin. The awakening methods of demon species are indeed bizarre. Not necessarily, it's just glowing eyes. With the heavy radiation in this world now, all kinds of strange phenomena can occur. In the radiation zones outside the Federation, many people develop glowing blisters on their bodies after exposure to radiation, and even their blood becomes fluorescent. The girl looked at Kevin's eyes and said, the changes radiation causes to the human body come in too many forms. This matter has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. Su Fei paid no attention to their discussion and spoke calmly. After the two left, Su Fei bent down and hoisted Kevin onto his shoulder. Although he appeared to be a frail scholar, his strength was surprisingly great. Cough, cough. At that moment, the team leader who had been knocked down by the man's punch slowly regained consciousness, looking dazedly at Su Fei's actions. Who are you? Put. With a flick of his wrist, Su Fei's hidden blade appeared in his palm, swiftly and cleanly slashing across the young man's neck. Then, carrying Kevin, he vanished into the shadows beyond the lantern's fading glow. Every time Kevin woke up after an episode in the past, he would feel an intense pain, as if all the strength in his body had been drained, and every inch of his skin, flesh, and bones ached. However, this time, when he woke up, he felt no discomfort at all. He lay on the earthen bed and, by the faint light of the kerosene lamp, caught sight of the conspicuous box in Su Fei's house. Struggling to get up, he found himself completely powerless. Looking around, Kevin realized he was bare-chested, his wounds had been bandaged, and a needle was inserted into his hand. The other end was connected to a rubber tube with a one-way valve, which led to a plastic bottle hanging on the wall. A pale green liquid was steadily dripping into his body. As he looked around in confusion, Su Fei lifted the curtain and walked in. Seeing Kevin staring at him, Su Fei smiled. You're awake. Why am I in your house? Kevin asked warily, glancing at Su Fei and then at the needle in his arm. What is this? I have no ill intentions, I just happened to save you, Su Fei said as he walked over to a nearby chair and sat down. He gently flicked the rubber tube with his hand, causing a bubble inside to float upward. As for this, it's called in-4 infusion, a very common medical procedure, though rarely seen in the refugee zone. The reason you feel unable to move right now is because the medication contains a certain amount of anesthetic, temporarily causing your body to lose control. However, once your body absorbs the medication, you'll gradually return to normal. This process takes about half an hour. You studied medicine? Kevin asked, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes upon hearing Su Fei's explanation. The term 4 infusion was something he had heard old Lin mention before, but only in passing. In this era, medication was a scarce resource, especially in the impoverished refugee zone. The only way to deal with injuries or illnesses was to endure them, and only a few could afford basic medicines. Diseases that couldn't be treated here were essentially death sentences. I'm not a doctor, nor do I know medicine, Su Fei replied calmly, looking at Kevin. What I injected into you isn't medication but a type of biological agent. It's the latest product developed by the Oxygen Company, designed to repair damaged cells and neurons in your body. Oxygen Company, biopharmaceuticals, cells, neurons. A string of seemingly incomprehensible terms entered Kevin's ears. He turned sideways to exchange a glance with Su Fei. Since you can medicate me, do you also know what illness I have? To be precise, you don't have an illness. Your body's reaction should be a genetic mutation. During the mutation, fainting occurs, possibly because your body cannot withstand the energy generated by rapid cell division. As a result, the brain issues a hibernation command to prevent you from dying from immense pain or causing a collapse of bodily functions. This is a survival instinctive stress response. Su Fei shook his head slightly and said calmly, since you call it an illness, it means you can't control this power, right? I've never regarded it as a power, it only brings pain. Kevin seemed to understand Su Fei's words partially but remained highly vigilant. Your condition doesn't seem to be congenital, otherwise, your body
wouldn't exhibit such a strong rejection reaction. Have you experienced any special events? Su Fei asked casually. I told you, it's just an illness. As for the power you mentioned, I've never felt it, only endured endless torment. Kevin suddenly recalled Leo mentioning his massacre of bandits, but his cautious nature made him choose to keep silent and not reveal the truth to Su Fei, even though, judging by the current situation, Su Fei seemed to have saved him. Indeed, genetic mutations can bring power, but they can also lead to fatal diseases. Recently, the city has been conducting a massive hunt for demon species. Whether or not you truly have any abilities, remember to keep a low profile and avoid trouble. Yesterday, an entire refugee village was slaughtered because of this. Su Fei sensed Kevin's wariness and, noticing his guarded attitude, deliberately changed the subject. Demon species? Kevin suddenly recalled Leo mentioning the village massacre and the refugee tied to the porcupine cart brought into the city. He narrowed his eyes slightly. What is that? The current radiation levels within the Federation are already 20 times higher than those of the old world, and the levels outside the Federation are even higher. Even though we may not appear to have changed, living in a radiation-filled environment for a long time inevitably causes some changes in the human body. When organisms are exposed to radiation, their DNA is damaged, leading to physical alterations and even affecting genetic inheritance. In such circumstances, the majority of people's genes deteriorate, resulting in cancer, leukemia, and other conditions. However, some organisms manage to survive and pass on radiation-resistant genes to their offspring. Because each individual's way of resisting radiation differs, the genes they pass on also vary. As these offspring continue to reproduce, the unstable genes are constantly rewritten, leading to changes in hair color, bone structure, gland functions, and even the body's magnetic field among the descendants. During cell division, the DNA in the cell nucleus is first replicated, and the new cells produce proteins according to the DNA's instructions to fulfill their designated tasks. If the DNA is affected by radiation, the newly produced proteins will change, altering their functions. Whether this is evolution or mutation remains inconclusive. Su Fei paused. Under such conditions, the human genetic chain has become more complex. In some people, new genes have suddenly appeared at the original loci of human genes, or even an entirely new genetic chain. In short, radiation has given rise to a new form of genetic division. Some people's genes have transformed into an existence unknown to academia, while others have undergone even greater changes, developing supernatural abilities. Supernatural abilities? Kevin had no concrete understanding of the term. You come from a hunter's background, so you must have seen the beasts of today, right? Su Fei noticed the curiosity in Kevin's eyes and explained directly, the beasts of today have undergone significant changes in size compared to those of the old world. This is one of the consequences of radiation. It can grant creatures powers beyond their original attributes, and even some more mysterious abilities, such as foreseeing danger or controlling others. In fact, things like the sixth sense were proven to exist by scientists in the old world. Now, radiation has altered human body cells and changed the Earth's magnetic field. Simply put, it has created a certain degree of resonance between the human body's magnetic field and the Earth's magnetic field, enabling some individuals to harness the power of natural resonance to perform feats that seem incredible or even godlike to ordinary people. Of course, the likelihood of such occurrences is extremely rare, almost negligible. If what you say is true, wouldn't these so-called demon species be incredibly powerful? Kevin pondered for a moment after hearing Su Fei's explanation and then asked, is that why they were given this name? No, although demon species are different from ordinary people, there hasn't been any report of a demon species capable of resisting attacks from thermal weapons, let alone standing up to an army. At least within the Federation, no super-powerful demon species have emerged. However, the cells of demon species divide rapidly, producing new DNA and evolving cells that are more advantageous to them, which makes them increasingly stronger. This is also why the elites want to eliminate them. These individuals have become an unstable factor, threatening the ruling position of those at the top of the hierarchy. Su Fei spoke calmly and then added, perhaps this special group is called demon species because the people who named them lack special abilities themselves. To them, anything different is monstrous. Often, the rights and wrongs of an era are merely a reflection of the attitude of those in power. Su Fei's words left Kevin deeply shocked. This shock did not stem from the demon species but from how much Su Fei knew. Kevin's understanding of the world was limited to the small areas surrounding Fortress 87, while Su Fei's knowledge was so profound that he could even acquire infusion equipment. His insight far surpassed that of old Master Lin. Regarding the topic of demon species, Su Fei only touched on it briefly before taking a paperback book out of his backpack and sitting by the gas lamp to read. In the refugee area, paperback books were extremely rare. When old Lin was a teacher, he only had a few textbooks left from the old world, which had long been worn out from frequent use. Romance of the Three Kingdoms, this is a banned book. Kevin glanced at the cover of the book in Su Fei's hand and noticed the publication date was 2022, precisely the year of the old world. You can read? Su Fei glanced sideways at Kevin, as if a a refugee who could read was more surprising than someone possessing genetic mutation abilities. Kevin replied truthfully, "My adoptive father was the only teacher in the town.
I once heard him mention this book. It is said that because it contains strategies and schemes, it was prohibited from being published and circulated. This book is prohibited for refugees, but not banned within the city."
Su Fei nodded.
What the tycoons and fortress owners need is merely a group without thoughts, capable of creating value for them. They are very afraid of refugees knowing too much or possessing an undeserved sense of defiance, so they strictly control many things. This is also why owning firearms in refugee zones leads to suppression, because in the eyes of the upper class, refugees are nothing more than tools ensuring their comfort and sustenance. Wisdom, defiance, and weapons should not be in the hands of these tools. After all, throughout history, there have been countless examples of rebellion through force.
"You've been to the city?" Kevin found Su Fei's statement quite intriguing.
For someone who only focused on survival, Su Fei's words seemed to give him a hazy understanding of the world, even though this understanding was rather fragmented.
"Heard about it. It's said that the people in the fortress don't want refugees to have too many ideas." Su Fei smiled.
Life in the wilderness is indeed tough now, but what's even scarier is that the refugees are losing something.
Kevin dismissed this. What else do refugees have left to lose? Hope. Su Fei's eyes burned as he looked at Kevin. They have lost hope.
If you're saying that the people in the city want to use the harsh living conditions to wear down the edges of the refugees, making them give up resistance for the sake of survival, then they have indeed succeeded.
Kevin felt no emotion about this.
Hope that cannot be seen as worse than having none at all. Otherwise, on top of starving, they would also have to endure psychological torment. Su Fei pondered for a moment and found himself at a loss for words. "You just mentioned that Romance of the Three Kingdoms is not a banned book in the city.
Does that mean there's a significant difference between life inside and outside the city?" Kevin asked again.
"Essentially, there's no real difference, perhaps even more cruelty. Living in the slum areas, a common man in anger can only kill one person with a knife, whereas in the fortress, a powerful figure can decide the life and death of a group of people with just a casual remark," Su Fei said coldly, then continued. "Apart from that, the difference in living conditions is quite significant. Inside the city, there is water and electricity, and the level of technology is very advanced, even surpassing the old world in certain fields. However, the cutting-edge technology is controlled by the plutocrats and a very small number of people, inaccessible and unenjoyable for ordinary citizens."
Kevin had long suspected that there were social classes within the fortress and calmly asked, "So the city isn't particularly wonderful either, is it?"
"It's still better than outside the city, at least their lives are more human-like."
Su Fei opened a drawer and took out a cigarette.
"The cultural gap is like a knife. It doesn't necessarily sever culture itself, but perhaps just the channels through which the lower classes access culture. Knowledge and vision can change one's fate, but the refugees don't need these, as they conflict with the interests of the rulers. The history of the wasteland is traceable for only a few decades, but the history before that is entirely blank. No one knows what happened during that time."
Wasn't the time before the wasteland just the old world?
The longer Kevin talked with Su Fei, the more he felt how little he understood about this world. Su Fei closed the Romance of the Three Kingdoms in his hand. "Of course not.
After Earth encountered the meteor swarm, human society was still orderly. It was someone who deliberately turned the world into what it is today."
"Who? I don't know either, but after that blank period in history, all the top powers began to concentrate around certain individuals."
Su Fei did not provide a definitive answer.
"Look at the group of people living the most comfortably in this world today.
It's not hard to guess, right?" Kevin fell silent after hearing Su Fei's words.
The group Su Fei was hinting at was already quite obvious. Could it be that those fortress rulers were willing to destroy the entire world just to place themselves at the top of the food chain?
Could it even be that the miserable plight of the refugee zones today was all intentionally caused by them?
At this moment, Su Fei noticed the 4 bottle was empty, so he stepped forward and removed the needle from Kevin's hand. "How do you feel?"
"Any better?"
"Much better, thank you."
Kevin tried moving around a bit.
His body had already recovered. Although he still felt a bit fatigued, it was much easier compared to how he usually felt after an episode.
A few minutes later, Su Fei brought Kevin some herbal ointment and escorted him to the door.
Kevin reached the door, turned around, and looked at Su Fei.
Su Fei paused his steps. "What's wrong?"
"Good night." Kevin hesitated, thought for a moment, and ultimately decided not to ask Su Fei's true identity. In the wasteland, everyone has their own secrets, and restraining one's curiosity is often a wise choice. Besides, he couldn't be certain that even if he asked Su Fei, the latter would necessarily answer. Even if Su Fei did answer, Kevin would have no way to verify its truth. One thing was clear, though, this guy was definitely not an ordinary village head, and he didn't quite resemble a drifter either. Talking with Su Fei made Kevin feel as though he had come into contact with something different, yet he didn't experience any sort of epiphany. Perhaps it was because his knowledge was limited, making it difficult to gain new insights into the world based solely on Su Fei's few words. Hurrying back home, Kevin had just stepped through the door when he was hit by the strong smell of blood. After lighting the kerosene kerosene lamp, he discovered the attacker's corpse still lying in the room, but Leo and Fatty Lee were nowhere to be seen. Seeing this scene, Kevin's heart tightened. Before the attack, he had anticipated that the Black Flag people would retaliate against him, which is why he arranged for night watch. When he went out to chase the attackers, Leo and Fatty Lee were also engaged in a 2-on-2 fight. Given Leo's skills, he hadn't considered that the two might suffer any losses, but now their disappearance stirred a sense of foreboding in his heart. Could it be that after he left, the Black Flag people came back again? Thinking of this, Kevin turned and walked away. Leo was his only family in this world, and he absolutely couldn't let anything happen to him. As soon as he stepped out the door, Kevin heard footsteps nearby and instantly gripped his knife tightly. Who? It's me. Zhao Yi emerged from the darkness. Leo and Fatty Lee are at my place. Phew. Hearing Zhao Yi's response, Kevin let out a heavy sigh of relief. Zhao Yi's room was much better than the place where Kevin and the others stayed. The walls were covered with newspapers, the brazier in the room was made of copper, and on the wooden table, there was a plate of pickled vegetables and 2 mixed-grain steamed buns. At this moment, Leo's wound had already been bandaged, while Fatty Lee was lying on the Kong bed. The bedding beneath him stained red with blood. Beside him, a middle-aged man was treating the knife wound on Fatty Lee's abdomen, which had already been stitched up and was now being wrapped in gauze. Aja, this is Dr. Zhou, the factory physician from the water plant, Zhao Yi said, introducing the middle-aged man as she noticed Kevin's wary gaze. How is my friend doing? Kevin's attitude softened slightly upon hearing that the other person was a doctor. In the refugee area, rare professions like doctors and teachers were indeed respected. The knife that stabbed him was broken, and since he's quite fat, the wound isn't deep, it's just a flesh wound. I've already treated it. But whether he can survive, I can't say for sure. It depends on whether it gets infected. Dr. Zhou glanced at Kevin. You know, it's really hard to get medicine in this place. The only thing I can provide is medical alcohol for sterilizing the suturing tools, and even that I've secretly saved up. I work at a factory, and prescribing medicine is strictly controlled. Kevin looked at the pale, barely conscious Fatty Lee and asked uneasily, since he's not in immediate danger, why has he ended up like this? He's scared. This fatty fainted at the sight of blood. Dr. Zhou replied helplessly. Alright, I've done my part. There's nothing more for me to do here. How much is the medical fee? I'll pay for it. Kevin had previously helped Zhuoming Yuan and earned a few hundred yuan, which he had originally planned to use to buy rice. No need, Miss Zhao has already settled this medical fee with me, so there's no debt between us. Dr. Zhou said, glancing sideways at Zhao Yi's beautiful face before continuing. If you want your two friends to survive, it's best to get them some anti-inflammatory medicine. That would be safer. Zhao Yi, thank you. After Dr. Zhou left, Kevin cast a grateful look at Zhao Yi. He knew Zhao Yi didn't have much money and understood what Dr. Zhou meant by medical fee. Over the years, you've helped me a lot too. We're all neighbors, so helping each other is only right. You must be hungry. I'll heat up some food for you. Zhao Yi seemed uncomfortable with Kevin's words of gratitude and picked up the charcoal basin to start a fire. Stop being so busy. I need to figure out a way to get some anti-inflammatory medicine for Fatty Lee and Xiaoxuan. Xiaoxuan, guard this place well. Kevin left these words behind and then prepared to leave. Brother, it's so late. Where are you going? Leo asked, a bit worried. North City. Kevin finished speaking and had already stepped outside the door. Hey, hey. Kevin had just reached the alley entrance when he heard someone calling him. Turning his head to look, he saw a pair of arms reaching out from the barred window ahead. At the same time, a woman in her 20s was staring at him. When she caught his gaze, the woman revealed a strange smile. Come here, I'll show you something good. Tap tap. Seeing this, Kevin instinctively moved closer to the edge, bypassing the woman and leaving. This woman was named Jean Ji. She used to be an ordinary refugee, but she suddenly went mad a month ago. According to custom, when a family in the refugee area has a lunatic or a seriously ill member, they are usually abandoned. However, Jean Ji's parents had been taking care of her all along, though due to work they could only keep her locked up. In the refugee area, feeding one person is no easy task. The workers' food is rationed, and it's hard enough to get full. Over the past month, Jean Ji's parents had visibly grown thinner. It was clear to everyone that this family would eventually be dragged down by Jean Ji. What Kevin referred to as the North Market was not actually located in the north, but rather the name of a black market situated in an open area at the base of the city wall. Every late night, there were always people here selling all sorts of strange items. Since the North Market was the territory of the Guizi gang, few dared to cause trouble in this place. When Kevin arrived at the North Market, he could see numerous lanterns propped up with wooden sticks scattered across the open space, each corresponding to a stall. Nearby, there were quite a few people patrolling, and without exception, all of these patrols
patrollers were disabled. In the wasteland, factories would not hire disabled refugees. If a worker became disabled due to a factory accident, they would be directly expelled and given a symbolic $50 compensation. In the past, disabled refugees who suffered from accidents or fights had only one path: starvation. It wasn't until later, when a man named Old Gwai organized the Gwai Z gang, that these people found a way to survive. Although the Gwai Z gang was made up entirely of disabled individuals, this group of people, with no way out, fought even harder to survive, earning a reputation in the town. The North Market black market became their enterprise. Long time no see, Aja. As soon as Kevin approached, a man missing an arm recognized him. Seeing that he had come empty-handed, the man laughed and said, "Looks like your hunting hasn't been going well lately." "Yes, there's been a severe drought near the fortress, and the animals have all migrated far away." Kevin nodded and glanced at the stalls behind him. "Will there be any medicine for sale here tonight?" "No, didn't you just say it yourself? It's too dry around here, and the bandits on the wasteland are constantly fighting each other over territory, which has led to a severe shortage of medicine on the black market. Amoxicillin, which used to cost $50 a pill, has been marked up to $800, and even at that price, it's hard to get." The man curled his lips. "There are some herbal medicines being sold inside, though. Maybe you can check them out?" "Alright, thanks." Kevin listened to the man's response and sucked his teeth in frustration. He had previously snatched a few antibiotics from the bandits, but he had already used them up. The medical clinic in the town only used common herbs, which were fine for treating diarrhea, but for anything else, they were completely useless. On the wasteland, external injuries may not necessarily get infected, but once they do, it is absolutely fatal. Kevin had seen too many fellow hunters get injured during hunts, with their wounds slowly becoming inflamed and festering, eventually claiming their lives. Having antibacterial drugs doesn't mean one can rest easy, but at least it increases the chances of survival. It is said that in some distant fortresses, the fortress inhabitants set up shops outside the city, and the treatment of refugees is somewhat better. The people inside the city let them exchange labor for money, then sell them low-cost goods at high prices, trapping them in a cycle. However, Fortress 87 is in a remote and harsh environment. The people inside the fortress don't need to go through such trouble because refugees cannot survive without them. By providing only minimal amounts of food and water, they can tightly control a group of people. As for the situation of other fortresses selling medicine, Kevin had only heard about it through rumors. After all, for drifters like them, without a map, it was extremely difficult to travel hundreds or even thousands of kilometers to search for other fortresses. Not to mention whether he had the money or could find another fortress to buy medicine. Even if it were possible, Fatty Lee and Leo probably couldn't wait that long. Unable to buy medicine in Bayshore either, this situation made Kevin somewhat irritable. If one were to rank the scarce resources in the drifter area, medicine would probably come before water and vegetables. After some thought, Kevin felt that his only hope was Su Fei. This mysterious village chief not only helped Zhuo Mingyuan secure a way into the city but also injected him with a strange restorative fluid. Since receiving that injection, this was the first time Kevin hadn't felt too terrible after an episode. Since Su Fei even had equipment for intravenous injections, getting antibiotics shouldn't be too difficult, right? Kevin was not very familiar with Su Fei, and every time they met, it was to ask Su Fei for help. If he kept troubling others, it would undoubtedly make him seem shameless. However, since Fatty Lee's situation was a matter of life and death, he wanted to save him, and it seemed there was no other choice. Just as Kevin made up his mind, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. At first, Kevin thought he was having another episode and experiencing dizziness, but he quickly realized something was wrong because the kerosene lamps in Bayshore were also shaking violently. Rumble. The next second, a deafening muffled sound seemed to emanate from underground, and white ground light flickered on the distant horizon. Immediately, the tremors grew more intense, and the houses near the northern city began to shake, with bricks and stones continuously falling from the rooftops. Damn! Why has the sky turned purple? The disabled man widened his eyes in fear at the sight. Could it be some kind of monster showing up? An earthquake! It's an earthquake! Get away from here! Stay away from the city walls! Hurry! Kevin saw the sudden anomaly and ran without hesitation toward an open area in the distance. He had never experienced an earthquake before, but this phenomenon was something old Master Lin had once told him about. In the old world, earthquakes were considered major natural disasters. What quake? The man asked in a daze as he saw Kevin running away. Run! Kevin reminded again, already darting dozens of meters ahead. Boom! Amid the violent tremors, some makeshift houses built with various boards in the distance had already collapsed. Screams and cries echoed continuously from the crowd. For the uneducated refugees, such an incomprehensible scene was enough to leave them at a loss. Swish! Swish! At the same time, the searchlights on the fortress walls lit up one after another, alarms blared throughout the city, and the sirens wailed. Thud! The low-frequency irregular motion caused by the earthquake made Kevin feel increasingly dizzy. Just as he ran to an open area, he collapsed to the ground. At this moment, in the distant shantytown, people were also
beginning to wake up from their sleep and run outside.
The earthquake came quickly and left just as fast.
In merely a dozen seconds, the ground returned to calm.
Attention all residents, this is the management center of Fortress 87. We are now issuing an emergency broadcast.
The earthquake that just occurred had its epicenter far from Fortress 87.
We were only affected by the aftershocks. The staff of the fire department and the security bureau are all actively on duty.
If anyone's neighbor is buried under the rubble, please call the security bureau's emergency number. After an earthquake, there are often multiple aftershocks, and the situation may continue to worsen. To prevent the impact of aftershocks, please do not stay inside buildings.
Quickly move to open areas. The management center has already set up emergency shelters in parks and sports venues throughout the city.
If someone is buried under the rubble and unable to escape, they should try to free their hands and feet, remove objects pressing on them, and cover their mouth and nose to prevent suffocation from dust.
Stay calm and avoid shouting loudly.
Instead, try to use stones or metal objects to tap and signal for help from the outside.
Conserve your energy to prolong survival.
Inside the fortress, the broadcast announcements continued to echo, but they were solely directed at the residents within the fortress, with no one caring about the lives of the refugees outside the city.
After the earthquake subsided, Kevin also quickened his pace, running toward his home.
Everywhere he looked, there were collapsed houses, but they were all poorly constructed shacks.
Some brick buildings, however, remained standing, suggesting that the aftershock impact they endured was not very severe.
At the same time, in the courtyard of the Black Flag Gang's brothel, it was also crowded with scantily clad men and women who had been startled out by the earthquake. Since the brothel was relatively close to the city wall, these people could also hear the broadcast from inside the fortress. Xiaoqi stood at the courtyard gate and waved at the patrons. You all heard it, right? There was an earthquake on our side.
Damn if I know what an earthquake is, but it's pretty dangerous.
Everyone, just disperse. Brother Qi, I haven't even taken off my pants yet.
Can I get my money back?
A bald middle-aged man, upon hearing this, looked at Xiaoqi with a pained expression. Before Xiaoqi could respond, a young man nearby drew a bone knife and stepped forward.
Damn it, you're asking for money from us? No money, but I've got a knife. Want it? Don't. I'll take the bad luck, okay?
The middle-aged man sulkily shrank his neck, clutched his crotch, and turned to leave, only to bump head-on into Li Bin and his group returning to the brothel.
How did it go? Is the matter settled?
Xiaoqi squinted his eyes and asked when he noticed that more than two-thirds of the group was missing compared to when they left. Boss, there was a bit of a mishap and we failed on our end. Before Li Bin could respond, the young man who had been working with him took the initiative to speak. We were just about to catch Kevin, but suddenly someone stepped in to stop us. And those people had weapons that made noise.
Guns? Xiaoqi's face instantly darkened after hearing the young man's explanation. How could Kevin have firearms in his hands?
Inside the brothel, a man with a handlebar mustache heard that Kevin had a gun. He immediately stepped up to Xiaoqi and whispered, Boss, the people in the fortress are pretty strict about firearms.
Aren't you on good terms with the law enforcement team in the industrial district? We could use them to deal with Kevin. The man with the handlebar mustache was named Huang Monsong.
He was the second in command within the Black Flag Gang, considered Xiaoqi's trusted advisor, and also managed the brothel under his control.
Rubbish!
Xiaoqi, after hearing Huang Monsong's suggestion, immediately scolded in a deep voice, I, Xiaoqi, make my living on the streets of the town.
Now my own brother has been stabbed to death in broad daylight, and you want me to take revenge from the shadows?
If word gets out, who would still take me seriously?
Brother Qi, didn't you hear?
Kevin has a gun in his hand.
Without the law enforcement team, how can we fight him? Huang Monsong shrank his neck after being scolded and asked somewhat aggrievedly, Brother Qi, I can make guns. All I need is a steel pipe.
Li Bin, standing at the bottom of the steps, immediately interjected after hearing the conversation between the two. Li Bin wasn't lying. He really could make guns because that was his job back when he was in a bandit den. The bearded leader of that gang had originally told him that as long as he could get his hands on a purified water chip, he would be given a spot to enter the city. However, at a critical moment, Li Bin betrayed the bearded man without hesitation. As a result, although he now possessed the purified water chip, he had no idea who to contact about it. Li Bin knew the purified water chip was a valuable item, but he also understood it was a death warrant. If used improperly, it could easily bring disaster upon himself. Therefore, he decided to first seek refuge with Xiaoqi to secure some food, and then slowly figure out how to turn the purified water chip into cash.
Unexpectedly, he once again crossed paths with his nemesis, Kevin. In order to handle Kevin's matter, the people Li Bin brought along either died or fled. Now, as a lone individual, it will be even harder for him to survive. So, apart from clinging tightly to Xiaoqi, he has no other choice. Even if you have a gun, where are you going to get bullets? Although Huang Monsong didn't know how to use a gun, he understood the basic principles. I'm making a gunpowder gun. It doesn't need bullets, just iron pellets. The gunpowder mixture is also very simple. 1 part saltpeter, 2 parts sulfur, and 3 parts charcoal. As long as I have potassium nitrate, sulfur, and charcoal, I can make like black powder. Li Bin paused and explained in simpler terms. This kind of gun loads slowly and has a short range, but its lethality is still decent. Didn't expect it, kid. You're actually quite talented. Shao Qi had originally planned to kick out the bungling Li Bin, but upon hearing that he had the skill to make guns, he gave him a second look. Sulfur is easy to get. It's used to repel insects and is sold in general stores. What is potassium nitrate? Nitric acid can be collected from the walls of the toilet, and we have plenty of alkaline soil around here. We can find nitrate soil in the alkaline areas, and I know how to purify it. Li Bin quickly added. Can that thing be made quickly? Shao Qi blinked as he looked at Li Bin after hearing his response. At this moment, he wanted Li Bin to make a gun, not just to take revenge on Kevin, but also to strengthen his dominance in the town. A gun, even if unused, would undoubtedly give him confidence when held in his hand. The structure of the gun I make is relatively simple. As long as there are enough raw materials, it can be done in a few hours. Li Bin nodded decisively. From now on, you all cooperate with him. Get this done as soon as possible. Shao Qi pointed to the people around him and quickly gave the order. On the other side, Kevin had also hurried back home at this moment, only to find the alley surrounded by a crowd of bewildered people. However, the situation in the alley was relatively fine. Most of the buildings were intact, except for a corner of Jinji's roof, which had collapsed. Jinji was still leaning out of the window, constantly waving at passers-by. Come over here, I have something good to show you. Kevin ignored her, bypassed Jinji, and quickly ran into Zhao Yi's house. Seeing the three of them safe and sound, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. Brother, you're back. How did it go? Did you get the medicine? Leo turned his gaze to Kevin as he entered. Kevin shook his head. No, the situation in the northern city isn't good either. What's wrong with you guys? Why didn't you run when the earthquake hit? Fatty Li hasn't woken up yet, and Zhao Yi and I can't carry him. Besides, the roof of Zhao Yi's house is sealed with straw and mud, so even if it collapses, it won't kill anyone. If we go out and get spotted by the Black Flag people, it would be even more troublesome. Lin explained his reasoning clearly. That's true. Then you guys wait a bit longer. I'll go find Su Fei and see if he has any way to get some anti-inflammatory medicine. After confirming that everyone at home was fine, Kevin turned and left again. Cough, cough. After Kevin left, Fatty Li, lying on the column, coughed twice. When he opened his eyes and saw Leo beside him, a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. I'm not dead. I'm still alive? Yeah, of course you're alive. Luckily, the doctor arrived early. If he had been even a little later, your wound would have already healed. Leo rolled his eyes. Li Dongfa, with such a big build, how can you be so timid? Fatty Li pursed his lips, lowered his head, and remained silent for a long time before speaking in a voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Brother Sun, I'm sorry. You don't need to apologize to me. Being afraid to kill isn't your fault. Leo looked at Fatty Li's expression and sighed helplessly. Back then, brother just said something to me, and I want to pass it on to you. In the wasteland, trying to be a good person comes at the cost of laying down your knife, retracting your fangs, and choosing to be at the mercy of others. In this world, there's nothing wrong with choosing to be a good person, but the prerequisite for being a good person is learning how to deal with bad people. When Kevin arrived at the alley entrance, Su Fei, as the village head, was organizing the crowd for an emergency evacuation. Seeing Kevin approach, he handed his torch to someone else and pulled Kevin aside. Hey, those assassins earlier were after your life. Aren't you afraid they'll come back for you, showing up like this? I've offended the Black Flag gang, and these guys have a lot of influence in the town. Besides this place, I have nowhere else to go. Where do you expect me to hide? Kevin smiled faintly. I can't just abandon my home and run off to the refugee village because the Black Flag gang is after me, can I? If I did that, I'd die even faster. Just be careful. Those people looking for you don't seem like the forgiving type. Su Fei chuckled wryly after hearing Kevin's words. Indeed, given the harsh living conditions in the refugee area, leaving the town would likely expose him to dangers even worse than the Black Flag gang. Brother Fei, I came to you because I have a favor to ask. Can you help me get some anti-inflammatory medicine? After saying this, Kevin quickly added, fearing that Su Fei might misunderstand, I'll pay for it. After hearing Kevin's request, Su Fei clicked his tongue in frustration. Aja, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I really can't get my hands on anti-inflammatory medicine. Forget about outside the city, it's probably hard to buy even within the city right now. The Pei Consortium and the Jing Consortium are currently at war, and all kinds of supplies are in short supply. During wartime, all resources are definitely prioritized for the military. The Jing Consortium? Are they also based in the city? Kevin asked, feeling unfamiliar with the name. The number 87 fortress where they made their living was controlled by the Pei Consortium. It was said that the officials in the fortress's management center were all appointed by the consortium. As for what kind of organization this consortium actually was, he couldn't say for sure. In the northern part of the Federation, there are a total of 4 major conglomerates. There's a popular saying among the people, after Xiahou comes Jing and Pei, followed closely by the Lu family of Mabe. The Jing here refers to the Jing conglomerate, which ranks second in power. As for the Lu family of Mabe, they probably haven't reached the standard of a conglomerate yet,
yet, but they have already established several fortresses of their own in Mabe, making them a force that cannot be ignored. Su Fei noticed that Kevin seemed quite interested in this topic, so he began explaining it to him.
Are you saying that the Pei family not only owns Fortress number 87 but has even more? Kevin was slightly shocked after hearing Su Fei's explanation.
Before this, he had never heard anyone mention the conglomerates. To the refugees, the conglomerates were like towering, unattainable mysteries, and no one could unveil their enigmatic veil. He had always assumed that the Pei family was the most powerful entity within Fortress number 87, but now he realized that Fortress number 87 was merely one of the Pei family's many assets.
Su Fei shook his head with a smile. How could it be just one?
These conglomerates are colossal entities beyond your imagination. The Federation is controlled by a council made up of these conglomerates. Take the Jing family as an example. They control at least over 20 fortresses. Even the Pei family likely controls more than 15. And these conglomerates are constantly building new fortresses to gain control over more land and resources. The reason for the war between the Jing and Pei families this time is reportedly because both sides set their sights on a rich mineral mountain range, which led to the conflict.
What about the Black Horse Company? Do you know anything about this company? After hearing Su Fei's explanation, Kevin asked another question.
Previously, he had been investigated by mercenaries for stealing a chip from the Black Horse Company. Although he had managed to get away with it, Kevin had a nagging feeling that this matter would not be resolved so easily.
Black Horse?
Upon hearing this name, Su Fei's eyes momentarily flashed with a peculiar expression, but he quickly returned to normal. This is a very powerful company in the northern region because they possess multi-stage water pump technology from the old world, as well as underground water purification technology. As far as I know, the water diversion systems used in the northern fortresses all come from Black Horse Company. They are the largest water merchants. In the north, controlling water sources means controlling the world. Black Horse Company controls the water towers of many cities, and they require everyone who drinks water to pay. If, as you say, Black Horse simultaneously controls the drinking water of so many cities, doesn't that mean they hold the lifeline of these financial oligarchs? Kevin, living in the impoverished refugee district, understood the importance of water sources better than anyone and immediately grasped the power of Black Horse Company. Black Horse Company does indeed monopolize the technology, but they are not as powerful as you think.
After all, the financial oligarchs are not fools. What you can think of, they can think of too. Naturally, they wouldn't hand over their Achilles heel to Black Horse Company. They use Black Horse's equipment simply because it is more advanced.
However, even without Black Horse, they can still use primitive methods to filter underground water. It's just more troublesome. Black Horse Company has the technology, but technology alone is not enough. Building water purification and pumping systems requires a massive amount of resources, which they lack.
In the north, resources are almost entirely controlled by the financial oligarchs.
For instance, the Pei family monopolizes iron and coal mines, the Jing family monopolizes oil and natural gas, and even the recently risen Liu family grew because they found arable land and gained access to food supplies.
Otherwise, the financial oligarchs would never tolerate anyone competing with them.
So, while Black Horse Company provides convenience to the financial oligarchs, the oligarchs, in a way, also suppress them.
If the financial oligarchs are so powerful, why don't they just annex or replace Black Horse Company directly? Kevin raised an eyebrow and asked.
The nuclear explosions caused by the catastrophe back then had a wide range of impact.
The resulting electromagnetic pulses and radiation clouds almost paralyzed and rendered electronic devices worldwide obsolete.
Most of the remaining devices were corroded, and even the direction of technological development was altered because of it. The Black Horse Corporation mastered the manufacturing process of lithography machines. The equipment they produce requires chip-driven upgrades, and the chip manufacturing process is nearly irreplaceable. Within the Federation, many companies possess technology surpassing that of the conglomerates. However, due to the suppression by the Presidium, they lack the manpower, resources, and materials, making it naturally difficult for them to wield the same influence as the conglomerates.
Su Fei responded concisely. The conglomerates balance each other out but also tacitly exclude new forces from entering their circle.
So this mutual monopoly has created a delicate balance among the conglomerates. However, they all hope to make up for their shortcomings and avoid being controlled by others. The wars you mentioned, at their core, are still about interests.
Kevin summarized Su Fei's central idea in one sentence. Exactly.
Those in the conglomerates stand higher than us refugees and see farther than us. Their goal is not mere survival but how to live more comfortably.
Su Fei looked at Kevin seriously.
At the very least, the people in the conglomerates will never exhaust themselves running around for a few antibiotics. They control vast resources, can manipulate the lives and deaths of countless people, make others work for them, and toy with others lives in the palm of their hands.
That kind of thrill is something we can't imagine or experience. Su Fei's erudition once again astonished Kevin.
His understanding of the world beyond Fortress 87 far surpassed anyone Kevin had ever known. However, apart from his knowledge, Su Fei wasn't necessarily stronger than Kevin, as he also had no channels to procure medicine. When Kevin returned to Zhao Yi's home, Fatty Li had already woken up, and Zhao Yi had soaked the mixed grain steamed buns into porridge and was feeding Fatty Li.
"Brother, did you get the medicine?" Leo approached Kevin and asked softly.
"No, I heard that all the supplies inside the fortress have been bought up by the conglomerates. Su Fei suggested we use some diluted saline to clean Fatty Li's wounds, saying it could have some antiseptic effect," Kevin explained quietly. "I just heard Zhao Yi mention that recently, due to the failure of the water supply system upgrade in the city, there has been a shortage of water. The factory's enforcement team has already started cracking down on the illegal sale of drinking water, and I'm afraid the price of water will soon rise as well."
Leo sighed after hearing this.
Unlike the migrant workers who could receive daily rations, they had to pay for all their daily necessities themselves. The drought over the past few months had already made it rare to find prey within their hunting range. For them, this winter seemed to be getting harder and harder to endure.
"That's not even the most important thing."
Kevin glanced at Fatty Li and, seeing that he wasn't paying attention to their conversation, continued. "Last night, after I chased after them, I saw the leader of the group that tried to assassinate us. It was Li Bin."
"Damn it, how could it be him?" Leo couldn't help but curse.
Seeing Kevin give him a look, he lowered his voice and asked, "He's mixed up with the Black Flag people?"
"This is better.
I was planning to look for him, but since he's delivered himself to us, we've saved ourselves quite a bit of trouble." Kevin lowered his eyelids, a flash of killing intent passing through his eyes.
"Now it's just the two of us. Trying to deal with Black Flag might be a bit difficult. Shao Qi still has a lot of desperados under him. If Shao Qi decides to protect him, this could get troublesome."
Leo shared his thoughts, showing no objections to the idea of revenge.
"How about the two of us go check out Black Flag's territory?
This matter can't be rushed, we must be cautious. Shao Qi has more enemies in the town than just us, and he also runs many brothels, so his movements are unpredictable.
If we act rashly, the risk is too great. Risking our lives isn't the goal, revenge is."
Kevin glanced at Fatty Li out of the corner of his eye.
"Now that Dong Bao is dead, let's not let Fatty Li know about Li Bin's matter."
The next morning, Kevin got up early, walked through the alleys cluttered with bricks and rubble due to the earthquake, and quickly headed toward the general store. The general store in the market town sold a chaotic variety of goods. In addition to common items like clothing and matches, there were also things like kaolin, grass roots, and tree bark barely qualifying as food. There were also small amounts of sugar, salt, and other seasonings, which were not only scarce but often out of stock. To buy them, one had to line up early.
Vroom vroom.
As Kevin reached the main street of the market town, he heard the roar of engines. Moments later, a convoy of the garrison sped down the street, loaded with soldiers exuding a menacing aura. They were likely heading out of town again to hunt down those demonic beings Su Fei had mentioned. The privately prepared light saline solution had a limited sterilizing effect to begin with.
Moreover, the refugees were drinking unfiltered underground water, and the salt used was unprocessed mineral salt.
Even though Kevin spent a high price to buy coarse salt and drinking water to disinfect Li Pangxi's wound, the wound still became infected. On the earthen bed in Zhao Yi's house, Li Pangxi, with a slightly feverish complexion and a waxy yellow face, said, "Brother Zhe, am I going to die soon?"
"Don't talk nonsense.
You're in such good shape that even your face jiggles when you kick your butt.
How could you die so easily? Your wound isn't serious.
Take good care of yourself and you'll be fine." Kevin felt a slight heaviness in his heart when he heard Li Pangxi ask this. He had promised Li Dave that he would take good care of his younger brother. But for refugees living on the edge of survival, how difficult it was to take care of those around them. "Brother Zhe, don't lie to me. Back when I lived in the refugee village, my neighbor next door died from an infection after falling and cutting his arm. I'm timid, but I'm not afraid of death."
Li Pangxi grinned at Kevin.
"Recently, I've saved up more than 30 yuan. It's hidden in the Kong hole in my room. If I die, remember to take the money and live well. Also, don't tell my brother about my death. I'm afraid he won't be able to work peacefully in the mining area."
"Alright,
the more you talk, the more ridiculous it gets.
Focus on recovering, don't overthink. With me here, you won't die."
Kevin comforted Fatty Li with a sentence, then turned and left, squatting by the wall outside.
"Infection means death. This is the iron rule in the refugee district. The market in Fortress number 87 is only so big, and to buy antibiotics, one must go to the Guizi gang's territory. However, the black market no longer has any medicine available." He truly couldn't imagine how he could possibly keep Fatty Li alive. As he was pondering, Zhao Yi walked in from outside carrying a bag and looked at Kevin. "I just went to the pharmacy and got some herbs for Dong Fa. They might not work, but it's better than nothing. Also, I know where to find antibiotics." Swish! Kevin suddenly raised his head upon hearing this. "Where?" "I heard that over by the Shiman factory district. Some members of the enforcement team are secretly selling antibiotics, but the price is quite steep, 1,000 yuan per pill." Zhao Yi pursed her lips. "That price is already 20 times higher than before." Kevin pondered for a moment and asked seriously, "Is your information reliable?"
"The information is reliable, and I know what you're thinking, but your idea won't work." Zhao Yi sighed and tried to persuade him. "Those enforcement enforcement team members are all rogue soldiers, and they're armed.
They never leave the fortress under normal circumstances. If you're thinking of robbing them for the medicine, it's absolutely unrealistic.
Just now, when I was coming back, I saw that the city was deploying more troops outside, and someone brought back a scrapped hedgehog vehicle along with the bodies of 2 mercenaries. I heard that starting tonight, the gates to the outer city will be under strict lockdown.
Kevin's originally bright eyes dimmed again upon hearing this. The refugee group, due to almost never taking medicine, didn't have any drug resistance, so the effects of medication would be much better for them than for city dwellers.
However, antibiotics would still need to be taken for at least 3 to 5 days to be effective, and he currently didn't even have enough money to buy a single pill. But Zhao Yi wasn't wrong either. The idea of trying to snatch something from the law enforcement team was indeed unrealistic.
I still have some savings, about 300 yuan. I can give it to you for now to help you out, Zhao Yi added.
I appreciate your kindness, but this money won't solve the problem.
I'll think of another way.
Kevin shook his head slightly, declining Zhao Yi's offer.
He knew that Zhao Yi earned her money through hard work, and if he took it, she would likely find it even harder to get through this winter.
Life is at stake. Taking care of the immediate situation is what matters most.
And between you and me, do we really need to draw such clear lines? Zhao Yi's eyes showed a hint of disappointment after Kevin rejected her.
She had always believed that Kevin kept his distance from her because he thought she was dirty, including her money.
Don't get me wrong.
If I really had a problem with you, I wouldn't be staying at your house. But this money of yours is really of no help.
Tonight, I will go out hunting. If I still come back empty-handed, I will ask for your help again.
After much deliberation, Kevin realized that the fastest way to gather the money was to take the risk and go hunting. His prey might not be worth much in the refugee area, but if these items could be brought into the city, they would be considered rare delicacies, and the furs would be even more valuable. Merchants with the right connections in the town were always willing to buy his game. Inside the high walls of the fortress, everyone believed that the refugees were a contaminated group, yet they never thought the wild game from outside was contaminated. It was both ironic and realistic.
A hill to the north of the town. Humph!
A thunderous muffled sound reverberated across the wilderness. Shaoqi held in his hands a crudely modified firearm made from a steel pipe with a trigger replaced by wire, its design extremely rudimentary.
Looking at a piece of weathered stone 5 meters away that had been blasted apart, his eyes lit up. Is this the power of firearms?
Because metal products were scarce resources in the town, Shaoqi had to pull a lot of strings to temporarily produce 5 ugly homemade guns.
Our firearms here are just homemade, with very limited kinetic energy.
The accurate shooting range is only 7 or 8 meters. If they were standard issue, the power would be much greater.
I've seen the guards use a type of shotgun called Remington.
It can pierce through an iron plate with one shot, and the optimal spread distance of the pellets can reach 30 meters. While speaking, Lieben picked up another gun made from a steel pipe and demonstrated as he explained to the others. The loading method for this gun is very simple. At the bottom, we use red phosphorus taken from matches. After loading the gunpowder, sand is poured in, and then the barrel is sealed with cotton or animal dung. When the trigger ignites the red phosphorus, it can fire. However, this type of gun has a high misfire rate and is prone to barrel explosions, so everyone must operate it with caution.
Alright, pick a few people to start training now. Tonight, go and find that Kevin again. Shaoqi spoke with a ruthless expression, inhaling the sulfurous smell lingering in the air after the gunpowder burned. I've saved up some drafts.
Starting tomorrow, there will be at least 2 updates daily. As long as there are no special circumstances, I'll try to make it 3 updates.
During the new book period, please support me.
In the deep, silent night, the vast Milky Way stretched out like a colorful ribbon, tearing through the dark sky and radiating brilliant light. In Zhao Yi's home, Kevin bent over, sitting in front of the kerosene lamp, wrapping his foot bindings layer by layer. At the same time, he said to Zhao Yi, Karen, and I will probably be gone the whole night. Please take care of Fatty Lee for me.
Make sure to take care of yourself on the road, and be cautious while hunting.
Zhao Yi's lips moved slightly, but in the end, she only managed to say this one sentence. She wanted to persuade Kevin not to go, but the words never left her mouth. Instead, she handed him a bundle she was holding, which contained the water and dry food she had saved up. Although Kevin was the best hunter in the town, he had always gone hunting during the day. The wilderness at night was simply too dangerous. It was said that even the transport teams from the fortress dared not travel in the dark. However, due to the drought in the refugee area, it had become increasingly difficult to find prey. To make any gains, they had no choice but to take the risk of venturing out at night.
Karen, are you ready? Kevin looked at Leo after tying the foot wraps.
Although he had an injury on his leg, he insisted on following because he was worried about Kevin.
Give me 2 more minutes, I'll be done soon.
Leo, who was sharpening a knife at the moment, quickened his movements upon hearing Kevin's words. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the alley where Kevin's house was located, several figures, cloaked in starlight, were gathered together, conversing. Lieben had once witnessed Kevin's frenzied state with his own eyes. After encountering Kevin the previous night, he was utterly terrified, especially because of the mysterious girl who had fired at them. him, which made him feel that this matter was extremely dangerous. Therefore, he found an excuse not to participate in tonight's operation. Shao Qi, seemingly more interested in his talent for making guns, didn't insist on him taking the risk. Instead, he sent a young man named Meng Liang to lead the team. Brother Qi said that as long as we succeed tonight, each of us will be rewarded with 10 liters of water, a new set of winter clothes, and 20 pounds of coarse rice. Meng Liang, holding a crude homemade gun, lowered his voice and instructed the group, "Here's the plan. Once we find Kevin, Wang Guangfa and I will fire first. If I miss, then Yu Desui and Mai Yuyan will follow up with their shots, and Lu Fengshui will cover the rear. Remember, Kevin is very skilled. If all 5 shots miss, don't bother reloading, engage him directly in close combat." "Got it? Got it." The remaining 4 nodded in unison. "Go! Get him!" Meng Liang waved his hand slightly and was the first to step into the alley. He. As soon as Meng Liang took a step, a strange laugh echoed from the darkness. "Ah, damn it. Who's playing tricks?" Already on edge, Meng Liang suddenly swung his gun around, locking eyes with Jin Ji, who was confined in the room. Under the silver moonlight, a strange smile appeared on Jin Ji's pale and gaunt face. "Come here, I'll show you something good." "Screw you." Meng Liang could tell that Jin Ji was mentally unstable at this moment. He stepped around her and slightly turned his head. "Everyone, pick up the pace. Let's aim for a quick resolution." "Meng, something's not right. There seems to be something ahead." Someone behind him stopped in their tracks, their gaze wary as they looked forward. In fact, Meng Liang didn't need to be told to sense that something was off. From the darkness of the alley ahead, heavy breathing sounds were emanating, and it seemed to be approaching them, yet there were no footsteps to be heard. 2 seconds later, specks of ghostly green light emerged in the darkness, followed by massive figures gradually approaching the group. "Damn it! It's a pack of wolves. How can there be wolves here in the town?" Meng Liang stared at the wolves in the alley, their massive bodies as large as young calves, and his body began to tremble violently. Thud, thud. No one answered Meng Liang's question. Among the people around him, the quickest to react was Wang Guangfa, who had already turned and started running. Due to radiation-induced mutations, many species in this world had become unrecognizable. Wolves, known for their cunning and ferocity, had now evolved to be even more savage and robust. Their high intelligence combined with their powerful physiques made them virtually invincible. Just as Wang Guangfa was about to reach the alley's entrance, his body suddenly froze, and his shoulders trembled violently. Because on the other side of the alley, there were also countless green glowing eyes, flickering like ghostly flames in the darkness, rising and falling at various heights. Suddenly, a young wolf, unable to suppress its killing instinct, abruptly lunged at Wang Guangfa. Roar! At the moment of life and death, Wang Guangfa almost instinctively pulled the trigger. Flames spewed out, and the iron pellets inside the gun barrel were propelled by the gunpowder, spraying out in a net-like pattern. Deep in the alley, Kevin and Leo were just about to step out when a loud bang echoed, startling even Zhaoi. "What happened? Is it that earthquake thing happening again?" "It's not an earthquake, it's gunfire." Kevin's expression suddenly turned serious upon hearing the gunshots. Although he didn't know how to use a gun, he had often been targeted by bandits while hunting in the past, and this kind of crude firearm was commonly used by bandits. "Are these bandits crazy? How dare they enter the town?" Leo also recognized the gunfire at this moment, his eyes widening in disbelief. Although the refugee area was lawless, bandits were a primary target of the fortress's crackdowns. These unrestrained and unscrupulous individuals often robbed the city's transport convoys. These convoys traveled between the mines in various fortresses, carrying essential supplies for the city, and were heavily guarded. However, even a single successful raid by the bandits would result in an enormous loss for the fortress. Over the years, the fortress had continuously dispatched troops to eliminate bandits, and wave after wave of them had been wiped out. Yet, in these chaotic times, there were always those who would risk everything for survival. Under the enormous disparity in equipment and numbers, bandits have an innate fear of the army, so in Kevin and Leo's subconscious, those guys absolutely wouldn't have the guts to cause trouble in the town. Howl. Immediately, a deep and piercing howl suddenly erupted, echoing long and mournfully through the chaotic alleys under the night, as if it could tear through the darkness. Wolf howl. Leo's eyes instantly widened. These beasts, how could they appear here? Quickly take Fatty Lee and Xiao Yi to the rooftop. The two of us will sneak over to check it out. Kevin didn't know why the wolf pack had appeared here, but having already resolved to risk his life to hunt, he made a decision in an instant. At the alley entrance, Wang Guangfa held the still-smoking musket, staring at the young wolf he had just repelled with a shot, which was now shakily getting back up, his whole body trembling like a leaf. Howl, oh! A mother wolf saw her cub bleeding all over, instantly arched her body, the fur on her back standing on end, her lips curling up as she bared her teeth and let out a deep, prolonged howl. Wang Guangfa's actions had undoubtedly enraged the mother wolf. Awu. In the distance, wolf howls responded in kind. The cries merged into a continuous wave, sounding countless in number. In the alley, the scent of blood emanating from the young wolf spread everywhere. The howls of wolves rose and fell, and the pack, with ferocious eyes fixed on Meng Liang and the others, began to move forward with their shoulders heaving. Damn it! Meng Liang saw the green glow in the lead wolf wolf's eyes, gritted his teeth, and cursed under his breath as he raised the homemade shotgun in his hand. Whoosh! As soon as Meng Liang moved, more than a dozen wolves charged forward one after another. Open fire! Fight your way out! Although Meng Liang was terrified to the core by the wolf pack, his desire to survive still kept him rational, allowing him to make a quick decision. Roar! A giant wolf leaped up and lunged at Meng Liang. Humph! A gunshot rang out, and the homemade rifle in Meng Liang's hands spewed flames. The pellet net burst into a mist of blood on the wolf's belly. Thud! Meng Liang was immediately knocked down by the giant wolf, feeling as if he were being crushed by a massive boulder, completely powerless to fight back. Meng Liang's grandfather was also a hunter. He had heard his grandfather say that the wolf's most vulnerable spot was its abdomen. However, after he hit it with a shot, the wolf seemed to have suffered no fatal injury. So, was it that the power of the homemade gun was too weak, or had these creatures evolved again? Before Meng Liang could figure out the answer, the giant wolf had already bitten his neck. Head severed, blood splattered on the earthen wall. The wolf pack's attack was extremely swift, leaving Meng Liang and his group with almost no time to react before they were engulfed by the wolves and torn into pieces scattered across the ground. Tap, tap. On the rooftop behind, Kevin was swiftly moving toward the location where the wolf pack had gathered, even able to hear the sound of bones and flesh being chewed. This situation was not limited to this alley alone. Throughout the surrounding shantytown area, wolf howls and human screams echoed one after another. Kevin couldn't figure it out. Recently, he hadn't seen any prey within dozens of kilometers, so how could such a large pack of wolves appear in the town? According to Kevin's common knowledge, wolves typically form packs of 7, with larger packs numbering a dozen or so. In a wolf pack, every wolf bears a share of responsibility for the prosperity and development of the group. But tonight, this pack of wolves, numbering so many, had exceeded Kevin's understanding. Due to the scarcity of food in the wasteland, it was long determined that wolf packs couldn't grow too large. A pack of at least dozens of wolves was something he had only heard of in the old world, and even then, they were kept in zoos. There was no time to think further. Kevin had already seen the scene of the wolves feasting on corpses under the moonlight. The bodies in their mouths were like sheets of rice paper, easily torn apart. Brother Zhe, there are too many wolves here. I'm afraid it won't be easy for us to make a move. Leo roughly estimated the number of wolves in the pack, his expression turning grim. He had hunted wolves with Kevin before, but they had always targeted lone wolves that had been driven out of the pack, old and weak. As for a pack of wolves, they had never attempted it. This terrain is very familiar to us, and we also have the advantage of the terrain. It's worth a try. If we can successfully hunt a wolf, Fatty Lee's life might be saved. Kevin thought for just a brief moment before making a decision and whispered, "Tinder, strike!" Leo, seeing that Kevin had already given the order, cast aside all distractions and struck a match according to his plan, throwing a lit piece of tinder out. Whoosh whoosh! The sparks fell into the alley, igniting a courtyard gate made of plastic sheeting at the entrance of a residence, and quickly spread to a haystack inside the yard. With a gust of wind, the straw was blown out of the gate, and the alley was engulfed in roaring flames. The wolf pack scattered in panic, with 3 wolf pups cut off from the rest of the pack by the fire. Awooh! Wolves are naturally afraid of fire. As the lead wolf let out a low growl, the other wolves picked up the nearest bones and meat and began to retreat. Kevin saw this scene, gripped the metal knife in his hand, and let out a low growl. The wolf pack has been cut off. Take action. Whoosh! As the words fell, Leo drew his bow to full tension, and an arrow precisely struck the eye of a half-grown young wolf. Ah! The young wolf let out a miserable cry and began to writhe in pain on the ground. Woo woo! On the other side of the fire, a mother wolf, separated by the sea of flames, let out a heart-wrenching howl as she saw several young wolves engulfed by the fire. Plop! At the same time, Kevin leaped off the rooftop and dashed straight into the flames. The straw wouldn't burn for too long, so he had to move quickly. Whoosh! The raging fire scorched his body, instantly singeing his eyebrows and hair, emitting a burnt smell. His winter coat was scorched, leaving a hole that exposed the dirty cotton and hemp fibers inside. Ah! Ah! The 2 very small wolf pups saw Kevin suddenly attack and retreated one after another. Bang! Kevin rushed to the injured wolf pup, kicked the arrow lodged in its eye, and killed it on the spot. My brother's life depends on you. Kevin hadn't expected capturing the wolf pup to go so smoothly. Overjoyed, he grabbed the pup by its hind legs, slung it over his shoulder, and prepared to flee in the opposite direction. Ah, woo! The mother wolf, seeing her pup's death through the firelight, let out a chilling howl. This is an untamed, defiant wail, a burst of the most primal emotion in animal instinct. On the wasteland, humanity struggles to survive, but animals remain as they always were. Howl, howl. With the howl of the she-wolf, the originally panicked dozen or so adult wolves raised their heads to howl at the moon, gradually closing in. Kevin's act of killing the wolf cubs had undoubtedly enraged the she-wolf and cut off the pack's retreat. The wolves, fighting with a chest full of hatred, displayed extraordinary ferocity and brutality. Hiss hiss. Among the pack, the alpha wolf, its head covered in scars and its body unusually robust, snorted mist from its nostrils, its front paws repeatedly scraping the ground. Seeing this scene, Kevin Kevin was startled. In this wasteland, wolves are a huge threat, as well as extremely united and ferocious animals. Especially under the leadership of the alpha wolf, the combat power of these beasts is astonishing, even more terrifying than humans. After all, humans understand the value of life, but beasts are not afraid to die. Even tigers fear packs of wolves. A bloodthirsty wolf pack is enough to make all the powerful beasts in nature shudder. Under their relentless attacks, even the king of beasts can hardly escape unscathed. Born as a hunter, Kevin had a deeper understanding of this. Damn it! Seeing the green glow in the lead wolf's eyes, Kevin cursed inwardly, hoisted the wolf cub on his shoulder, and ran without hesitation. Tap tap tap. Kevin made a move, and over a dozen adult wolves, led by the coyote, charged into the sea of flames one after another. Whoosh! The lead wolf leaped across the fireline, its fur instantly ignited by the flames, turning it into a fireball as it chased after Kevin. Several male wolves behind it followed suit, stepping into the fire and forcibly carving out a path through the raging flames with their bodies. The physical capabilities of humans are inherently inferior to those of wolves. Kevin had barely run 10 meters when he heard the heavy breathing sounds of Huff Huff behind him. Whoosh! The lead wolf leaped high, its eyes flashing with ferocity, raising its sharp claws and suddenly pouncing toward Kevin's back. Kevin caught sight of the wolf king's attack from the corner of his eye, abruptly stopping in his tracks. He threw the wolf cub's corpse aside and nimbly darted onto a nearby rooftop, causing the wolf king to miss its target. Even though he was mentally prepared, Kevin was still startled by the ferocious appearance of the lead wolf. Under the moonlight, the lead wolf's body was dotted with sparks, its fur completely burned away by fire. The exposed skin was still oozing blood, yet its gaze showed no intention of retreating. Whoosh! Leo followed up with an arrow, which struck the wolf king's back, but it only caused the beast's movements to pause momentarily. Roar! Another coyote bared its fangs, then used the momentum from its run to leap into the air. Its hind legs pushed off the wall, and it astonishingly sprang onto the rooftop. The houses where the refugees lived were generally low, usually just over 2 meters high, but the wolf's jumping ability still left people astonished. Leo knew wolves were not to be trifled with, but he didn't dare turn and run, as exposing his back would be tantamount to gambling with his life. So, he drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and began facing the giant wolf, shooting continuously while retreating. The arrow, made of red willow wood, beast teeth, and feathers, flickered in the void. The coyote ahead weaved left and right as it moved, managing to evade Leo's attack trajectory. Even though it was struck by 2 or 3 arrows, its movement remained unhindered. Due to the effects of radiation, these wolves not only had massive bodies but also increased muscle strength. Unless the arrow hit the eyeball, it was difficult to inflict a fatal injury. Swish! While retreating rapidly, Leo shot another arrow. His right hand instinctively reached for the quiver made of animal hide at his waist, only to find it empty. Resources are scarce on the wasteland, and Leo's arrows need to be reused. He originally had 13 arrows, but the recent heavy consumption left many arrows unrecoverable, far from the number he was accustomed to. Leo didn't reach his arrows. His hand flipped and moved toward the hunting knife at his waist, but the coyote's movements were clearly faster. Before he could draw the knife, its claw had already pressed down on his shoulder. Thud! Under the heavy pounce, the coyote brutally pinned Leo to the ground. Its bloodthirsty jaws lunged toward Leo's throat, attempting to kill him in one strike. Tap tap. Seeing this scene, Kevin also quickened his pace and lunged forward, using the momentum of his run to pounce on the wolf, wrapping his arms around its neck and rolling away with it. Brother, be careful, Leo whispered urgently, drawing the knife from his waist to help, but before he could get up, another wolf had already poked its head out from the eaves, and one of them suddenly bit down on Leo's calf. Ugh! Leo let out a muffled groan, stabbing repeatedly with the knife in his hand. Splurt! Splurt! The blade pierced the body, and the wild wolf yelped in pain, releasing its bite and retreating into the alley. Leo seized the opportunity to break free, but the stabbing pain in his leg left him unable to get up and help Kevin. He could only roll as much as possible toward the inner side of the roof while shouting at Kevin, "Bro, these beasts can climb onto the roof. Forget about me, or if they surround you, it'll be too late. Just go." At this moment, Kevin was already pinned under a wolf, his hands desperately pressing down on the wolf's lower jaw to prevent it from biting him. However, the wolf's strength was immense, and he could barely hold on. Flap! At this moment, another jackal climbed onto the eaves with its forelimbs, preparing to get onto the roof. Wolves are naturally team-oriented animals. Once 2 wolves make it onto the roof, Kevin and Leo will have no way out. Ah! Suddenly, a roar echoed, and Fatty Lee charged forward, waving a blanket set aflame, driving the wolf back by exploiting its instinctive fear of fire. Fatty Lee, take Karen and go. Kevin confronted the wolf, his arm trembling violently from exhaustion. Catching sight of Fatty Lee out of the corner of his eye, he shouted loudly, "Tap tap." Fatty Lee's heart was in his throat at this moment, his mind completely blank. Hearing Kevin's
shout, he instinctively ran toward Leo. Go where? If we leave, Brother Joy is done for. Help him. Leo threw the knife in his hand toward Fatty Lee. Whoosh! Fatty Lee looked at the knife at his feet, hesitated for just a moment, then picked it up and charged toward Kevin. However, he had no experience in hunting or combat, leaving himself completely exposed as he ran. Howl! The wolf ahead also sensed the threat from Fatty Lee. It leaped off Kevin and pounced on the already extremely weakened Fatty Lee, who was suffering from inflamed wounds, knocking him to the ground and biting toward his cheek. Moonlight poured down as Fatty Lee lay on the ground, clearly seeing the ferocious face of the coyote, with the stench from its mouth filling his nostrils. Bang! At the critical moment, Kevin lunged forward again, using his body to knock the coyote away. Woof woof! The coyote rolled over and got up, its fur bristling, tail held high, and back arched as it let out a low howl. A woof! The howls of wolves echoed again in the alley. Over a dozen wolves circled cautiously around the flames, looking for an opportunity to climb onto the roof. Kevin stared at the enraged coyote in front of him, his gaze fierce. Damn it, one of us is definitely dying today. Got it? SSSSSS. The wolf's nostrils exhaled mist, its ghostly green eyes fixed on him. The scent of blood filled the air. One man, one wolf. The man is desperately roaring. The wild wolf bares its fangs savagely. Talking reason with a beast is an utterly absurd thing. Kevin naturally understood that beasts couldn't comprehend his shouts. But in this world now, beasts cannot understand human words, and those in positions of power and dominance are peacefully slumbering within their high walls. Have they ever truly seen this group of displaced, scornfully labeled, lowly people? Woo woo! The coyote bared its fangs, revealing an expression of impatience. Come on, come on! Kevin saw the ferocious appearance of the wild wolf, the veins on his neck bulging. Due to fear and excitement, his body trembled uncontrollably. His hand gripping the bayonet was so tense that his knuckles turned white, and under the extreme mental strain, a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ah! The coyote let out a howl and lunged straight at Kevin. Slash! Kevin suddenly sidestepped and stabbed the wolf's back with a knife. The blade faced the opposite direction, immediately tearing open a gaping wound. Whoosh! At the moment Kevin made his move, another wolf leapt onto the rooftop behind him, catching him off guard and knocking him to the ground. Hiss! The wild wolf, breathing heavily, seized the opportunity and decisively bit toward the back of his neck. At this moment, Fatty Lee was already paralyzed with fear, while Leo gritted his teeth and tried to rush forward to help, but it was too late. Bang! With a muffled sound, Kevin actually arched his body and pushed the wild wolf off his back. Then, with swift and fierce movements, he pounced forward and grabbed the wolf's neck. Howl! Howl! The wild wolf let out a miserable cry and began to struggle violently. Kevin was almost pushed away by the wild wolf, but with a loud shout, he immediately dropped to one knee and fiercely plunged a knife into the wolf's neck. Squish! The sound of the blade piercing through fur and flesh echoed, and the wolf's corpse beneath Kevin began to twitch. A few meters away, Leo saw this scene, his eye twitching violently. He clearly saw that Kevin's eyes were flickering with that eerie red glow. On the rooftop, the remaining wolf saw Kevin attacking its companion and let out a low growl, seemingly transmitting some kind of signal to the pack. Woof ow! The wolf king howled toward the sky, leading the pack to retreat a few steps, its front paws beginning to dig into the ground. This wolf pack was clearly preparing to charge collectively onto the rooftop and fight Kevin and the others to the death. Boom! At that moment, the flames on the ground ignited a gunpowder pouch carried by a corpse, emitting a blazing fire and thick smoke. Da-da-da! In the distance, the sudden roar of gunfire erupted in bursts, followed closely by a chorus of wolf howls. Oh, howl! The wolf king heard the howls coming from all directions, cast a sorrowful glance at the eaves above, then grabbed the corpse of a wolf pup from the ground and disappeared into the darkness. In the underground cellar of a brothel in the town, the flame of a kerosene lamp flickered continuously. Shao Chi sat at the table, his gaze cold and piercing as he looked at Huang Manchang in front of him. So, any news from Meng Liang and the others? None. Tonight, the town suffered a wolf disaster. A wolf pack attacked some residential areas on the outskirts of the town. I just had someone risk going out to take a look, and I heard the streets outside are littered with corpses. At least 100 or 200 people died in the town tonight. Later, because the wolf pack ventured deeper into the town and approached the city gate, the law enforcement team fired shots through the barred gate to drive them away, scaring the wolves off. Huang Manchang finished explaining, then spoke with concern. It said that a large number of wolves attacked tonight, and Kevin lives on the outskirts of the town. I just hope the direction Meng Liang and the others went wasn't hit by the wolf pack. Knock, knock. At this moment, someone knocked on the cover of the underground hole and said from above, "Boss, the enforcement team is here. They said they have an urgent matter to see you about." The wolf pack outside has retreated? Shao Chi asked, and before waiting for a response, he already had the answer in his mind. The enforcement team members were extremely cautious about their lives and would never take risks lightly. 2 minutes later, Shao Chi left the underground hole and met a middle-aged man in a green uniform in a room within the courtyard. "Oh, isn't this Captain Kong? What brings you here in person? Quick, find a good room immediately and pick 2 clean girls to prepare for Captain Kong. Tell them them not to skimp on water and to wash thoroughly wherever needed. Put these trivial matters aside for now. I have something important to discuss with you. Captain Kong cast a cold glance at Shao Chi. We received a tip-off that gunshot-like sounds were heard tonight on the east side of the market town. Moreover, a witness claimed to have smelled a strong scent of sulfur. Do you know anything about this? Oh, I really don't know anything about this. Shao Chi's heart skipped a beat upon hearing this. He initially thought Captain Kong was hinting at him, but after some thought, he dismissed the idea. After all, possessing firearms as a refugee was a capital offense. If the other party had evidence, they would have arrested him long ago. So, he changed his tone. Captain Kong, since you have a suspect in mind, why not just go to the place where the gunshots were heard and arrest someone for questioning? I'd like to do that, but the higher-ups won't allow it. Captain Kong took the cigarette Shao Chi handed him and lazily lit it. The management center sent out a notice saying that after the earthquake, the refugee area also suffered a wolf disaster. People are already on edge. To avoid disrupting their work, we need to minimize any man-made panic. So, with this gun-related case, I can't investigate thoroughly, but I also can't ignore it. That leaves me no choice but to ask someone like you, a lowlife, for information. Captain Kong had often taken bribes from Shao Chi but had never shown him any respect. Words like lowlife, which were highly insulting, rolled off his tongue without hesitation. For decades, the people of the fortress had always harbored prejudice and disdain toward refugees. Deep down, they believed themselves to be superior. In Captain Kang's eyes, the fact that he was even willing to talk to Shao Chi was already a favor. The most terrifying thing is that not only do the people in the fortress take this for granted, but even the refugees have grown accustomed to it. Generations of inheritance and education have instilled a servile nature in them, making them willingly accept and acknowledge the fact that they are inferior. This is also the reason why Kevin and his group are unwilling to work in the fortress, not for the sake of dignity, but because of the last trace of defiance in their bones. Captain Kong, I actually know something about this matter. Before Shao Chi could respond, Huang Monsong interjected. I heard that some hunters in the town have been secretly making firearms recently. It seems someone even saw them practicing shooting in the wilderness. Oh, who are you talking about? Captain Kang's eyes lit up. Over by the east gate, there's someone named Kevin. Huang Monsong avoided Shao Chi's gaze and spoke firmly. If this matter is handled well, I won't forget you. Captain Kong pointed at Huang Monsong, threw out the sentence, and then quickly walked into the courtyard, shouting loudly, "Stop messing around with women. Team, assemble." Smack! After Captain Kong left with the team, Shao Chi suddenly raised his hand and slapped Huang Monsong hard across the face. Huang Monsong, are you trying to rebel? Since when do you get to call the shots in the Black Flag? Big brother, please calm down. I had no choice but to do this. Our Black Flag gang already has limited manpower. Not only do we have to manage the business of the brothels, but we also have to ensure security. Tonight, Meng Liang and the others have been gone for so long, they've most likely run into trouble. If we keep fighting with Kevin like this, the losses will only grow. Since we can now use the law enforcement team to deal with him and clear the suspicion of gun-making, why should we sacrifice our own lives? Huang Monsong felt the burning pain on his face and lowered his head to explain. Shut the hell up. My brother's revenge, I'll take care of it myself. My business is right here. Do I look like I'm short of people willing to risk their lives? By doing this, where does that leave my dignity? Shao Chi ignored Huang Monsong's words and angrily questioned him. Big brother, I'm sorry. Huang Monsong lowered his head in silence. Now that the enforcement team had already gone to find Kevin, the situation was a foregone conclusion. The Black Flag clearly couldn't stop it, and no one believed that Kevin would survive in the hands of the enforcement team. Get lost. After a dozen seconds, Huang Monsong stood outside the courtyard gate with a cigarette in his mouth. He reached into his pocket but didn't have a lighter. Snap! With a soft sound, Li Bin, who had walked up beside Huang Monsong, lit a match and handed it over. I heard your conversation with Brother Chi just now. I think you did the right thing. Everyone out here is hustling to make a living, and no one should have to throw their life away just to save someone's pride. Brother Chi has resources, and resources mean there are always people willing to become his lackeys. He understands this, which is why he's not afraid of running out of people to use. Huang Monsong smoked calmly, as if long accustomed to Shao Chi's brutality. Don't be upset. If the brothers below hear about this, they'll thank you. Li Bin also pulled out half a cigarette from his pocket. I heard that the nobles in the city never care about human lives, but I think it's no different outside the city. People, no matter what environment they live in, as long as they have power, they're all the same damn way. Rumble. While the two were chatting, the barrier's gates slowly opened a crack. Then, a group of people wearing white hooded robes and transparent face shields walked out of the city gate under the escort of the guards, heading toward a nearby alley that had been attacked by wolves. Who are these people? Why are they coming outside the city in the middle of the night? Li Bin was stunned. The clothes they are wearing seem to be called hazmat suits. I heard that people wearing such suits are usually conducting scientific research in the fortress. But in the middle of the night, are they collecting wolf blood and wolf feces? Li Bin watched the actions of the group from afar, his face full of confusion.
conclusion. At Zhao Yi's home, Kevin and Leo were currently sitting in the living room, handling the wolf carcass. The wolf pack that attacked the town that night was highly organized, even taking away the bodies of their fallen companions. If it weren't for Kevin killing one wolf on the rooftop and the pack being frightened by the flames from the gunpowder, they probably would have taken this carcass as well. Previously, after Fatty Lee mustered up the courage to fight the coyote, his pants were soaked with urine, and his legs went weak. It was unclear whether it was from fear or due to an infection, but he had once again fallen unconscious. Meanwhile, Leo had simply bandaged the wound on his leg and was helping Kevin. Leo sat across from Kevin and spoke to him in a low voice. "Bro, you had another episode today, and just like when you dealt with the bandits before, you were still able to move. At that time, I know. I remember what happened then." Kevin met Leo's gaze and nodded slightly. Today was the first time he retained memories of his episode. For some reason, he felt as though the coyote's movements had slowed down, and his entire body was filled with strength. Reflecting on it now, it even gave him a strangely addictive feeling. Perhaps this is the human instinct to pursue power. Kevin vaguely felt that his ability to remain conscious during this episode was most likely related to the medication Su Fei had previously used on him. However, in order to keep his secret, he couldn't ask Su Fei for clarification. "Brother, does this mean you can already control your condition?" Leo's eyes lit up, clearly surprised by Kevin's response. "I don't know. At least for now, I still haven't figured out the mechanism behind this condition. In any case, you must remember to keep this a secret." Kevin shook his head slightly, falling into deep doubt. This was the first time he had directly experienced his state during an episode, and that overwhelming sense of power, was it really a disease? "Don't worry, I know what to do." Leo nodded earnestly. "What should we do next?" "First, let's deal with this wolf. We'll cook the innards, and tomorrow we'll take the wolf meat and pelt to the market to exchange for money. We'll buy some medicine for you and Fatty Lee first." As Kevin spoke, he had already placed the wolf carcass on the ground and began skinning it with a bone knife, starting from the jaw. His movements were extremely meticulous. The most valuable part of a wolf is its pelt, and if it gets damaged, the price would drop significantly. Leo also picked up a clay pot nearby, made from baked earth, to collect the wolf's blood. In the wasteland, every bit of food was incredibly precious. Kevin's skill in handling animals was exceptionally swift. In no time, he had split open the wolf's belly and removed its intestines and other internal organs. Leo, on the other hand, began cleaning them in sink. However, when he cut open the wolf's stomach, he frowned slightly. "Strange?" Kevin paused his actions. "What's wrong?" "Brother, look at these." Leo turned the wolf's stomach inside out, revealing its contents. Inside the wolf's stomach, apart from undigested human flesh and broken bones, there were also quite a bit of tree bark, dry grass, and mushy tuber crops. Wolves are clearly carnivores, so why would they have this kind of stuff in their stomachs? "I know why the wolf pack suddenly attacked the town." Kevin, seeing this scene, finally resolved the doubts in his heart. This year, there's been a severe drought in the refugee area, and these animals have less and less food, to the point where they've started gnawing on tree bark and grass roots to stave off hunger. Then, the recent earthquake drove these animals out from the depths of the desert. On top of that, in the past few days, the troops in the city have slaughtered several refugee villages in succession, and the scent of blood has attracted these wild beasts. These days, whether it's humans or animals, trying to survive is damn hard. Leo sighed, looking at the indigestible plants in the wolf's stomach. Suddenly, he felt a bit envious of the people inside the fortress. Those people not only didn't have to face such risks but also never had to go hungry. It was practically a godlike existence. A few minutes later, Leo picked out some undigested granules from the wolf's intestines and showed them to Kevin. "Brother, do you recognize these things? I've never seen them before. It looks like seeds of corn and other crops, but I'm not sure either." The 87th fortress where Kevin and his group were located was surrounded by vast deserts and saline alkali land, and it was extremely arid, making it impossible to grow crops. The knowledge he had was all learned from books, but this discovery puzzled Kevin. Where exactly did these wolves come from, and how could there be seeds in their stomachs? Tap, tap, tap. As the two were talking, a sudden commotion of footsteps came from outside, followed by a loud shout, "Everyone, spread out. Seal off this alley completely for me. Get people on the rooftops for vigilance as well. All the vagrants in the alley, listen up. We are the Industrial District Enforcement Team of the 87th Fortress. We are now under orders to hunt down the vagrant Kevin. Anyone with knowledge who fails to report, or anyone who harbors or shelters him, will be executed on the spot. No leniency." Swish! Leo suddenly looked up, his eyes full of shock. "Brother, why are the enforcers looking for you? Could it be because of the chip robbery?" "No way. The enforcers are just a bunch of military thugs. They can't handle anything big. Here's the plan. You stay here and take care of Zhaoyi and Fatty Lee. I'll go out and deal with them. If I don't come back, remember to go to North City yourself to sell the wolf carcass, and have Zhaoyi help you find a channel to buy medicine." Kevin stood up with a knife in hand, but after some thought, he left the knife inside. The enforcers outside were only responsible for maintaining order in the factories and towns, but these guys rarely left
left the fortress. Their so-called law enforcement was practically a joke. Although they were lazy, they were still an organized and armed unit, not something vagrants could contend with. Brother, you can't go. These enforcers have no bottom line. Leo's face was anxious as he tried to stop him. Didn't you hear their shouting? Precisely because they have no bottom line, I have to go out. The alley is already sealed off. If we wait for them to search their way here, we'll all be in trouble. Kevin threw out these words, lifted the curtain, and slipped into the alley while no one was paying attention. Who goes there? A member of the enforcement team heard the sound and raised his gun, pointing it at Kevin. However, the action of raising the gun seemed sloppy, far inferior to the guards Kevin had encountered before, and not even on par with mercenaries. I am Kevin. I heard you calling for me, so I came out. Kevin admitted openly. Captain, we've found him. The soldiers shouted loudly, then, along with a few others nearby, simultaneously raised their guns at Kevin. Don't move, or we'll shoot you dead. Tap, tap. A few seconds later, Captain Kong walked out from the neighboring yard, stepping in his military boots and standing in front of Kevin. Are you Kevin? Kevin glanced at the dozen or so people following Captain Kong and nodded in response. That's right. Can I know why you're looking for me? Bang! Without a word, Captain Kong drew the pistol from his waist and struck Kevin's head hard with the handle, knocking him down. Then, he waved to the people beside him. Tie him up and take him back to the guard post. The office location of the enforcement team is called the watch post. These posts are set up in the industrial areas of the outer city to monitor the workers' labor and prevent unexpected incidents. Their nature is somewhat similar to the police stations of the old world, each with its own jurisdiction. However, they are not bound by any laws and handle matters entirely based on their own mood and judgment. In the eyes of the fortress residents, the status of the refugees is almost lower than that of the pets raised within the city, or even pigs and dogs. After all, if pigs or dogs die, they can at least satisfy one's appetite, whereas refugees only evoke disgust. With this mindset, city dwellers are very averse to refugees and are unwilling to interact with them. It is evident that the enforcement teams stationed in the outer city are by no means prestigious units. The people assigned here are almost always military police who have made mistakes within the city and were exiled to this post, so their quality is predictable. Clang! A gate in the fence leading to the outer city stood open, and Kevin, who was tightly bound, was dragged inside by two people. This was Kevin's first time entering the outer city. He had originally thought the outer city was very narrow, containing nothing but factories. However, once inside, he realized the outer city was also quite vast. After passing through the gate, searchlights on the high walls of the inner city continuously swept over the outer city. Ahead of them was an open area filled with trenches and bunkers, likely built to prevent hostile forces from attacking the factory during wartime. But now, these fortifications were all covered with various spiked barbed wires, leaving only a narrow path leading to the factory. Along the way, there were checkpoints manned by the enforcement team, responsible for searching workers as they entered and exited. Seeing this scene, Kevin finally understood why the workers in the town who secretly sold water were always covered in scars. It was likely that when they tried to smuggle water out to sell, they had no choice but to risk injury and infection by crawling through the dense barbed wire. Before this, the largest commercial buildings Kevin had ever seen were the brick-and-tile general stores and clinics in the town. Seeing the factories in the outer city for the first time left him deeply shocked. The factory ahead is composed of a complex overlap of buildings, including derricks, arches, trestle bridges, reinforced concrete workshops, and large buildings with blue bricks and red tiles. It resembles a ferocious beast made of reinforced concrete, crouching low in the darkness, exuding a menacing aura. The water plant's premises are filled with pipelines, light blue slate tiles, paired glass windows, and everywhere is illuminated with bright lights and shrouded in smoke, resembling the legendary Celestial Palace. The clanging of iron tools, the ringing of hammers striking, and the creaking of saw teeth pulling blend into one cacophony. The factory is working with its powerful iron lungs, continuously emitting a thunderous roar. Clang, clang. Inside the ironworks, the deafening sound of steam hammers pounding molten metal shakes the ground. Orange-red flames burst from the low chimneys, shooting into the dark void, dazzling and magnificent. Kevin was escorted by the law enforcement team, his solitary figure moving forward amidst the deafening clamor and the roar of machines, his eyes filled with shock. Is this the power of technology? The law enforcement team had long grown numb to such disturbing noise and escorted Kevin all the way to a courtyard far from the noisy factory area. The guard post was one of the earliest buildings constructed in the outer city, with rather poor workmanship. The outer walls and roof tiles had long been blackened by soot, and a flag bearing the emblem of the Pei conglomerate hung at the entrance, a dirt yellow flag with a trident-shaped cactus resembling a long sword. Bang! As the door of the guard post slammed shut, the noise outside was finally cut off. Captain Kong also directed a few of his subordinates to bring Kevin into the interrogation room and tie him to a cruciform wooden rack. Young man, let me formally introduce myself. I am Kong Wenyao, captain of the 17th Enforcement Team of Fortress Number 87. Kong Wenyao pulled over a chair, sat down across from Kevin, lit a cigarette, and spoke again through the smoke.
smoke. I know it's not easy for refugees to survive, so I don't want to bully you.
As long as you cooperate with me honestly, I promise you won't suffer.
If you voluntarily confess your issues, I guarantee I won't use torture on you.
How about it? Captain Kong, I don't know what issues I have. You might as well just say it directly.
Kevin had been pondering this question the entire way here. Recently, the only crime he had committed that might warrant attention from the city people was stealing the water purification ship. As for killing a few thugs, the enforcement team wouldn't care about that at all. So he had already made up his mind. If the enforcement team asked about the water purification ship, his only option was to deny it to the end. Although if he really was being targeted because of the water purification ship issue, admitting or not admitting it would make no difference. At least this way, it wouldn't implicate Leo and the others. I've killed no less than 80, if not 100, refugees in my lifetime. I consider myself quite familiar with pests like you.
Refugees as a group always carry a sense of wishful thinking, and the more terrified they are, the more stubborn they become, Kang Wenyao said as he slowly rose from his chair, pulling out a black metal rod from his pocket that Kevin had never seen before.
I'll ask you one last time, are you going to talk or not? Kevin took a deep breath and stubbornly replied, I really have no issues, and I have no idea why you're looking for me.
Crackling sounds. Kang Wenyao didn't wait for Kevin to finish speaking.
The electric baton in his hand emitted a burst of crackling arcs and was violently jabbed against Kevin's body.
Ah!
The moment Kevin was electrocuted, an intense pain surged through his entire body, as if countless steel needles were piercing his skin, causing his muscles to tremble. However, Kang Wenyao showed no intention of stopping, holding the button down for nearly 10 seconds before finally releasing it. At this moment, due to the loss of control over his body, Kevin's pants were already wet.
Remember anything now? Kang Wenyao released the electric baton and asked with a cheerful smile. I really didn't do anything. Kevin's whole body was numb, and even his speech started to slur. So this is the power of technology. Smack! Kang Wenyao suddenly raised his hand and slapped Kevin across the face. You don't appreciate kindness, do you? Do you really want to force me to take action? Fine, then I'll show you what I can do. Clang!
Kang Wenyao finished speaking, turned around, and grabbed a rusty handsaw. He gestured it toward Kevin and said, wounds caused by this kind of iron tool can easily lead to tetanus.
You've probably seen this disease often in the refugee area, right?
Once it sets in, it causes weakness in the limbs, headaches, dizziness, pulling pain, and difficulty chewing. The sense of muscle weakness starts with your chewing muscles and gradually spreads to the facial expression muscles, neck, back, abdomen, and limb muscles, eventually reaching the diaphragm.
Your muscles will spasm due to tetanus, then gradually tighten. By the time you die, your body will twist into an arched shape, and during this process, you'll endure a very long ordeal. I'll ask you one last time, are you going to talk or not? You keep asking if I'll talk, but you have to tell me what you want me to say, right?
Kevin's breathing grew rapid as he responded to Kang Wenyao's words, knowing full well that his description was no exaggeration.
Kang Wenyao leaned in slightly, his face almost touching Kevin's cheek. Tell me, where did you get your gun? And where is it hidden? I don't have a gun. I'm being framed.
Kevin suddenly widened his eyes.
Alright, then save the rest of your words for King Yama. Kang Wenyao completely lost his patience, abruptly raising the arm holding the handsaw.
In the interrogation room of the guard post, Kang Wenyao raised the rusty saw blade in his hand, about to strike Kevin. For him, whether Kevin confesses or not is no longer important. The fortress strictly prohibits refugees from carrying guns and mandates that any gun-related case must be solved, otherwise, Kang Wenyao's entire annual bonus would be forfeited. Under such circumstances, he must find someone to take the blame. Kevin, who holds a hunter's identity, aligns perfectly with this gun case. If he dies, Kang Wenyao can instead solidify the case, reporting that the hunter illegally carried a gun and has already been lawfully executed. As for the truth of the matter, it is as insignificant as the life or death of the refugee in front of him, nobody cares.
Bang!
Before Kang Wenyao could make a move, the interrogation room door was suddenly pushed open, followed by a deep yet authoritative voice emanating from the doorway. Stop!
Damn it!
In my post, who dares to shout at me?
Kang Wenyao cursed loudly, but when he turned around and saw the person behind him, his expression instantly softened. Oh, what wind brought you here? Please, come inside.
The person standing at the doorway was dressed in a khaki combat uniform, with a pistol and a gas mask strapped to his waist, a standard mercenary outfit. The mercenaries in the fortress were not affiliated with the plutocrats but were a local armed force organized by the management center. Therefore, they were not granted military ranks. Although they were also subject to military management, it was much more lenient. Compared to the guards, they were more like workers doing a job for money.
However, the person who just entered was not an ordinary mercenary, as his combat uniform bore an armband embroidered with a cactus flag.
This emblem indicated that the person was a high-ranking officer among the mercenaries, and such individuals were trusted confidants sent by the plutocrats to manage the mercenary teams. Kang Wenyao did not recognize this mercenary officer, but he knew for sure that this was someone he absolutely could not afford to offend. The mercenary officer glanced sideways at Kang
Kang Wenyao and asked expressionlessly, "You have a refugee here named Kevin, correct?" "That's right, it's this guy." Kang Wenyao pointed at the bound Kevin and explained with a forced smile, "This refugee is suspected of illegal possession of a firearm. We are interrogating him. I don't have a damn gun. I was framed and brought here." Kevin had no idea why this mercenary had appeared, but judging from Kang Wenyao's attitude, he seemed somewhat intimidated by the man. Moreover, since the other party could call him out by name, it was clear he had come specifically for him. Therefore, no matter what, Kevin thought he should seize the opportunity to escape Kang Wenyao's clutches. "Release him. I'm taking this man with me." The mercenary commander showed no interest in either of their words, speaking coldly. "Sir, this guy is a major offender. If you take him away, I might have a hard time explaining myself." Kang Wenyao slightly lowered his head, licking his lips as he muttered. The mercenary captain impatiently glanced at Kang Wenyao. "This case is no longer under the jurisdiction of Team 17. No one will hold you accountable. Let him go." "All right, since you've spoken, I must comply. Release him. Release him immediately." Upon hearing this, Kang Wenyao instantly waved at his subordinates. In truth, he couldn't be sure whether Kevin was the suspect or not. All he needed was a word from the mercenary leader. As long as the responsibility for the shooting case was shifted away, he couldn't care less about Kevin's life or death. After all, anyone with a bit of ambition wouldn't end up being relegated to the law enforcement team to idle away their days. Tap, tap. As soon as Kevin was freed, two mercenaries stepped into the room from outside and snapped a pair of handcuffs onto his wrists. Damn it! This was the first thought in Kevin's mind. Although these mercenaries were disorganized, that was only in comparison to regular guards. They were not responsible for matters in the refugee area. Yet now, these people had come looking for him, even dropping the investigation into the shooting incident. This likely meant he had committed an even graver offense. In that case, it could only be about the purified water chip. Kevin, filled with unease, was led out the door by the mercenaries, his mind racing to figure out how to escape this predicament. However, before he could come up with a plan, he was already dragged out of the sentry post and shoved into an off-road vehicle, sandwiched between two mercenaries in the back seat. This was the first time Kevin had ever sat inside a car. The soft texture of the seat made him feel a bit uncomfortable. He had always thought that everything inside a car would also be made of iron. "Let me introduce myself," Instructor Jing Hongwei of the 87th Fortress Mercenary Corps. The mercenary leader, sitting in the front passenger seat, glanced at Kevin through the rearview mirror. "I sought you out because your village chief, Su Fei, recommended you. He said you are an excellent hunter and very familiar with the wilderness terrain around the 87th Fortress. Is that correct?" After listening to Jing Hongwei's words, Kevin narrowed his eyes slightly. He had originally thought that the other party was looking for him because of the purified water chip, but upon hearing Jing Hongwei mention Su Fei and ask about the wilderness terrain, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. It seemed his earlier guess was wrong. If Jing Hongwei had come to him not because of the purified water chip, then he still had a chance to survive. "I came to you today because I need you to act as a guide and lead a team into the wasteland. If you agree, your crime of carrying a firearm can be pardoned. Otherwise, I'll stop the car right now and execute you on the spot." Seeing Kevin remain silent, Jing Hongwei directly stated his demand, showing none of the tone one would expect when asking for someone's help. Faced with the refugees, the people in the city carried a host of inherent prejudices. They considered the refugees dirty, vile, pitiful, and lowly. In short, in their eyes, this group of people, who in desperation might even resort to cannibalism, seemed more like beasts, hardly qualifying as part of the human category. "I cannot accept your terms. I've said it before, I haven't committed any crime, nor have I carried a gun." Kevin straightforwardly chose to reject Jing Hongwei's unreasonable demands. Clatter! Jing Hongwei drew the gun from his waist and turned to press it against Kevin's forehead. "Do you think I care?" Kevin ignored the pistol pressed against his head, his gaze calm and unwavering as he locked eyes with Jing Hongwei. "Winter is about to begin, and the wilderness is in a period of scarcity. This is when the beasts are at their most ferocious. Although there are many hunters in the town, none of them have my level of experience. They wouldn't dare venture 15 kilometers out to hunt. If I die, you probably won't find another suitable candidate." Kevin believed that if Jing Hongwei truly wanted to kill him, it would be as simple as pulling the trigger. But he was also gambling on the fact that since Jing Hongwei had taken the risk of offending Kang Wenyao by bringing him out of the guard post, he wouldn't dispose of him so easily. What Kevin didn't know, however, was that Jing Hongwei didn't actually regard the law enforcement team with much importance. Perhaps it was due to the innate sense of superiority held by city dwellers, but whenever refugees had even the slightest chance to interact with them, they would go to great lengths to curry favor, hoping to change their lives through such connections. Even if they couldn't enter the city, at the very least, they might gain some benefits. Especially when it came to someone as influential as Jing Hongwei, just a single hair from his leg would probably be thicker than a refugee's waist. Jing Hongwei had initially assumed that Kevin, like other refugees, would go out of his way to flatter and express gratitude. However, Kevin's unexpectedly defiant attitude caught him off guard. After a few seconds of tense
tense standoff. Jing Hongwei disengaged the safety on his pistol and said coldly, "You're lucky. I don't want to dirty my car." Inside the SUV slowly driving toward the city gate, Kevin saw Jing Hongwei put away his gun. His expression remained unchanged, but he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had indeed made the right gamble. For someone of Jing Hongwei's status, refugees were like ants underfoot, not even worth his attention. Even if he had killed Kevin, it wouldn't have brought him any satisfaction. The fact that he was willing to come to the outpost to pick him up indicated that Kevin was more valuable alive. Tomorrow, a scientific expedition team from within the city needs to leave the fortress and head to the wilderness east of Fortress 87 for a research mission. Your task is to act as a guide for this team. Jing Hongwei turned his body back, looking straight ahead. As compensation, I can give you 1 ton of coal. Jing Hongwei's search for a guide was actually more urgent than he let on. Since force couldn't intimidate Kevin, he simply began discussing terms. The Pei family conglomerate was the largest coal monopoly in the north, and a mere ton of coal was hardly worth mentioning to them, but for the refugees, it was an enormous fortune. Kevin sensed the shift in Jing Hongwei's attitude and realized he had no leverage, so he stopped resisting. How long will it take? How far do we have to go? Not sure, but we'll definitely be back before winter arrives. At most, it won't take more than half a month. Jing Hongwei lit a cigarette nonchalantly and began puffing away. I've looked into your situation. You don't have a job in the fortress, which means you lack stable living conditions. A cold front is currently moving northward, and this year's winter will arrive early. Moreover, it will be a long and harsh one. If you don't stock up on food and heating supplies in advance, you won't survive. How do you know winter will come early? Kevin's eyes stung from the smoke, but he didn't know how to lower the car window. Compared to the choking smoke, Jing Hongwei's words shocked him even more. Could these city people not only build those massive factories but also control the weather? The Pei family conglomerate took over the pre-catastrophe weather satellites 2 years ago and successfully restored the communication system. Currently, they are one of the few forces within the Federation capable of predicting the weather. Jing Hongwei spoke of this matter, which was no secret and not hidden from Kevin. If you don't accept my terms, you will definitely freeze to death in the refugee district's doghouse. No, you won't even survive tonight. I can act as your guide, but your offer isn't enough. Kevin squinted as he spoke. My patience is limited. Don't be insatiable. Jing Hongwei cast his gaze toward the rearview mirror, a trace of impatience flashing in his eyes. A ton of coal is enough for you to survive a winter in the town. In addition to coal, I also need medicine. Kevin calmly looked at Jing Hongwei's back. I want a 10-day supply of antibiotics. Okay. Jing Hongwei pondered for a moment and nodded in agreement. Although medicine was an exorbitantly priced item in the refugee district, for an officer of his status, it was far from being considered a precious resource. Additionally, Kevin noticed that Jing Hongwei was quite agreeable and prepared to continue making demands. Whether or not they would be accepted was unimportant. He merely wanted to test the other party's limits. Are you freaking done? Jing Hongwei impatiently turned around and questioned. Done. Kevin realized this guy was genuinely getting annoyed. He leaned back in his seat and asked, when do we set off? Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Go to the East City Gate and wait. Jing Hongwei paused for a moment. I've already looked into your background. Since you've agreed to my terms, don't think about going back on your word. Otherwise, there will no longer be a place for you in Fortress 87. Leaving the town in this season, you know better than I do what the outcome will be. I can go with you, but I need to bring companions. On my own, I can't fully navigate the directions. Kevin said this as an excuse. His real intention was to bring Leo and Fatty Lee along. Fine, but your team can't exceed 4 people. Also, there's someone named Leo by your side. He'll have to stay behind as a hostage at the outer city's guard post until you return. In the meantime, I'll have someone take good care of him. Jing Hongwei agreed readily. After hearing this, Kevin's eyelid twitched slightly. Initially, he had thought that if there were any dangers in the wilderness, he could simply sell out the people from the fortress and escape with Leo and the others. But now it seemed that Jing Hongwei had indeed done a thorough investigation into his identity, which was why he chose to detain Leo as a hostage. However, in order to obtain the life-saving medicine for Leo and Fatty Lee, Kevin had no better option but to agree. Half an hour later, the off-road vehicle stopped at the entrance of the alley where Kevin lived. The mercenaries pushed Kevin out of the car and then drove away. Kevin went directly to Su Fei's home. Previously, Jing Hongwei had mentioned that it was Su Fei who recommended him as a guide. For Kevin, this was yet another life-saving favor. When Kevin entered, Su Fei was sitting by the kerosene lamp reading a book. Noticing his arrival, a smile appeared on Su Fei's face. How was it? You didn't suffer too much in there, did you? I came to see you to express my gratitude. Kevin nodded slightly and spoke with great sincerity. Su Fei poured a glass of water and handed it to Kevin. You're too polite. I only recommended you because I heard you were captured and remembered that the people in the fortress were looking for a guide. I know it's very dangerous to leave the town at this time. As long as you don't blame me, it's fine. Going to the wasteland is still better than dying at the outpost. Without you, I might already be a corpse. Kevin smiled gratefully. I will definitely repay
repay this favor in the future. No need to wait for the future. I already have something I need your help with. Su Fei licked his lips and said in a low voice, "Can you bring companions with you as a guide this time?" Kevin thought for a moment and nodded, "Yes. The mercenaries have a rule that the number of people on my side can't exceed 4. Can I bring 2 of my friends along?" Su Fei said this and, without waiting for Kevin to ask further, immediately explained, "Don't worry, they won't cause trouble or make things difficult for you. They just want to see the wilderness and get a sense of what city people are like." "Sure, no problem," Kevin agreed. As for what Su Fei said, Kevin didn't believe it at all. Anyone living in the refugee area knew that the wilderness was desolate, impoverished, and full of dangers. Who in their right mind would risk their life to wander around such a place for no reason? However, on the other hand, Su Fei had indeed helped Kevin a lot recently. Even the opportunity to act as a guide tonight was something Su Fei had secured for him. Under these circumstances, since Su Fei had made a request, Kevin couldn't refuse, either emotionally or logically. "Thank you." Su Fei's face lit up with a smile when he saw Kevin agree, and he seemed much more relaxed. Kevin also returned a smile, but his heart was filled with doubt. Su Fei had initially said he came to this area from another fortress and had only recently bought his position. However, Kevin always found him to be quite mysterious. In such a short time, where had these 2 friends of his suddenly appeared from? That night, compared to usual, the refugee district was filled with a bloody scent in the air, accompanied by a morbid kind of bustle. Almost all the residential areas had lit torches and bonfires, using the wolves' fear of fire as a means of defense. Many people, afraid of the wolves returning, climbed onto rooftops in groups, huddling together for warmth. Regarding the concerns of these people, Kevin was rather unconcerned. He was very familiar with the animals in the wilderness and knew that wolves were intelligent and cunning creatures. According to Kevin's speculation, these wolves must have been driven out of their habitat by the earthquake and accidentally ended up near Fortress 87. Because there was no food in the desert and the Gobi, they chose to take the risk of entering human settlements to hunt. Previously, when the wolf pack retreated from the town, they had already dragged away quite a few corpses, which were enough to sustain them. Although they suffered casualties caused by humans, wolves, as a species, would never return to carry out meaningless revenge in a situation where their group might face further losses and without a guaranteed chance of success. After leaving Su Fei's house, Kevin spent the entire journey pondering over what Su Fei had said to him. At the same time, he was also thinking about why Su Fei had arranged for 2 friends to accompany him on the trip. However, after thinking for a long time, he still couldn't figure out the purpose of those 2 individuals. Sigh. Just as Kevin walked into his alley, a woman's voice suddenly called out, startling him from his thoughts. He looked up at Jinji's pale face. He. Jinji grinned, stretched her arm out of the window, and beckoned to Kevin repeatedly. "Come here, I'll show you something good." "Ha, you're not so foolish after all. You always stick your arm out of the window, yet when the wolf pack came, you didn't get hurt." Kevin noticed that Jinji had no injuries on her body and spoke with a cheerful tone. I'll show you something good." Jinji, seemingly unsure if she understood Kevin's words, kept waving at him. "Sometimes, I really envy you. You don't have to think about anything, and you don't seem to have any emotions. I hope nothing happened to your parents." Kevin left these words for Jinji and disappeared into the dark alley. Jinji looked at Kevin's back with a smile and curled his figure back into the darkness. When Kevin returned to his residence, the doorway to Zhao Yi's room was piled with straw, with a few dry bamboo poles placed on top. These items were highly flammable, and the flames and the explosive sound of burning bamboo were things that wolves feared. It was clear that Leo had set this up. When Kevin entered, Leo, Fatty Lee, and Zhao Yi were huddled in a corner. Leo was holding a bow and arrow, Fatty Lee was trembling as he gripped a knife, and Zhao Yi was holding a bowl of kerosene, seemingly ready to throw it and ignite a fire at any moment. "Brother, you're back." Leo let out a heavy sigh of relief upon seeing Kevin return. "After you were taken away, we didn't know what to do, so I had Zhao Yi go find Su Fei. He told us to come home and wait for news. I didn't expect you'd actually come back." Looking at the 3 tense faces, Kevin smiled. "Everyone, relax. Tonight, the wolf pack won't be coming. Are you okay? Did those people from the enforcement team bully you?" Zhao Yi set the bowl aside and walked up with a concerned expression. "Don't worry, I'm fine. The law enforcement team came to me because of some misunderstandings." Kevin, not wanting the others to worry, avoided going into details and changed the subject. "Tomorrow morning, I need to leave the town and head to the wilderness. This trip might take a few days, so I need to make some arrangements now." "Brother, didn't you say earlier that selling the wolf carcasses would be enough to buy medicine? Why do you need to go to the wilderness? And for several days at that?" Leo asked, a mix of curiosity and concern flashing in his eyes. "The wolves that came before were larger than any we've seen before. It seems like they've mutated again due to radiation. Who knows how dangerous the wilderness is right now? Plus, it's almost winter, which is when animals hunt to prepare for the season. I made a deal with someone in the fortress. As long as we help them, we can get supplies for the winter. Winter is approaching fast, and if we don't stock up on supplies, we might not survive." Kevin didn't didn't mention that he was being coerced and continued. As part of the deal, tomorrow morning, Karen will be taken to live at the guard post until I return. As for Fatty Lee, you'll come with me. Kevin paused, took out 300 yuan, and handed it to Zhao Yi. Keep this money safe. Take care of yourself during this time, and don't do that kind of work anymore. When I return, the supplies I bring back should be enough for us to get through this winter together. Kevin had previously taken on the task of protecting Zhuo Mingyuan. Coupled with his own savings, he had about 700 yuan in cash. After buying water, food, and other necessities, he now had only 600 left. The money he gave to Zhao Yi was already half of their savings. However, Zhao Yi had indeed helped them a lot recently, even saving the lives of the three brothers several times. No matter how tough Kevin was, he couldn't remain indifferent. Although he had no romantic feelings for Zhao Yi as a friend, he still felt it was necessary to take care of her. Alright, Zhao Yi thought for a moment and accepted the money from Kevin. A warm feeling swept through her heart. This sudden act of kindness made her feel as if she had been reborn, and even the room seemed less cold. The reason she didn't refuse Kevin wasn't because of greed, but because she felt that accepting the money would make her relationship with Kevin seem closer. Brother Zhe, are you planning to take me out into the wilderness? Fatty Lee shuddered inexplicably after hearing Kevin's words. Back when Lee Dave was alive, he had tried more than once to take him hunting, but the thought of the wild beasts on the plains made Fatty Lee tremble, and he refused to go no matter what. Brother, Fatty Lee's courage is no better than a mouse's. Why not let him stay at the outpost, and I'll go with you? Leo quickly interjected after hearing Kevin's plan. He was a straightforward person by nature. Although he didn't dislike Fatty Lee, he couldn't help but look down on his cowardice to some extent. Letting you stay at the outpost is a condition set by the fortress people. They know about our relationship, so they want you as a hostage. As for Fatty Lee, if he's really scared, he can choose to stay behind. Kevin noticed the fear deep in Fatty Lee's eyes and took the initiative to give him an out. No, I'll go with you. That way, I can also take care of you on Brother Sun's behalf. Fatty Lee hesitated for a moment before mustering up the courage to speak. Alright, it's settled then. Kevin's reason for bringing Fatty Lee along wasn't because he needed his help, but because he didn't feel comfortable leaving him in the town. Now that the Black Flag gang had their eyes on them, letting Fatty Lee fend for himself was indeed dangerous. Although this guy lacked combat ability, he had a good character. Even though he had wet his pants in fear of the wolf pack earlier, he still rushed forward at the critical moment. Although Fatty Lee's charge didn't achieve much, it at least proved that in this chubby guy's heart, Kevin and Leo were important people, because in the refugee area where people mind their own business, no one would risk their life for someone unrelated. Early the next morning, Kevin got up early, taking Leo and Fatty Lee out, preparing to head to the town's commercial street to purchase supplies. Hey! As the three of them reached the alley entrance, Fatty Lee suddenly heard someone calling him. He glanced sideways and saw Jinji leaning out of the window. Pointing to his own nose, he asked, "Are you calling me?" He. Come over here, I want to show you something good. Jinji beckoned with her hand. Something good? What is it? Fatty Lee widened his clueless little eyes and curiously moved closer. Smack! Just as Fatty Lee approached, Jinji suddenly reached out and slapped him hard across the face. Go! Fatty Lee was slapped so hard that he ended up sitting on the ground, staring at Jinji in bewilderment. What gives you the right to hit me? Forget it. She's crazy. I forgot to warn you earlier. Stay away from her in the future. Leo, witnessing the scene, held back his laughter as he helped Fatty Lee up. Madman? Fatty Lee saw Jinji retreating back into the darkness and was momentarily speechless. However, after taking a few steps, he suddenly realized that the pain in his abdomen caused by the inflamed wound seemed to have lessened significantly. Kevin and his group busied themselves until 8:30. Hearing the sound of bells coming from the fortress, they headed together toward the east gate. As they approached the east gate, Kevin spotted the deranged Zhuo Mingyuan from afar. In just a few days, Zhuo Mingyuan seemed like a completely different person. The suit he had been wearing was now gone, stripped away by someone, and he had somehow found a tattered quilt to wrap around himself. He was lying by the city wall, basking in the sun. Perhaps because he wandered near the city wall every day, he had luckily avoided the wolf pack's attack last night. Kevin walked up to Zhuo Mingyuan and handed him a bean cake. Do you still recognize me? Sheep, he. Zhuo Mingyuan took the bean cake with a vacant look in his eyes and gave a silly laugh. Sheep, have you seen a sheep? Sheep have 5 fingers. Seeing Zhuo Mingyuan in this state, Kevin let out a slight sigh. This was, after all, a bleak era, and survival was difficult for everyone. Zhuo Mingyuan's situation was not unique. Kevin usually didn't have much time to pay attention to Zhuo Mingyuan's life, but the fact that Zhuo Mingyuan had survived until now at least showed that the restaurant owner had kept kept his word. At this moment, two people were walking toward the city gate from a distance. Among them, the burly man nodded at Kevin. "Hello, you must be Kevin. We are friends of Su Fei." "Yes, hello." Kevin listened to the two introduce themselves, glanced at them, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. The newcomers were dressed in the tattered clothes typical of refugees, their faces smudged with dirt, but one was clearly a woman, and the other, a man with a burly physique, was even more robust than Kevin. If Kevin hadn't lost his memory, he would have recognized that these two were the pair who had saved him from Li Bin's hands earlier. "Brother Kevin, for the upcoming period, we will be acting together with you. If we cause you any trouble, we ask for your understanding." The burly man gave Kevin a hearty smile and introduced himself. "Hello, my name is Tu Shi, and this young lady is Ren Jiao. A woman going into the wilderness is somewhat inconvenient. If something goes wrong, I can't guarantee her safety. If you want to survive, it's best not to follow." Kevin felt a bit resistant to the idea of having a woman in the team, as Ren Jiao, despite her decent figure, appeared far too frail. Tu Shi seemed to sense Kevin's reluctance to bring a woman along and explained with a cheerful smile, "Brother Ning, don't worry, Xiao Jiao is actually quite clever." Kevin did not agree with Tu Shi's words and bluntly countered, "The dangers of the wilderness are far more severe than you imagine. Relying solely on cleverness is not enough. A city of splendid prosperity, a chaotic time of war and famine, this is the best portrayal of women in this era. Smart and beautiful women are not admired or sought after in the refugee district. Such beautiful women often survive in the refugee district by either willingly or unwillingly pleasing men in brothels in exchange for survival resources. As for marriage and living together, men are more inclined to choose robust women. The love of beauty is universal, but women who are too delicate and beautiful not only attract the covetous eyes of others but are also incapable of heavy labor. In short, marriage in the refugee district is more like a survival partnership. Marrying a beautiful wife who has never done any manual labor is simply a waste of food and increases the difficulty of survival." "What do you mean, looking down on women?" Ran Jiao frowned at Kevin after hearing his words. "I can take care of myself, and my safety is none of your concern. Since you insist on going, I won't comment, but let's agree in advance. As Su Fei's friends, I will do my best to take care of you. However, if something arises that I cannot resolve, you'll have to fend for yourselves." Kevin spoke his mind calmly, without any emotional change in response to Ren Jiao's reply. "Humph, who saves whom is still uncertain." Ren Jiao muttered softly, turning her face to the side. Rumble. Before long, the fortress gates slowly rose. The refugees outside the city, seeing this, all kept their distance, fearing that lingering too long might offend the city dwellers and bring unnecessary trouble upon themselves. This was the first time Kevin had been so close to an open city gate. Looking inside through the gate, there was only a massive pitch-black tunnel and nothing else. The tunnel was either very long or had curves or structures like a screen wall to block the view from outside. Knock, knock, knock. A column of horsemen quickly advanced, galloping past the crowd in no time. Following closely behind were several hedgehog vehicles, and their numbers were noticeably greater than 2 days ago. Kevin had previously heard Zhaoyi mention seeing hedgehog vehicles bringing back corpses, so it seemed that capturing the demon species was not going smoothly for these people. Over the past 2 days, Kevin had heard quite a few rumors about the demon species. It was said that some people could summon weapons out of thin air, while others could control water and fire. According to Su Fei's explanation, this was due to the cells in their bodies evolving to produce a certain magnetic field, allowing them to resonate to some extent with natural elements. However, Kevin was skeptical of this explanation. At the very least, he had never seen anyone in the town awaken as a so-called demon species. It seemed that people whose cells could evolve were indeed rare. After all, when faced with excessive radiation, the more common reaction in normal people was cell mutation, which did not grant any abilities but instead developed into cancer. The dust stirred up by the cavalry had not yet settled when another convoy emerged from the gate and stopped in the open area outside. This convoy consisted of 6 vehicles, 2 of which were the off-road vehicles Kevin had seen the previous night. The remaining 4 were hedgehog vehicles, with 2 of them towing trailers. One trailer was empty, while the other was covered with a rainproof tarp over its cargo. Once the dust had cleared, the door of one off-road vehicle swung open, and the mercenary officer Jing Hongwei, who had taken Kevin from the outpost the previous night, stepped out arrogantly and strode forward. Jing Hongwei stood beside the vehicle, his gaze sweeping over the dilapidated shantytown before finally fixing on Kevin and the few people beside him. "Is this the team you plan to bring?" "That's right." Kevin nodded. "When do we set off?" "Not we. I'm not participating in this operation." "Who is Leo?" "Come with me." Jing Hongwei's tone was icy, as if he had no emotions when dealing with refugees. He took 2 bottles out of his pocket and tossed them to Kevin. "Here are the antibiotics you wanted. Karen, take this medicine and remember to take it on time. Wait for us to come back." Kevin handed one of the bottles of antibiotics to Leo, giving him a few instructions. Then Jing Hongwei directly drove off in his off-road vehicle, taking Leo with him, without even introducing Kevin to the people in the convoy. It wasn't until Jing Hongwei left that a mercenary stepped out of a hedgehog car.
car, casting a disdainful glance at Kevin and the others. "I'm Yi Peng, the commander of this operation, responsible for the safety and coordination of the entire convoy. From now on, you all must follow my orders. Understood? Officer Yi, hello, please take care of us in the future." Fatty Lee, after hearing Yi Peng's self-introduction, completely ignored the look of disdain on his face and greeted him with a cheerful smile. Yi Peng gave Fatty Lee a satisfied glance and pointed to the empty cargo bed behind a porcupine vehicle. "From now on, that will be your spot. Let me remind you, even though you are the guides for this team, we are not the same people. We will not provide you with food, and you are not allowed to stay in our campsite. Understood?" Yi Peng's arrogant demeanor caused a flash of disgust in Rin Jiao and Tu Shi's eyes, but Kevin was indifferent. He was used to the arrogance and conceit of city dwellers. If they didn't need them as guides, Yi Peng probably wouldn't even bother speaking to them. Fatty Lee, however, nodded repeatedly. "Don't worry, officer, we brought our own food and won't trouble you. We can take care of ourselves. If there's any dirty or tiring work along the way, just let me know." Kevin didn't particularly like the people from the fortress, but he also didn't feel any aversion to Fatty Lee's submissiveness. In the refugee zone, most refugees hoped to latch onto a big shot from the fortress to change their lives and had an innate sense of reverence for them. The inequality between the two sides wasn't just material but extended to their very sense of dignity. Fatty Lee's personality seemed to serve perfectly as a lubricant between the two teams, as Kevin could clearly see that Rin Jiao and Tu Shi were also quite repulsed by Yi Peng. Clang! While the group was talking, the door of the off-road vehicle behind them was pushed open. An elderly man with slightly balding hair and wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out, accompanied by a young girl and a young man. Tap tap. After the two got out of the car, the 11 mercenaries from the Hedgehog vehicle disembarked in unison with their guns raised, surrounding the three of them. The elderly man was dressed impeccably, his suit clearly of a much higher grade than the one Zhuo Mingyuan had worn earlier. Beside him, the young girl had fair skin, wore a yellow fisherman's sun hat, and was surprisingly dressed in a light green floral dress that was extremely impractical for the wilderness. As for the young man, he was rather unremarkable, his face covered in freckles. The moment Kevin saw the girl, a line of ancient poetry he had learned came to mind, natural and unadorned, like a lotus emerging from clear water. Usually, those who could enter the fortress were mostly soldiers from the city or transport teams traveling between various fortresses and mining areas. Women from the city were a rare sight in the wilderness. Originally, the overbearing Yi Peng immediately changed his demeanor upon hearing the sound of the door opening. He walked toward the elderly man, nodding and bowing as he said, "Oh, Professor Xia, why did you get out of the car? This refugee area is unclean. Be careful not to get infected by these refugees. Although I don't specialize in virology, I still have basic common sense. If the people in the refugee area were truly as disease-ridden and bacteria-infested as the rumors suggest, a single high wall wouldn't be enough to stop the spread of disease." Professor Xia dismissed Yi Peng's concerns. He understood that such exaggerations were tactics used by the authorities within the city to better control the urban population by demonizing those outside. What truly intrigued Professor Xia was the desolate state of the town. The fortress was under strict regulation, and most people could never leave it in their lifetime. Even someone of Professor Xia's status was stepping outside the fortress for the first time. Although in Kevin's eyes, the town was already the most prosperous place in the refugee area, to the city dwellers, it was no different from ruins. Moreover, the refugees here were dressed even less cleanly than the beggars inside the fortress. "Professor Xia, even if there are no viruses here, it's still not safe. This place is nothing like the city, where there are laws and order. You'd better return to the car and rest." Yi Peng had no idea what Professor Xia's exact status was, but the task of protecting him had been assigned by the mercenary unit's command center. If anything went wrong, Yi Peng wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. "Don't worry, who is our guide this time? I want to have a chat with him." Professor Xia spoke gently, exuding a scholarly demeanor. "Kid, are you deaf? Didn't you hear the professor wants to talk to you? Get over here right now." Yi Peng turned around and shouted sternly at Kevin. Kevin glanced at Yi Peng but still stepped forward. Leo was already detained by Jing Hongwei, and he did indeed need this mission to be completed in order to receive the promised reward of a ton of coal from the mercenary unit. Clatter! When Kevin approached, two mercenaries loaded their guns and pointed them at him. "That's close enough. Stay 5 meters away and talk to the professor." Professor Xia got a clear look at Kevin and showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. "Why did you find a child to be a guide? For such dangerous work, did his parents agree?" "I have no parents, and I'm not a child," Kevin responded calmly to Professor Xia's words and then fell silent. In the refugee district, being 13 years old was considered adulthood, requiring one to work in factories. By the time he was 14, he had already left the town to hunt several kilometers away. Could it be that in the fortress, even at 20 years old, one was still considered a child needing parental protection, without facing the immense pressure of survival? At this moment, Kevin suddenly felt a bit envious of the lives of the people in the fortress. "Hello, I am a professor at the Plant Research Institute of the Grain Department in Fortress 87.
27. My name is Xia Guangquan. This is my first time leaving the fortress, so please take care of me. Xia Guangquan smiled warmly and greeted politely. Hello, I am Professor Xia's student, Pei Xiangtong. The girl beside him slightly nodded and showed a sweet smile. Gao Shengrong, Professor Xia's assistant. The freckled young man raised his eyebrows, emphasizing the word assistant to highlight the difference between himself and the refugees. After Kevin and the other two finished introducing themselves, they also mentioned their names. In the refugee district, apart from a few parents who hoped their children would succeed and spend a few coins to hire a literate person to give their child a decent name, most people named their children quite casually. These names often carried hopes for a better life, such as full granary, abundant grain, plenty of salt, gaining water, prosperity, or wealth. However, the names of these city folks in front of him sounded very pleasant to Kevin. Xia Guangquan, just the sound of it made him seem like someone not to be trifled with. The fortress people were arrogant, domineering, and overbearing, harboring a deep-seated contempt and rejection toward the refugees. This had become a stereotype that refugees held about them. Although most refugees wanted to curry favor with the fortress people, deep down, they actually felt a strong sense of resistance toward them. Kevin was the same. He didn't like the people from the fortress, but he didn't feel any aversion toward Professor Xia and Pei Xiangtong. He could tell from their expressions that they didn't seem to look down on him. Moreover, Professor Xia was humble and polite, not placing himself on a pedestal. Professor Xia had no idea what Kevin was thinking and continued. We left the fortress this time to conduct a very important investigation. In the coming days, we'll be relying on you. I don't know anything about scientific research, so I'm afraid I won't be of much help. Kevin was taken aback by Xie Guangquan's words and shook his head in confusion. He had heard old Master Lin mention disciplines like physics, chemistry, life sciences, and plant sciences, but these fields had long been lost in the refugee areas. Pa, who do you think you are? Do you know how many people in the fortress dream of being Professor Xia's assistant? If Professor Xia needed help academically, would it ever be your turn, you lowlife? Gao Shengrong sneered as if he had just heard a joke and retorted sharply. Xiao Gao, watch your attitude. Xia Guangquan, aware of Gao Shengrong's prejudice against the refugees, which was similar to that of other fortress residents, gently reminded him before turning back to Kevin. I heard you're the best hunter in the town, so we need your help to lead us in tracking the wolf pack that attacked the town last night and follow their trail. You want to track the wolf pack? Kevin's eye twitched slightly. It's already late autumn, the time when hunting is difficult for wolf packs. At this time, they are highly aggressive. It's extremely dangerous. Dangerous? That's only for you refugees. Do you think wolves can withstand bullets? Yi Peng sneered coldly, patting the holster at his waist with a dismissive attitude. Exactly. Those so-called wild beasts can only scare you primitive slash-and-burn savages. Gao Shengrong, having just been reprimanded by Professor Xia because of Kevin, was now filled with hostility toward him. If Kevin weren't still useful, he would have likely already ordered the mercenaries to take action. Arrogance is often the main reason people lose their lives in the wilderness. The wasteland beyond the fortress is far more terrifying than you can imagine. Many times, firearms are useless. I can lead the way, but if we encounter any situation, you must follow my commands. Otherwise, I can't take this job. Kevin responded calmly. He had no interest in arguing with these people, as they were from entirely different worlds. However, he also wouldn't risk his life being tied to a group of reckless individuals. What the hell are you? You think you can boss us around? Yi Peng started cursing as soon as he heard Kevin's words. No problem, I agree to your terms. You're right, we're hiring a guide only to ensure our own safety. Xia Guangquan interrupted Yi Peng and nodded in agreement. If there's nothing else, let's set off. Kid, lead the way properly. If anything happens to us, I'll be the first to kill you. Gao Shang left a threatening remark with a fierce yet hollow tone, then accompanied Professor Yi back to the car. Looking at Gao Shengrong's back, Kevin squinted slightly, mentally noting this grudge. Gao Shengrong's attitude had already made him feel threatened. In his worldview, the best way to deal with a threat was to make the person causing it disappear completely. At this moment, including Yi Peng, there were a total of 12 armed mercenaries in the team, so he naturally dared not act rashly. However, in the perilous wilderness, deadly dangers were everywhere. Kevin's earlier attitude had already caused dissatisfaction among many members of the expedition team. Although his tough stance was meant to ensure his own survival, for these people from the fortress, a refugee attempting to speak to them on equal terms was, in itself, an extreme act of disrespect. The first time in Kevin's life that he rode in a car was the previous night, in Jing Hongwei's off-road vehicle. At that time, the car felt very comfortable to him. However, this time, as a guide, he could only sit in the trailer attached to the back of the porcupine vehicle. The porcupine vehicle was already extremely bumpy, and the trailer at the back had no shock absorption at all, so its comfort level was self-evident. Even before the convoy had set off, Kevin already felt that the small trailer was very cramped with 4 people sitting in it. A dozen seconds later, Gao Shengrong walked over with several sets of mercenary uniforms and threw them by the edge of the trailer. These clothes are from the professor for you. Hurry up and change plunge into them. Thank the professor for me.
Kevin glanced at the several sets of brand new mercenary uniforms, reached out, and picked one up. The nights in the wilderness were extremely cold, and these mercenary uniforms were indeed more practical and warmer than the clothes they were wearing. Moreover, the special fibers in these uniforms provided greater defensive capabilities, reportedly able to withstand the lateral slicing of bone knives.
What's there to thank? We just don't want people to see us mingling with refugees and making a fool of ourselves. Gao Shengrong replied coldly, then turned and walked away.
Inside the porcupine vehicle in front of Kevin and the others, a mercenary witnessed the scene and, without avoiding the people behind him, asked Yi Peng in the passenger seat, "Captain Yi, what's up with that old man? Why give such good clothes to refugees?"
Xie Guankuan is just an old scholar who's never left the fortress in his entire life. Thinks he's some kind of superior being, overflowing with sympathy. Let him be, it doesn't matter.
As Yi Peng spoke, he reached out and tugged the rope connected to the horn. Amid the blaring sound, he shouted, "It's about time.
Convoy, move out."
Buzz. As the words fell, two Hedgehog vehicles equipped with light machine guns took the lead and charged to the front of the convoy. The remaining vehicles kicked up dust as they sped along the town's roads, causing pedestrians to scream and scramble to dodge in a panic.
Black Flag brothel.
Xiaoqi looked at the young man in front of him who had returned to report the situation, his brows tightly furrowed.
"What did you say? Kevin and those people have gotten involved with the mercenaries in the city?"
"That's right. I even saw them with my own eyes changing into the mercenaries' uniforms."
"Big brother, do you think these guys might have joined the mercenaries? If that's the case, what if he comes back to take revenge on us? What should we do then?"
The young man swallowed nervously.
"Don't panic. Do you think getting into the city is that easy?
I heard that even the deputy director of the security bureau's brother-in-law couldn't get in as a refugee.
How could Kevin possibly have that kind of ability?"
Xiaoqi snorted coldly, completely dismissing the young man's claim. For refugees, getting into the city was almost as difficult as climbing to the heavens.
But Kevin was clearly arrested by the enforcement team yesterday, and today he shows up in the mercenaries' ranks. Isn't this whole thing way too strange?
The young man was utterly baffled.
"All right, notify Huang Monson to prepare 500 in cash. I'll make a trip to the outer city to ask Captain Kong at the guard post about the situation."
Xiaoqi pondered for a moment, waved his hand, and gave the instruction, muttering under his breath, "This is so damn strange.
That kid was caught by the enforcement team. How come he wasn't killed and even managed to connect with the mercenaries?"
Outer city of the fortress, guard post number 17. When Xiaoqi met Kong Wenyao in the office, he proactively placed 2 packs of cigarettes on the table.
"Captain Kong, I know you like filtered cigarettes, so I brought you 2 packs. And here's some money for you to buy a winter coat. Golden Line Cactus, this brand of cigarettes is quite rare in the refugee district."
Kong Wenyao glanced at the packaging of the 2 packs of cigarettes, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. Although there were cigarettes in the refugee district, most were smuggled tobacco leaves from the fortress, mixed with dry grass and leaves by the town's cigarette vendors to make harsh hand-rolled cigarettes that were extremely irritating to smoke.
"Hee, the reason I can live peacefully in the town is all thanks to Captain Kang's support. The things I give you are, of course, the best I have." Xiaoqi grinned, responding tactfully. "Here's the deal, we have 2 barrels of water in the backyard. You can take them with you later as a return gift from me." Kong Wenyao, pleased by Xiaoqi's flattery, revealed a smile. Although water was scarce in the refugee district, the fortress had a sufficient supply. Even though the enforcement team wasn't favored by the management, the supply of resources was still provided according to the city's standards. "Oh, then I must thank you. I've been saving up water lately to prepare for winter."
Xiaoqi exchanged a few more pleasantries with Kong Wenyao before casually steering the conversation to the main topic. "By the way, Captain Kong, I heard that Kevin, who was caught yesterday for carrying a gun, seems to have been released?"
"That wasn't us who took him, it was the mercenaries." Kong Wenyao mentioned this matter with some confusion as well.
"Kevin was taken away, but he had a friend named Leo who was detained at post 11. As far as I know, mercenaries rarely get involved with refugees."
"Why would they target that brat Kevin?"
Xiaoqi was puzzled.
"Could it be that Kevin was recruited by the mercenaries? Our enforcement team and the mercenaries are 2 separate systems.
I can't figure out their business, but mercenaries definitely wouldn't recruit from the refugee class." Kong Wenyao squinted his eyes.
"I guess the mercenaries must have some reason for seeking him out. After all, it was their people who took him from me yesterday. It seems they don't fully trust him,
otherwise, they wouldn't have detained his friend."
"Ah, true enough." Xiaoqi, hearing that Kevin's relationship with the mercenaries wasn't close, smirked slightly, his thoughts becoming more active.
Based on his investigation, it seemed that Leo was the only close person around Kevin. Now, with one taken by the mercenaries and the other detained at a guard post, Kevin had no chance to retaliate even if he wanted to.
However, the fact that Leo was held as a hostage indicated that Kevin would likely return.
As long as he came back, Xiaoqi would naturally have his chance for revenge.
With this thought, Xiaoqi's doubts dissipated, and he quickly felt at ease.
Fortress number 87 is located in the northern wilderness of the Federation, built on a stretch of gobi Gobi Desert. In recent years, the desert has been steadily expanding, devouring the Gobi's land. When Kevin was a child, it took over 10 kilometers to walk from the town to the edge of the desert, but now the distance is only about 7 or 8 kilometers. The convoy followed the trail of wolf droppings all the way to the edge of the desert, but then the trail disappeared. The fierce night winds were enough to reshape the desert's landscape, flattening and piling up dunes. Squeak! As the lead vehicle in the convoy came to a stop, Yipeng stepped out wearing military boots, surveyed the surroundings, and pointed to a direction in the distance.
Everyone, keep moving. The wolves' movement trajectory is heading east. That's not right. The wolves didn't go east.
Kevin heard Yipeng's command, jumped out of the truck bed, and pointed to the direction on the right.
If you want to follow the wolves, you have to head south. Are you crazy, or are you blind?
Yipeng turned to look at Kevin, impatiently pointing to a trail of droppings on the ground.
Can't you see?
Based on the trajectory of the droppings, these wolves have been moving in a straight line. Wolves leave straight-line trails of droppings to mislead humans. They know that droppings on the Gobi Desert can't be hidden, but once they enter the desert, it becomes much harder for us to track them. Wolves are very intelligent animals. They won't let humans track their pack with such simple clues.
Kevin locked eyes with Yipeng and shared his insight. Ridiculous. Do you think these animals have human-level intelligence, and that they even know how to lure someone away?
Yipeng heard Kevin's response and spoke in a mocking tone, as if he had just heard a joke. At this moment, Xie Guangquan also approached with Pei Xiangtong and Gao Shengrong, looking at the two who were at an impasse. What are you arguing about?
Did you encounter some kind of problem? Professor Xie, in my opinion, this kid is just a swindler. He actually told me that the droppings left by these wolves were meant to confuse us, not only dismissing my idea of tracking them eastward but also insisting that the wolf pack went south. Isn't this nonsense?
Although Yipeng looked down on intellectuals like Professor Xie, he didn't dare show it openly and maintained a relatively polite attitude.
Do you have any basis for saying that? After listening to Yipeng, Xie Guangquan cast an inquisitive glance at Kevin. Just a hunch.
I simply don't believe that such cunning creatures as wolves would leave such obvious traces.
When the wolf pack attacked the town before, I encountered them.
These beasts even took away the corpses of their companions, which shows they don't want to expose their tracks or their pack.
Kevin stared firmly at Xie Guangquan. There's a high chance they went south. Ha, a refugee who can't even read a single word, pretending to be all mysterious with me here? Do you know how precious fuel is? Are we supposed to wander aimlessly in the desert just based on your hunch? Gao Shengrong seized the opportunity to mock Kevin. Why don't you say the wolf pack went north instead? Because the north is a vast desert where the wolf pack can't survive. Kevin replied coldly. Captain Yi, follow his suggestion. The team will head south.
Xie Guangquan pondered for a moment before making the decision.
Professor Xie, you don't really think this kid's nonsense makes sense, do you? Yipeng's face immediately darkened.
I'm not a zoologist, nor do I understand the habits of wild beasts, but I believe that Kevin's experience is far richer than ours as fortress dwellers, and that is precisely the purpose of us seeking a guide.
Xie Guangquan shook his head slightly, speaking in a calm tone. Kid, you'd better pray that your intuition is accurate. Otherwise, if I find out you haven't fulfilled your role, I won't hesitate to leave you in the desert.
Yipeng threw a vicious remark at Kevin and began instructing the convoy to head south.
As for Yipeng's threat, Kevin was indifferent.
If these guys really intended to leave him in the desert, it was hard to say who would be in greater danger. However, Xie Guangquan piqued his interest even more. A scientist from a fortress who knew nothing about animals yet sought to track a wolf pack.
Grain Agency Research Institute. Seeds in the wolf's stomach. Kevin connected these two matters and vaguely guessed Xie Guangquan's purpose.
Although farming was impossible outside Fortress Number 87, it was said that inside the fortress, there were not only farmlands but also indoor crop greenhouses where planting could be done year-round. These greenhouses utilized plant growth lights to replace sunlight for photosynthesis, a technological method inherited from the old world. Since Kevin needed to constantly search for traces left by the wolf pack, the scientific expedition team's vehicles moved slowly through the desert. However, Kevin and Fatty Lee were still shaken to the point of clutching the edges of the truck bed in dry heaving. This was their first time traveling such a long distance by vehicle, resulting in severe motion sickness. On the other hand, Tu Shi and Ren Jiao showed no reaction. The two of them leaned against the bumpy truck bed and even managed to fall asleep. Time passed, and the scientific expedition team's convoy had been racing through the desert for 4 hours.
As the blazing sun rose higher, its scorching rays began to sear the earth.
Kevin, needing to observe the tracks of the wolf pack, had climbed up the mast of the hedgehog vehicle. These masts were modular and could be assembled, consisting of a 3-meter-high steel pipe mounted on the roof of the vehicle. At the top was a platform where a person could sit, designed to allow soldiers to climb to higher vantage points during combat or to enable sentinels to avoid dust clouds and observe distant surroundings. After more than 10 minutes, the fuel tank of the hedgehog vehicle was nearly empty. The driver inside began retrieving fuel barrels from the cargo bed of another hedgehog vehicle to refill the tank. Yipeng also stepped out of the vehicle, looking displeased
announced as he turned to Kevin. "Hey, you've had us wandering around the desert all morning. Have you found anything or not? You've seen how vast this desert is. If we want to find traces of the wolf pack, we can only explore slowly. This isn't something that can be rushed." Kevin unfastened the water pouch from his waist and took a small sip. Earlier that morning, he and Fatty Lee had sold the wolf carcasses and pelts, using the proceeds to buy some food and water. However, the duration of this journey was still uncertain, so they had to conserve their supplies. "Bah, Captain Yi, this guy is just a charlatan. If we choose to trust him, sooner or later we'll be led into a ditch." Gao Xingrong stepped forward to chime in. "I think your earlier guess was correct. That pack of wolves definitely went east. Why don't we turn back now and head east?" "Damn it! I told you a vagrant isn't worth trusting." Yi Peng stood under the scorching sun, glancing irritably at his watch. "We'll continue exploring for another hour. If we still find nothing, then no need for an hour." Kevin scanned the horizon from the mast, then leapt down and ran off into the distance. Yi Peng saw Kevin's movement and quickly led a few mercenaries to follow. By now, Kevin had already run more than 10 meters ahead, where several clusters of black beetles were scattered across the sandy surface under his feet. "Are you out of your mind? We're here in the desert to find wolves, not to catch bugs." Gao Xingrong snapped with a cold face. "These two types of bugs are the Namib desert beetle and the dung beetle, commonly known as the scarab. The Namib desert beetle's wings have hygrophilic textures that can condense water vapor from the air for drinking, while the dung beetle lives on feces. The fact that these two insects are gathered here indicates the presence of fresh feces," Kevin explained as he picked up all the Namib desert beetles from the ground, tore off their walking legs, and put them in his bag. At the same time, he drew his waist knife and began digging into the sand. Within seconds, the feces buried beneath the sand were unearthed. "Is this wolf done?" Yi Peng had initially planned to mock Kevin a bit more, but upon seeing that he had actually dug up feces, he immediately became tense and drew the gun from his waist. "That's right, it's wolf dung." Kevin nodded, carefully digging up a few more piles of dung, then pointed in a direction. "The wolf pack went that way." At this moment, Fatty Lee, who had followed along, glanced at the vast desert around them and then at the direction Kevin was pointing, feeling uncertain. "Brother Zhe, are you sure about this? There's clearly nothing over there." "How can you be certain of the wolf pack's trail? Look at the shape of the wolf dung. From the shape of these droppings, the thinner end is all pointing in that direction, which means the wolves were facing that way when they defecated." Kevin straightened up and spoke to Yi Peng. "The wolf pack that attacked the town earlier had pups with them, which means their traveling speed won't be very fast. Wolves defecate about once every 1 or 2 days. If we keep tracking in that direction, we can use the next pile of wolf dung to confirm their route again. Then what are we waiting for? Let's move." Yi Peng, accustomed to the comforts of the fortress, found the harsh environment of the refugee zone unbearable and just wanted to complete the mission quickly and leave this troublesome place. "Afraid not. Acid rain is coming." Kevin reached out to feel the threads of wind in the air. "And this rain will come very quickly." "Are you kidding me? Before we left the fortress today, we specifically checked the satellite cloud map. There's absolutely no rain in our area." Yi Peng looked up at the cloudless sky, completely disbelieving Kevin's words. "I don't know what cloud map you're talking about, but this rain will arrive soon. We have at most half an hour to prepare. If you want to continue on the road, I won't stop you, but I absolutely won't follow." At this moment, Kevin finally understood that the so-called weather forecasts in the fortress were not entirely accurate. "Captain Yi, don't believe him. What do these vagrants know? Since the cloud map doesn't show any rain, what could he possibly understand? I think he's just trying to go against you." Gao Xingrong seized every opportunity to provoke Yi Peng's dislike for Kevin. Yi Peng glanced at Gao Xingrong and instructed the soldiers beside him, "Pass the order, set up camp immediately." "Yes." The soldier responded and immediately began calling his companions to get busy. The reason Yi Peng wanted to set up camp was not because he trusted Kevin so much, but because he didn't dare to take the risk. In this wasteland, compared to the ferocious beasts that prey on humans, acid rain and sandstorms carrying various pathogens are equally formidable and cold-blooded killers. The sulfuric acid content in the air has now increased several times. An acid rain capable of bringing plagues and infectious diseases, even burning the skin, becomes a feast for harvesting lives. 15 minutes later, the convoy stopped at the base of a massive sand dune. At the same time, the gale began to howl, clouds churned in the sky, and even the air grew heavy and dim. Yi Peng had previously set a rule that Kevin's group could not camp with the scientific expedition team. As the fortress crew began setting up tents and covering the vehicles with tarps, Kevin also led Li Pengzi, Tu Shi, and Ren Jiao to start digging sand pits. They laid out tarps resistant to acid, alkali, and water, using wooden poles as support beams to prepare a simple rainproof shelter. As the acid rain loomed, the atmospheric pressure over the desert began to drop, and a strong smell of sulfur compounds filled the wind. Whoosh! A gust of fierce wind swept through, orange-yellow clouds churned, and ball lightning glowing with a ghostly green light kept falling, drifting erratically near the ground with the air currents, and ultimately crashing into rocks or sand dunes, exploding with a thunderous roar. Gradually, not Not only the clouds but everything between heaven and earth turned orange. Sandstorms raged, and visibility plummeted. Clatter, clatter. Torrential rain poured down from the sky, falling onto the makeshift tent of Kevin and the others. Crack. Kevin opened his backpack, took off the corpse of a nanofabric desert beetle, tore off its back shell, and began chewing on it. Ning brother, are you hungry? I have food here. Too sure, seeing Kevin eating a bug, generously reached for his own backpack. In the desert, we don't know how long we'll have to keep walking. Resources should be conserved whenever possible. These beetles are like natural filters. 40% of their bodies consist of water. They not only help fill your stomach but also quench your thirst. I've caught over 100 of them before. If you want to eat, you can take some yourself. Kevin politely declined Too Sure's offer, grabbed a handful of beetles, and handed them to Fatty Lee. In the refugee area where food was scarce, anything non-toxic was essentially considered edible. What Kevin didn't expect was that Ren Zhao, who had already taken off her water pouch, also reached out, grabbed 2 beetles, and tossed them into her mouth after hearing his words. She showed no signs of discomfort and appeared completely natural. At that moment, Kevin suddenly felt that he had underestimated this woman. 20 meters away, Xie Guangquan stood inside a tent. Through a window made of plastic sheeting, he glanced at Kevin and their makeshift rain shelter. Turning to Yi Peng, he said, "This rain is heavier than we anticipated. Why not let those refugees come in to take shelter from it?" "Professor Xie, I'm afraid I can't agree to your condition. These people are just refugees. Even if you can accept them, the rest of us cannot," Yi Peng said dismissively. "Don't worry, the lives of these lowly people are quite tough." Kevin's method of tracking the wolf pack relied on the survival instincts of animals and insects. Even in the barren desert, there were still creatures struggling to survive. However, with this acid rain, the insects temporarily no longer needed to rely on wolf droppings to replenish water. Humans know acid rain is harmful, but these creatures do not, and they are also better adapted to such harsh conditions than humans. With the wind and rain coming, the pace of the team's progress was bound to slow down. The acid rain didn't stop until the afternoon. Once the dark clouds dispersed, the scorching sun resumed its torment on the earth, evaporating the moisture from the ground while bringing a hint of coolness. Since it was already late and they couldn't continue their journey, Yi Peng learned from Kevin that the tracking would need to be postponed. He decided to set up camp again and began preparing a meal. The fortress people's camp was located upwind from Kevin's shack, and the aroma of their food quickly drifted over to Kevin's side. Before this trip, Kevin had bought a lot of bean cakes and a small amount of dried meat. In the refugee area, the only common seasonings were sugar and salt, and the wild animals hunted there were not castrated, so the meat was gamey and had a strong smell, far from being as delicious as one might imagine. In comparison, the food on the expedition team's side was much more abundant. They had not only fresh vegetables and instant rice but also military rations and fruits. When the beef cans were heated, the rich aroma in the air made Fatty Lee feel like his bean cakes were as tasteless as wax. Swallowing his saliva repeatedly, he said, "Brother Zhe, the stuff these city folks eat is really different from ours. It smells so good." Kevin gnawed on a soybean cake and nodded. "Yeah, I heard there's a term in the old world specifically used to describe daughters of wealthy families, called Miss 1,000 pounds. For a woman to grow to 1,000 pounds, imagine how well they must have eaten." Poof! Ren Zhao, who was drinking water on the side, immediately spat out a mouthful of water, then pretended to be choking as she nonchalantly wiped her mouth. "It just rained here recently, so the desert will definitely cool down significantly tonight. We don't have the kind of windproof and insulated tents that the scientific expedition teams use, so we'll have to dig shelters. A simple shelter requires 2 people to complete. One digs a pit, and the other is wrapped in waterproof fabric and buried inside for insulation, while the teammate stays up to keep watch. Since there are 4 of us, let's split into 2 groups." Kevin looked at Ren Zhao and Too Sure as he made his decision. Although they were Su Fei's friends, he didn't trust them and couldn't feel comfortable entrusting his back to them, so he deliberately avoided grouping everyone together. "No problem." Too Sure gave a simple and honest smile. "But we've never done this kind of thing before, so we'll need your guidance." While Kevin and his group were digging a pit to bury themselves, the people in the fortress were gathered around the dining table singing. Gao Shengrong was holding a strange instrument in his hands, and Pei Shangtong was humming a melodious and graceful tune. Kevin thought Pei Shangtong's singing was very pleasant, and Ren Zhao also told him that the instrument in Gao Shengrong's hands was called a guitar. Few people in the market town sang, perhaps because the hardships of life left them with no leisure for such pursuits. It could also be that the illiterate refugees had no tradition or creativity for songs. There were singing courtesans in the brothels, but their songs were all vulgar and decadent tunes. After Kevin guided Ren Zhao and Too Sure in digging a simple cave, he went a dozen meters away to reinforce his own cave. Before he could start, Fatty Lee came trotting over to him, holding out a plate as if presenting a sacred relic to a devout believer. "Brother Zhe, try this. Something from the city people." Swish! Kevin glanced sideways and saw Fatty Lee holding a plate of steaming sausages, roasted meat, and other food. He frowned slightly. "Did you steal this?" "No, I traded for it. I just went to the bathroom, passed by the camp over there, there, chatted with those people for a bit, and offered to wash their dishes. They gave me some food in return. Fatty Lee grinned honestly. I think those people are pretty nice. After hearing Fatty Lee's explanation, Kevin gave him another look. He had always been curious about how someone like Fatty Lee could survive so long in the wasteland. It was only at this moment that he realized Fatty Lee had his own unique strengths. Kevin and Leo were both very cautious people. Having survived on the dangerous wasteland for so long, their first instinct upon meeting others was always to perceive them as threats and remain on guard. Gaining their trust was as difficult as reaching the heavens. Lee Fatty, on the other hand, appeared simple-minded and timid, but he was highly sociable. In terms of building connections, he was indeed much better than Kevin and Leo. Perhaps his friendliness and low level of vigilance toward others allowed him to live quite well without having to fight desperately. Lee Fatty felt a bit embarrassed under Kevin's gaze. Gesturing toward the plate, he smiled and said, "Brother Je, why are you looking at me? Hurry up and eat. I've been smelling this all the way here, and I can barely hold back my drool." Kevin inhaled the rich aroma of the food, picked up a piece of roasted meat, and put it in his mouth. The flavors of many unfamiliar seasonings bombarded his taste buds, but he still shook his head slightly. "This meat is a bit strange. It doesn't have much chewiness to it. This is protein-synthesized meat. I heard it's made from beans." Apparently, the livestock industry inside the city isn't very developed, and only the top elites can eat real meat. Mercenaries can only eat this synthesized meat. However, the sausages do contain some bits of pork skin. This is the first time I've heard that beans can be turned into meat. They say that after extracting the plant protein, the bean dregs are used to feed animals or sent to the outer city to make bean cakes for the refugees. Lee Fatty clicked his tongue in amazement, then lowered his voice and said, "Brother Je, I think these city folks are a bit twisted. Just now, when I went over, a group of them was discussing how a certain opera has become really popular in the city recently. It's called Romeo Spends the Night with a Pig." Spending the night with pigs? What kind of hobby is that? Kevin froze for a moment, feeling goosebumps all over. Looking at the group of people laughing and chatting around the bonfire in the distance, he clenched his fists slightly. "Stay away from them in the future. Tonight, you just sleep. I'll keep watch all night." Fatty Lee was deeply moved. "Brother Je, you're so good to me. Don't worry, after taking the antibiotics, my wound doesn't hurt much anymore. I can totally." "You're overthinking it. I'm mainly worried that if you fall asleep at night, the two of us might end up in danger." Kevin's expression tightened, feeling that these fortress people, who wouldn't even spare pigs, were somewhat ruthless. While Kevin and Fatty Lee were savoring the fortress people's delicacies, over at the scientific expedition team's camp, a mercenary on duty atop the porcupine car's mast glanced toward the distance beyond the dunes. His face immediately turned grim as he shouted loudly, "Captain Yi, something's up. At our 10 o'clock direction, there's a group of people moving, and it's a large group. Damn it. Could it be bandits? Everyone, gather up. Draw your blades and guns. Load the bullets. Set up the light machine gun on the sand dune for me." Upon hearing the soldier's report, Yi Peng instantly became tense. Outside the fortress, the threat of bandits was 100 times greater than that of refugees. At first, when Kevin heard the report, he also thought it was bandits. After all, in this vast desert, apart from hunters and bandits, almost no one else would choose to come here to court death. Moreover, hunters would never appear in such large numbers as to alarm the sentries. But when he climbed to the top of the sand dune, he discovered that the group walking in the desert was actually a large number of refugees. Those refugees were dressed in rags, their faces sallow and emaciated. A rough count showed there were at least several hundred of them. The scorching sun blazed down, and people kept collapsing. "What's that smell? It's fragrant. There's someone over there. Saved." In the crowd, someone was the first to catch the scent of the research team's camp cooking. The group was reinvigorated and began moving in teams toward the dune where the camp was located. Da-da-da! The gunfire erupted, and Yi Peng led the team charging up the dune. When the refugees saw the mercenaries in uniform, armed to the teeth, emerging from behind the dune, they froze in unison. The refugees harbored a deep-seated fear of the fortress people, etched into their very bones. An old man in the crowd looked at the elderly woman beside him, his voice so weak it seemed only he could hear it. "Dear, is there any food left?" An old woman with sunken eyes rummaged through her empty bundle, stepped forward, and pleaded, "Gentlemen, please give us some food. My old man is starving to death." "There's nothing. Get lost immediately. Stay away from us." A mercenary, his face cold as stone, raised his gun without a shred of sympathy, while the sound of cocking weapons echoed throughout the team. At this moment, Xie Guankuan was also standing behind the sand dune. It was his first time stepping out of the fortress, and he was deeply shocked by the scene before him. He looked at Yi Peng with some reluctance and said, "Captain Yi, let's give them a little food. These people are so pitiful." Yi Peng's face remained expressionless, showing no compassion for the refugees who kept collapsing. "Professor, these vermin from the refugee zones are an inferior race, and they're insatiable. If you give to one, a whole swarm will come. We don't even know how long we'll be traveling, and we can't waste food on them." Plop! At the same time, the starving old man collapsed weakly to the ground. The old woman turned back to support
toward him. Though her heart was filled with sorrow, she was too dehydrated to shed tears.
"Old man, you must hold on. If something happens to you, how will I survive?"
"My dear, if I die, you must find our grandson.
"Since we adopted him, we must take full responsibility."
The old man stretched out his withered hand and grasped the old woman's wrist.
I'm sorry for you all."
Seeing this scene, Kevin was suddenly moved. He was a man with a hardened heart, but the old man's words reminded him of old Master Lin, who had adopted him years ago. After a moment of hesitation, Kevin stepped forward, took out a water pouch, and handed 2 bean cakes to the old woman. Over at the camp, Tusher saw Kevin's actions from afar and raised an eyebrow slightly. "This kid is interesting. He won't even eat the food he brought himself, yet he's willing to share it with others." Ren Jiao looked at the miserable refugees. Although she felt some sympathy, she made no move and stared at Kevin's back as she spoke. "An overflowing sense of compassion will only bring him trouble. People like that don't last long in the refugee zone. Sir, please give us some too. Please.
My mom is starving to death. Save my daughter."
"I'll trade my wife with you for a bowl of water." Perhaps Kevin's actions gave others hope, and once again, refugees surrounded him. Splurt! Kevin pulled out the knife from his waist and violently stabbed it into the sand beside him. "You don't have food, but you won't starve to death immediately. If anyone dares to step forward, I will kill them." A group of refugees stared blankly at Kevin, who was dressed in mercenary attire. Ren Jiao saw this scene, shrugged slightly, and said to Tusher, "Forget what I just said." The old woman gave the old man a few sips of water and noticed that his complexion had slightly improved. She repeatedly thanked Kevin while preparing to pack up the food and water. "Young man, thank you. I will never forget your great kindness for the rest of my life."
"What I gave you must be eaten now." Kevin interrupted the old woman's actions.
"If others see that I gave you food and you store it, it could cost you your lives." All right. The old woman suddenly realized and began feeding her husband. Kevin, seeing the elderly couple devouring the food ravenously, grew a bit curious. "Who are you? Why did you come to the desert?"
"We are from Fortress 88.
There was a swarm of bugs over there.
Those beetles are as big as a human head and bite anyone they see."
At first, the troops in the city came out to deal with them, but when they realized the bugs were hard to handle, they retreated and started fortifying the fortress. We, the abandoned refugees, had no choice but to flee. The old man spoke of this with fear still evident in his eyes. Many refugee villages in our area were wiped out because of this. To escape the disaster, we had no choice but to head toward Fortress 87. At the beginning, there were thousands of us, but our numbers dwindled every day. After walking for dozens of days, only this few of us are left.
"Young man, do you know how far it is to Fortress 87?
Head northwest. At your pace, it should take about 2 more days," Kevin said as he reached into his bag, discreetly pulled out a beetle, and handed it to the old man before turning to leave. Kevin had heard of swarms of bugs and packs of beasts attacking humans, but those were stories from a long, long time ago. It was precisely because of such threats that countless fortresses had been built. He had thought the bug swarms were just a legend, but he hadn't expected them to still exist today. Wolf packs attacking people, bug swarms wiping out villages, strange events on the wasteland seemed to be happening more and more frequently lately. Kevin had just turned around when Fatty Lee came running from behind, carrying some food.
"Brother Zhe, I got a bit more food. Should we share it with them?"
"No need." Kevin shook his head slightly and pulled Fatty Lee as they started walking back.
"We can't save so many people.
These people have all been exposed to acid rain and will soon suffer from various diseases. Judging by this distance, even if they manage to have a full meal, it will be very difficult for them to make it out of the desert. In the end, less than 1/10 of them might survive to reach Fortress 87, and of those, perhaps only another 10th will find work and manage to stay alive." As night fell, a bonfire was lit at the camp, and the aroma of cooking canned food wafted toward the refugees.
Finally, someone couldn't resist trying to rush the camp.
After a burst of gunfire and a few bodies hitting the ground, the night fell silent once again. The entire night was far from peaceful. The desert nights were cold, and disputes over clothing began in the refugee camp. Meanwhile, a woman cried out, claiming she had lost her child. In such circumstances, losing a child reminded Kevin of Zhuo Mingyuan, who had gone mad after eating the 5-finger lamb. As Kevin had anticipated, by the time the morning sun rose the next day, the area where the refugees had gathered was littered with at least over 100 corpses, victims of the cold and disease. To prevent the refugees from losing their minds out of hunger and storming the camp, the convoy set off at dawn. The refugees swarmed forward, scavenging for garbage, and some even began eating the leftover charcoal from the bonfire piles. A 1% survival rate drives countless people to risk life and death to escape, but if they don't flee, they won't even have that 1% chance of hope. This is the wasteland. The desert cannot retain water. Even if there was heavy acid rain the previous day, after being scorched by the sun the next day, it is hard to tell that it had rained at all. However, the wolf droppings buried beneath the desert sands, having retained moisture, attracted more beetles.
The scientific expedition team found the second site of wolf droppings at around 3 p.m.
Yi Peng observed the droppings based on the knowledge Kevin had previously
obviously taught him and said loudly, "It looks like the wolf pack is continuing to move south. Everyone, get ready to board the vehicle." Kevin licked his lips, gazing at a massive weathered rock in the distance. His expression was serious, and a faint trace of fear seemed to flicker in his eyes. "The wolf pack is moving faster than expected. We can't keep chasing them anymore." Kevin and his group were currently at the boundary between a desert and a gobi. Standing there and looking into the distance, all they could see was wind-formed sandy gobi terrain. The rugged and bold landscape did not evoke a sense of grandeur in Kevin but instead gave rise to a strong sense of danger. Seeing Kevin's deep apprehension toward the gobi, Yipeng asked coldly, "Why can't we go any further? Is there some kind of danger there?" "I don't know much about that place." Kevin shook his head slightly and replied truthfully, "For hunters, this is already the limit of what we can explore." When he left the town to hunt, he could go no farther than 50 kilometers away. The wilderness became increasingly dangerous at night, and he had to return to the town before nightfall. The edge of this desert was already the farthest he could explore, and that was only under the condition of moving at a forced march pace, almost running the entire way. Although he had the ability to survive at night, he would not risk his life unnecessarily. "You haven't been to that place, so it doesn't necessarily mean it's dangerous. Prepare the team and move out." Yipeng heard Kevin's response and dismissively gave the order. He knew these refugees were uneducated, even attributing some natural phenomena to superstitions about ghosts and gods. But as a city dweller, his understanding of the world was much clearer, and he certainly wouldn't be intimidated by a refugee. Kevin pointed to a massive weathered rock standing in the distance. "I once accidentally wandered into this part of the Gobi Desert. It's far more dangerous than you imagine. The poisonous insects and fierce beasts there are far more numerous than in the outer desert. And beyond the boundary stone ahead, I don't know the way anymore. This part of the Gobi is a hunter's forbidden zone, known as the Land of Bones." "No problem. We have satellite phones and a positioning system, so we won't get lost. As for the beasts you mentioned, with so many of us and our guns, what is there to fear?" Every day, so many transport teams operate in the refugee zones of the Federation, and they don't all encounter danger. You need to understand that in this era, modern firearms are the true kings. Yipeng patted the gun holster at his waist dismissively and issued the command to the team, "Prepare the convoy. Let's move out." Phew! Kevin looked at Yipeng's back and sighed softly. This guy knew nothing about the wilderness, and his blind confidence in firearms would eventually get him into trouble. Even though Kevin was unwilling to venture deep into the Gobi Desert, he had no choice, because Leo was still being held captive by the mercenaries. Even if it was just for Leo, he had to take the risk. This was the meaning of depending on each other for survival. After Kevin returned to the truck bed, he handed a rope, covered in grease and barely recognizable as red, from his wrist to Fatty Lee. "Here, you wear this." Fatty Lee obediently took it. "Brother Ja, what is this?" Kevin took off his backpack and lazily leaned against the edge of the truck bed. "A talisman. My godfather left it to me before he passed away, saying it could keep me safe." "Brother Ja, I really didn't expect you to be so good to me." Fatty Lee grinned, quickly putting the talisman on his hand. "I've never believed in ghosts or gods, nor do I think this thing can protect anyone. I kept it just as a keepsake. The reason I'm giving it to you is because you're too fat and run too slow. If a wild animal attacks, I'll do my best to protect you, but if I can't, I'll have to save myself, and you're most likely to be the first to die." Kevin scratched his nose and looked with satisfaction at the red string on Fatty Lee's hand. "With this string, it might be easier for me to identify you through your remains later." "Too sure." Run Jiao. Fatty Lee, full of emotion. "The Gobi is not the same as a desert. It is a type of arid terrain covered with coarse sand and gravel on a hard soil layer. The ground is composed of relatively coarse particles, with slightly greater undulations, and bedrock protrudes from the surface. Due to years of wind and sand erosion, it has a strong sense of stratification. In the desert, which is scorched by the sun all day long, there are rarely any large predators. However, the Gobi is different. Back then, Kevin entered the Gobi by mistake while trying to escape a pack of wolves. Thinking of the encounter with the giant bear from those days still sends shivers down his spine. The merciless blazing sun poured down onto the earth like flames without any obstruction. The undulating Gobi Desert resembled a steamer, radiating heat waves that distorted the air. Looking around, one could occasionally spot withered trees in the Gobi, but for the most part, it was a monotonous yellow, desolate, and lifeless. Just the sight of this landscape brought an overwhelming sense of exhaustion, as if it stretched on endlessly. There was wind on the Gobi, but it came in the form of whirlwinds, capable of lifting sand and gravel high into the air, resembling smoke columns rising from the ground, swirling chaotically across the Gobi. These winds were particularly fierce, easily strong enough to lift an adult into the sky. The gravel swept up by the fierce wind was like natural sandpaper, striking the car body with a clinking sound. The off-road vehicle's paint was covered in countless scratches, and it seemed that in a few more days, the paint would be completely stripped off. To avoid the sandstorm, Kevin and the others draped a rainproof tarp over their heads. Occasionally, large stones struck the backs of their hands as they held onto the tarp, causing sharp, piercing pain. Because Rin Jiao was a woman, too
Shi took the initiative to help her hold the rainproof tarp. At this moment, Ren Jiao no longer had the casual demeanor she had in the desert. With a serious expression, she looked at Kevin and asked, "On the Gobi Desert, is there anything we need to be cautious about?" "Yes." Kevin thought for a moment and nodded. "Don't wash your hands after using the toilet." Ren Jiao looked curious. "Is this some kind of special custom, or is it to leave a scent to confuse wild animals?" Kevin grinned. "No, it's because wasting water." Ren Jiao glared. "Can you be serious for once?" Kevin laughed heartily. "The first thing we need to do is stay as far away from the scientific expedition team as possible." "You think they're in danger?" Ren Jiao squinted her eyes. "These people are carrying a lot of food, including cured meat, sausages, and other strongly flavored items. These things can easily attract wild animals. I just advised Yi Ping to throw the food away, but he refused," Kevin said calmly. "With these things, they might end up being attacked by wild animals." "Are you saying a wolf pack?" Shi's eyes lit up. "There are many deadly threats in the Gobi Desert, not just wolf packs." Kevin shook his head slightly. For some reason, he felt that Shi seemed particularly interested in wolf packs. As Kevin said, this expanse of desert known as the Land of Bones is extremely dangerous. Transport convoys heading to the fortress in this area would rather take a detour through the desert than choose to traverse here. It is precisely because of the lack of human activity that the roads within the desert are difficult to navigate, mostly full of potholes. However, on some highlands, there are patches of flat ground, remnants of highways from the old world. Most of these have now been buried deep underground, with only a small portion pushed to the surface by tectonic movements. It is said that there are many such old world relics scattered across this world, and there are even professional treasure hunters who make a living from them. However, Kevin had never seen any relics near Fortress 87. The convoy traveled about 10 kilometers through the desert before finally stopping beneath a large bridge. The bridge ahead was a broken bridge, its base seemingly growing out of the ground, slanting upward to a height of 20 meters before abruptly ending. Below, a row of bridge piers supporting the structure had a diameter of at least 2 meters. While the people from the fortress were indifferent, Kevin and Fatty Lee were deeply shocked. The afterglow of the setting sun left a streak of orange-red on the distant horizon, illuminating the scaly evening clouds at the edge of the sky. Taking advantage of the time while the vehicle was being refueled and serviced, Gao Xingrong stepped out of the off-road vehicle with a film camera in hand, his face brimming with a smile. He said to Pei Xiangtong, after living in the fortress for so many years, "I never thought there would be such beautiful scenery outside. It's truly stunning. Junior, the scene here is so romantic. How about I take a photo of you?" "Romantic? Didn't you see those refugees fleeing from famine yesterday? I really don't think there's anything romantic about this desolate place." Pei Xiangtong looked at the distant sandstorm, feeling unmoved. "Oh, come on, just one photo. People in the fortress have never seen scenery like this. I promise you, once you take this photo back, so many people will envy you." Gao Xingrong continued to chatter incessantly. "I left the fortress to conduct research, not for sightseeing." Pei Xiangtong declined once again and began digging up a withered wild grass in the distance with Professor Xia. At the same time, Yi Ping also walked up to Kevin, looking at him coldly. "We've been traveling in the Gobi for a long time, but we haven't found any more traces of wolf droppings. Are you sure your directions are correct? Before entering the Gobi, I already told you that I'm not familiar with the terrain here. I can only rely on some common sense to make judgments. Wolves are very cautious animals. When they move, they always travel against the wind to prevent other wild beasts ahead from detecting their presence. Whether we can find them or not depends on luck." Kevin glanced at the setting sun, which was about to sink below the horizon, and continued, "Most wild animals on the plains are nocturnal. Once night falls, it becomes dangerous. So we can't keep moving. We need to find a place to set up camp." That makes sense." Yi Peng scanned the surroundings, then pointed to a broken bridge rising from the flat ground behind them and said, "Tonight, we'll camp on the bridge. The rest of you will stay below it." "What do you mean? You want us to be bait?" Shi took a step forward with a grim expression after hearing Yi Peng's words. The broken bridge beside them was over 10 meters high and had only one entrance and exit. At this moment, Yi Peng was asking them to stay under the bridge, clearly intending to use them as a shield against danger. Kevin narrowed his eyes slightly upon hearing this. These fortress people were actually planning to use them, the refugees, as bait for danger, serving as an alarm and a frontline defense. Or what? A bunch of lowlifes, and you think you can rest with us? Yi Peng did not deny Shi's accusation and coldly ordered the other soldiers, "Take out all the steering wheels from the vehicles and set up camp on the bridge." "Yes, sir." Several soldiers responded and began to busy themselves near the vehicle, while Gao Xingrong ran over to Yi Peng's side. "Captain Yi, I suggest you arrange for a few people to keep watch tonight and keep an eye on these refugees to prevent them from sneaking onto the bridge to steal our things. I've heard that these people are not exactly clean-handed." Makes sense. Then tonight, you'll be on watch." Yi Peng patted Gao Xingrong on the arm and headed to the bridge with two soldiers to survey the terrain. Gao Xingrong stood there stunned for a while, lightly slapped himself, and muttered a curse under his breath. A group of mercenaries mercenaries quickly began moving various supplies and started setting up camp on the bridge. Ren Jiao and Tu Shi, on the other hand, found a sheltered spot under the bridge and began digging a pit. Just as the two were about to finish, Kevin walked over to them. "The spot you chose isn't right. This is a downwind area. If any wild animals are attracted by the smell of food from the bridge, they'll definitely come from the direction of the wind. You should move to the other side of the bridge. Although the wind is stronger there, it will help you avoid the path animals might take during an attack. Why didn't you tell us earlier?" Ran Jiao's face showed a trace of anger after hearing Lu Ningxia's words. The Gobi Desert is not like a regular desert. Digging such a large hole had consumed a lot of energy from the two of them. "Ren Jiao, let it go. Brother Ning was kind enough to remind us." Tu Shi gave a hearty smile as he climbed out of the deep pit. "While it's still daylight, let's go dig another one." "Then you don't want this hole anymore, right?" Kevin jumped into the pit and waved at Fatty Lee. "Fatty, bring our stuff over." "Hey, coming." Fatty Lee ran over, holding two bundles, with a spring in his step. "Kid, didn't you say that this place would be discovered by wild beasts?" Ren Jiao asked, her eyes wide open as she watched Kevin's actions. "Yeah, this place will indeed be discovered, but even if we stay upwind, we still can't escape if the beasts come. Their sense of smell is sharp, but their eyes aren't blind. If they are drawn here, won't they see people under the bridge?" Kevin sniffed, observed the pit for a moment, and then said to Fatty Lee, "I'm not very satisfied with this pit. The two of us need to keep modifying it." "Too sure? You bastard, I'll kill you." Ren Jiao was silent for a few seconds before suddenly erupting, reaching for her lower back. "Xiao Jiao, let it go. Don't be so impulsive." Tu Shi grabbed Ren Jiao and forcibly pulled her away. Night fell quickly. On the Gobi Desert, apart from the ghostly wailing of the wind, it was pitch black under the bridge. On the bridge, the bonfire lit by the scientific expedition team glowed, its red light blending with the vast Milky Way above. Kevin and the others' shelter was a pit dug into the flat ground, with tree branches propping up a rainproof tarp over the entrance. This setup not only resisted the wind but also provided basic insulation. At this moment, 30 meters away from the pit, behind a large rock, Kevin and Fatty Lee were looking for a place to relieve themselves. After Fatty Lee found a slightly flat spot, he waved to Kevin, "Brother Zhe, come over here. There's a hole in the ground here. It's a natural toilet. Tap tap." Hearing the call, Kevin hurried over. When he saw the marks on the ground, he was instantly stunned. Because the row of holes Fatty Lee mentioned turned out to be a series of wild animal footprints, each larger than his head. Fatty Lee was dumbfounded when he heard Kevin's account and learned that the marks on the ground were actually bare footprints. He simply couldn't imagine what kind of creature would have footprints the size of a human head. After a long pause, he looked at Kevin in disbelief. "Brother Zhe, I heard before that you once hunted a bear. Was it this kind of creature?" "I did hunt a bear, but that one was definitely not this big. It seems that recently, the wild animals on the wasteland have been growing larger and larger. Even the wolf pack that attacked the town earlier was unlike anything I've seen before. We can't stay here. We have to leave immediately." Kevin didn't even have time to finish relieving himself. He quickly led Fatty Lee back to the pit, packed up their belongings, and rushed to the place where Ren Jiao and Tu Shi were staying. Jiao Ren and Shi too had no experience in wilderness survival. They learned how to dig pits from Kevin. Because of the difference between men and women, there was a curtain separating their pits. The moment Kevin lifted the curtain, a knife appeared in the darkness, pressed against his chest. "It's me." Kevin met Jiao Ren's gaze under the moonlight and explained, "This place isn't safe. We have to leave." "What, you feel uncomfortable in your pit again and want to trick us into moving?" Jiao Ren was clearly still angry about Kevin's earlier behavior. Digging 2 pits in a row had left her arms sore. "I've done my duty to warn you. Believe it or not, it's up to you. Fatty, let's go." Kevin gave the two a reminder, then said no more, quickly moving with Fatty Lee toward the upwind position. 2 minutes later, Ren Jiao and Tu Shi still followed along and crouched behind a wind-blocking rock 100 meters away with Kevin and Fatty Lee. "Ning, brother, you just said it's unsafe under the bridge. What do you mean?" Tu Shi crouched beside Kevin and asked softly. "The place where we're camping tonight is a territory where wild beasts roam. If we continue to stay under the bridge, it could really become dangerous." Kevin didn't keep them guessing and spoke truthfully. "Should we notify the people on the bridge?" Tu Shi, hearing this, also became serious, seemingly very concerned about the members of the scientific expedition team. "There's no need." Kevin shook his head slightly. "Traveling on the desolate plains at night is even more dangerous. Yi Ping wouldn't take that risk, and he might not even trust me. He could very well think we're just making an excuse to go to the bridge. They have firearms, but we don't, and I don't believe they would protect us if danger arises. Do you think staying here is any safer?" Ren Jiao asked, looking at the broken bridge that seemed so out of place in the desolate desert, along with the bonfire on it. "Before I called you all over, I caught a jerboa, skinned it, and buried it under the bridge. If there really are wild beasts around here, the smell of blood will attract them first. As long as they notice there are people on the bridge, we'll be safe." Kevin knew very well that with their small group lacking ranged weapons, it would be difficult to fend off the wild beasts of the wilderness. Since the fortress people wanted to use them as bait, he felt felt no guilt about his actions. He continued, "From now on, each side will send one person to take turns keeping watch at night, and they'll also supervise each other to ensure no one falls asleep. Only this way can everyone escape at the first sign of danger."
"Brother Ja, I'll take the first half of the night."
Fatty Lee glanced at the protective charm on his wrist and volunteered.
After spending some time together recently, he knew that Kevin's previous remarks were just jokes. If real danger arose, Kevin wouldn't abandon him. "All right," Kevin nodded.
"Those not on night watch, get some rest.
From now on, everyone needs to be on high alert."
During the night watch, the hardest part is the latter half of the night, especially just before dawn, when the body's functions significantly decline, leaving one groggy. On the vast wilderness with its large temperature differences between day and night, the nighttime temperature had already dropped below freezing. Although the rock where Kevin and the others were stationed could block the cold wind, the low temperature still left him feeling numb in his hands and feet.
He could only wrap himself in a rainproof tarp for warmth.
Tu Sure, who was keeping watch with him, was also shivering constantly. Kevin rummaged through his bag and handed a bundle of plastic bags to Tu Sure.
"Eat this. It'll help you feel less cold."
"What is this?" Tu Sure opened the plastic bag and was immediately hit by a nauseating smell. The contents inside felt soft and squishy to the touch. "It's made from wolf belly meat and back fat, mixed with sugar to replenish energy and calories," Kevin explained as he began to eat. Seeing this, Tu Sure also took a bite. He found it extremely difficult to chew and noticed an indescribable gamey taste, but he forced himself to swallow despite the urge to vomit.
"You and Rin Jiao aren't refugees, are you?" Kevin asked calmly while tearing into the wolf offal, noticing Tu Sure's struggle to swallow. "Why do you ask? Is it because I can't get used to this food?"
Tu Sure took another bite of the fat and smiled. "Ren Jiao and I are indeed refugees, but we come from the heartland of the Federation.
It's not as arid as the north. There are vast forests, mountains, even seas, and lakes. Refugees in the heartland have many ways to make a living, and their fate isn't tightly controlled by the plutocrats.
If the fortresses there want refugees to work for them, they have to offer substantial benefits, unlike the exploitative methods used here in the northern wilderness. In this era, people are the primary productive force. As a result, the central plutocrats, who can't mobilize large numbers of refugees, don't have the abundant and cheap labor resources that the plutocrats in these barren northern lands do." Kevin slightly opened his eyes. It turned out that the refugee area was not entirely deserts and Gobi like the northern part. There were also forests and oceans mentioned in books.
"Since Rin Jiao and Tu Sure came from the central plains, does that mean Su Fei did too?"
If, as Tu Sure said, the central plains are so prosperous, then why would they travel thousands of miles, crossing the perilous wilderness, to come to such a barren northern region?
Kevin pondered for a long time but couldn't figure it out.
He also didn't press Tu Sure for answers, as he could sense that this was a secret Su Fei and his group were determined to keep and wouldn't share with others. After consuming some hard-to-swallow wolf fat with a strange taste, Kevin felt much of the cold in his body dissipate. His stomach warmed up, but his drowsiness grew even stronger. Finally, a faint light appeared on the distant horizon, and the world shifted from pitch black to a hazy gray. That night, the beast attack Kevin had been worried about did not occur. Seeing this, he prepared to lean against a rock for a short rest, as the chances of beasts appearing would become very small once the sun rose.
Bang! Bang! Bang!
Just as Kevin closed his eyes, a burst of gunfire, like a sudden clap of thunder, violently echoed from the distant bridge.
The silent dawn over the Gobi Desert was torn apart by the sudden gunfire.
Ren Jiao, who had been soundly sleeping against a rock, opened her eyes almost instantly at the sound, her gaze alert as she looked around.
"Tu Sure, what's going on?"
Tu Sure also wore a cautious expression at this moment, staring toward the direction of the broken bridge.
"Gunfire on the bridge.
But it sounds like only one gun is firing, and it shot 2 volleys.
Someone's coming down."
Kevin looked into the distance and saw someone running wildly down the slope of the broken bridge, with a few others chasing after them. When the person in front reached the bottom of the bridge, they were immediately tackled to the ground. Tu Sure watched as a few mercenaries in the distance pinned down one of their teammates, a hint of curiosity flashing in his eyes.
"What's going on? It doesn't look like they've encountered any danger. Let's go and take a look."
Ren Jiao stretched her body and was the first to stand up.
Kevin also woke up Fatty Lee and headed toward the area under the bridge. "Let me go. Let me go. There's a ghost. There's a ghost on the bridge." As Kevin and the others approached, they also heard the mercenaries' shouts.
At this moment, his face was deathly pale, his pupils contracted tightly, clearly showing signs of severe fright.
Even though he was being held down by 2 people, he continued to struggle violently. "Run. You all need to run. There's a ghost. There's a ghost here."
At this time, Yi Peng, Xieguan Kuan, and the others, who had been startled awake from their sleep, also gathered under the bridge.
Looking at the chaotic scene, Yi Peng roared angrily, "Damn it, who just fired a shot? Captain, Shi Chunya has gone mad.
We were just woken up by gunfire and found him shooting into thin air. After I took his gun away, he went crazy and ran down here," a soldier responded.
Sir, there's a ghost here. There's a ghost on this bridge. I just saw a woman in red take 2 of our comrades. I saw it with my own eyes."
The mercenary who had fired the shot looked at Yi Peng, trembling as he explained loudly. When he turned around, the others noticed that the front of his pants was already soaked. Smack! Yi Peng stepped forward and slapped Shi Qingye across the face. Damn it! Do you take me for a 3-year-old? There's no such thing as ghosts or gods in this world. What kind of nonsense are you spouting? It's true. It's true. I saw her with my own eyes taking our people. It's real. Shi Qingye shouted, his eyes wide and his voice frantic. Enough! If you keep disrupting morale, do you believe I won't shoot you? Yi Peng barked, pulling out his rifle and pressing it against Shi Qingye's forehead. Captain Yi, let it go. He might be suffering from desert syndrome. Xie Guangquan saw Yi Peng's actions, stepped forward, and held his arm, explaining, in the past few days, we've been constantly moving through the desert and the Gobi. This place feels vast and empty due to the lack of greenery. The soldiers, lacking long-term experience living here and rarely venturing into deserts, may develop a psychological dehydration. His body instinctively cooperates with his mental state, displaying symptoms of dehydration such as fainting, weakness, and even hallucinations. It's a psychological illness. There's such a strange illness? Yi Peng lowered the muzzle of his gun after hearing Xie Guangquan's explanation. Professor, is there any way to alleviate or treat these symptoms? There are ways. Some antidepressant medications can help with his symptoms, and taking a break away from the desert for a while would also provide relief. However, our team doesn't have such medications. Xie Guangquan looked at the dazed Shi Qingye and explained, the early symptoms of this illness include a vacant gaze, slow reactions, mood swings, and tendencies toward excitement or depression. In the later stages, the person becomes emotionless, loses any sense of excitement, and perceives everything they see and hear as normal, appearing almost foolish. We've already ventured deep into the Gobi. At this point, it's absolutely impossible to send him back to the fortress to recuperate. Yi Peng thought for a moment. Here's the plan. We'll take him along for now. Li Ming, Jin Wei, you two tie up Shi Qingye and take responsibility for looking after him on the way. There was no response from the team after the words were spoken. Sir, Li Ming and Jin Wei seemed to be missing. Due to Shi Qingye's earlier gunshot, everyone had been drawn to this spot, but a mercenary looked around and realized that their team was indeed short 2 people. At this moment, Shi Qingye was still trembling and muttering, ghosts. There are ghosts here. Instantly, a terrifying atmosphere enveloped everyone's hearts. Previously, when everyone was camping on the bridge, the small tent where Shi Qingye, Li Ming, and Jin Wei stayed was located at the innermost part of the broken bridge. Beside it was a cliff, leaving no way to retreat. Everyone, stop panicking. What are you freaking out for? Yi Peng ground his teeth in frustration as he listened to the murmurs in the crowd. You people are used to living in luxury in the fortress, so I can understand that you're not accustomed to the hardships of the refugee zone. But Li Ming and Jin Wei have clearly deserted like cowards. Captain Yi, as per your orders, I was on watch the entire night and didn't see anyone leave the bridge. The back of the broken bridge is so high, they couldn't have jumped off, could they? Gao Shengrong voiced his doubts after hearing Yi Peng's response. However, when he met Yi Peng's sharp gaze, he shrank back awkwardly. Well, maybe they slipped away while I dozed off for a moment. I hereby declare, Li Ming and Jin Wei have violated regulations and deserted. Effective immediately, they are expelled from the mercenary unit. Their families will be driven out of the fortress and demoted to refugees. Anyone else who leaves the team without authorization will be executed on the spot, no exceptions. Yi Peng blared at the crowd and roared, do you all understand? Yes. The rest of the mercenaries straightened up immediately upon hearing this. Unlike the guards funded and raised by financial conglomerates, these mercenaries were merely an auxiliary force organized by the Fortress Management Center to defend the fortress. As such, they had no sense of honor. However, after hearing that deserters would implicate their families, a few timid soldiers mustered their courage. They had already witnessed firsthand how miserable the lives of refugees could be. Alright, everyone, prepare and assemble immediately. Let's keep moving. Although Yi Peng appeared very assertive, he also felt that this broken bridge was somewhat eerie and wanted to leave this troublesome place as soon as possible. From a distance, Fatty Lee observed everything that had just happened and muttered to Kevin beside him, Brother Zhe, these soldiers are not quite what I imagined. I always thought they were fearless, but I didn't expect they could become deserters too. These mercenaries all work for the management center. If it weren't for survival, who would willingly become a soldier and risk their lives for others? We're all just ordinary people. You think the fortress people are impressive, but that's just an illusion. Apart from being luckier than us by being born in the fortress, they're no different from us, and they have even more concerns. Kevin paused, glancing at Ren Jiao and Tu Shi. Do you think there are deserters in the team? Impossible. If there were deserters, they would at least escape by car. Otherwise, these soldier scoundrels with no desert survival experience would probably get lost in the wilderness and not even find their way home. For them, the fortress is the best refuge. Becoming a deserter means they can't return to the fortress and would end up as drifters. Ren Jiao looked at Shi Qingye, who was tied up and stuffed into the car by 2 soldiers, then glanced at the desolate Gobi Desert. No one would make such a foolish choice. This is very suspicious.
suspicious. Everyone, stay alert. Kevin nodded slightly, seeing that Ren Jiao's thoughts aligned with his own. Brother Zhe, what do you mean by that? Are you saying this place might actually be haunted?
Fatty Li listened to their conversation, feeling his hair stand on end and his scalp tingle. Regarding the disappearance of the two soldiers, Yi Ping took a hardline stance and classified it as desertion. However, everyone in the team knew that those two mercenaries definitely didn't leave on their own. Two living, breathing people vanished into thin air, and the only witness to their disappearance, Shi Qingye, had now turned into a delirious madman, repeatedly claiming that the two were taken by ghosts. This only deepened the mystery within the team, leaving everyone on edge. As for Shi Qingye's claims, Kevin didn't believe them. In the refugee district, where the illiteracy rate exceeded 90%, all kinds of supernatural legends were rampant.
But Kevin was an atheist and didn't believe in ghosts or spirits.
If ghosts truly existed in this world, then those refugees who had been slaughtered and oppressed by the fortress people would have long turned into vengeful spirits and destroyed the fortress.
Regarding this, Tu Shi and Ren Jiao also didn't believe it. While packing their things, Ren Jiao lowered her voice and asked Tu Shi, "When you and Kevin were on night watch, did you notice anything unusual on the bridge?"
No. At that time, we were at least 100 meters away from the broken bridge. It was pitch black all around, and visibility was very poor.
I didn't see anything. Tu Shi gently shook his head and said seriously, "Do you think those two missing soldiers were taken by the demon species? Other than the demon species, I really can't imagine anyone else being able to take two fully armed soldiers from a bridge dozens of meters high. That's possible, but I think it's unlikely.
Based on the information we have, the large-scale awakening of the demon species was caused by the volcanic eruption in the radiation zone 3 months ago, which led to a global increase in radiation levels. In such a short time, even if there were demon species awakening, they couldn't possibly become this powerful." Ren Jiao thought for a moment and continued analyzing. No matter how strong the demon species are, there's still no report of anyone being able to withstand thermal weapons. If the attackers were demon species, there would be no reason for them to risk attacking a team of fully armed mercenaries in this desert, especially just to take two ordinary soldiers.
That's exactly what I can't figure out. Tu Shi glanced at the tense mercenaries in the distance and lightly clicked his tongue against his teeth. This desert is just too eerie.
In the entire scientific expedition team, there were only two people who firmly believed that the two soldiers had been taken by a ghost. One of them was Shi Qingye, who insisted he saw his teammate being taken by a female ghost, and the other was Fatty Li. Ever since hearing Shi Qingye's account, Fatty Li had felt uneasy all over. Even the sunlight shining on him felt cold and chilling. He started following Kevin closely, not leaving his side for a moment. "Brother Zhe, if that female ghost comes after us, how should I deal with her?"
"Don't worry, those female ghosts are afraid of people with strong yang energy.
You're a virgin, so if she sees you, she'll avoid you." Kevin was busy packing up the rain tarp and spoke without even looking up.
But I'm not a virgin." Fatty Li's eyes reddened with anxiety. "Brother Zhe, do you think that female ghost will come after me?"
"I once heard the elders in the village say that when female ghosts catch people, they like to dig into their butts and suck out their intestines."
"Get lost. That female ghost has nothing better to do than make sashimi out of your intestines?"
Kevin was amused by Fatty Li, then looked at him with some surprise.
"You're actually not a virgin? That's quite surprising. What kind of girl would be so blind as to fancy you? Was it the one who dumped you before?"
"It wasn't that girl.
To be precise, it was an auntie." Fatty Li lowered his head sheepishly.
"Actually, I used to be quite slim and pretty good-looking. Later, when my brother went hunting and we rarely saw each other, I had to go find work. There was a female village head in the town who took a liking to me and seduced me, saying she could make sure I had enough to eat. At the time, I was being bullied every day at the factory, and the foreman was skimming off my supplies. I was starving, so I agreed."
"You actually have a history like that?"
Kevin, after hearing Fatty Li's response, didn't feel anything special. Such things were common in the refugee district. There was no shame in doing whatever it took to survive.
"Yeah, that female village head was already in her 40s. She even made me take some kind of medicine every day.
Later, I found out that the medicine contained hormones, and I just kept getting fatter. After that, she was executed by the enforcement team for smuggling.
The people in the factory went back to bullying and mocking me.
To survive, I had no choice but to become a manure collector."
Fatty Li hung his head low.
"Actually, the only reason I agreed to that old woman's terms in the first place was to stay alive. I was afraid that if I starved to death, there would be no one left to take care of my brother." Kevin, after hearing what Fatty Li said, suddenly thought of Li Dave. He put away his joking demeanor and patted him on the shoulder. "Alright, stop overthinking. There's no such thing as ghosts in this world, and besides,
Kevin."
Before Kevin could finish speaking, Yi Peng stepped over toward him and said, "Get ready. Starting today, we need to speed up the progress and complete the task as soon as possible. I've told you before, I'm not familiar with this Gobi Desert, and hunting is a task that requires patience. The more you rush, the more counterproductive it will be." Kevin noticed that Yi Peng's pistol hammer was cocked at the moment, indicating that the bullet was chambered. He wasn't sure if it was to prevent a mutiny or if Yi Peng was also frightened
frightened by the strange scene earlier but didn't dare to admit it. No matter what, we must leave this place as soon as possible. Yi Peng paused and looked seriously at Kevin. Last night, you stayed under the bridge. Did you notice anything unusual? If we had noticed anything unusual, then the ones missing now wouldn't be your soldiers, but me. Don't you agree? Kevin glanced at Yi Peng. I've said it before, this stretch of the desert is very strange. If we retreat now, there's still time. You're just a guide. Do your job. Get ready, we're moving out. Yi Peng coldly threw out the words and then turned to leave. Kevin watched Yi Peng's departing figure, his brows tightly furrowed. He had long heard that these mercenaries were a ragtag group with no sense of honor, but at this moment, it seemed Yi Peng had some compelling reason to complete the mission. Perhaps due to the disappearance of the two mercenaries, this broken bridge instilled fear in everyone, so they quickly prepared their belongings without even having breakfast and began to drive away. 2 hours later, the convoy entered a wide canyon, drove about 2 kilometers, and then stopped in front of a fork in the road. Yi Peng stood outside the vehicle and looked around. Everyone, set up camp here. Kevin, check which road we need to take. Upon hearing this, everyone in the convoy opened their doors and got out of the vehicles, starting to stretch and move around while drinking water and eating. Kevin also climbed out of the truck bed, preparing to search for traces of animal activity near the fork in the road. Just as Kevin reached the fork in the road, a terrified scream suddenly came from the direction of the convoy behind him. The sudden scream from the convoy made Kevin's body jolt. He quickly retreated and growled, "Stop shouting. We're in a canyon right now. If we attract any wild beasts, none of us will get out alive. Brother Zhe, you should go take a look." Fatty Lee saw Kevin return and pointed to a large rock nearby, panting heavily. "It's terrifying. Tap, tap." After hearing Fatty Lee's words, Kevin took a few steps around to the back of the rock, his expression immediately turning grim. Previously, as they were moving forward, they hadn't noticed this large rock at the edge of the canyon. When he circled around, he discovered a natural cave with a diameter of about 1 meter, pitch black inside. Scattered at the cave entrance were fragments of blood-stained clothing, the same kind that Kevin and his group were wearing. "Who can tell me what the hell is going on here?" Gao Shengrong, upon seeing this scene, already had a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. The fortress they lived in was a place of law and order, where social status represented everything. When had they ever encountered something so beyond comprehension? "I don't know either." A pale-faced soldier shook his head blankly. "I just came over here to relieve myself, but then I saw our comrades' clothes, and that's why I screamed in fright." Yi Peng stepped forward, rummaged through the fragments of clothing, and quickly found an ID card among them. His expression also turned somewhat grim. "This is Jinwei's ID card." As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in shock. Jinwei was one of the 2 soldiers who disappeared just before dawn. In the morning, after the 2 soldiers went missing, the scientific expedition team left the location of the broken bridge by car. In these 2 hours, they had traveled at least 70 to 80 kilometers. Throughout the journey, they did not encounter any other living creatures, yet here they found fragments of Jinwei's clothing and his ID card. This completely disproves the theory of desertion. This indicates that whatever took him was moving even faster than a car. Not only did the people in the fortress feel afraid, but even Kevin felt his scalp tingle. Earlier, he had seen bear tracks near the broken bridge and assumed that area was the bear's territory. However, judging by the traces from the morning, the disappearance of those 2 soldiers was definitely not the work of a bear. Such a large creature couldn't possibly have silently taken away 2 soldiers. Thinking of this, Kevin drew his waist knife and ventured into the cave. As soon as he stepped in, he caught a whiff of a foul stench. Moreover, the temperature inside the cave dropped sharply, forming a stark contrast to the sweltering heat outside. "Flashlight. Provide him with some light." Yi Peng, seeing Kevin take the initiative to investigate, quickly gave the order and also tossed his own flashlight to Kevin. Kevin held a flashlight, walking slowly inside the cave, carefully listening to the sounds within while remaining highly alert. Crack! Suddenly, a crisp sound came from under Kevin's foot. He lowered his head and shone the flashlight on the ground, his breath catching. What he had just stepped on was a snake's shed skin. The skin a snake sheds as it grows. As a hunter, Kevin often ate snakes and had no fear of them. What truly shocked him was the size of this snake's shed skin. The snakes Kevin had seen in the desert before, even the larger ones, were only as thick as an arm. However, the snake's skin beneath his feet had individual scales the size of a human fist. Judging by its brittle texture, this was an old shed skin, which meant that a giant python lived in this cave. Hiss hiss, hiss hiss. Next, the sound of the snake flicking its tongue began to echo continuously within the cave. Accompanied by the cave's reverberations, it enveloped Kevin as if it were surround sound. Swish! Kevin raised the flashlight and shone it forward. The light reached the depths of the cave, where countless snakes as thick as arms were densely intertwined, their bodies constantly writhing, making it seem as if the ground itself had come alive. Further back, clusters of snake eggs and piles of white bones were stacked like small mountains. Hiss! A deeper, more muffled sound arose. On a distant stalagmite, the body of a python thicker than a human torso was coiled around it, slowly moving. At this moment, Kevin finally understood what kind of creature could silently
quickly climb up to the 20-meter-high bridge and effortlessly take away 2 soldiers. Tap, tap, tap. Seeing that section of the snake's body, Kevin almost instinctively turned and started running frantically.
What's going on? What's inside?
Yi Peng stood outside the cave, seeing Kevin running toward the entrance with a flashlight in hand, and shouted to ask him, "Run, run!" Kevin no longer had time to respond. He dashed out of the cave at full speed, grabbed Fatty Lee's wrist and started running backward. Judging by the speed at which the giant python had brought back the 2 soldiers, it was almost impossible for humans to outrun it. But as long as Kevin could run faster than the others, that was enough. He wasn't a saint and certainly wouldn't risk his life for this group of fortress people. Hiss hiss. As Kevin ran away, Yi Peng finally saw the dense swarm of snakes rushing out of the cave. He shouted to the soldiers, "Do you see that? I told you there are no ghosts in this world. Team 1, hold the cave entrance. Team 2, go to the vehicle and get me the flamethrower. Professor Xia, we need to leave this place immediately." Whoosh! The mercenary squad led by Yi Peng operated in combat groups of 3. Although their combat skills were not as refined as those of regular troops, they had undergone military training. Following Yi Peng's orders, 3 soldiers immediately raised their guns, aiming into the depths of the cave, while the others surrounded Yi Peng, escorting Xie Guangquan and his group toward the parked vehicles. Rat-a-tat-tat. At this moment, the 3 soldiers guarding the cave entrance saw the swarm of snakes approaching the exit and began firing wildly. The colorful snakes inside the cave were hit by bullets, causing them to writhe and twist, while the snakes behind pressed forward over the bodies of their fallen companions, continuing to move toward the cave entrance.
Team leader, there are too many snakes in here. We can't hold them off.
One mercenary, after emptying the magazine in his weapon, quickly retreated, allowing a teammate to take his position.
Hold steady. Snakes are creatures that fear fire. Once the flamethrower arrives, we can stop them.
The team leader spoke as he drew a grenade from his belt.
Fall back and prepare to suppress them with grenades.
Thud, thud. The other 2 moved back in unison, and the team leader also pulled the pin and tossed the grenade into the cave.
Boom! 3 seconds later, a violent explosion echoed from within the cave.
The shockwave and flying steel fragments sent the snakes scattering, while dirt and debris rained down from the cliff above.
It worked! Keep throwing.
Stop the snakes from rushing out of the cave. The team leader's heart leapt with joy at the sight. Swish! At the same time, a massive snake head emerged through the smoke in the cave, suddenly darting out and swallowing the combat leader whole. Kevin rushed out of the snake pit and grabbed Fatty Lee, starting to run, but after covering a short distance, he felt something was wrong. At this moment, they had already ventured 2 kilometers deep into the canyon. If they tried to run back on foot, they would inevitably be swallowed by the swarm of snakes, and neither he nor Fatty Lee knew how to drive. Fortunately, Yi Peng had also arrived at the convoy with a few mercenaries, escorting Xie Guangquan, Pei Shangtong, and Gao Shengrong.
Without hesitation, Kevin dragged Fatty Lee into the truck bed.
2 Shirin Rin Jiao, who lacked wilderness survival experience, were smart enough to stick with Kevin, who was the most experienced in wilderness survival, and quickly climbed in as well.
Boom! At this moment, an explosion sounded from behind the boulder, and the intense shock startled Fatty Lee. Team 1 has already started blocking the snake swarm's attack. Team 2, grab the flamethrowers and go provide support. Everyone else, evacuate the canyon immediately.
After leading the group to the vehicle, Yi Peng quickly issued the retreat order. Even though he was deeply committed to this mission, he understood the consequences of lingering any longer.
"Captain, I'm afraid it's too late."
One member of Team 2 grabbed a weapon from the porcupine vehicle and turned his head, just in time to see a giant python thicker than a human emerging from behind the boulder. The snake looked bizarre, entirely red in color, with black vines attached to its head. At first glance, it indeed resembled a long-haired figure in red clothing, which explained why Shi Qingye had been mistaken in the dark earlier. A giant python beyond comprehension sent chills down the spines of all the mercenaries. So this was the world outside the fortress. At the same time, snakes began to continuously emerge from the crevices on both sides of the cliff behind, densely packed, as if the ground and the mountain were coated with a layer of writhing dye.
Damn it! How can there be so many snakes in this place? Yi Peng shouted, his scalp tingling, then quickly jumped into the hedgehog vehicle. Go! Move quickly! Tap tap!
The soldiers nearby were all exhausted and scrambling, frantically climbing into the vehicles. Gao Shengrong was the first to step on the gas pedal of the off-road vehicle, speeding forward like mad.
"Captain, wait for us."
The 2 remaining soldiers of the group sprinted desperately from behind the rocks, but the others could no longer care about them and began boarding the vehicles to escape. The 2 were quickly engulfed by the swarm of snakes. Bang! Yi Peng's driving skills were not very good. The vehicle lurched forward a short distance, and because it was towing Kevin and the others' trailer, the start caused a slight imbalance, resulting in a clumsy collision with the mountainside on one side.
Bang!
With a crisp sound, the hook connecting the trailer to the porcupine car snapped, leaving Kevin and the others' powerless trailer behind. Without even looking back or paying attention to their shouts, Yi Peng sped off in a cloud of dust, fleeing for his life.
Ah! Screams came from the rear again.
Previously suspected of being insane, Shi Qingye was now tied to the 1st Combat Unit
its vehicle. Since the vehicle was unmanned, he was quickly devoured by the swarm of snakes. As one snake slithered into his stomach through his mouth, his screams abruptly ceased. Boom! Boom! Faced with the surging tide of snakes, the mercenaries at the back began frantically throwing grenades before boarding the nearby porcupine vehicle. We've been ditched. Get out and walk immediately. Move fast. Kevin watched as Jipeng drove the hedgehog vehicle away, cursing angrily while drawing the knife from his waist. Even though his survival instincts kept him in a fighting mindset, he was well aware that their chances of escaping this disaster were slim. Zhang Feng, save me. Fatty Lee crouched in the rear cargo bed, and amidst the chaos, he spotted a mercenary in a distant hedgehog vehicle and shouted at the top of his lungs. Swish! Inside that hedgehog vehicle, the mercenary, who had been ready to drive away, heard Fatty Lee shout. Glancing at the dense swarm of snakes behind them, he hesitated for a brief moment before driving toward them. Do you know him? Kevin had never expected the people from the fortress to care about their lives. Seeing the other party driving over, he felt very surprised. Yeah, back when we first entered the desert, he got his arm scratched by a branch, and I gave him a few antibiotics. Fatty Lee nodded. Even in this life and death moment, he was afraid Kevin would get angry, as Kevin had repeatedly emphasized that antibiotics were his lifeline and absolutely not to be shared with others. But it was precisely this kind gesture from Fatty Lee that earned them a glimmer of hope. Screech! Zhang Feng drove alone to the side of Kevin and the other's truck bed, drifted to a stop in place, then jumped to the passenger seat and mounted the light machine gun. Hook up the truck bed. Quick! Whoosh! As soon as the words fell, Kevin and the others all jumped off the truck and began moving the truck bed, preparing to attach the hook to the hedgehog vehicle. Vroom vroom. Another hedgehog car with two people on it had also started moving, and behind them was the giant python. Kevin had never seen such a massive snake. Its head was as large as two adults combined, and its body stretched out endlessly, with no end in sight. Damn it! This won't work. The driver of the hedgehog car glanced at the approaching snake swarm through the rearview mirror and pointed toward Kevin's group. Shoot out their tires. Let those people stay behind to hold off the snake swarm. Crash! The mercenary in the back seat, upon hearing this, pulled the bolt without hesitation. In such a situation, no one was considering morality anymore. All they cared about was how to survive. Bang! At the same time the mercenary fired, a gunshot rang out first from Kevin's side. Ren Zhao rushed to the hedgehog car, picked up the rifle Zhang Feng had left on the vehicle, and raised it to shoot. Her movements were fluid, as if guided by muscle memory. Boom! In the distance, the hedgehog car's tire burst, and under high-speed movement, it rolled over. Two people were thrown out of the car and instantly swallowed by the tide of snakes, accompanied by heart-wrenching screams. Damn it! Do you know what kind of crime it is for refugees to attack fortress residents? Zhang Feng saw Ren Zhao's actions, turned angrily, and prepared to draw the pistol from his waist. He had dared to leave the gun on the seat earlier, thinking these refugees wouldn't know how to use it, but he hadn't expected Ren Zhao's marksmanship to be so good. Ren Zhao's movements were even faster than Zhang Feng's. As he made his move, she had already raised the gun. Don't move, or I'll kill you. Can you stop arguing? The snake swarm has already caught up. Kevin looked at the two in a standoff and spoke to Zhang Feng in a deep voice. You heard those people shouting just now. If we don't shoot, it'll be us who die. Zhang Feng gritted his teeth, then climbed back into the car and sat in the driver's seat. Of course, he had heard his teammates planning to abandon them. What made him angry was the fortress residents' condescending attitude, making it unacceptable for him that these refugees dared to attack people from inside the fortress. Tap, tap. Ren Zhao also knew this was not the time to argue. She ignored Zhang Feng as well and ran to the front passenger seat, taking control of the light machine gun. Rat-a-tat-tat. As Ren Zhao opened fire with the light machine gun, columns of smoke rose from the distant ground, and snakes were continuously torn apart. When a bullet hit the fuel tank of a ground jet, a large burst of flames erupted, temporarily blocking the swarm of snakes. The giant python, seeing the snake swarm cut off by the flames, raised its head in an attempt to clear a path. However, faced with the bullets from the light machine gun, its body continuously sprayed blood. In the end, a beast is no match for firearms. Buzz! With another hedgehog vehicle in the wall of fire buying time, Zhang Feng seized the opportunity, slammed on the gas pedal, and fled frantically, dragging the trailer behind. Zhang Feng drove the hedgehog car at full speed, sprinting along the canyon. About 5 minutes later, the vehicle, trailing thick exhaust smoke, shot out of the exit ahead. Flap flap! With the roar of the engine, a flock of wild ducks, geese, and wild swans rose into the air in the distance, flying chaotically in fright. The world outside the canyon was no longer just a barren desert. Although still relatively desolate, patches of grass could now be seen on the ground, with many scattered tall plants growing among them. There were also quite a few wild rabbits and lizards scurrying around. Slow down. Those snakes won't chase us anymore. Kevin, almost jolted to the point of vomiting in the back, shouted loudly. Screech! Hearing the shout from behind, Zhang Feng glanced into the rearview mirror and indeed noticed that all the snakes had gathered at the canyon's exit, coiling and circling continuously. They provocatively flicked their tongues but did not pursue further. What's What's going on? Could it be that those snakes can't leave the canyon? Ren Zhao saw this scene, a trace of curiosity flashing in her eyes. Impossible. If they couldn't leave the canyon, how did that giant python attack us at the broken bridge earlier? Zhang Feng's gaze sharpened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as he drew his pistol and pointed it at Kevin. You kept saying earlier that you've never been to this desert, yet you know the snakes can't leave the canyon. Speak. Is this your doing? Could you use your brain for once? If it weren't for you helping to get us out earlier, we'd have already ended up in the snakes' bellies. If I could control them, why would I bother running with you? What good would it do me if you all died? Kevin pointed to a patch of plants outside the canyon. Those plants are a type of herb called wild cassia. This plant, along with balsam and Paris polyphylla, are the plants snakes fear the most. Also, this is the habitat of wild geese and swans, and their droppings contain a sulfuric substance. If snakes come into contact with it, they rot and can't recover. When we just came out, there were still plenty of wild rabbits and such around here. If these snakes could come out to hunt, they would have been wiped out long ago. Keep leading the way. We must regroup with the captain and the others. After hearing Kevin's explanation, Zhang Feng glanced at the distant plants and the bird droppings on the ground, then put away his gun. Among the mercenaries, he was considered one of the more disciplined in military training. He had previously been responsible for managing the central guard duties in the fortress. This was his first time leaving the fortress, and his understanding of the outside world was quite limited. Out here, the wilderness stretches endlessly. Where do you expect me to find them? Kevin was still brooding over the fact that Ji Peng had abandoned them earlier, secretly wishing those guys would meet their end in this desolate land. Don't forget, before we left the fortress this time, we left hostages at the watchtower. And if we lose contact with the captain, the situation will only get worse. Our vehicle is running low on fuel, and only by regrouping with the main team do we stand a chance of waiting for rescue. Zhang Feng squinted at Kevin and said, I know you have a way to help me find them. Don't force me to take action against you. Just you alone? You might not even be capable of handling us. Ran Zhao dismissed Zhang Feng's threat with disdain, her gaze icy as she spoke. Fine, no matter what, he is still our savior. Kevin glanced at Zhang Feng, quickly climbed up the mast of the hedgehog vehicle, and pointed in a direction. The hares on the wasteland are very alert but also timid. When frightened, they tend to defecate. Over there on the ground, there's a lot of rabbit droppings. The convoy must have headed that way. Everyone, get in the car and hold on tight, Zhang Feng said as he climbed into the cockpit. Wait a minute. After Zhang Feng got into the car, Kevin squinted at him and said, earlier, my friend fired at that porcupine car in the canyon to protect all of us, including you. So I hope you can keep this matter a secret. Zhang Feng let out a cold snort and glanced sideways at the group. What, now that you've killed someone, you're starting to feel scared? I'm willing to tell you this because you saved our lives. Otherwise, killing you would actually be the safest option for us. Kevin, sensing the contempt in Zhang Feng's gaze, squinted his eyes as well. I know that in the eyes of people like you, refugees are considered inferior, but your disdain isn't enough to handle so many of us at once. Brother Feng, actually my brother and the others are good people. They did that just to ensure everyone could survive in Shiko. Please calm down. Fatty Li, seeing the standoff between the two sides, stepped forward to act as a mediator. Don't worry, I won't say anything. There are rules within the mercenary group. Killing teammates would lead to a military tribunal. I wouldn't bring that kind of trouble upon myself. Zhang was well aware that if it hadn't been for Ren Zhao's shot, the ones coming out now would likely have been a different group altogether. Earlier, when Fatty Li saw he was injured, he had also brought him medicine, so Zhang didn't have any ill feelings toward him. After both sides decided to keep the matter under wraps, the spiked vehicle hit the road again. About half an hour later, they arrived near a long-dried poplar forest and spotted Yi Peng's convoy at the edge of the woods. Screech! Zhang Feng parked the car steadily, then leaped out and saluted Yi Peng. Captain, we were attacked by a swarm of snakes in the canyon. The first and second combat teams were completely wiped out. I'm the only survivor from the third team. At this moment, more than half of the 12 mercenaries had been killed or injured. Including Yi Peng and Zhang Feng, only 4 people remained. Don't talk about useless things. What about the supplies? Did you manage to bring the supplies out? Gao Xingrong interrupted Zhang Feng before he could finish speaking and ran to the back of Kevin's truck, only to find it empty. He slumped to the ground. It's over. We're completely done for. Our fuel, food, and tents are all gone. Captain Yi, I'm begging you, request aid from the fortress. Let's go back. It was only then that Kevin remembered the porcupine car that Ren Zhao had shot down earlier, which also had a trailer at the back. That trailer contained the expedition team's supplies. You think I don't want to go back? I just tried to contact the fortress, but for some reason, the satellite phone has no signal at all in this place. Yi Peng shouted irritably, then adjusted his emotions and looked at Xie Guanquan. Professor Xie, our supplies have been left in the canyon, and the satellite phone has lost its signal. The only solution is to continue completing the mission while finding a place with a signal to request help from the fortress. Yes, that's the only option. Xie Guanquan nodded helplessly after hearing Yi Peng's response. Hearing their conversation, Kevin couldn't help but feel a bit schadenfreude.
Previously, this group of people always acted superior, insisting on separating themselves from the refugees whether it was during meals or camping.
Now that their food was gone, it was their turn to go hungry.
Since leaving the fortress, everything the group had experienced had completely overturned Yi Peng's understanding of the world outside the fortress. However, he still remained calm. Our supplies are now depleted, and the energy is almost gone. Zhang Feng, siphon the fuel from your vehicle and distribute it to the other two cars. While Zhang Feng was siphoning oil in the car, Yi Peng once again approached Kevin. You've seen the situation in the team.
We must find the wolf pack's trail as soon as possible. Do you have any ideas?
Most of your soldiers are already dead.
At this point, are you still not ready to give up? Kevin could sense that Yi Peng was already feeling fear about the Snake Valley encounter and didn't quite understand his persistence. This has nothing to do with you. You just need to fulfill your duty as a guide.
Yi Peng spoke to Kevin because he now understood the dangers of the refugee area, but the pride of the fortress people made him unwilling to engage in any further interaction with Kevin.
If you really want to find the wolf pack, we can only go around the mountain range ahead.
Kevin pointed to the distant mountains at the exit of Snake Valley and drew a Y-shaped diagram on the ground. Earlier, we were attacked by a swarm of snakes in Snake Valley and hastily chose the left fork to escape. But judging by the number of wild rabbits breeding here, they don't seem to have any natural predators in this area, so we probably took the wrong path.
You've seen the situation inside the valley. It's impossible for us to go back and choose another route.
The only option is to detour along the outside of the mountain range and look for another exit from the fork. But no one knows how big this mountain is, and I have no idea how long it will take us to go around.
Alright, we'll proceed according to your plan.
Yi Peng pondered for a moment and agreed to Kevin's proposal. He turned and walked a few steps before looking back at him.
Are the snakes in the refugee zone always this ferocious? This is the first time I've seen such a large python, but ferocious animals on the wasteland are not limited to just snakes. Kevin exchanged a glance with Yi Peng.
I told you, your thermal weapons might not necessarily be able to deal with them. Hearing this, a trace of disdain flashed in Yi Peng's eyes.
Your understanding of thermal weapons is far too limited.
In today's era, although it's difficult to produce aviation fuel due to technological constraints, and the old world's aircraft are no longer around, and the lack of advanced production techniques for electronic components has led to the absence of cruise and ballistic missiles, the land-based military-industrial system has mostly been preserved. In this world, no creature can stand against the steel torrent and concentrated artillery fire.
The reason we were attacked by the snake swarm was simply because we weren't adequately prepared.
After speaking, Yi Peng began calling everyone to prepare to board the vehicles and set off. Although the recent snake attack had left everyone shaken, they had to travel during the day and find a safe campsite before nightfall. After passing through the canyon, the group discovered that the terrain on this side had changed significantly. Although it was still extremely desolate, the view was no longer so monotonous. At least they could see scattered patches of green. Of the 6 vehicles belonging to the expedition team, only 2 remained.
Yi Peng also got into Professor Xia's off-road vehicle.
As the sun shifted to the western side, the convoy's route was once again blocked by a river. This was the first time Kevin had seen such a large river. The river was at least 10 meters wide, and due to severe sandification of the riverbanks, the water was extremely turbid, resembling flowing mud.
Tap, tap, tap.
After the vehicle stopped, Zhang Feng quickly rushed to the riverside. The scientific expedition team was now out of supplies, and after traveling all afternoon, he was extremely parched. If you still want to stay alive, I advise you not to drink this water.
Kevin noticed Zhang Feng's actions and gave a warning. The water in the refugee area is all polluted.
Even water that looks clear needs to be filtered with charcoal and sand, then boiled several times before drinking. Moreover, there are almost no animal tracks by this river, which means the water is toxic, so much so that even animals rarely drink it. Hearing Kevin's words, Zhang Feng stopped by the riverbank, and the others who were about to fetch water also halted their steps. Yi Peng's throat was also parched at this moment, but upon hearing your words, he ultimately resisted the urge to look at the river. Everyone, get back in the vehicles and find a way to bypass this river.
Captain, we're running low on fuel.
Zhang Feng glanced at the river stretching far across the wasteland, then turned to Yi Peng and shook his head slightly.
The fuel in the 2 vehicles will only last for a maximum of 15 kilometers. I'm afraid we can't make it around. Can we set up camp here? Yi Peng turned to look at Kevin.
No, even if this water is undrinkable, once night falls, it will attract animals desperate for water. Beasts rarely fight near water sources to avoid contamination, but this place might be an exception. Animals capable of drinking this water are likely already irrational.
Kevin glanced at the murky river water.
In the refugee zones, not only are animals highly aggressive, but so are the fish.
Crossing the river on foot would be very dangerous.
Plop! Yi Peng, upon hearing this, picked up a stone and threw it into the water. After observing the splash, he continued, the water here is very deep. We can drive the car in to serve as a bridge surface.
What if the car gets swept away by the current?
Even if it it doesn't, if its position shifts, it will still be very difficult for us to cross. Tu Shi reminded from the side. Tap tap. Yi Peng did not answer Tu Shi's question. He returned to the porcupine car and took out a massive grappling gun, aiming at a withered tree on the opposite side of the river. Whoosh! The pure steel grappling hook, attached to a rope woven from steel wire and plastic fibers, shot out and wrapped around the withered tree several times under the force of inertia. Yi Peng then smashed the front and rear windshields of the off-road vehicle, threaded the rope through, and finally tied the end to a tree on this side of the river. He then looked at the driver in the convoy and said, "Drive the car in." Understood, the driver responded, got into the car, stepped on the gas pedal, and after picking up speed, opened the door and jumped out. The off-road vehicle, propelled by inertia, plunged into the river. After stopping 3 or 4 meters in, only the roof remained floating. The body of the car was pushed by the water, causing the cable to instantly go taut, dragging the withered tree with a creaking sound that made one's teeth ache. "Alright, everyone, climb to the other side along the rope. If you get tired midway, you can rest your feet on the off-road vehicle," Yi Peng said as he used a knife to cut the seatbelt of the porcupine car, creating a simple safety device attached to the cable. "Professor Xie, you go first." "Okay." Xie Guanquan didn't hesitate and, with the help of a few people, began to hook the cable with his hands and feet. His physical strength was weak, so he could only move slowly. Zhang Feng dismantled the light machine gun from the porcupine car and handed over to these 2 refugees to carry to the other side of the river. The person carrying the gun and the one carrying the ammunition must be separated. Yi Peng pointed at Tu Shi emphatically, giving Zhang Feng another instruction. "What do you mean? Crossing the river this way is already dangerous enough. Why should we help you carry things?" Tu Shi's face showed a hint of resistance upon hearing this. Crossing the river in this manner was already prone to falling into the water, and carrying a nearly 30-pound light machine gun would make it even harder to maintain balance. Crash! Yi Peng loaded his pistol, pointed it coldly at Tu Shi, and said, "I'm not negotiating with you, this is an order. In dangerous situations, the fortress residents come first. Do you lowly commoners still expect us to do the work?" Forced by the threat of weapons, Tu Shi ultimately chose to carry the weapon across the river, while Kevin replaced Fatty Lee, opting to carry the light machine gun's magazine and ammo belt. Yi Peng valued the weapons highly and deliberately separated Tu Shi and Kevin's crossing positions, leaving a soldier behind on the opposite side to prevent any trouble. Even though they had been through so much together, Yi Peng never considered Kevin and his group as his own people and did not hide his wariness toward them in the slightest. It took the 10 of them nearly an hour to finally cross the rushing river, leaving only the last mercenary on the opposite side. "Sun Liang, you can come over now." After having Zhang Feng and another soldier take over the machine gun, Yi Peng waved toward the mercenary on the other side of the river, who then began climbing onto the cable. Kevin could tell that these mercenaries were well trained. When crossing the river using the cable, they displayed a high level of professionalism. Once the soldier named Sun Liang climbed onto the cable, he began moving swiftly. At that moment, a wooden stake suddenly floated down from upstream on the river, heading straight for the off-road vehicle hanging on the cable. Bang! With a dull thud, the cable swayed, and at the same time, the withered tree on Kevin's side struggled to bear the weight, showing signs of breaking. As a result, the previously taut cable began to sag, and Sun Liang almost fell, with one leg already dipping into the river. "Everyone, lend a hand. Grab the rope. Hurry!" Yi Peng saw the scene and was the first to rush forward to pull the cable. Crash! At the same time, the river beneath Sun Liang seemed to boil. Countless fish, indistinguishable in appearance and the same murky color as the river water, began leaping out and biting at Sun Liang's legs. "Help me! Save me, quickly!" The piercing pain made Sun Liang cry out in agony. "Stop standing there like idiots! Pull the rope for me!" Yi Peng roared, joining forces with Zhang Feng and the others nearby. Even Kevin stepped in to help. Although he disliked the people from the fortress, he couldn't just stand by and watch them die miserably as long as his own safety wasn't threatened. As the rope tightened, Sun Liang once again distanced himself from the river's surface. By now, his pants were torn to shreds around his legs, and red blood continuously dripped into the river. Driven by his will to survive, he endured the pain and pressed on across the river. Meanwhile, the fish in the water, attracted by the scent of blood, began surfacing, poking their heads out. These fish were only the size of a foot, but their gaping mouths revealed 3 or 4 rows of razor-sharp, saw-like teeth. These river fish had actually evolved shark-like serrated teeth. By the time Sun Liang reached the shore, the flesh on his legs had been shredded into ragged strips, with some areas even exposing the white bone beneath. "This person won't survive. His scent of blood will also attract other beasts. We must abandon him." Kevin glanced at Sun Liang's calf and spoke to Yi Peng without any expression. Even if Sun Liang's leg was bandaged, the ensuing infection would still claim his life. Sun Liang's face twitched violently upon hearing Kevin's words. Trembling all over, he looked at Yi Peng and pleaded, "Captain, don't leave me behind. I have a 2-year-old child at home. Don't worry, I won't abandon my soldier." Yi Peng turned around and looked at Fatty Lee. "Don't you have antibiotics? Take them out." Fatty Lee felt a chill under Yi Peng's gaze and reached reached for his pouch. Snap! Kevin grabbed Li Fatty's wrist and coldly looked at Yi Peng. These medicines were exchanged with our lives. If we give them to your people, my friends will lose their protection. To hell with that. The lives of refugees can't compare to ours, can they? Yi Peng roared, once again drawing his gun and pointing it at Kevin's forehead. I'm telling you to hand over the medicine. Tap tap. Ran Jiao noticed Yi Peng's movement and subtly took a step, creating an unobstructed vacuum zone between herself and Yi Peng. You can shoot, but what I want to tell you is that without me, you won't even have the ability to determine directions. The moment this gun goes off, none of you will survive. Kevin spoke without any fear of Yi Peng's threat, his face expressionless. Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Xie Guanquan, seeing the standoff between the two sides, stepped forward to mediate. Kevin, you can see that Sun Liang's condition is really critical, but Li Dongfa seems to be fine now. In this situation, we should unite. Brother Zhe, actually my wound has already healed, and the signs of inflammation are gone too. This medicine. Fatty Li, afraid that Yi Peng might shoot Kevin, also tried to speak up to mediate. Along the way, you've always looked down on us with an air of superiority. Eating and drinking have hierarchies, riding in vehicles has hierarchies, even crossing the river has damn hierarchies. Now that you're down and out, you want to talk to me about unity? Kevin sneered, looking at the group of fortress people in front of him. You want antibiotics? Fine, 2,000 per pill. Are you out of your damn mind? In the fortress, a single antibiotic pill costs just a few bucks, and you're asking us for 2,000? Gao Shengrong cursed loudly, then turned to Yi Peng. Captain Yi, this refugee dares to talk to us like this, it's outright rebellion. I suggest we execute him on the spot to set an example. Shut up, Yi Peng barked, glancing at Sun Liang's leg before addressing the others. Everyone, pull some money together. Buy the medicine. In the end, Yi Peng managed to gather 6,000 bucks and bought the last 3 antibiotic pills from Fatty Li. At the same time, he demanded that Kevin and his group carry Sun Liang forward. Kevin once again proposed charging for the service, but Fatty Li volunteered to carry the injured man for free. Kevin understood that this was Fatty Li's way of trying to ease the tension between the two sides. A conflict made Kevin realize two things. It turned out that antibiotics, which had been speculated to cost hundreds of yuan per pill and were priceless in the refugee area, were surprisingly cheap within the city. It turned out that the people inside the fortress also had emotions, they just displayed disdain and indifference toward the refugees. Due to the issue of antibiotics, the conflict between the scientific expedition team and the refugees grew increasingly intense. An invisible barrier emerged between the two sides. Yi Peng had already ordered his people to keep a close watch on this group of refugees to prevent them from doing anything out of line. He no longer trusted Kevin and his group at all, yet he still needed Kevin to guide them. Meanwhile, Kevin, because Leo was being held by the mercenaries, had no choice but to continue working for them. However, Tu Shur and Ren Jiao always stayed by Kevin's side, appearing indifferent to everything. Before nightfall, the group finally found a cave on a weathered rock. Inside the cave, there was quite a bit of straw and branches, but they were already covered with a layer of dirt, making it look like an abandoned animal den. As per usual practice, the fortress people stayed on the cave floor, setting up a light machine gun aimed at the entrance to defend against unknown dangers and Kevin's group. Meanwhile, Kevin and the others were arranged at the entrance. In this way, even if wild beasts attacked, they would still serve as bait in the first line of defense. Wishing everyone a happy mid-autumn festival and family reunion. The cold wind howled across the wilderness of the dark night, and all that could be seen was pitch black. Only the cave where Kevin and the others were located emitted faint glimmers of firelight. The scientific expedition team had originally left Fortress 87 well prepared, carrying not only a large supply of drinking water but also a variety of foods, in double quantities, enough to last everyone for a month. However, an unexpected incident in Snake Valley caused them to lose all their supplies. Initially, Yi Peng had planned to hunt, but the area they were now in had once again turned into a desolate wasteland. Apart from mosquitoes as thin as a pinky finger, there were no other creatures in sight. After an entire half-day of relentless running, everyone's physical strength was utterly depleted. The only food left for the scientific expedition team was a single piece of sakama by Pei Xiangtong's side. Professor, you've had a long day. Have something to eat to regain some strength. Pei Xiangtong unwrapped a piece of sakama and handed it to Xie Guanquan. Forget it, I can hold on. If you're not hungry, give the food to that soldier named Sun Liang. The weather at night is too cold, and he's injured. He needs to replenish his strength. Xie Guanquan glanced at the sakama and swallowed hard, but ultimately pointed toward the injured Sun Liang. Ugh, we can barely survive ourselves. Why care about others? If you won't eat it, I will. Gao Shengrong snatched the sakama from Pei Xiangtong's hand and devoured it in a few bites. However, the satiety provided by this puffed snack was quite limited. After he struggled to swallow it, he suddenly caught a whiff of roasted meat. Turning his head, he saw Kevin and the others sitting around the campfire at the cave entrance, feasting heartily. Unlike the well-equipped expedition team, Kevin and his group of refugees had limited supplies, so they didn't carry large bags. Everything was packed into their shoulder
water bags. Moreover, along the way, Kevin and his group had been foraging for edible beetles, lizards, and grass roots, so they still had plenty of food left. At this moment, around the campfire, they were roasting some jerky and quite a few beetles. Previously, the fortress residents found it particularly disgusting to see Kevin and his group eating beetles. However, at this moment, the aroma of roasted beetles was tantalizing everyone's taste buds. Gao Xingrong could no longer resist and got up to approach Kevin. "Hey, give me some of your meat." "Get lost," Kevin replied without even looking up, sitting by the campfire. "Damn it, you bunch of lowlifes, do you even know who I am? Let me tell you, my family holds significant influence in the fortress, and according to fortress law, vagrants who offend fortress residents can be imprisoned. I advise you not to be so ungrateful." Gao Xingrong, utterly shocked that he could be insulted by vagrants in his lifetime, threatened them with a mix of bluster and insecurity. What's the big deal about imprisonment? In the vagrant district, there are people sentenced to hundreds of years just for relieving themselves in public. Kevin flipped the jerky in his hand and sprinkled a bit of ground sea salt on it. "Several hundred years? Who?" Gao Xingrong was taken aback. "Sun Wukong." As Kevin finished speaking, Tu Shi and Ren Jiao, who were nearby, burst into laughter. However, Fatty Li looked completely confused. He wasn't very educated and didn't know the story of Journey to the West. "Damn it, are you messing with me?" Gao Xingrong, both angry and embarrassed, reached out to grab the meat. Splurt! Kevin's knife suddenly swung and stabbed into the ground in front of Gao Xingrong's hand. "I said, get lost." "Captain Yi, are you just going to ignore this? Letting these refugees talk to me like this?" Gao Xingrong took 2 steps back in fright and looked pleadingly at Yi Peng. By the bonfire in the back, Yi Peng was resting with his gun in his arms. It was unclear whether he heard Gao Xingrong shout. Previously, Yi Peng, relying on his men, guns, and supplies, completely disregarded these refugees. Now, with the tables turned and Yi Peng truly understanding the dangers of the refugee zone, he realized Kevin's importance. Since relations had already soured, he had no face to ask Kevin for food. Yi Peng's stomach was cramping from hunger, but the pride of a fortress dweller made it impossible for him to bow to the refugees. Gao Xingrong noticed that Yi Peng was ignoring him, and his arrogance immediately diminished. He glanced at Kevin and said, "Aren't you very fond of money? I have money. Surely I can buy your meat, right? Not for sale." Kevin was already annoyed with Gao Xingrong. If it weren't for trying to prevent further conflict with the fortress dwellers, that knife earlier might have already been plunged into Gao Xingrong. After coldly responding, he picked up 2 skewers of dried roasted meat and walked deeper into the cave. Thud! Gao Xingrong, seeing Kevin leave, suddenly pounced on their campfire, grabbed the charred jerky on the ground, and stuffed it into his mouth. Neither Tu Shi, Ren Jiao, nor Fatty Li stopped him. Seeing the actions of the 3, Gao Xingrong's sense of superiority rose again. It seemed that these refugees, when facing people from the fortress, still carried an innate reverence. Not everyone was like that savage Kevin, daring to oppose him. However, after a few bites, Gao Xingrong suddenly felt that the taste of the food in his mouth was very strange. He looked up at the easiest target. "Fatty Li, let me ask you, what kind of meat are you eating? Why does it taste so weird?" "We're eating venison jerky," Fatty Li answered honestly. "Impossible. I've eaten venison before. Venison isn't this tough, nor is it this awful." Gao Xingrong squinted his triangular eyes and retorted stubbornly. Fatty Li glanced at the item in Gao Xingrong's hand and said sullenly, "What you're eating isn't venison jerky, but dried animal feces that we picked up to use as kindling." Ugh! After hearing Fatty Li's response, Gao Xingrong's stomach churned, and he immediately ran out of the cave. Accompanied by the sound of Gao Xingrong vomiting outside the cave, Kevin handed the 2 skewers of roasted meat in his hand to Xie Guankuan and Zhang Feng. These 2 people, one gave Kevin clothes, and the other saved his life. These roasted meats were his way of giving back. As for the others, Kevin didn't consider them at all and had no intention of currying favor with anyone. Thank you. Xie Guankuan repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Kevin after receiving the roasted meat. He tore the meat in his hands and handed half to Pei Xiangtong. "Have something to eat?" "Thanks." Zhang Feng hesitated for a moment when he saw the roasted meat handed to him by Kevin, but then nodded and divided the meat into 4 portions, distributing them to his comrades. Kevin had no reaction to the 2 sharing the food. His choice to share the food was to repay a favor. As for how the food was handled, that was Xie Guankuan and Zhang Feng's own business. Another reason Kevin chose to give food was to ease the resentment of the scientific expedition team. Otherwise, if they became desperate from hunger, they might really take action against them. Rumble! As night fell, thunder began to echo outside. Staring at the slightly purple thunderclouds in the sky, Kevin leaned against the cave wall, lost in thought. He had originally thought that this was just an ordinary mission to track a wolf pack, but now it seemed that this path was far more challenging than he had imagined. The weather in the wasteland is unpredictable, especially in the geographically complex northern wasteland. It might rain one day, but the next day, heavy snow could be falling. Every winter, countless people freeze to death in the wilderness. The acid rain started in the middle of the night and continued into the morning without stopping. In
Instead, it showed signs of intensifying, with ball lightning falling outside, causing bursts of tremors. Under such circumstances, even though Yi Peng was still proud, he no longer had the energy to argue with Kevin. However, he did not step forward directly but sent Zhang Fong to negotiate with Kevin and his group. Zhang Fong walked over to Kevin and the others, exchanged a glance with him, and said, "Captain Yi and Professor Xia asked me to see if you could share some of your food with us. We can pay for it. How much?" Kevin exchanged a glance with Zhang Fong and did not choose to refuse. At this moment, the rain outside the cave seemed unlikely to stop anytime soon. If they kept holding onto the food without letting go, the relationship between the two sides would undoubtedly break down. Therefore, giving up part of the food was unavoidable. Since there was money to be made, Kevin was also prepared to give the other party a way out. Besides, he would need money to live when he returned to the town. 4,000 bucks. This is all the money we have. Zhang Fong pulled out a thick stack of Pei family currency from his pocket. In the Federation, each financial conglomerate had its own currency. However, this money could only be used in the territory of the issuing conglomerate and in other regions that had dealings with it. "Fatty, take out half of our drinking water and food and give it to them." Kevin readily took the money and handed it to Li Fatty beside him. This decision seemed generous but was actually calculated. The remaining half of the food would be shared between Kevin and Li Fatty, while the food Zhang Fong took would have to be divided among 7 people. Kevin felt no guilt about this outcome, nor did he feel ashamed, because when the scientific expedition team had supplies before, they hadn't given them even a single grain of rice. "Ah, got it." Li Fatty held the money, his hands trembling with excitement. In the refugee labor zone, workers earned only $5 a day, and now he had 10,000 bucks on him. This was the first time in his life he had seen so much money. Kevin handed the supplies in his hand to Zhang Fong, thought for a moment, and then took out 2 extra pieces of dried meat to pass over. "This is from me personally." "Thank you." Zhang Fong was slightly taken aback and nodded in gratitude. "You're welcome." Kevin smiled, then lowered his head to eat the roasted beetle. The reason he was willing to help, apart from repaying the life-saving favor, was that he felt he couldn't let his relationship with the mercenaries become too strained. Moreover, he thought Zhang Fong was a decent person. Whether it was saving them in Snake Valley earlier or sharing his food with others the previous night, it all proved that Zhang Fong was someone with loyalty and kindness. The acid rain lasted longer than Kevin had anticipated. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, yet there was still no sign of the rain stopping. The injured mercenary Sun Liang, despite taking antibiotics, was in a dire condition. He had started to run a fever, and his leg wound was beginning to fester. Even worse, the food Yi Peng and his group had purchased from Kevin had already been consumed. While people can survive a few days with an empty stomach, a lack of water is far more critical. That night, the injured Sun Liang could no longer endure it. Holding his broken water bottle, he hobbled toward the cave entrance. "Sun Liang, what are you doing?" Another mercenary noticed and looked up at him. "Catch the rainwater." Sun Liang leaned against the wall, limping toward the cave entrance. "Are you crazy? Drinking acid rain can be fatal," a teammate shouted to stop him. "Drinking rainwater means I can survive for now. If I don't drink, I'll die even faster." Sun Liang threw out the words and continued forward. The gun slung over his shoulder kept colliding with the rock wall, making a clattering sound. At the edge of the campfire ahead, Kevin had his back to Sun Liang but quietly drew his knife from his arms. Meanwhile, Ren Jiao, who was sleeping opposite him, gently turned over, opened her eyes, and exchanged a glance with Kevin. At the same time, she revealed the knife hidden under her body, her muscles alternating between tensing and relaxing as she prepared for action. Kevin saw Ren Jiao's expression and slightly narrowed his eyes. He hadn't expected this woman to be so vigilant. Tap tap. Sun Liang quickly passed by Kevin and the others. As he was parallel to Kevin, he suddenly raised his rifle and swung the butt of the gun toward the back of Kevin's head. Flap! At the moment Sun Liang made his move, Kevin suddenly sprang up, grabbed the other party's neck with one hand, and stabbed a knife into his chest. Squish! The blade pierced the body, and a line of blood trickled from the corner of Sun Liang's mouth. "You son of a..." A mercenary behind him saw Kevin's action and reached for a gun nearby. Ren Jiao's reaction was faster than the opponent's. As Kevin sprang into action, she had already fixed her eyes on Sun Liang's weapon, snatching the gun, chambering around, and firing all in one smooth motion. Bang! The gunshot echoed through the cave. A mercenary in the distance was hit in the arm holding the gun, letting out a scream of pain as he slumped against the wall behind him. Ah! Beside him, Gao Shungrong was sprayed with blood all over his face and screamed in fright. Xie Guangquan and Pei Xiangtong were also stunned, seemingly not expecting this group of refugees to actually dare to attack the fortress people. "Don't move!" Ren Jiao turned the gun and aimed it in the direction of Yi Peng and Zhang Fong. Her stance in holding the gun was crisp and precise, even more standard than those mercenaries. Kevin took down the nearby attacker, and Ren Jiao seized the opportunity to grab the gun and take control of the situation. The two of them coordinated seamlessly. "You were in on this together, weren't you? Planning to rob us of our food, right?" Kevin, seeing that Ren Jiao had stabilized the situation, turned his gaze face toward the fortress people. His words carried a double meaning, seemingly directed at the armed soldier but also questioning the others. I already allocated half the food to you. That was meant to keep you alive, not to fill you up. If you can't control yourselves, how is that my fault? That's right. I did conspire with Sun Liang, so what? Why should you lowly refugees get to fill your stomachs while we have to starve? We didn't want to kill anyone, we just want to survive. The mercenary roared madly, his chest heaving as he looked at Yi Peng. Captain, these bastards still have food. If we take it from them, we can survive. Bang! Yi Peng swung his arm, drew his gun, and shot the mercenary in the head. With a calm expression, he said, we've already reached a dead end. What we need to do is work together to get out of this predicament. Any negative emotions from now on will push us further into the abyss. From this moment forward, I don't want to see any more infighting in the team. Fatty, bring them some food. Kevin, seeing Yi Peng's actions, returned to the campfire. Faced with the firearm seized by Ren Jiao, Yi Peng thought for a moment and did not ask for it back because on their side, the combat strength currently consisted only of himself and Zhang Fong, who seemed to have a good relationship with Kevin's group but whose trustworthiness was uncertain. The shot Yi Peng had just fired also made Kevin even more tense. This mercenary officer, who had previously been willing to risk attracting wild beasts just to bring along the injured Sun Liang, had now just killed one of his own men. Kevin understood Yi Peng's intention. He was using this method to tell the others that he had not participated in the planning to seize supplies, and to demonstrate his determination to unite and complete the mission. But no matter what, 2 mercenaries had died because of Kevin. Yi Peng might not pursue the matter now, but what about after they returned to the fortress? Leo was still being held at the fortress outpost at this moment. Kevin couldn't turn against the scientific expedition team, but if the protective Yi Peng really returned to the fortress, he would inevitably retaliate against Kevin, whether to regain the face he lost in the wilderness or to avenge his soldiers. Kevin stared at the flickering flames, his brows tightly furrowed. Things were indeed becoming more and more troublesome. After Kevin distributed the food again, there was barely anything left for himself to eat, and the acid rain outside the cave continued to pour relentlessly, now mixed with ice shards. All signs indicated that winter was drawing closer and closer. Hiding in the cave for 4 consecutive days, the dry grass and branches inside were almost used up. If the group couldn't even light a campfire, the cold would inevitably bring them deadly illnesses once again. That night, Kevin and Tu Shi's group of 4 had already eaten the last of their food. Yi Peng and the others had gone hungry for an entire day. Although during the day, Kevin had shared some food with Zhang Fong, after dividing it up, Professor Xia, Pei Shangtong, and the others each only got a single bite. Grumble, grumble. By the firelight, Yi Peng leaned against the mountain wall, his stomach grumbling incessantly. Hunger and dehydration had already caused him to show symptoms of hypoglycemia. His limbs were cold, and his body trembled uncontrollably. Are you hungry? Kevin saw Yi Peng's expression and walked over to stand in front of him. Obviously. What do you think? Yi Peng, driven by hunger, couldn't help but become irritable. This is a commonly used traditional Chinese medicine called Wulingzi. It's actually the feces of the flying squirrel species Trogopterus. It has the effects of promoting blood circulation, removing stasis, and relieving pain, and it is edible. Kevin opened his palm, displaying a handful of peanut-sized brown feces in front of Yi Peng. I'll trade it for your belt. Yi Peng looked up at Kevin upon hearing this but said nothing. Your body has already started trembling. If you still refuse to eat, you'll soon collapse and eventually die in the wilderness, Kevin added. Deal. After hearing Kevin's words, Yi Peng reached out and pulled off the belt around his waist. Although eating animal feces was hard for him to accept, nothing was more important than survival in the wilderness. After taking the 5 lingji from Kevin, Yi Peng didn't care about the taste and began devouring it ravenously. The long-lost feeling of fullness in his stomach finally gave him a bit of strength. He looked up at Kevin and asked, you gave me the food. What about you guys? We'll eat the belt. It's made of cowhide. After soaking it in water to soften it, we can roast it and eat it. Kevin gestured with the item in his hand. The taste isn't great, but it's better than eating feces. What the heck? Yi Peng heard this, then looked at the few remaining rat droppings in his hand, utterly dumbfounded. The leather belt made of cowhide was not tasty, and this processed cowhide was also very hard to digest. After Kevin ate it, he constantly felt bloated and in pain, and in the middle of the night, he was painfully awakened. In a daze, Kevin seemed to hear rustling sounds behind him. When he opened his eyes, the campfire in the cave had already gone out due to a lack of fuel. Dim light from outside shone in. Li Pengzi, who was on night watch, was too weak from hunger to stay alert and had fallen asleep. Ren Jiao, who was supposed to be on watch with him, was nowhere to be seen. She had probably gone to relieve herself. At first, Kevin thought the sound of whispering was just his imagination, but after a few seconds, he suddenly heard a woman's muffled groan, and it seemed that the person making the sound had their mouth covered. Immediately, Kevin sat up abruptly, gripped his knife, and crept toward the depths of the cave. His first reaction upon hearing the woman's voice was that something had happened to Ren Jiao. After all, she had a gun and had even fired at the mercenaries. Among the 4 refugees, only Kevin had demonstrated survival skills in the wilderness. If Yi Peng and the others truly wanted revenge, targeting the relatively unimportant Ren Jiao was also a possibility. Snap! As Kevin moved, he struck a match, igniting the entire box and throwing it forward. The firelight instantly illuminated the dark cave. The woman making the sound was not Ren Jiao, but Pei Xiangtong. At this moment, Gao Shengrong was pressing down on her, covering her mouth with one hand while the other hand roamed over her body. Pei Xiangtong, weakened by hunger, had little strength to resist and could only keep pushing against his body. Who? Gao Shengrong was startled when he saw the firelight. Help! Pei Xiangtong finally found an opportunity to break free from Gao Shengrong's hand and shouted loudly. Swish! Yi Peng and Zhang Fong were woken up by the shouting and simultaneously turned on their flashlights. In the beam of light, Kevin had already rushed to Gao Shengrong's side and stabbed him in the leg with a knife. Ah! Gao Shengrong felt the sharp pain and let out a pig-like scream. Don't move! Ren Jiao, who was outside the cave, heard the sound and quickly returned to the cave, immediately pointing her gun at Yi Peng. Gao Shengrong, you beast! How could you do such a thing? Professor Xia, awakened by the commotion, looked at the scene before him, his eyes filled with disbelief. Your Gao family is a prestigious clan even in Fortress number 87. I never would have thought you could stoop so low. Low? Ha ha ha. Gao Shengrong clutched his bleeding thigh, a twisted smile appearing on his face. We're all about to die anyway. No one can leave this cursed place. With death looming, what use is morality? The Pei family tycoons always act so high and mighty. Today, I just wanted to taste a Pei woman before I die. So what? Gao Shengrong's words left Kevin somewhat surprised. From a young age, he had always heard legends about the Pei family. This conglomerate was the controller of Fortress number 87 and one of the largest forces in the northern part of the Federation. At first, he thought Pei Xiangtong merely shared the same surname as the Pei family, but to his surprise, she turned out to be part of the Pei conglomerate. Beast! Beast! Professor Xie trembled with anger upon hearing Gao Shengrong's response. Once we return to the fortress, you will be facing trial. He probably won't have the chance to return to the fortress, Ren Jiao said, realizing that the commotion in the cave wasn't a mutiny. The vigilance on her face faded. The rain outside has stopped, and the sun will soon come out. We need to get moving. Given our current situation, taking an injured person along is no longer an option. Gao Shengrong's eyes widened in shock at her words. His madness stemmed from believing they were at a dead end, but he hadn't expected hope to appear so quickly. Since that's the case, just leave him here to fend for himself. Yi Peng was also filled with disgust toward Gao Shengrong's actions. Saying fend for himself was one thing, but with Gao Shengrong's abilities, survival was practically impossible. Finally, when the sunlight poured down once again, a group of 8 emerged from the cave. To prevent Kevin's forces from growing stronger, Yi Peng directly destroyed the surplus firearms instead of distributing them. In 7 days, this team, originally composed of elite mercenaries, scientists, and refugees, had already suffered over half its members in casualties, and all kinds of supplies were completely depleted. Robbery, rape, murder, scheming against one another, a series of the darkest aspects of human nature played out within the group. Due to several consecutive days of heavy rain, the temperature in the wilderness was not very high, but the muddy road significantly slowed the progress of the exhausted group. At noon, 8 people, dragging their weary bodies, climbed over a massive hill and then collectively froze in place. Behind the hill lay an oasis surrounded by wilderness. It appeared like a green gem embedded in a yellow canvas, with dense vegetation and a central lake rippling gently, reflecting the blazing sunlight. An oasis is a miracle in the desert. The appearance of an oasis in the vast desert brought immense surprise to everyone. A patch of lush greenery surrounds a rippling lake, forming a beautiful and peculiar landscape. A withered poplar tree stands like a boundary, separating the desert from the oasis. On one side stretches an endless, boundless desert, barren and desolate, evoking despair. On the other side, rippling waters and lush greenery create a vibrant scene of life. The vegetation is divided into 3 layers, tall trees, shrubs, and herbs, forming a green barrier. We're saved. We're finally saved. Even Xie Guangkuan, an old scholar, became emotional upon seeing the oasis. Unable to contain himself, he quickened his pace, eager to rush down the sand dune. Don't be reckless. Entering the oasis now will only get you killed faster. In a desert like this, only powerful beasts dare to venture into an oasis. Kevin grabbed Xie Guangkuan's arm, then picked up a handful of sand, letting it fall through his fingers in the air. Pointing to the upwind direction, he said, everyone, detour 1 kilometer in that direction to gather dry wood. We need to start a fire and use the thick smoke to drive the animals out. Kevin finished speaking, and the group was filled with renewed determination. Even Yi Peng, despite his weakened state, carried a machine gun and followed along. In recent days, Zhang Fong had grown closer to Kevin and the others, gradually losing Yi Peng's trust. Meanwhile, Zhang Fong also realized that these refugees were not as he had imagined, and he began to let go of his guard against Kevin and the others. After all, back in the cave, Kevin had taken good care of him. Dry firewood was not hard to find near the oasis. The group walked a few hundred meters toward the upwind direction and discovered scattered firewood on the desert, then began to gather it together. While Kevin was picking up firewood, Pei Shangtong also stepped to his side, bending down as if to gather firewood, and said softly, "Kevin, thank you." Swish! Kevin heard Pei Shangtong's words, glanced at her sideways, and said nothing. The fortress people he usually encountered were all arrogant and overbearing. He hadn't expected Pei Shangtong, who came from the Pei conglomerate, to be quite polite. Kevin had never thought much of these conglomerates and warlords, so he naturally wouldn't feel deeply grateful just because of Pei Shangtong's thanks. He continued gathering dry firewood. "If it weren't for you, I would have been in real danger last night." Gao Xingrong usually seems so refined and cultured, but I never thought he would turn out to be that kind of person. Seeing that Kevin remained silent, Pei Shangtong hesitated for a moment before speaking softly. "Let me give you some advice. You should find an opportunity to escape as soon as possible. Don't stay with the team any longer, or you'll be in great danger." "Why?" Kevin finally reacted upon hearing this. "The wolf pack hasn't been found yet. What danger could I possibly face? Is it because Yi Peng has become hostile toward me? You might not know this, but the real reason we had you act as a guide to track the wolf pack was to use them to locate this oasis. Now that we've reached our destination, the wolf pack is no longer important." Pei Shangtong paused before continuing. "Yi Peng's satellite phone and handheld satellite positioning terminal have regained signal. He just contacted the fortress and even told Professor Xie and me to stay close to him, especially when reinforcements arrive, and to make sure to keep our distance from you all." Kevin's eye twitched upon hearing this. Pei Shangtong's words were enough to prove Yi Peng's attitude. It seemed Kevin's guess was correct. The incident where he and Ring Zhao teamed up to kill the mercenaries had already made Yi Peng hold a grudge against them. Yi Peng was indeed good at hiding his intentions. If Kevin hadn't saved Pei Shangtong's life and learned this information, he wouldn't have noticed anything unusual about Yi Peng. Even though he now knew Yi Peng's plan, Kevin couldn't run. If he ran, Leo would be doomed. But on the other hand, even if he chose to stay, Leo probably wouldn't have a good outcome either. For a moment, Kevin found himself in a dilemma. Currently, the combat strength on the expedition team's side was down to just Yi Peng and Zhang Feng. If he could join forces with Ring Zhao and Tu Shi, it wasn't impossible to take these two down. He could even go a step further and ruthlessly eliminate Xie Guangquan and Pei Shangtong as well. But what happens after killing the person? How are they supposed to traverse such a long distance back to the fortress? And how can they convince the people in the fortress to release Leo? An entire squad of elite mercenaries wiped out, yet a few refugees survived. This in itself is full of contradictions. Facing Yi Peng's retaliation, Kevin felt immense pressure, as if he had no way to break the deadlock. Based on their travel distance, it would take at least 3 days for reinforcements from Fort 87 to arrive here. The fact that Yi Peng wanted to wait for reinforcements before taking action indicates that he is also wary of Kevin's group and wants to act only when fully prepared. Kevin couldn't think of a solution to the problem for the time being and ultimately decided to cooperate with Yi Peng for now. Given his current situation, he could only adapt to circumstances as they arose. An hour later, Kevin and the others had already piled up several stacks of dry wood at the upwind position of the oasis. A few men even urinated on the wood piles to increase moisture, making it easier for the piles to produce smoke. Whoosh, whoosh. As the flames rose, several piles of dry wood burst into roaring fire. When the fire had burned halfway, Kevin began leading the group to bury the fire pits with sand. This caused thick smoke to rise suddenly, carried by the wind toward the oasis. In just over 10 minutes, various animals began to appear at the edge of the oasis. Wild boars, lions, rhinos, antelopes, hares, giant lizards. All kinds of large animals scattered and fled in all directions. Crash! Hungry for days, Yi Peng saw this scene and unhesitatingly raised his gun, ready to hunt. "Don't shoot. The smell of blood will trigger the frenzy of some carnivores and attract them here. We can go inside and eat plants." Kevin instinctively tried to push down Yi Peng's gun barrel, but the latter immediately pointed the gun at him. Only when Kevin stood still did he lower it again. "Buddy, you sure know a lot." Zhang Feng walked over with a cheerful smile only after Yi Peng engaged the gun's safety. "If it weren't for you setting off the smoke, I wouldn't have known there were so many predators in this oasis. Back near Fortress 87, there used to be several oases, but later they all disappeared. When I was young, I hunted near the oases." Kevin watched the animals scattering in the distance and said softly, "We still need to wait a bit longer to make sure there's no danger inside before we go in. Everyone should also pick up some charcoal later to use for filtering the water source once we're inside. We've endured so many days already, a little more time won't make a difference." Zhang Feng nodded and stood beside Kevin. Taking advantage of Yi Peng and Xie Guangquan's conversation, he lowered his voice and said to Kevin, "Be careful of Yi Peng. He wants to get rid of you." Kevin had already learned from Pei Shangtong that Yi Peng was planning to deal with him, but hearing it from Zhang Feng still left him somewhat surprised. After a few days of interaction, he discovered that Zhang Feng was a person with strong principles. Compared to other mercenaries, he was more stubborn and adhered more strictly to rules. Previously, because he was too close to Kevin, the other mercenaries ostracized paralyzed him, but Zhang Feng still did not abandon his companions. At this moment, Zhang Feng's words broke Kevin's preconceived notions. He glanced at him sideways and asked, "Why are you helping me?"
"I don't know either." Zhang Feng, hearing the question, shook his head in confusion.
"I just feel that you haven't done anything wrong and shouldn't be treated this way."
"Yi Peng wants to kill me because I took out the previous mercenaries, right?" Kevin continued to ask.
"Perhaps it's not just that, because this oasis is a secret that shouldn't be known to the refugees."
"Actually, the oases you just mentioned near Fortress 87.
Zhang Feng was about to say more, but seeing that Yi Peng had finished his conversation with Xie Guankuan, he immediately stopped talking, turned his back to Kevin, and walked away into the distance, lowering his voice. "Trust me, you must leave quickly, or there will be no chance."
"I won't leave.
My friend is still waiting for me at the fortress," Kevin responded softly. Hearing this, Zhang Feng paused for a moment, then continued walking. It turned out that refugees were not as selfish and despicable as he had thought. They, too, had feelings. An hour later, as the thick smoke dissipated, Kevin and his group finally entered the oasis. After passing through the outer layer of trees, the scene inside shocked everyone.
By the natural lake, dense crops were growing.
Wild corn, wheat, cotton, barley, and other crops were spread out in patches. Under the shade of tall date palm trees, there were also many fruit trees such as lemons, figs, peaches, and apricots.
"Everyone, listen to me. I'm going to teach you how to make a simple filtration device.
First, you need to roll the waterproof material you have into a cone-shaped cylinder. Then, layer wild cotton or moss, charcoal, fine sand, and stones from bottom to top. Press these materials tightly together, and use this to filter the water source. You need to filter it at least 3 times, and then boil the water twice before it can be consumed." After hearing Kevin's words, Yi Peng glanced at him sideways. "We don't even have a container to hold water. How are we supposed to boil it?" "You can use larger leaves as containers, heat up stones and throw them in to boil the water with the high temperature. Also, when fetching water, remember not to go into the water. I hope you all still remember those strange fish that bit Sun Liang before." After Kevin explained the method of fetching water to everyone, he began picking wild fruits. Seizing a moment when no one was around, he spoke to Tu Shi and Ring Jiao. "I just received news that Yi Peng is already planning to make a move against us. You two need to be careful, store more food and water, and run when you get the chance."
"Are we leaving? But you're not?" Ren Jiao turned to look at Kevin. "I can't leave.
My friend is still being held by the mercenaries, and I have to find a way to save him." Kevin paused and pointed to Fatty Li. "If possible, I hope you can take him with you as well."
"Brother Zhe, I'm not leaving.
I promised Brother Sin before that I would take good care of you." Fatty Li clenched his fists and stubbornly declared without hesitation, "All along the way, you've been taking care of me.
There's no way I can leave you behind.
I said it before, I'm not afraid to die."
"You can't save your friend.
If the mercenaries have really decided to kill you, do you think they will spare your friend?" Tu Shi looked seriously at Kevin. "Right now, there are only 2 people on the mercenaries' side, and that Zhang Feng doesn't seem to have any malice toward you. If we launch a surprise attack, there's still a chance to take out Yi Peng and escape together. I know the hope of rescuing Leo is slim, but I have to persist. Just like if I were in a desperate situation, I would believe he would come to save me. For survival, I've already learned to give up too many things, but this matter is my bottom line."
Kevin responded with an unwavering gaze.
Tu Shi sighed helplessly. Knowing there are tigers on the mountain, yet heading straight for the mountain.
Kevin frowned slightly. "Which mountain has the tigers?"
"Forget it, since you've decided to stay, we respect your choice."
Ren Jiao did not answer Kevin's question and continued picking wild fruits with Tu Shi.
Tu Shi and Ren Jiao did not leave immediately but stayed with Kevin and the others. Kevin had no idea what they were planning to do, but since he had already given them a warning, he said no more. What surprised Kevin the most was that Xie Guankuan seemed to have no interest in this oasis at all. Initially, Kevin thought he had come for research purposes, but upon arriving, he merely ate some food, replenished his water, and rested the entire time, showing no signs of conducting a scientific investigation. On the contrary, Pei Xiangtong was filled with curiosity about everything within the oasis. That night, Kevin found a thorny forest located downwind and cleared a space within it for everyone to rest. This way, the thorny bushes could deter some of the wild animals returning to the oasis to drink water. Near such water sources, wild animals rarely hunt. While we may see hunting and chasing as brutal for animals, it's just a normal way of eating. In the water-scarce desert, the carcasses of prey can often contaminate water sources, leading to large-scale outbreaks of disease. Thus, there seems to be some kind of mutual understanding among animals. However, this rule does not apply to low-intelligence, cold-blooded animals like crocodiles. Of course, there are no crocodiles in the desert. As night fell, the group, now full and hydrated, was finally able to get a good night's sleep. Kevin, having learned that Yi Peng planned to wait for reinforcements before making a move against him, became less vigilant and cancelled the night watch arrangements. On the other hand, Yi Peng remained on edge. Now that they had found the oasis, their mission was essentially complete. Next, he only needed to wait for the support troops to arrive, after which he could return to the fortress. As a fortress resident, Yi Peng had always always wanted to venture out. However, this experience left him deeply disappointed with the refugee zone, to the point where he resolved never to set foot on this land again in his lifetime. The actions of Kevin and the others further made him realize the ferocity and danger of this group of refugees. Alertness at its peak does not mean a person's physical strength will also increase. Yi Peng had always been worried that Zhang Fang might rebel and join the group of refugees. However, as they established contact with the fortress, his vigilance gradually eased. After eating some wild fruits to stave off hunger, Yi Peng walked over to Zhang Fang and said, "Tonight, the two of us will take turns keeping watch. Keep a close eye on those refugees. If they show any unusual behavior, shoot them on the spot." "Captain, do we really have to do this?" Zhang Fang hesitated for a long moment before looking up at Yi Peng. "If it weren't for Kevin, we probably would have died out here in the wilderness. And everything they've done before was just to protect themselves. I really don't think they did anything wrong." Wrong? Perhaps from the moment they were born as refugees, their lives were destined to be wrong and worthless. Stop overthinking it. Our reinforcements will arrive in 2 days. Once we return to the fortress, I'll make sure you get credit for this. Yi Peng patted Zhang Fang on the shoulder. "Don't forget, you're a soldier, and a soldier doesn't need independent thoughts or emotions." Zhang Fang sat next to the light machine gun, staring blankly at Yi Peng's departing figure. He murmured to himself, just because they're refugees, does that mean they don't deserve respect and should die? The bright moon hung high, and a gentle breeze swept through the oasis, causing the leaves to rustle softly. At this moment, Kevin was lying in a patch of thorny bushes. The surrounding plants had already been cut down, and the outer ring of thorns served as a natural barrier to keep wild animals at bay. Beside him, Fatty Lee had already fallen asleep, the leaves covering him, rising and falling with his snores. However, Kevin stared blankly at the vast starry sky. Although he outwardly appeared calm about his situation, his heart was still filled with worry. For many years, no refugees had ever dared to challenge the power within the fortress. The fortress inhabitants could easily decide the life and death of the refugees. He wanted to protect himself, but rescuing Leo from the mercenaries was truly too difficult. The more he thought about it, the more irritable he became. Kevin was completely sleepless. He got up and left the thorny forest, walking toward a nearby sand dune, staring blankly at the water surface reflecting the moonlight. Suddenly, a dark shadow at the edge of the lake caught Kevin's attention. He rubbed his eyes carefully, then widened them in disbelief. In the distance, the dark shadow turned out to be a giant wolf. As it approached the water's edge, countless dark shadows began to emerge from the forest behind it. This wolf pack consisted of at least dozens of wolves, large and small. Among them, some wolves were injured, limping as they walked. Seeing this scene, Kevin instantly realized that this was the pack of wolves that had once attacked the town. It seemed that this pack of wolves originally relied on this oasis for survival. However, the previous earthquake had frightened many animals, causing them to flee. These wolves, left without food, resorted to feeding on the crops in the oasis. Eventually, out of desperation, they ventured into the desert and, by chance, ended up in the town. Now that the disaster caused by the earthquake had subsided, the wolf pack naturally returned. With this thought, Kevin suddenly had an idea and quickly headed back to the thorny forest. Early the next morning, Kevin once again approached Yi Peng and said directly, "Last night, I noticed signs that the wild beasts we drove away earlier are starting to return, so we need to keep lighting fires to drive them off. Otherwise, we might not be able to survive in this oasis." "No problem, we'll handle it as you suggest." Yi Peng had already regained his energy and strength by this time. His only task now was to wait safely for the arrival of the backup team, so he fully supported the idea of driving away the wild beasts. After everyone reached a consensus, they each got busy. Over an hour later, the pile of firewood at the upwind location was ignited again. This time, because the firewood was covered with greenery, the smoke was even thicker. As the flames burned, Yi Peng glanced around and noticed that only Fatty Lee was helping. He turned to look at him sideways. "Hey, where did Kevin and the other two go?" "Brother just said there are too many wild beasts here, so we went to light a few more fires on the other side to make the smoke bigger," Fatty Lee said as he pointed to a direction on the side. Not long after, thick smoke indeed rose from that side. Seeing this, Yi Peng didn't think much of it. In the distance, by the fire, Tusher threw a handful of grass onto the flames and looked at Rinjiao beside him. "Why do you think Kevin asked us to build a fire here? Could it really be to drive away wild animals?" "No, Kevin is quite clever. Since he knows Yi Peng is after him, he definitely won't sit around waiting to be attacked. When he decided to start the fire earlier, I saw him digging a pit downwind. He's probably setting a trap." Ren Jiao warmed her hands by the fire and responded softly. "A trap? Is it to deal with Yi Peng?" Tusher frowned slightly.
nonchalantly. Hasn't he always been worried that confronting Yi Peng head-on would affect his friend who's being held captive? Kevin is unpredictable in the way he does things. I can't quite figure him out either.
Ren Zhao thought for a moment and gently shook her head.
If Yi Peng really wants to make a move on him, should we intervene or not?
Tusher picked up some dry wood nearby and threw it into the fire.
Let's see how things go. Along the way, Kevin has taken good care of us. If it doesn't threaten our own safety, we can help him.
Ren Zhao's cheeks were flushed by the firelight as she softly replied.
As thick smoke rushed into the forest, some animals that had come back to drink water began to flee.
Among them were quite a few large rabbits and rodents.
While running,
some suddenly lost their footing and fell into the traps Kevin had set up in advance. Seeing this scene, Kevin grabbed a sturdy vine and quickly rushed up from one side, reaching out to grab the rabbit inside the trap. Nowadays, both the rabbits and desert mice had grown several times larger in size, and their strength had also increased.
Kevin's trap could no longer hold them for long. Bang!
Kevin rushed to the edge of the trap and grabbed one of the rabbit's ears, but the rabbit turned around and started kicking his arm, quickly leaving several bloody scratches on the back of his hand. Seeing this, Kevin jumped directly into the pit, wrapped the vine around the rabbit's neck and tightened it with all his strength.
After a dozen seconds, the rabbit was strangled to death by Kevin.
Without even looking at it, he climbed out and rushed toward another trap. Half an hour later, as the smoke cleared, Yi Peng returned to the oasis and frowned slightly at Kevin, whose arm was covered in blood.
What happened to you?
When I was gathering firewood earlier, a branch scratched me.
It's nothing serious. Kevin smiled faintly.
The smoke we just released has scared the animals. They probably won't come back to drink water for a while, but this method won't last long. Once they get used to the smoke, they might launch an attack on us. No worries, we won't be staying here for long. Yi Peng raised an eyebrow slightly and replied nonchalantly. Kevin noticed the ease in Yi Peng's eyes, and his expression gradually grew serious. It seemed that the reinforcements from the fortress were arriving faster than he had anticipated. As night fell and darkness enveloped the surroundings, everyone retreated once again into the thorny forest. Yi Peng, eating a fruit, looked at Zhang Fang beside him and said, "Our reinforcements are already on the way.
In just a few more hours, they'll be here.
I'll take the first watch tonight, and you take the second half.
Once we get through tonight, our hard days will be over."
How is it so fast?
Didn't they say it would take 3 days?
Zhang Fang became a bit nervous upon hearing this, as Kevin had neither followed his advice nor chosen to leave. The advanced support team is not from the fortress but a transport caravan of our Pei family. They will arrive at the oasis first, help provide us with protection, and then wait together for the main force to arrive.
Yi Peng, in high spirits, finished speaking to Zhang Fang and then hummed a little tune as he walked toward the distant machine gun position. Tap, tap.
Zhang Fang hesitated for a few seconds, circled around the outside of the thorny forest, and headed toward Kevin's camp. He had to warn Kevin this was his last chance. Zhang Fang avoided Yi Peng's gaze and slipped to the camp where Kevin and the others were, gently pushing aside the thorns in front of him, preparing to sneak in.
Who?
Just as Zhang Fang made his move, a low inquiry came from behind him.
It's me, Zhang Fang.
Zhang Fang recognized Kevin's voice, turned around, and exchanged a glance with Kevin, who was holding a knife, then looked around.
So late at night, why aren't you in the camp?
Where did you go?
Not used to eating wild fruits. It upsets my stomach.
Kevin sheathed his waist knife.
Why are you here? Did Yi Peng send you?
It has nothing to do with Yi Peng. I came on my own.
Kevin, you must leave immediately.
Yi Peng has already called for reinforcements from the fortress.
A transport team under the Pei Consortium is heading to this oasis and could arrive at any moment. Your time is running out.
Zhang Fang looked at Kevin and spoke earnestly.
Kevin smiled. Aren't you afraid Yi Peng will find out you told me all this?
Of course I'm afraid. He's my direct superior. But I also don't want to see you die at his hands. I don't know what you're thinking, nor do I know if our recent interactions have made you feel like you're on equal footing with us, but that's all an illusion. What I need to tell you is this: the reason fortress people look down on refugees is because they are two completely different groups. Behind the fortress people stand the power of the consortiums.
Do you know what a consortium is?
It's a group of warlords with immense financial power.
Zhang Fang took a deep breath.
I'm not saying this to look down on you. I really want to help you, but I'm insignificant, and once I return to the fortress, I still have to survive. I can't afford to take risks, so this is all I can do for you.
Thank you.
Kevin nodded in acknowledgement, then resolutely walked toward the thorny forest.
Are you still planning to stay?
Zhang Fang asked through gritted teeth, staring at Kevin's back. In this matter, I'm just like you, powerless to choose. Kevin paused his steps, turned around, and looked at Zhang Fang. You told me before that Yi Peng wanted to get rid of me, not just because I killed the mercenaries, but for other reasons. What are they?
Do you know why the fortress is tracking the wolf pack and trying to find this oasis?
Zhang Fang took a deep breath as he gazed at the shadowy outline of the oasis in the darkness. You mentioned before that there used to be many oases near Fortress 87, but they disappeared due to environmental degradation.
That's not true. Those oases were destroyed by the Pei financial conglomerate.
And it's not just the Pei family in the north. The Xiahou and Jing families are doing the same thing. Their goal is to cut off all means of independent survival for the refugees, forcing them to become cheap labor for the conglomerates. This is the dark side behind the glamorous facade of the financial powers, so they won't allow this information to spread. Even if it means silencing you, you must die. This answer was far beyond Kevin's expectations. He originally thought that Siegwinkuan, this botanist searching for the oasis, was doing it for a research project. It turned out his purpose was merely to confirm the existence of wild seeds here and then call for reinforcements to destroy the place. The days of searching and sacrifices by the group were all because someone from the Pei conglomerate found seeds in wolf droppings and wanted to trace their origin. All of this was for a simple and brutal purpose: to cut off the refugees' means of survival. Even if they had no land to farm, they could not be allowed to have seeds. As a friend, this is all I can say to you. Let me also advise you, individual strength is truly insignificant in the face of the conglomerates. As for what path to take, you must decide for yourself. Zhang Fong left these words for Kevin, then disappeared into the darkness against the wind and sand. Zhang Fong's words stirred a storm within Kevin. In the fortress's past propaganda, the image of the conglomerates had always been radiant and positive. They were portrayed as the ones who squeezed out job opportunities from the fortress's limited resources and distributed them to the refugees outside the city, preventing them from starving to death. Kevin had always scoffed at this narrative, but he never imagined that the conglomerates' methods could be so despicable, willing to go to any lengths to turn the refugees into upright walking livestock under their control. However, Kevin did not harbor much hatred toward the conglomerates. As Zhang Fong had said, in the face of the conglomerates, anyone's strength was insignificant. He was not a hero, nor did he wish to be one. He simply wanted to carve out a path for survival in this chaotic world. But even just seeking a way to survive is so difficult. When Kevin returned to the campsite in the forest, Tu Shi, Ren Jiao, and Fatty Li were all still awake, sitting on the ground in a daze. I've received news that the backup for the scientific expedition team is arriving soon. If you don't leave now, it will be too late, Kevin said succinctly as he sat down on the ground, addressing the three. Upon hearing this, Fatty Li's hand, hidden behind his back, trembled slightly. I'm not leaving. I swore to take care of you. Are you really going to stay? Ren Jiao asked calmly while peeling the skin off a wild fruit with a knife. Kevin smiled faintly and nodded. Yes, I suggest you leave quickly, because what's coming tonight isn't just the reinforcements Yiping called for. Who else? A trace of surprise flashed in Ren Jiao's eyes. She couldn't figure out how someone like Kevin, a drifter, could summon any other reinforcements. Wolves. Kevin lay on the grass, gazing at the star-filled sky. The bright moon stretched for thousands of miles, and within the oasis bathed in its glow, a black line extended from the lakeside to the woods where Kevin and the others were hiding, permeated with a foul stench. All of this was the fresh animal blood and fragments of flesh and bone that Kevin had just scattered along the way. Kevin's only chance of survival was to gamble that the bloody scent would attract the wolf pack to attack their camp, and also gamble that the wolves would arrive before the reinforcements summoned by Yiping. The scent of blood drifted with the wind, already drawing a swarm of flying insects, and scavengers had begun dragging away the chunks of corpses on the ground. The wind rose, rippling across the lake's surface, as if announcing that this was destined to be a restless night. Late night. Yiping sat beside the machine gun position, yawning as he opened his mouth. He reached into his pocket, pulled out an empty cigarette box, poured the leftover tobacco crumbs into his palm, and lightly chewed them. He was a heavy smoker, but the cigarettes he had brought were long gone, destroyed along with the supplies. By the moonlight, he glanced at his watch. It was already close to 2:30. In another half hour, he would need to wake Zhang Fong to take over the night watch. The morning of the previous day, Yiping received a call from the fortress. Someone from the military informed him that a transport team had already been rerouted to provide support, and he was instructed to take good care of Pei Xiangtong. In fact, without the military's instructions, Yiping, after learning about Pei Xiangtong's identity, had already been intentionally or unintentionally trying to curry favor with her. If someone could gain the favor of the Pei family, it would mean a meteoric rise. As for Kevin and those refugees, Yiping didn't care much. After all, once reinforcements arrived, they were doomed to die. Along the way, Kevin had already crossed his bottom line too many times. No matter what, he would not let Kevin live. Just as Yiping lowered his head and thought, out of the corner of his eye, Yu Guanyu suddenly caught sight of a black shadow flashing across the open ground in the distance. At first, when Yiping saw the black shadow in the distance, he thought he was seeing things. But when he looked carefully, he discovered that over a dozen black shadows were rapidly moving toward his direction across the open ground ahead. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Yiping's body tensed. The machine gun in his hands, which had originally been aimed in Kevin's direction, was suddenly lifted as he swung the gun around to point in another direction. At the same time, he shouted in a low voice, Zhang Fong! Zhang Fong! Swish! Zhang Fong, who was sleeping over 10 meters away, suddenly opened his eyes. Howl! The next second, a wolf's howl, like a sudden clap of thunder, echoed across the land. Rat-a-tat-tat! Seeing the wolf pack closing in on the bushes, he tensely pulled the trigger. Howl! A wolf at the front was hit by a bullet, foot, struggled a few times, and finally wobbled before collapsing to the ground. Roar! The Wolf King, seeing the humans take the initiative to attack, let out a piercing howl. The wolf pack then scattered with a thunderous noise, forming a fan shape as they charged toward the forest where Yi Peng and the others were located. Damn it! Yi Peng roared, pulling the trigger and starting to fire bursts at the wolf pack. The 7.92 caliber light machine gun in his hands was far more powerful than the crude firearms previously used by Meng Liang and the others. As long as it hit, it posed a lethal threat. 50 meters away, Kevin and his group were crouching behind a sand dune located downwind. Listening to the gunfire in the distance, Kevin took a deep breath. We're downwind here, so the scent won't reach the bushes over there, and the wolf pack won't find us. Are you really not coming with us? Ran Jiao looked at Kevin and confirmed once again. Compared to before, both she and Tu Shi now had a backpack strapped around their waists, presumably filled with food. I have a reason I must stay. Kevin nodded. All right. Ran Jiao showed no change in expression and quickly disappeared into the darkness with Tu Shi. Listen carefully. Stay in this place and don't move. If I don't come back, then you just wait here until reinforcements from the fortress arrive before setting off. But don't interact with those people. Instead, follow the tracks of their vehicles. These people will definitely clear out threats along the way and set up camps. As long as you're smart, you can pick up some leftovers at their campsites along the way. That should give you a chance to make it back to the town. Kevin looked at the chubby Li beside him and spoke seriously. Brother Zhe, I told you, I stayed behind to protect you. I'll go with you. Li, holding a sharpened tree branch, began to argue. You can't protect me. If you really want to do something for me, if I don't make it back, collect my body for me. With that, Kevin stepped forward to leave. Brother Zhe, Li called out to Kevin, gritted his teeth, tore off the red string from his hand, and stuffed it into Kevin's pocket. For your safety. Snap. Kevin patted Fatty Li on the shoulder and quickly climbed over the sand dune in front of him. Within the grove. Da-da-da-da. Click. Yi Peng fired about 10 bursts in succession, emptying the magazine. On the open ground in front of his machine gun position, at least 7 or 8 wolves had fallen, all howling and twitching. Just as Yi Peng had said, humans wielding firearms could unleash tremendous destructive power. Click. After swiftly replacing a magazine, Yi Peng realized he was out of spare ammo. He shouted toward the campsite on his side, Zhang Feng, bring me magazines. Crash. As Yi Peng finished speaking, there was a rustling sound from the bushes on the side. He reached out and pulled the bolt of the light machine gun. Captain, where did you put the magazine? Zhang Feng's shout came from afar. Damn it. The moment Yi Peng heard Zhang Feng's voice, he instinctively drew the pistol from his waist and pointed it at the nearby bushes. He had just heard the sound and thought Zhang Feng was coming to deliver the magazine, but the direction of Zhang Feng's voice clearly proved his judgment was wrong. Ah! Suddenly, a large wolf leapt out from the bushes, breaking the thorns and branches along the way, which were left covered in wolf fur. Bang! 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 Yi Peng saw the giant wolf leap and began pulling the trigger repeatedly, bullets creating streaks of blood on the wolf's chest and abdomen. Bang! The large wolf was shot down from mid-air and fell, landing on Yi Peng. Rustle! Before Yi Peng could break free, the rustling sound from the bushes behind him became continuous. Hearing this noise, Yi Peng felt a chill run down his spine. When Kevin had previously told him that animals were very intelligent, he hadn't taken it seriously. He never expected that this wolf pack would actually choose to encircle him. Da-da-da-da. At the same time, gunfire erupted from a position more than 10 meters away, and the distance was growing farther and farther. It was clear that Zhang Feng had also encountered the wolf pack and was covering Xieguankuan and Pei Xiangtong as they retreated. Damn it! Yi Peng, seeing himself isolated and without support, grabbed the light machine gun and held it in his arms. Clatter! The bushes ahead shook violently, countless wolf heads emerged, their eyes glimmering with a ghostly green light, and they suddenly lunged forward. Da-da-da-da-da. Yi Peng's hair stood on end as he began pulling the trigger, sweeping across. Gunfire erupted, and plants and wolves fell one after another. Whoosh! The wolf pack, having witnessed the ferocity of the machine gun's firepower, ceased their frontal assault after leaving behind 4 or 5 corpses. However, they did not disperse but instead slowly spread out, forming a fan shape to encircle Yi Peng. As a result, Yi Peng found himself unable to cover all sides, and it was impossible for one person to handle so many wolves. Howl! A wolf circled to Yi Peng's side, preparing to launch a sneak attack. Seeing this, Yi Peng immediately turned the muzzle of his gun in that direction. The wolf instantly froze and retreated, but wolves from another direction began to advance. Thus, one man and more than a dozen wolves found themselves in a standoff. The wolf pack dared not approach, and Yi Peng dared not fire. The light machine gun in his hands held only 45 rounds, and after the earlier burst of fire, there were now just over 20 rounds left. If he ran out of bullets, he would undoubtedly meet his end in the wolf's jaws. Bang! Bang! Yi Peng kicked the wolf carcass in front of him twice, sending it flying. He then sat on the ground and slowly retreated. This way, the area of his body exposed to harm would be reduced. However, he was still left with no way out, as behind him was a dense thicket of brambles. The wolves could rely on their tough hide hides and thick flesh to pass through, but he could not. Tap, tap. Just as the standoff continued, footsteps sounded again from behind, followed by a flicker of firelight appearing in the distance. Oh oh! The wolf pack let out low growls, instinctively dodging to a slightly farther position in fear of the fire. Kevin, save me! Following the light, Yi Peng saw Kevin holding a torch just outside the thorny forest, a spark of survival instinct flashing in his eyes. Tap tap. Kevin glanced at Yi Peng, who was surrounded by the wolf pack, and without any hesitation, he instantly ran off into the distance. Using the flesh and blood of animals to attract the wolf pack's attack was Kevin's plan. He knew these beasts all too well and understood how to provoke their ferocity. Blood, like a stimulant imprinted in the DNA of animals, would awaken their most primal instinct for slaughter. His goal was to use the wolf pack to eliminate Yi Peng, completely distancing himself from the situation, so he naturally wouldn't lend Yi Peng a helping hand. Da-da-da-da. Gunfire continued to echo in the distance. Kevin gripped the torch in his hand, moving swiftly through the dense forest. Howl. The sound of wolves howling came from behind once again, clearly indicating that the wolf pack could no longer suppress their emotions and had lost their patience. Da-da-da-da. The roar of the light machine gun and the howling of wolves erupted simultaneously, accompanied by Yi Peng's roar echoing through the oasis. As for Yi Peng's fate, Kevin was well aware. Previously, the wolf pack retreated from the town because it was human territory, but this Gobi Desert was the wolves' domain. 50 meters ahead, Zhang Fong was also leading Professor Xie and Pei Xiangtong in their escape. Behind them, a pack of wolves was likewise in pursuit. Rat-a-tat-tat. Zhang Fong turned and fired a few shots at the wolf pack, then glanced around and moved toward the date palm grove on the left. Professor, this way. Alright. At this moment, Xie Guanquan had lost one of his shoes while running. He grabbed Pei Xiangtong's wrist and scrambled inside in a panic. A wolf crouched low, its tail upright, launching an attack. Da-da-da. Zhang Fong lowered the muzzle, and several bullets accurately hit the wolf's head, instantly killing it. At the same time, he reached for the multifunctional belt at his waist and pulled out a magazine. Howl. Just as Zhang Fong removed the empty magazine, a wolf suddenly leaped out of the bushes nearby, knocking him to the ground and baring its fangs. Click. Zhang Fong saw the wolf's jaws coming at him and instantly used the gun barrel to block its mouth, but he realized that the beast was incredibly strong, and he was no match for it. In the forest, Xie Guanquan and Pei Xiangtong were terrified by the scene. They wanted to help, but the oppressive presence of the wild beast left them frozen like statues, their bodies seemingly out of their control. Roar! The giant wolf let out a low growl from its throat, suddenly flinging Zhang Fong's gun away and lunging for another bite. At the critical moment between life and death, a figure suddenly emerged from the darkness, swinging a torch at the wolf's head. Bang! With a dull thud, the coyote staggered as its body tilted, flames igniting on the fur of its face, scaring it into retreating repeatedly. Kevin? Zhang Fong panted heavily, his face covered in sweat as he saw the person who had just saved his life. Quick, go! Kevin waved the torch at the two wolves behind him and spoke in a low voice. Together! Zhang Fong endured the pain, got up, and drew the military dagger from his waist. These beasts are faster than humans. We can't outrun them. If no one uses the torch to hold them off, no one will make it out. Professor Xie and Miss Pei are researchers. Their survival is more valuable than mine. Kevin grabbed the military dagger from Zhang Fong's hand and spoke in a deep voice. Be careful. Zhang Fong hesitated for a moment, then turned and escorted Xie Guanquan and Pei Xiangtong away. Zhang Fong, are we really just going to leave Kevin behind? Pei Xiangtong turned around to glance at the scene of Kevin holding a torch and confronting the wolf pack. A trace of reluctance flashed in her eyes. She had just witnessed the cruelty of the wolves and knew what fate awaited those who stayed behind. In her view, the few companions who hadn't appeared by Kevin's side were likely already dead. These refugees are indeed different from what I had heard and imagined. Xie Guanquan noticed Pei Xiangtong hesitating and grabbed her hand to quicken their pace. Let's go. If we stay any longer, everyone will die. At this moment, Zhang Fong's gun was already gone, and the gunfire from Yi Peng's side had also ceased. Countless wolves slowly emerged from the bushes in front of Kevin, their eyes reflecting the flickering flames. They began pacing in place, appearing restless, but their instinctive fear of fire caused a momentary hesitation. Whoosh! Kevin heard the footsteps behind him fade away, waved the torch forward, and took advantage of the moment the wolf pack retreated to dart into the nearby woods. The reason Kevin dared to provoke the wolf pack and rescue Zhang Fong and the others was very clear. He intended to use this incident to trap Yi Peng while also making Professor Xie and the others owe him a significant favor. Yi Peng could sense that among the remaining three people, Zhang Fong was loyal and righteous, Pei Xiangtong was inexperienced in the ways of the world, and Xie Guanquan was a mix of selfishness and compassion. He was very afraid of death, but as an intellectual, he also wanted to present himself as someone with a benevolent and altruistic spirit. This was precisely why Kevin had just acted out of character by praising Xie Guanquan. He wanted to subtly build a grand image for Xie Guanquan, making the latter acknowledge him. In the end, among the remaining members of the scientific expedition team, the one who most wanted him dead was Yi Peng.
who appeared righteous but was actually malicious at heart. As long as Ji Peng's scheming was out of the picture, he still had a chance to survive. Now that Ji Peng had already died at the jaws of the wolves, Kevin naturally wouldn't truly sacrifice himself. Long before executing this plan, he had already prepared a large amount of dry firewood on the other side of the forest. Once the firewood was ignited, the massive flames would be enough to scare off the wolf pack, giving him a chance to escape. Whoosh! The wolf pack seemed extremely enraged by Kevin's act of rescuing Zhang Fong and the others. As soon as Kevin moved, they all surrounded him, beginning their pursuit. Wolves are very intelligent animals and an exceptionally coordinated group. They were waiting for the torch in Kevin's hand to burn out. Tap tap. Kevin was very familiar with the habits of wolves and naturally understood their thoughts, so he ran at an extremely fast speed. He was well aware that once the wolves adapted to the light of the torch, he would be attacked. Therefore, he had to ignite the firewood pile before they launched their attack. Howl. Just as Kevin was less than 30 meters away from the pile of dry wood, a wolf's howl sounded again. Right on the path he had to take, the Wolf King, along with 2 male wolves, formed a triangular blockade. At the Wolf King's feet lay a dry wooden stick, as if to tell Kevin that it had already seen through this scheme. The firelight flickered, and Kevin looked at the lead wolf, swallowing nervously. He recognized the broken arrow on the Wolf King's back. It belonged to Leo. This pack of wolves was the same group Kevin had attacked in the market town. If a wolf looks back, there must be a reason, either gratitude or revenge. This is a proverb originating from the old world, still passed down in the wasteland today. It conveys that all things have a spirit and also reflects the intelligence and ferocity of wolves. Enemies are bound to meet on a narrow road. It was very clear that the wolf pack had found Kevin, and they were definitely not here to repay a favor. The sudden appearance of the Wolf King made Kevin's heartbeat speed up several times, because back in the town, he had personally witnessed the Wolf King leading the pack through the crossfire. This was enough to prove that under its leadership, the wolf pack could overcome fear. Kevin didn't know if they would dare to cross the raging sea of fire, but based on previous experiences, this creature was definitely not afraid of the torch in his hand. Huff, huff. The Wolf King also hadn't forgotten Kevin's appearance. Upon seeing him, its nostrils began to emit heavy breathing sounds, and its green glowing eyes surprisingly revealed an expression of anger. Roar! 3 seconds later, the Wolf King let out a howl and lunged at Kevin first. Kevin, whose nerves were taut, saw the Wolf King charging and dodged to the side in an instant. Tap, tap. A wolf from behind took advantage of Kevin's focus on the front and leapt forward again, only to be struck on the head by Kevin with a torch. With a piercing wail echoing, the remaining dozen or so wolves did not rush forward all at once. Instead, they formed a circle, enclosing Kevin in the middle, constantly circling and rotating, searching for his weak point. Seeing himself surrounded by a pack of wolves, Kevin felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. Holding a military dagger in his left hand and a torch in his right, he began to move slowly. He had witnessed wolves hunting before and knew the intricate coordination among these beasts. To survive, he had to be more patient than them. Woof woof. A few seconds later, a female wolf within the encirclement bared its fangs, crouching low with an expression of restlessness. Kevin saw the ferocious appearance of the she-wolf, veins bulging on his neck. Due to fear and excitement, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. His hand gripping the bayonet was exerting so much force that his knuckles turned white, and even a fine layer of sweat appeared on his forehead. Ah! The she-wolf let out a howl and lunged straight at Kevin. Squish! Kevin suddenly turned sideways and stabbed the she-wolf in the back with a knife. The blade faced the opposite direction, immediately tearing open a gaping wound. Whoosh! At the moment Kevin struck, 3 wolves behind him took advantage of his unguarded state and lunged forward. Rip! A wolf darted behind Kevin and bit into his calf. Thud! Kevin lost his balance and immediately dropped to one knee, plunging a knife fiercely into the wolf's neck. He then lowered his body to dodge the pounce of another wolf and, with all his strength, hurled the torch in his hand toward the pile of firewood. Boom! The torch landed over 10 meters away, still nearly 10 meters from the pile of firewood. Howl! Howl! After Kevin no longer had the torch in his hand, the wolf pack began moving at high speed, lunging at him one after another. Each time Kevin sidestepped to evade, a lone wolf would always launch a sneak attack from behind. Slash! Splurt! For a moment, the sound of blades piercing flesh and tearing echoed continuously across the wilderness. In just 10 seconds, Kevin's clothes had been torn to shreds, and several bloody wounds appeared on his body. Meanwhile, the Wolf King began its charge, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Swish! Kevin saw the Wolf King's movement, and his nerves instantly tensed, ready to fight to the death. However, just as he raised his arm, he felt that long-lost sense of power return once again. In just a fleeting moment, the Wolf King's movements seemed to slow down by half in his eyes, and even the pain in his body was instantly suppressed by more than half. Flap! Originally already at the end of his strength, Kevin suddenly sprang up and actually charged straight at the Wolf King. Thud! The Wolf King, mid-air, collided with Kevin, who then wrapped his arms around its neck and violently slammed it to the ground. A whoa! Howls echoed from the wolf pack as all the surrounding wolves charged toward Kevin. Clang! The Wolf King snapped at Kevin's neck, but after Kevin died, dodged, its teeth clashed together. Immediately after, a sharp blade came thrusting forward. Splurt! The military dagger forged from refined steel pierced into the Wolf King's eyeball, the blade tip directly protruding out from the back of its head. After the strike, Kevin surged up again, his entire body crashing into a male wolf like a cannonball as he charged toward the direction of the torches. Although his combat power was at its peak at this moment, he still maintained his rationality, knowing that only by lighting the bonfire could he completely escape the wolves' attack. The wolves seemed to have also discerned Kevin's intent, especially after the Wolf King's death. Instead of scattering like frightened birds and beasts, they revealed their ferocious nature one by one and instantly surrounded Kevin. Looking down from above, the wolves behind him were gathering more and more, like a tide ready to engulf him. Snap! Kevin lunged forward, his hand already gripping the torch. Whoosh! A half-grown young wolf rushed forward and bit his wrist. Then, two more wolves pounced on him, biting his legs. Ugh! The excruciating pain of torn muscles made Kevin let out a muffled groan. He swung his arm forcefully, actually flinging a 50 to 60-pound young wolf away. The number of wolves was simply overwhelming. Even though Kevin possessed immense strength at the moment, he was quickly surrounded by 4 or 5 wolves, which bit into his arms and legs. Splurt! Splurt! Kevin swung his hand, stabbing twice into the side of a wolf. Before he could swing again, an adult wolf had already pinned his chest with its claws, its gaping maw lunging toward his neck. Brother Zha! A shout rang out as Fatty Lee suddenly rushed out from the woods on one side, raising his hand toward Kevin's direction. From Kevin's perspective, he had no way to dodge the wolf's attack. However, at the moment he heard Fatty Lee's shout, the wolf's movements suddenly slowed down, as if it had abruptly stopped. Although this pause lasted only a brief moment, Kevin seized the opportunity and stabbed the wolf in the upper jaw, getting splattered with blood. Not far away, Fatty Lee also had blood trickling from his nose. At this moment, Kevin was already surrounded by at least 20 wolves. The death of just one wolf did not significantly affect the battle situation. Soon, several more wolves charged at him, while 2 others lunged toward Fatty Lee. Don't come over. Fatty Lee raised his hand again in fear, but it was completely ineffective. Bang! Bang! Suddenly, 2 gunshots rang out, and the 2 wolves in front of Fatty Lee were hit in the forehead. Carried forward by their running momentum, they tumbled to the ground. Bang! 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 Next, gunfire began to echo continuously from the forest behind Fatty Lee. Soon after, Ren Zhao appeared, holding a silver-engraved revolver in each hand, striding forward with steady steps. With each gunshot, a wolf fell. Lying on the ground, Kevin could clearly hear the whistling of bullets and the muffled sound of them piercing flesh. The oppressive weight on his body gradually lifted, and the wolves around him lay dead in heaps. Faced with Ren Zhao's suppression, a wolf turned around and let out a long howl toward the dense forest behind it. Whoosh! Accompanied by responding howls from afar, rustling sounds began to emerge from the dense forest. The wolf pack, originally on the outskirts standing guard, started converging toward one spot one after another. The forest was filled with the stench of blood, and the conflict between wolves and humans had reached its peak. Bang! 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 Ren Zhao steadily held the revolver with both hands, shooting at the wolf pack. Almost every shot brought down a wolf. Click! After exhausting the bullets in the revolver, Ren Zhao flicked open the cylinder, gave her wrist a slight shake to eject the empty shells, and then lightly pressed the handgun against her waist. Around her waist was a bullet belt filled with ammunition. With a press of her thumb, 6 bullets instantly loaded into the rotating chamber. The speed was so fast that it was impossible to see exactly what she had done. It seemed as though she had merely flicked her hand, and by the time she raised her palm again, the gun was reloaded. Flap! Taking advantage of Ren Zhao holding off the wolf pack, Kevin sprang up from the ground, grabbed the nearly extinguished torch, and thrust it directly into the dry grass on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The fire borrowed the momentum of the wind. After Kevin ignited the dry grass, the oily dry branches laid on top also caught fire. Flames and thick smoke appeared simultaneously, beginning to spread along the grooves filled with firewood on the ground. Ren Zhao! Over here! Kevin successfully lit the fire and shouted toward Ren Zhao. Howl! Howl! At the same time, countless wolves emerged from the bushes, recklessly surrounding Ren Zhao. Bang! 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 Ren Zhao raised her gun again. Although her shooting speed was very fast, she still struggled to deal with the dozens of wolves charging at her. Howl! Soon, a wolf lunged at Ren Zhao, pouncing on her and scratching her with its claws. Damn it! Kevin saw the wolf pack closing in on Ren Zhao and gripped his knife, ready to rush over to help. But before he could act, Ren Zhao flicked her wrist, and 2 bayonets popped out from the massive revolver. Facing the onslaught of the wolf pack, Ren Zhao seemed like a skilled warrior, yet also like a graceful dancer. The blade flashed, gunfire sparkled, and she remarkably remained unthreatened by the wolves. Watching Ren Zhao's movements, Kevin was deeply shocked. He had never seen such a dazzling yet practical combat technique. With the combination of firearms and cold weapons, Ren Zhao managed to suppress the wolves, preventing them from getting close. What puzzled Kevin even more was that the wolves near Ren Zhao looked strangely odd, their movements becoming somewhat clumsy. Many attacks that could have been fatal were dodged by Ren Zhao in seemingly impossible ways.
ways. Amid the gunfire, Ren Zhao took down the nearest wolves but did not move toward Kevin and the others. Instead, she quickly turned and disappeared into the trees behind her. Whoosh! Several wolves pounced together, completely unaware of the thin line hidden in the forest. Boom! As the thin line was snapped, 2 grenades fixed to the tree branches had their pins pulled. The shockwave and shrapnel instantly blew away the wolves in front. Oh whoa! The intense firelight and explosions finally caused the wolf pack to start retreating. Accompanied by whimpering sounds, the wolves collectively turned and fled into the distance. Tap tap. Kevin saw Ring Jiao leave and quickly circled around the bonfire, running to the spot where she had just fought the wolves. The ground was now stained red with blood, emitting a foul stench. Besides shell casings, the ground was littered with countless seeds. Seeing this scene, a trace of curiosity once again flashed in Kevin's eyes. The reason these seeds were scattered on the ground was that earlier, when the wolves were attacking Rin Jiao, their claws tore through the bundle wrapped around her body. Kevin had always thought it contained fruits that Rin Jiao and her group had picked for food. But now it seemed, could their ultimate purpose for being here actually be to search for seeds? This wasn't what Kevin was most concerned about. He glanced at the seeds on the ground, then quickly squatted beside a wolf carcass, reaching out to touch its body. The touch was extremely cold. At this moment, Kevin's body temperature was elevated, so feeling a temperature difference was perfectly normal. However, the wolf's body wasn't just ordinarily cold, it was chilling, and its muscles were very stiff. Under normal circumstances, an animal would need to have been dead for at least 4 or 5 hours for this to happen. At this moment, Kevin began to suspect that Ring Jiao was the demon seed Su Fei had mentioned, and earlier, when the wolves were besieging him, the reason they appeared sluggish in their movements was likely due to the strange freezing phenomenon that restricted their actions. Brother Zhe, are you okay? Are your injuries serious? Fatty Li, seeing Kevin covered in blood, quickly stepped forward to check on him. How did you make that wolf stop earlier? Kevin suddenly remembered that during the previous attack, Fatty Li's shout had caused a wolf attacking him to hesitate. He looked up at him. I didn't do anything. I just wanted to come over and help you. I didn't expect Rin Jiao to show up too. Fatty Li shook his head in confusion. This place isn't safe to stay in for long. Let's go. Seeing Fatty Li's clueless expression, Kevin thought he might have guessed wrong. The wolf's hesitation earlier might not have had anything to do with Fatty Li. It could have been Rin Jiao's doing. Just as Kevin stood up, he felt his strength rapidly draining from his body, and the pain from his wounds became increasingly sharp. This was already the second time Kevin had experienced an episode while conscious. He had come to understand this strange ability of his. Once this peculiar condition was triggered, it could significantly boost his physical strength and make his reactions sharper. However, this power appeared completely at random, beyond his control. Moreover, once the strength faded, it caused severe harm to him, almost instantly draining his energy and leaving him extremely weak. Brother Zhao? Fatty Li saw Kevin collapse and instinctively reached out to support his arm, but Kevin was covered in blood, making his skin extremely slippery. He slipped right out of Fatty Li's grasp and dropped to one knee on the ground. I'm fine, just get me out of here. Due to blood loss, Kevin's vision was already starting to blur, and he spoke heavily, his breathing labored. Hang in there. Fatty Li, hearing this, struggled to hoist Kevin onto his back and began moving toward the outskirts of the oasis. At the edge of a sand dune on the outskirts of the oasis, Zheng Feng, Pei Xiangtong, and Xie Guankuan could already smell a faint scent of blood in the wind. When they heard gunshots from the direction of the oasis earlier, they all thought Kevin had picked up the firearms they had discarded and was fighting the wolf pack. However, as the gunfire subsided, a trace of sorrow appeared on each of their faces. No matter what, Kevin had chosen to stay behind to save them. Even if he was just a lowly refugee, he was worthy of their respect. Suddenly, Pei Xiangtong saw a swaying figure appear in the darkness and pointed in that direction. Someone's there. Swish! Zheng Feng pulled out a high-powered flashlight and shone it in that direction, seeing Li Fatty carrying Kevin, who looked like a blood-soaked figure, on his back. He was momentarily stunned, then quickly ran over. Tap tap. Xie Guankuan followed closely behind, instructing Li Fatty to put Kevin down. He checked his breathing. He's still alive. Quick, help him bandage up. Rip! Zheng Feng tore his clothes without hesitation and began handing strips of fabric to Xie Guankuan. At this moment, they no longer cared about whether they had medical conditions, they just wanted to do their best to save Kevin and alleviate the guilt and regret in their hearts. I don't know if he has any fractures or if he needs to be immobilized. Go and pick up some branches right away for backup. Xie Guankuan wrapped Kevin's wounds with the fabric strips, speaking in a calm tone. Got it. Zheng Feng turned around at the sound, but vaguely noticed a few dark shadows about 10 meters away. Instinctively, he swept his flashlight in that direction. As the light illuminated the area, a few lions, drawn by the scent of blood, stood downwind, glaring menacingly at the group. Pei Xiangtong had originally planned to follow behind Zheng Feng to pick up some branches. However, when she also saw those lions, her breathing instantly became rapid, and she was at a loss for words. The ferocious aura emanating from those beasts made her body tremble. Whoosh! The lions, caught in the beam of the flashlight, scattered and ran into the surrounding darkness.
Miss Pei, step back immediately. Leave here with Professor Xie.
Zhang Feng continuously swept the flashlight beam over the lion's trajectory, lowering his voice as he threw out a sentence to Pei Shangtong, even though he knew that the group had completely lost any chance of escape. Previously, it was already a stroke of luck that Kevin had managed to help them escape the wolf pack's attack. But now, Kevin had passed out, and among the remaining people, no one had any weapons. Without Kevin's leadership, this group of fortress dwellers trying to evade the pursuit of wild beasts in this vast wilderness was nothing short of a pipe dream. Roar! The lions ahead had also realized by now that Zhang Feng's group posed no threat at all.
They let out a collective roar.
In many martial arts novels, there is a legendary technique called the lion's roar, which is enough to illustrate the sheer volume of a lion's roar. The booming, bell-like sound of the lion's roar echoed, heavy and deep, filled with an overwhelming sense of menace. Just the sound alone caused Fatty Lee to fall to the ground on his backside, wetting his pants. Roar! A male lion roared again, its massive paws stepping on the sand as it launched an attack on the nearest Zhang Feng, its mane dancing in the wind.
Q. Come on!
Zhang Feng stared at the massive beast, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Clutching a flashlight with an aluminum alloy attack head, he charged straight at it. Even though he knew he was doomed, he was determined to make one last stand. Bang! At the very moment Zhang Feng took a step forward, the head of the lion ahead exploded with a loud bang. Its lifeless body, propelled by inertia, surged forward more than a meter, blood spraying from its chest cavity.
Humph! Immediately after, a deafening explosion echoed across the plains.
Hearing this sound, Zhang Feng widened his eyes and turned to look at the sand dune behind him. He could tell it was the sound of a sniper cannon. Whoosh! A green flare swayed as it ascended, dispelling the endless darkness. Swish swish! Several beams of light lit up behind the sand dune ahead, followed by 4 or 5 hedgehog vehicles bearing the Pei Corporation's flag leaping over the dune and charging toward the crowd's position.
Rat-tat-tat-tat!
The light machine gun's muzzle flashes flickered in the dark night, bullets kicking up a long trail of dust on the ground.
A lion caught in the web of bullets was instantly torn apart by the firepower.
Whoosh!
The remaining lions, startled, began to flee wildly in the opposite direction.
Squeak squeak! As the first hedgehog car screeched to a halt around the crowd, the convoy behind it quickly followed suit. From the direction where the hedgehog cars appeared, the engines roared violently. Tanker trucks equipped with small turrets and stretching over 10 meters long, large transport trucks outfitted with armor and firepower, and uniquely designed vehicles combining tracked chassis with car canopies adapted for the desert environment, began to emerge. The convoy resembled a torrent of steel, transforming into the fiercest beast on this barren land. For a moment, the desert was ablaze with dazzling lights, and clouds of dust billowed into the air. Soon, the convoy came to a stop around Xiegwankuan and the others. As the doors opened, countless security personnel dressed in uniforms, wearing gas masks, and armed with firearms began disembarking and assembling.
We are the 13th squad of the Pei Conglomerates or transport team, ordered to head to the Boneyard Gobi to cover the scientific expedition team at Fortress 87. Who's in charge here?
A burly black man, cradling a machine gun, loudly inquired toward the crowd.
I am Xiegwankuan,
responsible for the scientific research work of this expedition team. This is Zhang Feng, the only surviving member of our escort squad. Seeing the transport team arrive, Xiegwankuan immediately stopped paying attention to Kevin and quickly walked toward the burly man. At this moment, the Pei conglomerate flag fluttering in the wind and the heavy firepower within the convoy gave him an endless sense of security.
Let's not talk about that for now. Is Miss Pei here?
The burly black man quickly asked.
She is. Xiangtong, Xiang.
Xiegwankuan noticed that Pei Shangtong was still over there dressing Kevin's wound and immediately raised his voice. Xiangtong,
people from the fortress are here to pick us up. Get in the car quickly, it's too dangerous out in the wilderness. Alright, everyone get on the vehicle.
The burly black man, hearing that Pei Shangtong was safe and sound, let out a slight sigh of relief.
Then, glancing at Kevin lying on the ground and the chubby Lee beside him, he continued to ask Xiegwankuan, didn't you say there was only one mercenary left in the team? Who are these two?
These two are refugees who were responsible for guiding us.
They've helped us a lot along the way and even just saved our lives.
Xiegwankuan hesitated for a moment but still spoke up for Kevin. After all, if Kevin hadn't stayed behind to cover for them earlier, they would probably already be dead. Although he was selfish, Kevin's miserable state still stirred his compassion. Precisely because he placed himself on such a high pedestal, he felt even more sympathy for the weak. Our guide is seriously injured and must receive treatment immediately, or his life will be in danger.
Zhang Feng's statement was more direct, immediately presenting the demand. Are you joking? How could refugees possibly qualify to board our vehicle?
The burly black man snorted coldly, speaking with a blank expression. My mission is to come here to support you, then hold out until reinforcements from Fortress 87 arrive. Beyond that, I have no other obligations. I can allow the two of you and Miss Pei to board the vehicle to rest, but I absolutely cannot permit these filthy refugees to board, or even come near my convoy. The thoughts of the burly black man were the same as most people in the fortress, filled with contempt for the refugees, let alone any feelings of compassion for them.
Please, I'm begging you, save them.
As long as you agree to help, I can pay you 20,000 bucks when we return to Fortress 87. Zhang Fong, sensing the attitude of the burly black man, directly resorted to money, offering the entirety of his savings.
20,000? Do you even know how much a refugee's life is worth?
The burly black man squinted at Zhang Fong upon hearing his offer.
These guys dying in the factory are worth only a few dozen bucks each.
He saved my life, and he's my friend.
Since I promised you, this money will definitely be yours.
Zhang Fong ignored the black man's question and responded firmly.
Sorry, some things cannot be decided by money.
The burly man heard Zhang Fong claim to be friends with the refugees, and a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes.
After pondering for a moment, he ultimately chose to refuse.
Although some people in the fortress did engage in transactions with the refugees, most of these were conducted in private. While the burly man was somewhat tempted by Zhang Fong's offer, he was also afraid that any association with the refugees might cause him to lose his prestige within the group.
Moreover, those who got too close to the refugees were often ostracized in the fortress.
Due to the propaganda of the plutocrats within the fortress, the residents had developed a stereotypical impression of the refugees as being riddled with diseases and deceitful and despicable.
Tap, tap. Pei Shangtong also heard the conversation at this moment and stepped forward. Do you know who I am?
Miss Pei, of course, I know your identity, and this mission is specifically to protect you. The burly man nodded with a smile. Clean water and a change of clothes have already been prepared for you in the vehicle.
Since you know who I am, save the person immediately. Don't make me say it a second time.
Pei Shangtong interrupted the burly man's words and issued the order coldly. Zhang Fong was willing to spend 20,000 yuan to get something done, but failed. In the end, it was resolved with just one sentence from Pei Shangtong.
After hearing Pei Shangtong's words, the head of the transport convoy quickly made concessions and instructed his subordinates to carry Kevin onto a tracked vehicle using a stretcher.
These tracked vehicles were all patchwork creations, with the chassis of old-world loaders at the bottom and various other car bodies or shelters welded on top, serving as obstacle-clearing vehicles, dining cars, medical vehicles, and other functional vehicles.
It is said that some bandits even mounted cannons and howitzers on truck or tracked vehicle chassis to create mobile firepower.
The tycoons of the Federation controlled a vast number of fortresses. These fortresses generally served as resource extraction bases for the tycoons in specific regions.
However, few fortresses were self-sufficient, necessitating the exchange of goods between them. Transport convoys emerged to meet this need.
Unlike military or police forces, they were a security force under the tycoons, solely responsible for transportation tasks. The transport convoys under the tycoons operated year-round in areas outside the fortresses, often escorting extremely valuable goods. They not only had to fend off the covetous eyes of refugees but also deal with ferocious bandits and wild beasts, as well as sabotage from rival tycoons. As a result, their firepower was relatively strong, and they were also equipped with medical teams to handle various sudden illnesses in the wilderness.
After Kevin was carried onto the convoy's medical vehicle, the doctors in the convoy began cleaning his wounds.
Under the pressure from Pei Shangtong, the convoy's black captain even allocated 2 doses of anesthetic, which he was reluctant to use on his own people, for Kevin. After 2 hours of emergency treatment, all of Kevin's wounds were stitched up. The convoy's doctor then stepped out of the vehicle and looked at the black captain. Captain, the patient inside has lost too much blood, nearly 20%.
He urgently needs a blood transfusion. Brother Fong, what does a blood transfusion mean? Fatty Li looked blankly at Zhang Fong after hearing the doctor's words.
Blood serves a transport function, delivering oxygen and nutrients to various organs and cells, while also carrying metabolic waste and carbon dioxide to excretory organs. It can regulate bodily functions, maintain body temperature, provide immune defense, and participate in physiological clotting responses, Zhang Fong briefly explained. Realizing that Fatty Li didn't understand a word, he simplified it. If the human body loses too much blood, it can lead to hemorrhagic anemia, hemorrhagic shock, heart failure, reduced immunity, and even death. In such cases, blood from other people needs to be infused into the patient through a vein. Before Zhang Fong could finish, Fatty Li shouted at the doctor, "Doctor,
use my blood. I'm so fat, I must have a lot of blood. Take as much as you need to save Brother Zhe. Get lost."
The doctor frowned and scolded after hearing Fatty Li's outburst, "I can't stand you ignorant vagrants.
Do you think a blood transfusion is as simple as drinking water? That you can just do it however you like?"
"Doctor, he doesn't have much education. Please don't take offense."
Zhang Fong pushed the chubby Li aside. "I'm type A blood. Can I donate blood to him?"
"No. The patient's blood type is B, and our convoy's supply of type B plasma has already run out." The doctor shook his head slightly and called out to the others, "Is there anyone here with type B blood who can donate?"
Silence.
This transport convoy, consisting of over 30 people including drivers, security personnel, cooks, and others, remained unresponsive to the doctor's plea. If the injured person had been someone from the fortress fortress, someone would surely have stepped forward. But since it was a refugee, they maintained their expected silence, as no one was willing to let their blood flow into the body of a filthy refugee. "I'll do it." At this moment, Pei Xiangtong, who had just changed into a new set of clothes, suddenly walked over and looked at the doctor.
"I'm type O blood, use mine."
"Miss Pei, you are of noble status, how can we let you do such a thing?" The black captain flattered her with a remark, then turned to the others.
"What the hell are you all standing around for? Who's type B blood? Step forward now." "No need, I'll do it. He saved my life, so what's a little blood for him?"
Pei Xiangtong coldly refused and turned back to the doctor.
"Where do you draw the blood?"
"Miss, this way, please." The doctor shrank his neck awkwardly and led Pei Xiangtong toward the sterile vehicle nearby. Kevin's injuries were severe, with at least 20 wounds across his body, requiring nearly 100 stitches. Fortunately, the doctor accompanying the transport team was professionally trained and had years of experience working in the wilderness, with extensive expertise in treating external injuries, ultimately saving his life. After the surgery, Kevin remained in a drowsy state, constantly drifting between consciousness and sleep. When he gradually regained awareness, he found that he had been transferred from the transport team's medical vehicle to another desert RV, lying on a specialized hospital bed. Looking out through the window, he noticed that the transport team's vehicles were no longer in sight. Outside, the desert was filled with official military vehicles, and numerous personnel in hazmat suits carrying sprayers were spraying some kind of chemical within the oasis. Wherever the crowd passed, the crops visibly withered. The disinfection team sprayed a large amount of triclopyr and glyphosate over the oasis and simultaneously began pouring barrel after barrel of pungent liquid into the lake at the center of the oasis. Within just a few minutes, dead fish started floating to the surface of the lake. Kevin lay expressionless on the hospital bed inside the vehicle, watching the actions of the fortress people. 4 or 5 years ago, there were also a few micro-oases near Fortress 87. However, over time, those oases were all buried under yellow sand. Kevin had always thought the disappearance of the oases was due to environmental factors. It wasn't until this moment, witnessing the disappearance of an oasis with his own eyes, that he finally unraveled the mystery that had puzzled him for years. According to his original plan, he intended to use the wolf pack to eliminate Yi Pang and then take Xiegwangkuan and the others far away from the oasis. In this way, with the added weight of this life-saving favor and the ability to escape the oasis, Kevin would have a better chance of survival.
Judging from the current situation, Kevin seemed to have narrowly escaped danger.
His arm was receiving in-4 drip, which was an extremely luxurious treatment. If the fortress people had intended to kill him, there would have been no need to go to such great lengths. In a certain sense, Kevin was able to survive because he utilized Zhang Fong, Pei Xiangtong, and Xiegwangkuan, awakening the conscience within their humanity through a life and death struggle. He also broke down their barriers against the refugees, finding life in the face of death more or less like this. To avoid getting involved in this dispute, Kevin chose to continue pretending to be unconscious. He was well aware that the less he knew about the secrets of the fortress people, the longer he could survive. After 4 or 5 hours of disinfection and elimination, the chemical defense troops confirmed that the herbicide had covered every inch of the oasis. They then began setting up explosives. The formation of oases is mostly due to underground rivers flowing beneath them. To completely eradicate the oasis, they needed to destroy the spring points of the underground water overflow zone through blasting. Boom! With a deafening sound, billowing dust rose into the air, gradually engulfing the patch of greenery in the desert. Accompanied by the trembling of the ground, the military convoy also began to move, heading back to Fort 87. This time, as the guide for the scientific expedition team, Kevin had his first close encounter with the people of the fortress. Yi Ping showed him the ruthless and vicious side of fortress dwellers, Sun Liang revealed their barbaric and unreasonable nature, while Zhang Fong allowed Kevin to see their pure and kind-hearted side. On the return journey, Zhang Fong continuously took care of Kevin. However, Kevin never saw Pei Xiangtong or Xiegwangkuan again. According to Zhang Fong, Pei Xiangtong held a prominent status and was now under strict military protection, traveling in an explosion-proof vehicle designated for the Pei family. As for Xiegwangkuan, he believed he had already repaid his debt to Kevin and did not want to be seen getting too close to a refugee in public. Since Kevin and Fatty Li were specifically named by Pei Xiangtong to be taken care of, their treatment was relatively decent. Fatty Li was allowed to ride in the cargo compartment of a vehicle carrying tents on the return trip, and Kevin was granted access to the medical care provided to ordinary soldiers. Meanwhile, Tu Shi and Rin Jiao, who had left earlier, were officially deemed to have died in a wild animal attack. This journey had already lasted 10 days. The fortress had initially formed a small-scale scientific expedition team to prevent news of the search for the oasis from leaking. Now that the oasis had been destroyed, this secret would remain buried forever.
power. To avoid Snake Valley, which had been marked as a dangerous area, the fortress convoy had to take a detour. It was said that it would take another 5 days to return to the fortress. The convoy from the fortress this time consisted of nearly 20 vehicles. Apart from a few combat vehicles, the rest were modified private cars from before the catastrophe. Each vehicle was rusted and uniquely shaped. There were large combat vehicles converted from trucks, small combat vehicles made from mountain bikes and private cars, and even a recovery vehicle with a tank chassis, equipped with a bulldozer front and armed with various machine guns and cannons. At first, when Yi Peng boasted to Kevin about the invincibility of heavy firepower, Kevin was skeptical. However, after witnessing it firsthand, he realized he had been somewhat arrogant. On the way back to the fortress, the convoy was repeatedly attacked by wild beasts and even faced a small-scale insect swarm, but all were suppressed. The jets of fire, tens of meters long, shooting out from the land fortress, along with the flame incendiary rockets launched from the vehicle roofs, left Kevin deeply shocked. The so-called land fortress was the combat core of the entire convoy, modified from a massive oil tanker. The tank body had been reinforced, and its interior converted into a multifunctional cabin capable of carrying people and storing weapons. The body of the land fortress was also welded with numerous spikes, and the sides of the tank were lined with firing ports. The top was flattened with iron plates to serve as a deck, surrounded by a ring of U-shaped iron plates welded as firing positions. At the very rear was a machine gun bunker welded from steel plates. According to Zhang Fang's introduction, these vehicles were merely the close-range armed forces of the fortress, responsible only for surrounding it. The Pei Clan's main base, number 84, was the core area of their armed group. It housed the Pei Clan's standard wheeled armored vehicles, tracked armored vehicles, self-propelled artillery, and tanks, true pinnacle-level weapons of mass destruction. Kevin had never seen the tanks, self-propelled artillery, or infantry fighting vehicles Zhang Fang mentioned, nor could he imagine how majestic they were. Just the strength of the fortress's armed forces before him was enough to make him understand the gap between the refugees and the fortress. It also made him fully grasp the fortress dwellers' mockery of the refugees/and-burn way of life. Bow and arrow versus cannon. The gap between them can no longer be described as a mere difference. The sights along the way made Kevin, who had always scorned fortresses, yearn for the world within the high walls for the first time. Having grown up in the refugee district, he was inherently filled with a sense of crisis and severely lacked a sense of security. These diesel-powered metal beasts could fulfill all his pursuits and fantasies of power. It's just that the high wall, as Su Fei said, is a paradise that many refugees can hardly reach in their lifetime, and an insurmountable chasm. The mobile unit moved quickly, and with the convoy's massive size, all the beasts and bandits along the way were frightened off by the rumbling sound of the engines, scattering in all directions. After leaving the area known as the burial ground, the road became increasingly less dangerous. Kevin was able to enjoy meals comparable to those of the regular army every day, with not only vegetables and meat but also fruits and soup. They even distributed a vitamin supplement pill daily. In the escort troops, the average daily food expense per person was 20 yuan, equivalent to 4 days' wages for a refugee laborer. Under such conditions, Kevin's body recovered remarkably quickly. The sun and moon alternated, and 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. The towering wall of Fortress 87 gradually came into view for everyone. The weather on the wasteland is unreasonable. There are no signs when autumn turns to winter. The temperature dropped below freezing overnight. As the convoy passed through the refugee village, Kevin saw at least 100 frozen corpses along the way, victims of the cold. Countless others stood by the roadside, kneeling and begging for food, but passers-by hurried on without paying attention. For the refugees, winter is a harsh trial. Everyone struggles just to survive, leaving no strength to help others. The rich feast on meat and wine, while the bones of the frozen lie by the roadside. No era could better embody the essence of this poem than the present. Kevin lay inside an air-conditioned medical vehicle, looking at the 3 dishes and 1 soup, still steaming, that had just been delivered to him. Outside, the hellish scene of people crying from hunger and cold gradually pulled him back to reality. The warmth provided by the fortress people was ultimately fleeting. The world of starving and dying masses before him was the true environment in which he had to survive. As the convoy approached the city gates, the massive gates slowly rose. A cavalry of mercenaries charged out of the city, beginning to drive away the refugees by the roadside and clearing the way for the convoy. Buzz buzz. The vehicles ahead drove into the tunnel one after another, and the medical vehicle Kevin was in also stopped at the city gate. As the door opened, Kevin stepped out of the vehicle. According to the medical procedures inside the fortress, stitches required about half a month of rest, but the people in the refugee area were generally more resilient. Kevin was already extremely grateful that his wound hadn't become infected this time. After Kevin got off the vehicle, Fatty Lee was also called down by a mercenary and brought over. When Zhang Fang saw Kevin get off, he also stepped out of a vehicle behind them and handed a large bag to Kevin. The mission this time is complete, and I have to return to the city immediately. I'm just a lowly soldier, and not even a high-ranking mercenary at that, so who knows when I'll be able to leave the city again.
In fact, once we part ways, we might never see each other again in this lifetime.
We're men, so I won't say anything too sentimental.
In this bag, I bought a few winter clothes, some anti-inflammatory erythromycin ointment, antibiotics, canned meat, and other things from others.
I know you'll find these useful. Kevin, no matter what, thank you for your care and help along the way. The future is long. Take care of yourself. Thanks. Kevin took the items from Zhang Feng's hands and smiled. Take care. Your friend who was detained at the outpost will be sent back soon. Zhang Feng patted Kevin's arm and turned to board the vehicle. In the car ahead, Pei Shangtong glanced at Kevin's figure through the window and asked a middle-aged man beside her, "He saved my life. Don't I even have the chance to say goodbye to him?" "Miss, you are a direct descendant of the Pei family. If any connection with a refugee were to spread, it might affect Third Master's reputation. I understand how you feel and will instruct the others to take care of him." The middle-aged man, sitting calmly on a chair beside her, responded with a composed expression. Bang! The convoy entered the tunnel, and the massive gate slammed shut, once again separating the two worlds. Winter coat. He has a winter coat in his hands. And food. In the distance, a group of shivering beggars crouched by the roadside, their eyes bloodshot as they stared at the bundle in Kevin's hands, charging at him like mad dogs. In the past, in the refugee area, people's first reaction upon seeing someone from the fortress was undoubtedly to stay as far away as possible. But on this day, when those beggars saw the package in Kevin's hand, they all swarmed toward him in unison. These people had all personally witnessed Kevin getting off a vehicle from the fortress convoy. Normally, they would never dare to approach. They used to fear the fortress people because those individuals controlled their lives and destinies, stripping them of their right to survive. But at this moment, they had no way out. If they couldn't fill their stomachs, they wouldn't need the fortress people to deal with them. Cold and hunger alone would be enough to claim their lives. When one reaches the end of the road, desperation leads to reckless actions. Let alone the fact that the person standing before them was merely another refugee. At this moment, even if a lone mercenary were to pass by, they would likely swarm forward to rob them without hesitation. Kevin had seen all the ugliness of the refugee area and was equally aware of what kind of behavior this group of refugees, who usually seem to lack even basic human dignity, could display in order to survive. So, the moment the beggars rushed toward him, he drew from his waist the four-edged military dagger, made of high-carbon steel and chrome-plated, that Zhang Feng had given him for self-defense. Holding it level, he pointed it at the crowd. "Don't you ****ing move. Stay where you are. Stay back. Don't force us to hurt you." Fatty Lee, knowing that Kevin was injured and fearing those people might harm him, picked up a large stone from the ground and stood beside Kevin, putting on a brave front despite his inner fear. "Brother, we mean no harm. We don't want to hurt you." A beggar, his eyes glinting fiercely, stared at Kevin and pointed at the bag in his hand. "No other intentions, just want to borrow some food and clothes from you. Don't worry, once I make it through this winter, I'll repay you double. How about it? Big brother, please save my child." A woman nearby, leading a little girl, also stepped forward. The girl was barefoot, her hands and feet covered in frostbite, swollen severely, and turning purple, showing signs of necrosis. This winter was indeed colder than previous years. In just a matter of seconds, nearly 30 beggars had surrounded Kevin. Seeing their expressions, some pleading, some fierce, and even some sinister, Kevin reached into his bag and took out 2 tins of canned beef and a tube of erythromycin ointment. He raised his hand and waved them. "You all see, my supplies are limited too. I can only take out these to share with everyone. It's a small gesture of goodwill. You need to survive the winter, and I need to stay alive too. You have so many things in your hands, and you only give this little food. How are we supposed to share it?" A man shouted loudly upon hearing Kevin's response, as if Kevin owed them something. "That's all there is. If you don't want it, you can leave it." Kevin threw out a sentence and directly tossed the items into the crowd. Whoosh! A group of beggars swarmed together in an instant, like koi fish scrambling for food in the water. "Mom, Mom, I got the medicine." A little boy in the crowd clutched the anti-inflammatory ointment in his hand, excitedly waving it toward a woman with multiple frostbite wounds leaning against a distant wall. Thud! The next second, a sharp tree branch brutally pierced the little boy's temple, and the ointment in his hand was snatched away by a rough hand. "Let's go!" Kevin quickened his pace as he saw the crowd descending into chaos, preparing to leave with Fatty Lee. "Brother, you think you can leave with just this little bit of stuff? I'm afraid that's not appropriate." The beggar who had first led the group to surround them blocked Kevin's path with 3 or 4 others. He glanced at the cotton boots on Kevin's feet and pointed at the bag. "Take off your shoes. Leave those things behind too. Fatty, take this." Kevin handed the bag to Lee Fatty behind him. "I told you to give it to me." The beggar, thinking Kevin was trying to have Lee Fatty escape with the goods, lunged forward, only to see Kevin charging straight at him. Bang! Kevin struck the beggar's face with an elbow, seized his collar while he was reeling back, and swiftly followed up with 2 stabs. Damn it! The beggar behind him gripped a stone and smashed it fiercely toward Kevin's head. Swish! Kevin sidestepped to avoid the blow, stabbed the man in the stomach, and then quickly stepped to the left to move out of his attack range. Tap tap! The beggar was about to continue his attack, but just as he raised the stone, he felt his strength rapidly draining away, and his stomach turned icy cold. Looking down, he saw that his clothes had been slashed open, and his intestines were spilling onto the ground. The remaining beggars froze in place at the sight. None of them had expected that Kevin, who appeared so young, could strike so ruthlessly, killing without the slightest hesitation. They were all terrified of death. The reason they had chosen to fight desperately was precisely to survive. Yet, the deaths of two companions who had fought to live made them sense the stench of death and awakened the fear buried deep in their hearts. "Get lost. Anyone who follows me will meet the same fate." Kevin pointed his knife at them, slowly retreating to widen the distance between them. Afterward, he quickly disappeared into the alley with Fatty Lee. At the same time, the 2 boxes of canned food thrown out by Kevin had already been snatched up, leaving 4 corpses on the ground, 2 killed by others, and 1 who had starved to death from sheer exhaustion. Faced with the dead bodies, the refugees showed no signs of fear. After only a brief moment of hesitation, they surged forward again, scrambling to grab the blood-stained clothes from the corpses. After leaving the east gate, Kevin and Fatty Lee chose to take side streets to avoid encountering more beggars who had lost their sanity due to hunger and cold. About half an hour later, they arrived at their neighborhood. When passing by Su Fei's house, Kevin thought for a moment, asked Fatty Lee to wait outside the yard, and entered the courtyard alone. Previously in the oasis, it was Rin Jiao's sudden appearance that saved Kevin and Fatty Lee's lives. Moreover, after the mission was accomplished, Ren Jiao left without saying a word, not even giving Kevin a chance to thank her. Now that he had returned to the town, he still felt it was necessary to ask Su Fei to convey his gratitude. To Kevin's surprise, when he entered Su Fei's room, it was completely empty. All the belongings inside had disappeared, including Su Fei's large trunk, which had also been removed. The previously dug tunnel had been backfilled and compacted, with faint traces of fresh soil still visible. Finding that Su Fei was not there, Kevin was slightly puzzled but did not linger for long. He left the courtyard, and as soon as he stepped out, he saw a hedgehog car with a trailer parked at the street corner. Beside the car were 4 mounted mercenaries. Brother! Leo, who was on the hedgehog car, spotted Kevin from afar and ran over excitedly, giving him a big hug. Seeing that Leo was in good condition and that his injuries had healed, Kevin let out a deep sigh of relief. There was no need for excessive small talk. For them, being alive was the greatest fortune. Tap tap. At the same time, a mercenary also got out of the front passenger seat, walked over to the group, and asked coldly, "Who is Kevin?" Kevin stood at the street corner. Seeing the mercenary call him out by name, he met the man's gaze and said, "I am Kevin. What do you want?" "This is your letter of appointment and credentials. Keep them safe." The mercenary handed a craft paper bag to Kevin. "From today onwards, you are the head of this district. The 100 households living here are all under your jurisdiction. You have the authority to manage security here and select workers for the factory. Every week, you need to send the updated list of workers to the corresponding guard post number 11. If there are any special circumstances, you can also use your credentials to enter the outer city and report to the enforcement team at the guard post." "I'm the head of the district?" Kevin was slightly taken aback and looked toward the courtyard behind him. "What about the previous head of this district?" "Not too sure. I heard he probably died of illness." The mercenary showed no interest in the affairs of the refugees. If it weren't for the fact that the butler of the Pei family's third master had instructed him to appoint Kevin as the head of the district, he wouldn't have bothered to come in person. He then pointed to the courtyard behind Kevin. "From today onwards, the right to reside in this courtyard belongs to you. Also, as payment for your work as a guide, I've brought over a ton of coal for you. Get it unloaded quickly." "Alright, thank you." Kevin hesitated for a moment before taking the bag from the other party's hand. The position of district head might be seen as less than that of a dog in the eyes of the fortress residents, but in the refugee area, it still held a certain level of status. This position allowed one to allocate work slots for families to enter the city and work in factories. In the harsh winter season, having one more person from a family working in a factory could be a tremendous help. Kevin took on this position not to curry favor with the people of the fortress, but to solidify his own standing and avoid being framed by people like Hujita in the past. Moreover, receiving daily supplies for one person could slightly increase their chances of survival, especially since winter not only brought sharp price hikes but also made people reluctant to sell their rations in order to conserve their strength. As for the mercenary's claim that Su Fei had died of illness, Kevin didn't believe it at all. Although he hadn't interacted much with Su Fei had left him with the impression of being erudite and extraordinarily capable. Especially after confirming that Su Fei's friend Rin Jiao was a demon seed, Kevin became even more convinced that Su Fei was no ordinary person. Most likely, Su Fei had found an excuse to leave. His departure was probably related to the batch of seeds obtained by Rin Jiao and Tu Shi. As for what they intended to do with the seeds, Kevin had no idea. The mercenaries inside the fortress were full of vigilance and disdain toward the refugee area. Under their urging, Kevin, Leo, and Fatty Lee began unloading coal from the truck bed into the courtyard. When Kevin lifted the tarp covering the coal, he noticed 2 bags of rice and 2 bags of white flour stacked on top of the coal. coal. Puzzled, he looked at the mercenary. Sir, what does this mean? A steward from the Pay residence asked me to bring this to you. Don't ask too much, just hurry up and unload the truck.
The leading mercenary, seemingly instructed to keep this matter quiet, casually dropped the remark in a low voice before stepping aside to smoke.
Kevin, upon hearing this, instantly understood.
These items were undoubtedly a token of gratitude from Pei Xiangtong. During their previous conversation, Kevin had mentioned the dire conditions in the refugee district.
Pei Xiangtong's gesture could be seen as repaying a favor.
She only knew that the refugees struggled with hunger but was unaware of the water scarcity in the area, which is why she only sent food. The rich accumulate immense wealth, while the poor subsist on coarse scraps. The food available to the refugees around Fortress 87, apart from the soybean cakes and potatoes distributed by the factories, generally consisted of coarse rice mixed with husks and bran, as well as bean flour made from ground black beans. Fine grains like white rice and wheat flour were so rare that over 90% of the people had likely never even seen them. Fearing that this scene might be witnessed by passers-by, Kevin took advantage of the absence of onlookers and had Leo and Fatty Lee hide the food inside the house before starting to unload the coal. In previous winters, they had relied on homemade charcoal for heating. However, as the number of dead trees in the desert dwindled, usable fuel became increasingly scarce. As for coal, that was something only city dwellers could afford. Every winter, countless refugees would follow the coal transport convoys, scavenging for fragments of coal that fell through the gaps in the trucks. The security personnel of these transport teams would sometimes deliberately throw larger chunks of coal off the trucks, watching as groups of refugees fought over them, often to the point of injury. The three of them spent an hour moving the coal from the cart bed into the yard. Leo even tore open the craft paper bag in Kevin's hand to use as a scoop, collecting all the coal fragments from the cart bed. Looking at the pile of coal in the yard and thinking about the few bags of grain in the house, Leo's soot-covered face was filled with satisfaction. Smiling, he said to Kevin, "Brother, we've lived together for so many years, but no winter has ever made me feel as secure as this one. With so much fuel for heating and food, we can finally enjoy a few comfortable days."
Yeah.
Kevin also smiled when he saw the grin on Leo's face, but for some reason, he felt no excitement. Perhaps it was because his days with the convoy had shown him what life should truly be like. Kevin always felt as if there was a beast inside him trying to break free from its cage, and that beast's name was desire. After calming himself, Kevin continued speaking to the two of them. "This winter, the situation in the refugee district is very dire. Life isn't easy for those outside. We need to move this coal into the house as soon as possible to prevent theft during the night, and our grain must be well hidden. If this gets exposed, people might stop at nothing to fight us for it."
"Oh, right, Brother Sun. Brother Zhao and I also brought you some canned meat from the fortress. Try one."
At this moment, Fatty Lee took a can of meat from the bag, opened it, and handed it to Leo.
Sniff.
Leo caught the scent of the canned meat, immediately swallowed his saliva, wiped his hands haphazardly on his clothes, grabbed a piece of beef, and popped it into his mouth.
His eyes widened. "Why does this meat taste so good? It's completely different from what we usually eat." "Bro, Fatty, you guys should try it too. You go ahead and eat. Lee, Fatty and I have had plenty in the convoy. Don't eat all these cans.
We need to save some to mix with rice for porridge." Kevin paused, then stepped toward the courtyard. "You two get to work first. I'll go pick up Joey." When Kevin left earlier, he had left Joey 300 yuan. That money, combined with Joey's own savings, was enough for her to live for half a month without taking clients. Kevin had previously promised to take care of Joey, and now that he had enough supplies on hand, he decided to bring her over. Otherwise, it would be very difficult for such a frail woman to survive the winter. But when he arrived at Joey's house, he felt that something was off because a man's voice came from inside. Kevin initially thought Joey had chosen to return to her old ways, but he quickly noticed something unusual, as a woman's voice could also be heard from inside the house. But the owner of that voice was definitely not Joey. Kevin stood outside Joey's door, hearing the conversation of strangers inside. He immediately quickened his pace and lifted the curtain inside the house in one swift motion. In sight, there were 3 men and 2 women in the room, sitting around a charcoal brazier, warming themselves with Joey Tsuen's charcoal. This originally clean and tidy room had now been utterly ruined, not only reeking of urine but also with 2 piles of feces in the corner.
"Damn it! Who are you? Who let you into my house?"
A man, seeing Kevin enter, stood up with a wooden stick in hand, his gaze wary as he looked at him. In the refugee district during winter, home invasions and robberies were far too common, making vigilance a necessity.
"Who are you people? Where is the original owner of this house?"
Kevin could tell the others were not good people, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes as a bad feeling rose in his heart.
"Are you deaf? I'm the owner here. Don't you understand? Get out of here right now."
The man, emboldened by his numerical advantage, walked toward Kevin with the stick in hand. However, instead of hitting him, he reached out, intending to push him out.
Snap!
Kevin grabbed the other party's wrist, twisted it backward, and pressed the man directly against the wall.
"You son of a..."
The other 2 men saw this and immediately stood up.
Bang!
Kevin pulled out the military dagger and stabbed it into the earthen wall right next to the face of the man man in front of him. The other two, noticing he had a metal blade, hesitated and didn't dare to move forward. "Brother, let's talk this out. There's nothing much to eat in this house, just some charcoal left. Whatever you want, just take it, but please don't hurt anyone, I beg you." The man holding the wooden stick softened his tone instantly as he stared at the sharp blade in front of him. "Answer my question. Where are the original owners of this house?" Kevin moved his wrist, the blade almost touching the man's eye. "I don't know. I really don't know. We only came here the day before yesterday. Originally, we planned to beg along the street, but we found this house was empty, and there was some food inside, so we moved in. But we haven't seen anyone from start to finish. Really, I'm not lying to you." The man spoke breathlessly. "Brother, we're all unfortunate people. We've never done anything heinous. Please, let us go." Bang! Kevin glanced at the few people in their tattered clothing and shoved him aside. "I'm the head of this street. I'll give you 10 minutes to get out of this street immediately, or else you won't be leaving at all." "Understood. Understood. I'll leave right now." The man trembled all over in fear after hearing Kevin's words and nodded repeatedly. They had dared to occupy this house because they had heard that the head of this street had died of illness. That was why they dared to take over the house. Although the position of street head didn't hold much power, it did control the quota for working in the city, so it still carried some influence. Usually, if something happened in a neighborhood, the street head could call out, and people would come to help. Apart from a few who wanted to curry favor with the street head for an easier job, it was also because those who didn't help would find no one to assist them if they were robbed. The people in the refugee area lived in hardship, and everyone was equally poor. Except for village heads like Hujita, who wielded authority like a rooster flaunting its feathers, most of the village heads were relatively compassionate. The fortress established this position to supervise people's work, and to ensure the person in this role was accepted by the community, they used a collective election process. However, the street where Kevin lived was somewhat unique. The previous village heads, Hujita and Sufei, had both bought their positions, and Kevin's case was no different, as he also rose to the position through connections. Kevin had no interest in dealing with the few drifters inside the house. After lifting the curtain, he quickly headed toward Josu's home. According to the drifter's account, Joey had not returned home for at least 2 days. In the perilous refugee area, this was an extremely dangerous sign. When Kevin entered Josu's home, the family of 3 was sitting together, shedding tears. Kevin also noticed that Josu's wife's hand was wrapped in tattered cloth, with exposed skin at the edges showing signs of festering. "Brother Joe, what happened to you all?" Kevin scanned the situation in the room and asked with a frown. "Xiaojia, this time, I'm afraid we have no way out." Josu saw Kevin enter the room, and tears streamed down his face like broken beads. "Earlier, you gave me a few hundred yuan, and I used it to help your sister-in-law start a small business. Every day, she would go to the West City Gate to buy some edible food from the workers at the garbage disposal plant and then sell it at a stall in the East City. Our family had just started to see some improvement. But a few days ago, out of nowhere, a group of refugees appeared. They looted your sister-in-law's stall, taking everything she had, including her money. She got injured trying to protect the stall. Now her wound is infected, and I'm afraid our family won't survive this winter." "Who?" After hearing Josu's explanation, Kevin suspected that the refugees he mentioned were likely the same group he had encountered in the desert, the ones migrating here from Fortress 88 due to the insect swarm. He took out a small pouch made of cloth from his pocket and handed it to Josu's wife. "Sister-in-law, this contains a 3-day supply of antibiotics. Take 1 pill in the morning and 1 in the evening. Once you're healed, I'll arrange for you to work at the water plant." "The water plant?" Josu's wife looked at the pouch in her hand and then at Kevin in disbelief. In their area, each district chief had a quota of 100 jobs for outer city workers. For their district, most of these jobs were in the grueling steel plant. However, to give the district chiefs some leverage, the fortress would allocate a few relatively easier factory jobs to them. These positions allowed the chiefs to gain favor with the refugees under their management, making them easier to control. But such positions were almost impossible for ordinary refugees to obtain. Kevin nodded. "Su Fei has already left. Now, I am the new district chief of this street." "That's wonderful. That's wonderful. If you become the district chief, the Zhou family is finally saved." "Bow bow. Quickly, bow to your Uncle Ning." Upon hearing this, Josu propped himself up on his broken leg and began leading his wife and child to bow to Kevin. His son's name was Zhou Qi Bao, but he rarely ever had enough to eat. "Brother Zhou, let's not talk about this for now. Let me ask you, do you know where Zhaoyi has gone?" Kevin stopped Josu and his family of 3, steering the conversation back on track. Josu shook his head and said blankly, "Zhaoyi, I really don't know. Our family has been in trouble these past 2 days. How could we have the mind to care about other people's affairs?" "Xiaojia, I heard that in the past few days, the Black Flag Gang has been capturing young and attractive boys and girls everywhere to work in brothels, and they've had their eyes on Zhaoyi for a long time. In the past, to avoid offending the ward chiefs of various neighborhoods, they only targeted the refugee villages where no one cared. But in the past few days, our street has been in complete chaos because we don't have a ward chief. Do you think Zhaoyi might have been taken by the Black Flag Gang?"
gang? Josu's wife thought for a moment, then looked up at Kevin. Crack! Kevin clenched his fists tightly upon hearing this, his knuckles cracking loudly. Kevin left 100 yuan for Josu and his wife as living expenses, then returned directly to his newly assigned courtyard. At this moment, Kevin and Leo were moving coal from the yard into the house. Seeing Kevin enter, Fatty Lee stopped what he was doing. Brother Zhe, why are you back alone? Where's Sister E? Joey ran into some trouble. Fatty Lee, stay here and watch the house. Karen, grab your gear and come with me. Kevin stood at the courtyard gate and responded quickly. Sister E is in trouble? Brother Zhe, I'll go with you. Fatty Lee looked around the yard, grabbed a stick, and held it in his hand. Although he was usually timid, Joey had taken good care of him when he was injured before. So upon hearing that Joey was in trouble, Fatty Lee became agitated. The supplies in this house are crucial to whether we can survive this winter. Guarding the courtyard is the biggest help you can give us. Seeing Leo return from the room with his bow and arrows, Kevin quickly left with him. As soon as the two stepped out the door, they encountered a middle-aged man walking toward them. This man, named Lu Woshan, was also a neighbor on the same street. He was already over 50 years old, with two sons, one left disabled from working in a factory, and the other born with polio. Life was extremely difficult for him. From a distance, Lu Woshan spotted Kevin and quickly walked over, handing him a dirty plastic bottle. Xiaozhe, I heard you've become the head of our street. Please take care of us in the future. Uncle Lu, you're just in time. I won't take your water. Here's the deal. Find 3 more honest, reliable, and physically strong people on this street to help guard my courtyard. Each person who goes will get 20 pounds of coal, and I'll arrange for you all to work at the water plant. Kevin understood that their coal would definitely attract covetous eyes, and Fatty Lee alone might not be able to handle it. As for the people who originally worked at the water plant, they had all bought their positions from Hu Jida with money, so dismissing them was no big deal. Alright, I'll go find people right away. Lu Woshan, thrilled at the prospect of such a good opportunity, agreed enthusiastically. Wait a moment. Kevin's gaze swept around and noticed that a house in the distance had collapsed, its walls charred black. It was the home of the madwoman Jean Ji. With a puzzled look, he asked, what happened to Jean Ji's house? Oh, that's right, a few days ago, Jean Ji's house caught fire. The whole family was burned to death, and the house collapsed as a result. The fire was quite big at the time, and since we lack water here, the people couldn't be saved. Lu Woshan explained. Fire? Kevin squinted slightly after hearing Lu Woshan's response. The families in this market town were poorer than one another, without even decent furniture, so the possibility of a fire was slim. However, he was preoccupied with Zhao Yi's situation at the moment, so he didn't delve deeper. After Lu Woshan went to call for people, he left with Leo. Brother, what exactly happened to Zhao Yi? Leo looked at Kevin's grim expression and asked him. Zhao Yi has been missing for at least 2 days. I suspect she was kidnapped by the Black Flag gang. Kevin placed his hand on his waist, gripping the handle of his military dagger, his sharp gaze fixed on the beggars by the street, ready to prevent any sudden robbery attempts. Missing? Leo felt a sense of foreboding rise in his heart. The Black Flag gang may be scoundrels, but they usually act with some restraint in the market towns. They generally wouldn't dare provoke territories under the jurisdiction of a Baozhang. Do you really think they'd have the guts to kidnap someone from our street? Not sure, but we can only give it a try. If Zhao Yi wasn't taken by the Black Flag gang, then... Kevin left his sentence unfinished, choosing not to continue. Brother, don't worry too much. We've already had conflicts with the Black Flag gang before. If they found out Zhao Yi took us in, it's possible they'd retaliate against her. Leo, though he hadn't heard the rest of Kevin's words, had already guessed the conclusion he was about to draw. He offered a soft word of comfort before continuing to ask, Brother, the Black Flag gang has countless brothels in the market towns surrounding the city, and each one is guarded by a number of thugs and hooligans. If we go looking for her recklessly, not only might we alert them, but we probably wouldn't stand a chance against them either. I'm not as impulsive as you think, but today we must confirm whether Zhao Yi was really taken by the Black Flag gang. If possible, we should also try to uncover Li Bin's whereabouts. If Zhao Yi's situation is also tied to the Black Flag gang, then we'll settle both old and new scores together. As Kevin spoke, he had already spotted a courtyard in the distance with a Black Flag gang lantern hanging outside. He pulled up his collar and stepped into a nearby dark alley. The two of them waited for several hours. As the sky grew darker, the two young men stepped outside the courtyard, lowered the lantern, placed a gas lamp inside, and hoisted it back up. After hanging the lantern, one of the young men whispered to his companion, Hey, I heard Old Ma's restaurant recently slaughtered a sheep. You keep an eye on things here, and I'll go to the backyard to fetch 2 buckets of water to trade for a few black bean cakes made with mutton fat. Isn't that a bad idea? We're secretly taking water out. If Brother Chi finds out, he'll cripple us. His companion's eye twitched, a trace of fear flashing across his face. Oh, come on, what are you afraid of? The number of customers we get here every day isn't fixed. Just write down a few less people when you do the accounts. Who can check that thoroughly? The young man responded disdainfully, Lately, it's been getting colder and colder. Can you really fill your stomach with just the little bit the gang gives us? I heard
heard Old Ma's restaurant's black bean cakes with mutton fat are incredibly fragrant. Just the smell alone is enough to make your mouth water. Alright, then you go. The companion's stomach growled twice in agreement, unable to resist the temptation. 5 minutes later, the young man who was going to buy pancakes, clutching 2 plastic bottles filled with water, sneaked out through the back door, intending to take a detour to the main street. However, just as he reached a fork in the road, Kevin covered his mouth and dragged him into a nearby alley. Swish! Kevin raised his arm, holding a blade horizontally against the young man's neck, and locked eyes with him. Do you recognize me? The young man, under the dim light, saw Kevin's appearance clearly, felt a chill down his spine, and nodded, silently cursing his bad luck. Don't shout. Answer a few questions honestly, and I'll let you go. Kevin released his grip and asked the young man, recently, your Black Flag gang has captured quite a few prostitutes, right? Yes. It's already winter now, and the brothel business is getting harder to run. Brother Xiao Chi said we must bring in some newcomers to keep those customers spending money. The young man nodded. The term prostitutes used by Kevin was underworld slang, referring to men and women forced into prostitution. I'm asking you, was Zhao Yi from 7th Street also taken by you? Leo glared and pressed further. The young man heard Leo's question and shook his head with a conflicted expression. Brothers, I really don't know. I'm just an errand boy in a brothel. My status is only slightly better than those who entertain guests. As for going out to capture people, that's not something we are ever tasked with. Where are the people who were captured? Kevin continued to ask. 1 street past the south gate, there's an alley behind a general store. In the alley, there's a courtyard with large stones on either side of the entrance. That's the Black Flag gang's secret brothel. Some of the newly captured girls, especially the virgins, are locked up there and sold at a high price for their first time. Even if they're not virgins, they have to be disciplined and made obedient there before being sent to other brothels. The young man didn't dare to hold anything back and confessed everything honestly. Kevin noted the location mentioned by the young man, then changed the subject and asked, a person namely been recently joined the Black Flag gang. Do you know him? I don't know. Big brother, I really don't know. I have no status in the Black Flag gang. I'm just an errand boy. I've barely even seen Xiao Chi a few times. How could I possibly know about this? The young man sniffled. I've already told you everything I know. You said you would let me go. Kevin glanced at the young man, lowered his arm, and sheathed his knife. The young man immediately started running, but after just a few steps, he heard the taut sound of a bowstring behind him. His face turned pale as he spun around. What do you mean by this? You clearly said you'd let me go. We said we'd let you go, but we never said we'd let you live. Do you think we'd give you the chance to report back? Leo dropped this remark, then suddenly released the bowstring he had been pulling. Whoosh! The bowstring struck the young man's left chest, knocking him down on the spot. Splurt! Kevin stepped forward, yanked the arrow from the young man's chest, delivered 2 more stabs to his wound, and then searched his body for money in 2 buckets of water. After staging a fake robbery scene, he disappeared into the night once again with Leo. The town was built around the fortress, with several ring-shaped roads running through it, named in order from the innermost to the outermost as 1st Street, 2nd Street, and so on. By the time Kevin and Leo reached the south gate, 3 hours had already passed. At this moment, the town was pitch black, with beggars lying lifelessly by the roadside, their condition unknown, and refugee laborers traveling in groups to and from work out of fear of robbery. When the two found the alley where the prostitutes were located, they discovered that it was relatively lively here. The people coming and going were all shop owners from the town and the headmen of various districts. According to the young man, this place was considered one of the more upscale establishments under the Black Flag gang, and the status of the clientele was slightly higher. Brother Zhe, that courtyard up ahead should be the Black Flag gang's territory. What should we do? Just barge in directly? Leo stood in the shadows on the other side of the alley, drawing the knife from his waist. Let's get on the roof first and observe the situation. Kevin waved his hand slightly, then swiftly climbed onto the roof and moved in the direction of the brothel. The closer they got, the clearer the cries from the courtyard became, accompanied by sounds of beating and cursing. At this moment, several kerosene lamps were hanging in the courtyard of the Black Flag gang's brothel, and light was spilling out from several rooms in the courtyard. Meanwhile, the neighboring courtyards were completely silent, likely having been taken over by the Black Flag gang. Brother, there are 4 people guarding the courtyard. The main room at the back has its door ajar, which should be where these people rest. I estimate there are no more than 7 people here in total, so we still have a chance. Leo held his bow, knocking 2 arrows onto the string. If we launch a surprise attack, I can take out 3 people in the shortest time possible. I'll enter the courtyard first, you cover me. Listening to the heart-wrenching cries from the brothel courtyard, Kevin couldn't help but think of Zhao Yi's ordeal. Gripping his military dagger in a reverse hold with one hand, he quickly moved toward a corner of the courtyard. Plop! 3 seconds later, Kevin jumped into the courtyard from the rooftop. A young man smoking under the light of a kerosene lamp heard the sound and instinctively turned around. Who? Tap tap. Kevin said nothing, leaping forward like a cheetah. Damn it! There's a thief in the yard. The young man saw the figure rushing toward him and shouted loudly. At the same time, he grabbed grabbed a wooden-handled stone hammer nearby and swung it at Kevin. Seeing this, Kevin directly used his running momentum to fall to the ground, executing a sliding tackle that grabbed the young man's ankle. Bang! The stone hammer smashed into the ground. Before the young man could turn around, Kevin, who moved faster, stabbed him in the lower back with a knife, eliciting a pig-like scream. Whoosh! The arrow whistled through the air, and two thugs fell to the ground before they could even react. The remaining young man drew a bone knife, but after just a few steps, an arrow pierced his leg, leaving him writhing on the ground in agony. Bang! The front door was flung open, and a fat man led two others out, cursing loudly, "Damn it! How dare you cause trouble on Black Flag's turf? Are you looking to die?" Tap tap. Kevin saw someone appear, drew his knife, and prepared to step forward, but then he saw the big fat man raise a crude shotgun in his hand and suddenly dodge toward the corner of the wall. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and the sprayed iron pellets hit the wall, sparking a burst of fire. Seeing that he had missed his shot, the fat man reached out to the young man beside him. Switch guns. Thud. Before the young man could hand him the gun, a feathered arrow pierced the fat man's arm. He grimaced in pain and quickly retreated into the room. Earlier, when Leo was shooting arrows, they had all been inside the house, and since the bow and arrow made no sound, they were caught off guard. A young man crouched by the door, staring at the blood seeping from the fat man's arm, his breathing rapid. Brother Faye. These people came prepared. Useless. We have guns, what are we afraid of? Reload. The fat man handed the empty gun to the person next to him. He intended to pull the arrow out of his arm, but as soon as he touched it, a searing pain shot through him. Fatty, don't you get it yet? The person who came here is Kevin. Before this, both Li Bin and Meng Liang went to find him. Li Bin returned in defeat, and Meng Liang never came back. The young man was sweating on his forehead. Anyone who messes with this harbinger of doom never ends up well. Damn! The big fat man shuddered at the mention of Kevin's name. Are you sure it's him? A person's reputation precedes them, and there was a very good reason why no one in the town wanted to provoke Kevin and his group. I'm absolutely sure. The young man nodded without hesitation. Bows and arrows have long been obsolete in this era. Using them in battle is just plain stupid, isn't it? In the entire town, aside from Leo, who is by Kevin's side, I've never heard of anyone else who can handle a bow and arrow so well. Tap tap. At the same time, footsteps sounded again outside the door. Humph! The big fat man heard the sound, endured the pain, snatched the gun from the young man's hand, fired a muffled shot through the door towards the outside, and upon hearing a scream and the sound of someone falling, he grabbed the empty gun in his hand and ran without hesitation toward the back window. The previous shot from the fat man, although it didn't hit Kevin's vital parts, still left quite a bit of buckshot embedded in his leg. At first, Kevin didn't feel any pain, but as soon as he moved, a sharp pain and numbness radiated from his leg. Just as he gritted his teeth and prepared to charge forward, the door of a room ahead was pushed open again. A patron, startled by the gunfire, bolted out, but as he passed the main room's doorway, he was shot down through the door. Seeing this, Kevin dared not act recklessly. He had witnessed the power of firearms before. Even though he knew the weapon in the opponent's hand was a relatively crude shotgun with limited lethality, he still didn't dare underestimate it. However, after waiting for about a minute, there was no movement from the main room. This left Kevin puzzled, as during this time, the opponent would have had more than enough time to reload. Logically, holding a gun and knowing the other party was unarmed, they would have charged out by now. Kevin had no idea if there were other members of the Black Flag gang near the prostitute. After hesitating for a moment, he rushed forward, pushed open the main room's door from the side, and glanced inside, only to find it completely empty. The few people inside had already escaped through the back window. Brother, there's still one alive here. Leo jumped into the courtyard and pinned down the man who had been shot in the leg. Kevin turned around, quickly walked over to the man, and pressed his blade against the man's chest. I ask, you answer. If you don't lie, I won't kill you. Alright, I'll talk. The young man on the ground broke into a sweat and nodded decisively. Kevin saw the other party nod and quickly asked, is there someone named Zhao Yi in this brothel of yours? The young man shook his head. Not sure. The Black Flag brothel uses code names for everyone after abducting them to prevent their families from finding them. No one goes by their real name. Among the people you brought back this time, are there any from the market town? Kevin changed his line of questioning. There are. This time, 4 people from the market town were brought in, 3 women and 1 man. The man was ransomed back by his family, and the remaining 3 women are locked in the backyard. Here's the key. The young man unhooked a key from his waist and handed it to Kevin. Have you heard that the Black Flag gang recently got a new member named Li Bin? Kevin continued to ask. Yes, he can make guns. The homemade gun that Fatty was holding just now is said to be made by him. The young man nodded. Li Bin is highly valued by Shao Chi and the gang and has already become one of his trusted aides. But if you're looking for him, it might be very difficult. Shao Chi has many enemies, so his whereabouts are unpredictable. He randomly stays at different brothels under his control every day, and very few people know his exact location. Get lost. After hearing the young man's words, Kevin quickly walked toward the backyard, keeping his promise not to finish him off. Even so, the young man's chances of survival survival were still slim, as Kevin believed that Xiao Qi would never waste significant resources on the life or death of a low-level lackey. Thus, the young man's fate might be even more painful than death itself, but none of that concerned Kevin. The backyard of the courtyard was very narrow, with only a few low, self-built rooms. Kevin opened the door to the first room and glanced into the dark space. He could vaguely see that the room was crowded with people. In a deep voice, he asked, "Zhaoyi, are you there?" No one responded. The boys and girls in the room, on the verge of being driven insane, all huddled together. "Zhaoyi, Zhaoyi, can you hear me?" Leo shouted at the top of his lungs when there was no response from inside the room. "Kevin, Leo, is that you?" Suddenly, a female voice came from a room ahead. "Zhaoyi." Kevin heard this familiar voice and quickly ran to the door of the room, unlocking it. Moonlight shone into the room. Zhaoyi's clothes had already been torn, and her body and face bore scars. It was evident that during the days she had been held by the Black Flag, she had endured considerable torment. However, she had not compromised, otherwise, she would not have been locked up here. "How are you? Can you still walk?" Kevin quickly walked to Zhaoyi's side and gently supported her arm. "Wah!" Zhaoyi lost control of her emotions the moment Kevin touched her. She hugged him tightly and began to sob uncontrollably. "I knew you wouldn't give up on me. I knew you would come for me. Whenever I was bullied, just thinking of you would suppress all the unease in my heart. No matter how far away you were, as long as I knew you existed in this world, I wasn't afraid of anything." The other men and women who had been captured looked on in astonishment at this scene. Over the past few days, they had all suffered constant humiliation and beatings from the Black Flag gang. Most of them had chosen to compromise, but Zhaoyi had always held her ground. The members of the Black Flag gang even insulted her, calling her a whore and saying she was just pretending to be pure despite selling her body. In the face of these insults, Zhaoyi had always shown great strength. Her resilience even inspired a few others in the room to muster the courage to hold on. In their eyes, Zhaoyi was a remarkable woman who would rather break than bend. Yet, they never expected that she could also be so fragile. "It's all right now. I'm here to take you home." Kevin felt his collar dampened by her tears. He gently helped Zhaoyi to her feet and then turned to the others. "You're free now. Take advantage of the time before Black Flag reinforcements arrive and leave quickly." "Thank you, thank you." Many people, after hearing Kevin's words, scrambled up from the ground and ran toward the door, but some remained motionless where they were. "Hey, are you guys deaf? Still want to stay in this dump?" Leo frowned as he looked at a few people in the corner and asked, "My parents are dead, and the refugee village I come from doesn't have any factory slots. If I go out, I'll definitely freeze or starve to death. Staying here at least gives me a chance to survive. I got injured when I was beaten before. I chose to stay and help the Black Flag gang make money. They might even treat me. If I leave and it gets infected, I'm done for. I think staying isn't so bad. I heard that as long as you agree to their terms, you'll have food and drink." Those who stayed had their own reasons and excuses. After all, not everyone had the backbone and options like Zhaoyi, who could take things up and let them go, willing to pay the price for their stubbornness, even if it meant being prepared to face death. In academia, there is a term called Stockholm Syndrome, which is a rare and peculiar psychological phenomenon. This condition mainly refers to victims developing a special positive emotional attachment to their abusers after being mistreated or feeling fear in their environment. Such emotions may include sympathy, identification, or a desire to help the abuser. Consequently, the victim develops a certain degree of dependence and trust in the abuser, even to the extent of assisting them. Those who wanted to stay had already developed a strong sense of identification and attachment to the Black Flag. They even regarded the Black Flag gang as their savior. Numb to their circumstances, they dared not resist the injustices of life. Initially, they would scorn and despise others for selling their bodies in brothels, but when it came to themselves, they would find all sorts of excuses to justify their actions. Their understanding of life was limited to mere physical survival. They would not resist in pursuit of a better spiritual world, nor did they understand what rights they should possess as human beings. Old Master Lin once said to Kevin, "When a person comes into this world, they must have something they pursue and cherish. When the day comes for them to leave, what they should feel is a deep spiritual reluctance, not fear of death." However, Kevin felt that the people before him had no spiritual attachments. They couldn't even find the meaning of their existence. At this moment, he suddenly began to understand Su Fei's words. These refugees were losing hope. This is a kind of sorrow, a sorrow caused by one's own cowardice. A certain brothel in Shimen. Xiao Qi sat on a chair, emotionally agitated as he looked at the old Fei, who had rushed back to report the news with an arrow still stuck in his arm. His arm trembled with anger. "What did you say? The secret brothel was attacked by Kevin? Big brother, this matter is indeed my fault. I had no idea how the location of the brothel got exposed, and I never expected anyone would dare attack Black Flag's territory. That's why I was caught off guard." Old Fei knelt in front of Xiao Qi, his head lowered to the ground, responding timidly.
quickly. Useless. You're absolutely useless. Shao-Chi slammed the table hard, his chest heaving violently. Over 20 people at the brothel, and they even had 2 guns. Yet 2 people managed to take them down. What on earth are you doing? Tonight, including myself, there were only 7 people at the brothel. Old Fei lowered his head even further. This winter has been unbearably cold, and a large number of refugees have flooded into the town. Violent incidents have been happening one after another. The brothers were all worried something might happen to their families, so I gave them leave to go home and settle their families. Big brother, I really didn't expect things to escalate to this point. Bang! Shao-Chi heard this and suddenly sprang up from his chair, kicking Old Fei violently and knocking him to the ground. Who the hell gave you the right to give them a day off? Your job is to keep an eye on the prostitutes. Are other people's families supposed to be your concern? Boss, please calm down. Huang Montong immediately stepped forward, trying to hold Shao-Chi back. Old Fei has been with you for 3 years now, and he's contributed plenty to the gang. Even if he hasn't achieved much, he's worked hard. To hell with that. Shao-Chi shoved Huang Montong aside, his eyes flashing with menace. What, are you trying to play the good guy here? I play the bad cop, and you swoop in to win people over, is that it? That's not what I meant. Huang Montong was stunned by the scolding, then explained, we've already had grudges with Kevin. Him coming here this time is definitely for revenge. The enemy is in the shadows while we're out in the open. This really isn't Old Fei's fault. Tap tap. At the same time, another young man ran into the room, panting heavily as he spoke to Shao-Chi. Boss, the brothers from the South Gate brothel have already gone to check on the situation with the clandestine prostitutes. Almost all the women there have fled, and the supplies in the courtyard have been looted by the nearby refugees. Even the doors have been dismantled and taken away. Old Fei, did you hear that? After listening to the young man's report, the anger on Shao-Chi's face dissipated, and he looked intently at the fallen Old Fei. Boss, I know I was wrong. Please give me another chance. As soon as I recover from my injuries, no. I'll take people to the refugee village tonight and make sure to bring back everyone who ran away. I'm begging you, give me one more chance. Seeing the look in Shao-Chi's eyes, Old Fei immediately realized he was serious. He quickly crawled up and knelt properly. Boss, just like Mansung said, I've been with you for so many years. Even if I haven't achieved much, I've worked hard. Please give me a chance. I still have an old father to take care of. If something happens to me, he's done for too. You have indeed followed me for so many years, but that doesn't prove anything. Today's outcome only shows that I misjudged and raised a useless person for so long. Shao-Chi walked slowly toward Lao Fei, expressionless, and said, as for your old man, you don't need to worry. Big brother, I was wrong. Please give me another chance. Lao Fei, sweating on his forehead, clung to Shao-Chi's leg. Slash! Following Lao Fei's forward momentum, Shao-Chi stabbed a knife into his neck, slightly twisting the handle. Leaning down, he whispered softly, you've made such a big mistake. If you don't die, I can't manage the others. Don't worry, I won't let your old man suffer too much. Tonight, I'll find someone to send him to accompany you on your way. As the words fell, the blade struck, and blood spattered. Huang Montong stood to the side, staring blankly at the pooling blood on the ground, while Li Bin behind him sipped a cup of hot water in silence. Go, take care of those 2 useless ones who ran back with Fatty for me as well. Shao-Chi held Fatty's corpse by the head, wiped his blade on the shoulder, and spoke to the young man reporting to him. Got it. Understood. The young man swallowed hard, turned, and left. Meanwhile, a few people outside the door began entering to carry away the corpse, covering the bloodstains on the ground with sand. Big brother, this Kevin has caused us such great losses. We can't just vent our anger on our own people. Li Bin, smelling the faint scent of blood in the air, put down his water cup and said, previously, Kevin killed many of our brothers, including your own younger brother. If he hadn't been temporarily taken away by the mercenaries and escaped, this debt would have been settled long ago. Now that he's returned to the town, we haven't even gone looking for him, yet he's come to us first and directly targeted Black Flag's most important asset. This man cannot be allowed to live. I suggest we talk to him. Whatever needs to be said, let's clear the air. Huang Montong interjected upon hearing this. This Kevin guy has an incredibly strong will to survive. We've tried to take him out twice and failed both times, losing quite a few men in the process. And now that he's had contact with the mercenaries, we still don't know what kind of relationship they have. Under these circumstances, I suggest we proceed cautiously. This winter is already hard enough, and we have so many brothers under us to feed. Stability should be our top priority. Ridiculous. Li Bin immediately retorted upon hearing this. He had never shared the details of his personal grudge with Kevin with Shao-Chi and the others, but he was well aware that Kevin's survival posed a threat to him. Raising an eyebrow, he said, if Kevin had killed someone else, that would be one thing. But don't forget, among the people he killed was Big Brother's own younger brother. And today, Kevin caused such a commotion at the brothel, releasing so many people. Word of this will definitely spread quickly. If we don't make him pay the price, then in the future, when other people's brothers, sisters, wives, or children are taken by our Black Flag, can you guarantee that those angry refugees won't imitate Kevin and come to disrupt our business too? Huang Montong's mouth twitched twice face upon hearing this. But if we keep fighting with Kevin like this, our losses will only grow bigger. We lost before simply because we underestimated the enemy. No matter how fierce Kevin is, how many people can he possibly have at most?
As the old saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. Back when we were bandits, we relied on sheer numbers to even take down well-equipped small transport teams.
And Kevin is nothing more than a vagrant. With the power of our black flag, if we really take him seriously, is it that hard to deal with him? Li Bin retorted dismissively. Li Bin is right. Leaving Kevin alive will only bring trouble sooner or later, and I absolutely won't reconcile with him. Immediately send someone to other brothels to pull in reinforcements for me. Tonight, I will take his life for sure. Isn't this bastard supposed to be good at fighting? I damn well want to see just how many people he can handle.
Xiao Qi ordered through gritted teeth, his fists clenched tightly.
After picking up Zhaoyi at the brothel, Kevin and Leo took turns carrying her back to East City's 7th Street.
When the two entered the courtyard, Fatty Li, Lu Woshan, and 3 other burly men were all standing guard with clubs in hand, their shadows elongated by the glow of the kerosene lamp.
Brother Zhe, you're back.
Fatty Li's face relaxed from its guarded expression upon seeing Kevin. Then, noticing Leo carrying the injured Zhaoyi into the room, his eyes widened.
Sister E, what happened to you? I'm fine, don't worry about me.
Zhaoyi forced a faint smile and gently shook her head at Fatty Li.
Which of you has womenfolk at home? Call one over to help Zhaoyi treat her wounds.
Kevin instructed the group of men, then turned his gaze to Lu Woshan.
Uncle Lu, help me gather some people and have them bring their own weapons.
Tonight, I need them to guard this courtyard for me. Whoever comes will get 1 pound of rice per head.
1 pound of rice? Lu Woshan's eyes lit up as he repeated the offer, then asked curiously, Xiaozhe, did something happen?
You don't need to worry about this.
Find people as soon as possible.
They don't necessarily have to be from our street, refugees, beggars, as long as they can help, it's fine.
Kevin waved his hand and instructed. Alright, I'll go find people right away. How many do you need? Lu Woshan nodded. 50 people.
Kevin only had 2 bags of rice, each weighing just 50 pounds. Making this decision felt like a stab to his heart, but faced with the inevitable retaliation from the Black Flag, he had to be prepared.
Understood. I'll go find people immediately. Lu Woshan agreed and quickly disappeared out the door. Brother, do you think the Black Flag people are coming for revenge? Leo asked, glancing sideways as he watched Lu Woshan's departing figure. They will definitely come.
Everything we have is here, and we absolutely cannot hand it over, so we must resist. This way, it will also deter others who are eyeing our supplies. After Kevin finished speaking, he turned to Fatty Li beside him. Since we left, has there been anything unusual here? A few groups of beggars came by, but we drove them away. Also, some people heard you became the village head and brought gifts, hoping to see you, but I turned them away. I know if we accept their things, it will put you in a difficult position. Fatty Li explained, then thought for a moment and continued. There were also some people pretending to pass by our yard, constantly peeking inside, but when they saw we had a lot of people here, they left.
Alright. Kevin heard this and said no more.
More than 10 minutes later, a man returned with his wife and began following Kevin's instructions to clean Zhaoyi's wounds and apply ointment, while Lu Woshan also gathered a group of refugees armed with wooden sticks, stones, bone knives, and other weapons, gradually converging at Kevin's home.
40 minutes later, a faint light appeared at the end of the dark street.
Soon after, a group of young men holding torches and wearing Black Flag gang masks on their faces surged onto the street, moving toward the district where Kevin was located. Beggars and laborers commuting to and from work on the roadside quickly hid in nearby alleys, fearing to provoke this group of troublemakers. At the front of the group, Huang Monson and Li Bin held torches, leading the team forward side by side.
Our people went to Kevin's place to gather information.
I heard he has become the head of that area, and he probably guessed we would come for revenge. There are at least 50 or 60 people gathered inside and outside his courtyard, while we only have 30.
Do you think we can take him on? Huang Monson turned his head to look at Li Bin. What's there to be afraid of?
Even though he has a lot of people around him, they're nothing more than a bunch of starving refugees.
These people can barely walk straight, let alone have the guts to kill. As soon as they see blood, this rabble will scatter completely.
They might be fine in a favorable fight, but if they encounter someone ruthless, they're nothing. Back when I was in the bandit gang, I only needed 4 men to rob villages of 30 or 40 refugees. Their cowardice and selfishness are worse than you think. Li Bin's killing intent grew stronger upon hearing that Kevin had become the head. It wasn't just because of their old grudge, he was also worried that Kevin might expose the matter of the purified water chip, causing trouble for him.
You're right. Huang Monson turned a street corner and pointed ahead with a torch.
We're almost there.
Brothers, draw your blades. Get ready to work.
Li Bin raised his torch, spun it in a circle, and then swung it forward forcefully. Tonight, whoever can chop off Kevin's head, I guarantee he'll never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of his life. Whoosh! As the words fell, more than 30 people behind shouted and turned the corner, swarming forward like a hive.
Clang!
Huang Monson threw the torch aside, drew the twin blades from his waist, and scraped them together, preparing to charge forward. forward. Seeing this, Li Bin grabbed his arm. We're the leaders. There's no need to take such risks in these life and death situations. Don't forget, Kevin's side has archers, and they also have guns. If you stand out too much, you'll become a target.
Are you asking me to watch my brothers risk their lives? Huang Monsong frowned, a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes.
What, do you mean to say that after climbing to your current position, your goal is still to live and die together with these lowly mud-legged folks? Li Bin chuckled, pulling Huang Monsong to the side of the street. I know the image you've built within the gang is one of always protecting those brothers below you, but these words are just for show, for them to hear. There's no need to actually do it yourself.
These people are far more foolish than you imagine. Don't worry, once they kill Kevin, the credit will be yours. I won't compete with you for it. Huang Monsong pondered for a moment, locking eyes with Li Bin.
I can finally understand now why, after your gang was wiped out, you were still able to survive unscathed until today.
Heh, some things are better left unsaid when everyone already understands them.
Li Bin pulled out a cigarette, placed it in Huang Monsong's mouth, and handed over a lighter to help him light it. At the same time, a group of Black Flag Gang's knife-wielders had already rushed to the end of the street, leaving less than 30 meters between them and the courtyard where Kevin was located. Whoosh! An arrow pierced through the darkness, striking a young man in the chest and knocking him to the ground. The range of ancient bows and arrows could reach about 150 meters, but that was for dense coverage. For Leo, the probability of hitting a target at a distance of 30 meters was already at its limit at 70%. Whoosh! At the same time someone from the Black Flag Gang fell to the ground with an arrow, the alley ahead was teeming with people. Dozens of refugees, wielding a variety of crude weapons, rushed onto the street and surged toward the Black Flag Gang's ranks. The bloody battle on 7th Street erupted with extreme suddenness. After the two sides encountered each other, they clashed head-on without even exchanging a single word. That night, the people summoned by Lu Woshan were mostly beggars and refugees, except for a small number who had jobs in the factory and came to help in order to curry favor with Kevin.
For them, cold and hunger were fatal threats.
Even if they didn't risk their lives for a pound of rice, they might still succumb to alternating cold and hunger in the night, perishing in the freezing wind. These people didn't know what conflict they were risking their lives for, and they also knew that a pound of rice wasn't enough to sustain them. But if they exchanged it for coarse grains, at least they could survive a few more days. At the very least, they could have one full meal before freezing to death.
With this mindset, the combat effectiveness displayed by the refugees far exceeded Li Bin's expectations. Although it wasn't enough to form an overwhelming force, at least they didn't collapse at the first blow. Bang!
In the crowd, a refugee raised a decayed wooden stick and violently struck the back of a Black Flag Gang strongman. The stick broke on impact, but the strongman merely staggered before raising his spiked mace and smashing it backward into the refugee's face. Splurt! Blood splattered as the nails embedded themselves in the refugee's face, tearing out one of his eyeballs in the process.
The strongman didn't even glance at him, instead charging into the crowd and swinging wildly.
Each swing of his arm was accompanied by a scream of agony.
Whoosh! Another arrow shot through the air, piercing the strongman's back.
He merely grunted and turned to point at the roof of Kevin's courtyard. Damn it! Someone's shooting from over there, take him down for me.
Tap, tap.
Two young men in the crowd heard this, drew the crude guns from their waists, and aimed at the roof. Leo, seeing their movements from afar, quickly jumped off the wall.
Bang! Bang! Two consecutive gunshots burst out in the darkness, iron pellets striking the wall and sparking a flash of fire.
Whoosh! The group of refugees who had been resisting the Black Flag scattered the moment the gunshots rang out, with more than 10 people fleeing instantly. Among them, several had never even seen a gun before and were completely frightened off by the loud noise.
Brothers, fire at them for me.
The burly man with the Black Flag saw the refugees scattering and swung his spiked club with fierce momentum, while the group behind him began to press forward frantically.
Ah!
In the chaos of the melee, a refugee, after being struck twice, suddenly let out a piercing roar and then lunged forward. Facing a blade coming down at him, he instinctively raised his arm to block it. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the refugee's sleeve was slashed open, and the bone knife in the young man's hand broke in response. When the young man struck, it felt as if he had hit a rock. Undeterred, he gripped the broken half of the knife and stabbed again. Bang! The refugee, seeing the young man's actions, picked up a stone and smashed it against his head, knocking the young man down. Rip! The young man, while retreating, accidentally tore open the sleeve of the refugee's garment, which had been slashed by a blade. Under the flickering firelight, a horrifying scene unfolded. At that moment, the refugee's wrist revealed flesh turned outward, with the internal bones rapidly growing outward. The white bones were visibly spreading along the skin, covering it, and still bore the mark of the recent knife wound. The refugee, whose eyes were now bloodshot, seemed completely unaware of the changes happening to his body.
What the hell? What's going on?
The others nearby, upon witnessing this scene, quickly stepped back in alarm.
What's there to be afraid of? Charge at him.
The burly man, seeing the others hesitate, swung his spiked club and struck fiercely. The refugee once again raised his arm to block, then took 2 swift steps forward, shoving the burly man to the ground and raising the stone in his hand high above his head.
Thunk! Thunk! The gunfire rang out, and a few armed individuals in the group, emboldened by the sight, rushed forward and began shooting at the vagrant at close range. With 2 gunshots, the vagrant was forcibly pushed off the burly man by the impact of the bullets, collapsing to the ground in violent convulsions. Having sustained internal injuries, he began coughing up large amounts of blood, and the exoskeleton on his arm lost control, falling to the ground. Son of a bitch! Using a beast bone as an arm guard and still daring to act all mysterious with me, the burly man cursed as he stepped forward, smashing the vagrant's head with another blow, instantly crushing his skull. Tap, tap, tap. The remaining refugees, seeing the overwhelming power of the firearms, completely lost their will to fight and began to flee en masse. Meanwhile, the Black Flag gang, filled with pent-up anger, started a one-sided brawl. Stop chasing, damn it! Push them into the yard. Gunman, clear the way in front, the burly man shouted at the crowd, then charged toward Kevin's yard at the forefront. The 2 young men who had fired first quickly reloaded their weapons and followed closely behind him. On the wall inside the yard, Leo peeked outside, then turned back to look inside the yard. Brother, the refugees couldn't hold them off. The Black Flag people are coming, at least 20 of them. Don't panic, let them in. You go to the roof and keep an eye on the person with the gun across the way. Kevin was standing just behind the courtyard gate at this moment, holding a spear about 1.5 meters long with a metal blade as its tip. This was a weapon they often used for hunting in the past. When facing an attack from a pack of beasts, only by maintaining distance could they maximize their chances of survival. Got it, be careful, Leo responded, slinging his bow over his shoulder and quickly running along the base of the wall. Xiaoxia, what about us? At this moment, Lu Woshan and a few other men were crouching in the shadows opposite Kevin, nervously gripping a rope. It's fine, stay steady, follow my lead, and remember the steps I taught you. Kevin listened to the sound of footsteps coming from outside the courtyard and sidestepped into the shadows. 10 seconds later, the group of burly men had already surged into the alley and stood outside the courtyard gate of Kevin's house. The burly man glanced at the 2 gunmen behind him who were still loading their weapons, then turned to the 2 gunmen beside him and said, listen up, once the door opens, shoot anyone you see, but you 2 must stagger your timing. Don't shoot at the same time. Understood. The 2 exchanged a glance and nodded nervously. Do it. The burly man adjusted his breathing, then kicked the door panel with 1 foot. Bang! The wooden bolt of the door, already decayed, snapped instantly under the forceful kick of the burly man, flying off to the side. As the courtyard gate swung open, a middle-aged man inside the yard tightened the rope in his hands. Swish! In the shadow ahead, a wooden frame fixed to the ground and draped with a piece of clothing was suddenly pulled taut. Thunk! Outside the door, the gunman saw a shadow flicker and fired in that direction. The iron shot sprayed out, instantly snapping the wooden frame in half. Thud! At the same time, a spear shot out like lightning from inside the courtyard gate, its sharp blade brutally piercing the gunman's abdomen. In the yard outside Kevin's house, as the first gunman fired a shot, everyone's attention was drawn to the target that had been hit. Therefore, Kevin's thrusting spear caught everyone off guard. However, another gunman quickly reacted, stepping diagonally outside the door, pointing the muzzle in the direction of the incoming spear, and pulling the trigger forcefully. Thud! A muffled sound rang out. The homemade gun failed to fire a bullet and instead exploded on the spot. The scorching heat caused the gunman to let out a wail, and several fingers on the hand holding the gun were instantly blown off. Splurt! As an arrow pierced his neck, the gunman fell to the ground. Damn it! Charge in! The burly man roared, then grabbed the wooden shaft of the spear, attempting to seize the opponent's weapon. However, the spear was slick with blood, and as Kevin exerted force, the spear was smoothly retrieved, leaving the burly man's palm slashed and bleeding profusely. Whoosh! The people behind, hearing the burly man's command, began charging into the courtyard with their weapons. They all knew the opponent had an archer, but ultimately, it was just one person. If they didn't rush in quickly, they would only become sitting ducks. Old Lou. Kevin pressed against the wall, saw someone entering the courtyard, and growled in a low voice. Bang! Lu Woshan heard the shout, suddenly tightened the rope in his hand, forming a tripwire at the doorway. The first 2 people entering were pushed by those behind and stumbled, falling to the ground. Thud! Kevin tightly gripped the anti-slip handle wrapped with hemp rope at the end of the spear and suddenly thrust it forward. Ah! A young man on the ground let out a wail, his hands scrambling wildly on the ground. Whoosh! The 3 refugees hiding beside old Lou saw Kevin make a move and also rushed out in a swarm, starting to jab fiercely at the crowd outside the door with their sharpened wooden sticks. The gate of the courtyard where Kevin was located could at most allow 2 people to walk side by side. At this moment, for spears were simultaneously thrust outward, instantly injuring several people. Are you all idiots? Can't get through the door? Then climb the wall for me. The burly man tore off the face scarf from his face, hastily wrapped his bleeding palm, and roared at the crowd. Flap! A clever young man, upon hearing the words, was the first to leap onto the wall, only to be shot in the head by Leo with an arrow. The arrow was deflected by his hard skull, leaving a gash with the skin and flesh turned outward on the top of his head. Ow! The young man felt his head buzzing and immediately jumped down. My head. Is my head still there? Check for me. Bang! The burly man kicked the young man away and glared fiercely at the others. Throw torches into the courtyard. Then everyone jump over the wall together. Let's see how many he can hit. Whoosh! Whoosh! Countless torches began to be thrown into the courtyard, and then the group started climbing the wall together. Whoosh! Leo crouched on the rooftop and shot an arrow, taking down one person. Before he could act again, he heard footsteps behind him. Turning his head, he saw two young men who had somehow circled around and were now charging at him on the rooftop. Seeing this, Leo drew his blade and rushed forward, shouting in a low voice, "Brother, the rooftop is compromised." Slash! Kevin heard Leo's shout, thrust his spear into someone outside the courtyard gate, and then yelled loudly, "Old Lou, hold the gate with me. Everyone else, guard the walls and don't let them break through." Tap tap. As the words fell, the group immediately dispersed. Lou Woshin, clutching the blood-soaked spear, pulled his arm back, ready to thrust it out again. Ugh! At this moment, the gunman on the other side had already reloaded his bullets. One of them rushed to the doorway and fired a shot directly at Lou Woshin. Ah! Lou Woshin felt his vision go completely dark as he heard a loud bang, and his face went numb. Instinctively covering his face, he felt a tingling, slippery sensation. Immediately after, a sharp pain struck his neck and he lost consciousness. Inside the courtyard gate, Kevin saw Lou Woshin get shot and then slashed on the neck by someone. He haphazardly stabbed twice toward the outside of the gate. "Someone come help me!" Thud! At the same time, people began jumping into the courtyard. This threw the few refugees inside into complete chaos, with people falling one after another. Led by the burly man, those outside surged into the courtyard. Recognizing Kevin, the burly man gripped his spiked club and swung it forcefully. "That's Kevin! Kill him for me!" Crackle! As the burly man led the charge, countless weapons began targeting Kevin. Facing the surging crowd, he raised his spear diagonally to block continuously while retreating backward. Bang! A few seconds later, the tail end of Kevin's spear had already struck the wall. Cornered with no way to escape, he could only fight desperately, thrusting the spear in his hand forward. Put! The blade, driven by inertia, pierced through a young man's abdomen, eliciting a wail of pain. The burly man, seeing this scene, paid no heed to his companion's life or death. He grabbed the injured man's shoulder, tripped him directly, and used his body weight to press the spear down before kicking the shaft with force. Crack! The wooden spear shaft snapped under the kick, and the young man impaled by the spear was tormented to death. Splurt! Kevin gripped a broken wooden stick and brutally jabbed the jagged end into someone's face. Taking 2 slashes in the process, he dashed into the doorway of the room, grabbed a wooden-handled bone knife standing by the entrance, and began using the narrow space to continue resisting the attackers outside. However, at this moment, a tremendous sense of pressure surged in Kevin's heart. With just him and Leo, holding off so many attackers was already an impossible task. "Brothers, hold your ground. He's the only one left. Kill him for me." The burly man, watching the group crowding the doorway, heaved with rage as his chest rose and fell violently. "Is there anyone left without a gun? Just shoot him for me." On it! The last gunman outside the courtyard, crouched in the shadows, finished reloading his weapon and bent forward to sprint ahead. But before he could approach the doorway, he caught sight of a burly bald man in the torchlight outside, wielding a heavy metal machete, swinging it fiercely toward him. Splurt! The blade fell, severing the head from the body. Blood sprayed forward, extinguishing the torch, but the bald man didn't even glance at it. He simply grabbed his knife and charged into the courtyard. Tap tap! Close behind the bald man, 4 more figures wielding knives followed. Once the group rushed into the courtyard, they wasted no words and began hacking furiously at the crowd in front of them. The sudden appearance of this group of strangers caused the Black Flag Gang, who had been confident of their victory, to fall into disarray and lose their composure. Caught off guard by the danger from behind, 3 or 4 of them were knocked down in an instant. "Boss, they have reinforcements. We've walked into an ambush," a young man shouted, his voice echoing like a howl as he looked at the 5 men who resembled beasts. "Damn it! Retreat! Retreat!" The burly man scanned the surroundings and noticed that all the newcomers were wielding metal blades. Sensitive to the word ambush and unsure of how many people were outside, he hesitated for only a brief moment before quickly leaping toward the nearest courtyard wall. In fact, the Black Flag Gang still had over a dozen people at this point. If their morale had been high, they might not have been inferior to these opponents. However, these men were used to bullying refugees with arrogance and had never encountered organized resistance before, leaving them uncertain and shaken. Coupled with the fact that their opponent was Kevin, a notorious killer, the psychological pressure was even greater. In that instant, everyone assumed that the newcomers were the rumored beast-like hunters who fought alongside Kevin. At this moment, not only were the people outside in utter chaos, but even Kevin was completely baffled, because those refugees and Lou Woshin in the courtyard had already constituted all the forces he had deployed. He had no so-called reinforcements at all. A battle that was originally nearing its conclusion suddenly took a dramatic turn with the appearance of 5 knife-wielding fighters. Facing the relentless resistance from Kevin's side, the Black Flag members began to lose confidence and had their morale completely crushed. As the burly man led the retreat, the others scattered like a receding tide, each frantically searching for an escape route
out and fleeing in desperation. In order to storm into this courtyard, the Black Flag members took at least 3 minutes, but it took them less than 30 seconds to retreat. At this moment, there were at least 4 or 5 corpses lying in the courtyard, with countless others injured. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and even the ground beneath their feet had become extremely slippery from the flowing blood. Thud! With a dull sound, Leo on the rooftop took down another opponent, kicking him off with one swift motion. He then quickly drew his bow to full tension, aiming at the people in the courtyard. "What's this? Don't know what's good for you?" The bald man in the courtyard saw Leo's movement and raised his machete, pointing it at him. "Friend, don't misunderstand. We mean no harm." At this moment, a young man behind the bald man also stepped forward and shouted toward the house, "It's safe outside now. Would you mind coming out to talk?" Tap, tap. Kevin, who had just been inside the room, had already seen the group take action against the Black Flag gang members. He slowly stepped outside and looked at them. "Who are you? Why did you help me?" "To be precise, I'm not here to help you, but to repay a debt of gratitude. Let me introduce myself, a refugee from Fortress 88, Wuhao." The young man clasped his hands in a polite gesture, giving Kevin a friendly smile, then pointed to the bald man and 3 other young men beside him. "These are my friends, Bald Zhao, Lilin, Masan, and Masi." Repay a debt of gratitude? Kevin's eyes flickered with suspicion upon hearing Wu Hao's response. Being a naturally cold and highly vigilant person, he rarely ever took the initiative to help others, and he couldn't recall ever doing anyone a favor. Previously, some people from Fortress 88 fled to Fortress 87 to escape famine. "Do you remember helping an elderly couple on the road? I am the child they adopted. During the insect swarm incident, I wasn't in the refugee village. By the time I rushed back, I heard the refugees had already migrated to Fortress 87. Honestly, I didn't have much hope, but I still searched all the way here. I never expected to actually find my family. My grandmother told me that if it weren't for you, they probably wouldn't have made it this far." Wu Hao smiled at Kevin. "Earlier, my grandmother told me you were with the mercenaries, and I wondered why someone from the fortress would be so kind. Now it seems you're a refugee too. How did you manage to find me?" Kevin was filled with doubt about Wu Hao's story. When he had saved those people, he hadn't left his name, yet they were still able to locate him under such circumstances, which made him wary. "Don't overthink it. If I really wanted to harm you, the 2 of you wouldn't necessarily be able to stop the 5 of us." Wu Hao, to show his sincerity, directly threw the knife at Kevin's feet. After the others followed suit, he continued, "To be honest, ever since we arrived at Fortress 87, we've been homeless. We heard someone was hiring 50 refugees to help fight, and the payment was rice, so we planned to rob this fat sheep hiring people. But then the refugee who brought us here recognized you and said you were the one who saved my grandparents. How are the 2 elders doing?" Wu Hao's act of throwing the knife made Kevin trust him a bit more, but his vigilance did not waver in the slightest. In these times, there were too many cases of friends stabbing each other in the back. Some refugees even randomly paired up as couples, only to later scheme to kill their partner after getting factory jobs, all for the sake of a few dozen bucks in compensation. We refugees don't even have space to survive here, let alone talk about being well or not. Just barely staying alive is already good enough. Wu Hao shook his head slightly, then glanced at the wounds on Kevin's body. "If you're willing to trust me, you can let Li Lin treat your external injuries. He has experience in this area, and we have medicine." "Much obliged." Kevin hesitated for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Masan, Masi, you 2 go stand guard. Zhao Tuzi, stay with me to guard the courtyard." Wu Hao, aware that Kevin wouldn't trust him, voluntarily led the others out, leaving only Li Lin behind. After the 2 entered the room, Li Lin glanced at the coal piled high in the room and widened his eyes in surprise. "Buddy, are the people over at Fortress 87 all this wealthy? Still using coal, huh? You've seen what Fortress 87 is like, haven't you?" Kevin took off his outer garment, sat on the edge of the Kong in the inner room, and revealed the wound on his back with the flesh turned outward. At the same time, he lightly gripped a short knife hidden in his sleeve. "Can my wound be treated? It's a bit serious, it needs stitching." Li Lin opened the crossbody bag he was carrying and surprisingly took out a complete set of suturing tools along with an alcohol lamp. After lighting it with a match, he used the flame to sterilize the tools. "I don't have anesthetics, you'll have to tough it out. What did you guys do at Fortress 88 before?" Kevin raised an eyebrow when he saw the items Li Lin had taken out, as the tools were clearly not something from the refugee area and were almost identical to the ones used by the fortress people to treat his wounds earlier. "We survived by robbing." As Li Lin spoke, he began cleaning Kevin's wound with alcohol. "But I did learn some medical skills." Hiss. Kevin grimaced in pain, then gritted his teeth and asked, "Bandits?" "Not exactly. We specialize in robbing bandits." "These surgical tools and medicines were all taken from bandits." Li Lin laughed heartily. "The transport teams have too many people, so we can't handle them, and the refugees are too poor to have anything worth taking. So we target the bandits, specifically smaller groups, or we wait for a bandit gang to leave their base for a large operation, and then we raid their lair. Back when Outpost 88 had the insect swarm, we were out on a job, which is why Wu Hao got separated from his family.
After hearing Li Lin's explanation, Kevin thought about this group's way of surviving and couldn't help but chuckle.
But the pain made the corners of his mouth twitch again, so he used the conversation to distract himself.
So, in a way, you guys are at the top of the robbery chain. Is Wu Hao the leader of your group?
No, all of us, except for Jiao Tuzi who joined later, grew up together in a refugee village. We discuss everything as a group and don't have a leader or second in command. But Wu Hao is pretty smart, and we generally trust him more. After cleaning the wound, Li Lin rinsed his fingers with alcohol, then picked up the suture needle.
This might hurt a bit, so bear with it.
Li Lin had learned some basic medical skills, but his suturing technique was not very good. However, in the refugee area where there were almost no surgeons, being able to suture wounds already made him a talent. After finishing the sutures, Li Lin used bandages to carefully dress Kevin's wound, then cautiously took out 2 small bottles from his pocket. These contain anti-inflammatory medicine and vitamins.
In the next few days, be careful not to catch a cold and avoid strenuous activities. What about you guys if you give us the medicine? Kevin looked at the 2 bottles on the edge of the Kong and put his outerwear back on.
We're not injured, so we don't need the medicine for now. Besides, for minor injuries or illnesses, we usually just tough it out. These medicines are our essentials, used to trade for food.
Li Lin smiled.
But you have so many scars on your body, and it looks like many were caused by wild animals. And your friend uses a bow and arrow, a hunting tool.
Are you a hunter?
Yes.
Kevin nodded.
You just said that these things are used for your protection, which means these medicines should belong to the team's supplies, right?
If they're used on me alone, won't the others have any objections?
What objections could there be? We trust each other with our lives.
You helped Wu Hao, and that's a favor to all of us.
It's already hard enough for us to stick together and survive in this messed up world, so why bother being so calculative? Li Lin responded casually while tidying up the surgical tools. At this moment, Kevin's perception of these people changed somewhat. On the wasteland, there were countless groups banding together for survival. Whether it was bandits, gangs, or hunters, scavengers, and other groups in the refugee zones, most of them couldn't stay united for long. The larger the group, the more unequal the distribution of resources would become, inevitably leading to conflicts over time. Winter is the peak season for various diseases, and medicines have become the most sought-after resource. Yet, Wu Hao's group was willing to give up their most valuable resources within the team to repay a favor, even while they themselves were still without a stable home. This showed that their team was exceptionally stable and highly cohesive. After Kevin's wound was bandaged, Wu Hao and his group helped clean up the corpses. As promised, Kevin began distributing rice to the refugees who had participated in the battle. For those who had died, rice was also given to their relatives and friends. Although they hadn't been as effective as expected, Kevin still fulfilled his promise. However, he did not distribute any medicine to the injured refugees. Previously, Kevin had ventured into the desert with the scientific expedition team in search of medicine. Before parting, Zhang Fong had left him with only half a bottle of antibiotics and 2 tubes of anti-inflammatory ointment, one of which he had already thrown away to appease robbers. These items were life-saving essentials, and he had to keep them on hand to ensure the safety of those around him. After everything was settled, Wu Hao and his group, along with Kevin and Leo, all sat in the room. Kevin instructed Leo to bring over a bag of flour and then said to Wu Hao, "Thank you for your help today. Without you, I would have had a hard time dealing with this trouble. Take this bag of flour for your use. As for accommodation, I have an empty house on this street that you can stay in for now. I'll also provide you with some coal to help you get through this winter. In that case, I won't stand on ceremony. Back then, you were willing to lend a hand to the elderly in my family, which shows you're a trustworthy person. If you don't mind, from now on, let's be friends. If you need anything, just let me know." Wu Hao exchanged a glance with Kevin and readily agreed. "That's right. We've already heard about your issues with the Black Flag Gang. Halsey's benefactor is our benefactor. From now on, we're all friends. If they dare to come again, we'll help you deal with them." Jiao Tuzi, with a hint of fierceness in his demeanor, looked menacing. "I've heard that the Black Flag Gang is quite a tough group to deal with around Area 87. I suggest we set up a covert lookout to keep an eye on their movements at all times." Ma San also offered his suggestion. "Brothers, I'm already very grateful that you're willing to help today, but really, you don't need to worry about these matters. The Black Flag Gang may have some influence, but their resources are limited, so they can't support too many people. After suffering such a big loss today, they're bound to be weakened and probably won't come looking for trouble again anytime soon." Kevin felt a warmth in his heart from their words, but since they had just met, he didn't want to drag them into this mess or owe them too much. "You're being too polite. All of us brothers think you're a good person. Otherwise, even if you asked us for help, we wouldn't have gotten involved," Ma Si said with a cheerful smile.
Ma Si is right. We're new here, and if we want to settle down, we'll need your help. If something happens to you, it won't be good for us either. No need to be polite with us. Starting today, the few of us will take turns keeping an eye on the situation around your place. Wu Hao made the final decision. He understood better than anyone how hard it was for outsiders to settle in a town. Since Kevin was willing to help, they owed him a big favor. I have something I'd like to ask. Leo spoke while looking at Zhao Tuzi. I already know everyone else's names, but I still don't know yours. May I ask what your name is? Zhao Tuzi is my real name. I've been bald since I was a kid because of radiation, but I've always been incredibly strong. Later, a plague swept through our village, and I was the only one who survived. With no other options, I became a monk. Zhao Tuzi spoke casually, crossing his legs as he added, if you think Zhao Tuzi doesn't sound good, you can also call me Master Zhaoda. A monk? What sect are you from? Leo asked, sniffing. Atomic God Cult. Believe in the atomic Buddha. Zhao Tuzi said, making a gesture of a Buddha hand. Although there is a cultural disconnect nowadays, beliefs in ghosts and gods are highly credible in culturally underdeveloped areas. Thus, apart from the original sects, the wasteland also has all kinds of strange faiths. The atomic god cult mentioned by Zhao Tuzi is one of them. This sect firmly believes that radiation is not harmful but marks a new era, thinking it will bring rebirth to humanity. Wait, if you're a monk, why are you hanging out with Wu Hao and the others? Leo grew increasingly confused. Shit, in this day and age, people can't even fill their stomachs, who's going to give alms to monks? I was a monk in the temple for a total of 3 months, and out of 7 people were starved to death. They all went to meet the atomic Buddha in the sky. The abbot in our temple even brainwashed me, saying that chanting scriptures would keep us from feeling hungry. But not even 2 hours after he said that, he starved to death. I saw that this wasn't going to work, so I took the temples only and returned to secular life. Zhao Tuzi said, baring his teeth. When we first met Zhao Tuzi, it was by chance. At the time, we were scouting out a bandit hideout and found him wrestling with a wild boar on the road. Li Lin laughed along, and the fight was pretty much a draw. Not about winning or losing. What do you mean? Leo was surprised when he heard this and glanced at Bald Jiao. As a hunter, he knew how terrifying wild boars could be. To be able to take on a wild boar alone, this person indeed had some skills. When we saw Bald Jiao at the time, the wild boar's tail had already been yanked off by him, and one of its tusks had been broken. Ma San interjected. And what about him? Kevin couldn't help but ask. One of his balls got bitten off by the wild boar. Ma Si added. Kevin, Leo. In the Buddhism of the old world, there is an emphasis on the cycle of cause and effect, the so-called you reap what you sow. Kevin didn't know if the current atomism had such teachings, but back when he was a guide for the scientific expedition team, he saved an elderly couple on a whim. In return, he received Wu Hao's gratitude, which allowed him to survive the Black Flag Gang's attack. The fastest way for men to bond is to face life and death together. That night, the incident made Kevin and Wu Hao's group friends. Wu Hao's group also moved into the house where Kevin had previously lived. As the charcoal stove was lit, these people, after fleeing famine, felt warmth at night for the first time and had their first full meal since the start of winter. Due to the water shortage in the refugee area, the common way of cooking was frying rice or noodles. Fine grains were only eaten occasionally to satisfy cravings. Wu Hao had already decided to take the remaining flour to a restaurant to exchange it for coarse rice. They even refrained from eating the can of food Kevin had given them, as their group had no stable source of income and couldn't afford any luxuries. That night, Wu Hao's group began taking turns standing guard at the street corner to prevent a counterattack from the Black Flag Gang. Kevin and Leo were both hunters by trade. Although they were skilled at camouflage and fierce in combat, when it came to sentry duty and team operations, they were not as professional as Wu Hao, Li Lin, and others who specialized in dealing with bandits. In fact, Wu Hao and the others' concerns were unnecessary. The outcome was exactly as Kevin had anticipated. The Black Flag Gang was no longer capable of organizing a second counterattack. Now that winter had arrived, even though the Black Flag Gang was one of the larger factions in the town, they were still part of the refugee class, with limited resources to plunder and unable to support too many people. During winter, workers have a greater demand for food, and fewer people come to the brothels for entertainment. To keep the gang running, Shaoqi had already abandoned many unprofitable prostitutes in the wilderness, and even some newer recruits had been driven out. The 33 people who went to ambush Kevin tonight were all drawn from the gang's brothels. 14 of them died, 7 were seriously injured, and 3 were lightly injured, resulting in significant casualties. If the Black Flag Gang continues to pull manpower, the operation and defense of the various brothels will completely collapse. In a brothel in the western city, Shaoqi was currently hurling abuse at Li Bin and Huang Montson. Damn it, I treated you two as my right-hand men, but it turns out you're both useless. Over 30 people, armed with 4 guns, and you still couldn't take care of Kevin. What the hell are you even good for? Boss, please calm down. Tonight, old Huang and I really gave it our all. We never expected Kevin to bring dozens of people as reinforcements. Li Bin looked at the furious Shaoqi and explained sheepishly, the people Kevin brought tonight were all wielding
large metal blades, and such weapons are unheard of in the refugee district.
If I'm not mistaken, those people must be bandits. Bandits? Xiao Qi's face contorted as he heard this. Can someone tell me how the hell Kevin has so many connections?
First, he had a mysterious gunman by his side, then he got involved with mercenaries, and now even bandits are showing up.
What is he, the son? Does everyone have to revolve around him?
Big brother,
I've been investigating Kevin recently and discovered something.
The group of hunters around him, except for Leo, have all disappeared.
Do you think it's possible that they've become bandits? Huang Monsong pondered for a moment and shared his thoughts.
I'm not concerned about what Kevin should do right now, but about you two useless fools who couldn't even handle this matter. Xiao Qi slammed the table, cursing irritably. Faced with Xiao Qi's fury, Li Bin remained silent, as he was well aware of Xiao Qi's brutality. Ultimately, it was Huang Monsong who couldn't withstand the pressure and took the initiative to speak. Big brother, we want to seek revenge on Kevin, but it's clear that he's prepared on his end. Today, we sent a large group over, yet he didn't even bother to hide, which shows he has enough confidence and isn't afraid to confront us head-on. So, I think it's not suitable for us to continue engaging him directly. Over the past few years, we've already offended quite a few people because of our crackdowns on prostitution. If we keep depleting our resources, and people start thinking we're weak, it might give our enemies an opportunity to strike, and things could get even more troublesome.
Xiao Qi was so infuriated by Huang Monsong's words that his teeth itched. Now you suddenly want to play it safe? What the hell were you doing earlier?
Huang Monsong, stunned by the scolding, explained with a face full of grievance. From the very beginning, I didn't recommend going after Kevin. This was your decision. Swish! Xiao Qi heard these words and suddenly remembered that it was Li Bin who had instigated him. Immediately, his eyes widened. Boss, what I said earlier was out of good intentions. I admit, I did underestimate Kevin, but who could have thought a refugee would have so many connections?
Li Bin swallowed nervously under the glare and said sheepishly, aren't you on good terms with Kong Wenyao from Outpost 17?
I suggest you go talk to him. Let's directly use the enforcement team's power to get rid of this troublemaker Kevin once and for all. Otherwise, who knows what kind of trouble he might stir up.
If he really brings bandits into the town, we'll be completely on the back foot. Bah! This is right under the city wall.
Those bandits must have a death wish if they dare come here and cause trouble. Xiao Qi cursed disdainfully, his face full of contempt. This kind of thing is really unpredictable. There's been a severe drought in the refugee area this year, and the bandits are having a tough time too. Now that winter has arrived, it's not impossible for them to take desperate measures in the face of material shortages.
Those poor folks from ordinary families don't have much worth robbing.
If they come into the city, their primary targets, apart from shops, will definitely be resource-rich places like our Black Flag. Li Bin looked at Xiao Qi and once again tried to persuade him. He was well aware that the reason Kevin hadn't come after him yet was because of his fear of the Black Flag gang's power. However, Kevin's recent unusual behavior had left him increasingly uneasy.
I agree with Li Bin's view.
We have a grudge against Kevin, but it doesn't involve any interests.
Resolving the matter in the simplest and most direct way is the most appropriate approach. Huang Monsong, who had never been in favor of confronting Kevin, expressed his stance without hesitation. Let's put this matter aside for now. In the past few days, Kong Wenyao has already returned to the inner city for his winter debriefing. He's not in the outer city. Xiao Qi waved his hand irritably. At this point, Kevin's identity was a mystery to them. The more unclear it was, the more uncertain they felt. Big brother, there's one more thing. You need to approve some funds for me. Quite a few of our brothers got injured tonight, and I need to figure out a way to buy medicine. Huang Monsong added. Buy medicine for what?
This winter's supplies are so expensive, and the price of medicine has skyrocketed.
Don't bother with those people. Just bandage them up casually. If someone is too seriously injured, throw them out immediately. Don't waste food on them.
Xiao Qi's face darkened as he directly rejected the idea.
Huang Monsong's mouth twitched for a long time upon hearing this, but he ultimately fell silent.
On the other side, after Kevin helped Wu Hao and the others settle into their accommodations, he also brought Fatty Li and Zhao Yi back to his new courtyard. He cooked a pot of porridge using canned beef and rice. As the enticing aroma spread, the group gathered around the fire pit to eat. The warm room gave everyone a sense of belonging, like being at home. You've suffered while I was away. Kevin refilled a bowl of porridge for Zhao Yi and handed it over.
It's nothing. My life has always been a lowly one. Without you, it would have been even worse.
Zhao Yi gave a bitter smile and shook her head slightly.
From now on, just stay here.
You can help us tidy up the rooms, cook, and do some sewing or other chores. Kevin looked at the bruises on Zhao Yi's body and spoke, offering her a place to stay. This house has 2 bedrooms.
From now on, you can stay in the smaller one, and the 3 of us will stay in the larger one. Alright. Zhao Yi hesitated for a moment before finally nodding.
However, she didn't bring up their relationship with Kevin again. For some reason, after being captured by the Black Flag gang this time, it was as if Zhao Yi had suddenly come to a realization she felt unworthy of Kevin. Especially after hearing that Kevin had become a village head, the gap between them seemed even greater. She wasn't someone who wanted to climb the social ladder, but she also also didn't realize that the resistance in her heart was actually called inferiority. The harassment by the Black Flag gang was suppressed once again, and Kevin and the others returned to a peaceful life. Since he had become the district chief, Kevin naturally had to take on his responsibilities. The next day, he began to conduct a census of the people in the district. Although his district was nominally home to 100 households, in reality, there were only 87. The missing people had died due to cold, hunger, and other reasons. It would not be until after the Spring Festival, during the fortress's general census, that the authorities would replenish the population in each district under the district chiefs. Kevin even considered finding a way to have Wu Hao and the others officially registered as refugees in the town. This way, they would qualify to work in the outer city. Having grown up on this street, Kevin was familiar with the people in his district. After completing the census, he reorganized the assignments. When Su Fei had been the district chief, he had never made any personnel adjustments. However, Kevin immediately removed the few people who Jida had previously assigned to the water plant. Although these individuals were dissatisfied, they did not dare to show any defiance in front of Kevin. Because of work-related matters, many people brought what little food they had at home to try to curry favor with Kevin. However, he refused to accept any of it and allocated the 13 vacant work slots to families in greater need. Zhao and Fatty Li had also wanted to work in the factory, but Kevin felt that the supplies they currently had were sufficient. He was also worried they might be bullied inside, so he decided against it. To prevent Fatty Li from being targeted by the Black Flag gang, he temporarily forbade him from selling roasted rats as well. The census took a total of 2 days. After completing the task, Kevin asked workers who were heading to work nearby to deliver the list to the number 11 outer city guard post. He then returned home, leaving only a small portion of the rice and flour at home for Zhao Yi, who was injured, and carried the rest to a restaurant to exchange it for double the amount of brown rice. After the two returned home, Leo placed his rice sack in the corner of the wall, then turned and ran toward Kevin. "Brother, give it to me. You're injured. Be careful not to strain your wound. It's just a minor flesh wound. It's almost healed." Kevin waved his hand slightly, glanced around to ensure Zhao Yi and Fatty Li weren't in the room, and said softly to Leo, "Get ready. Tonight, the two of us are going out to take care of something." "Is it about the Black Flag gang?" Leo blinked, instantly guessing Kevin's intention. "That's right. After the Black Flag gang ambushed us, they've been quiet for 2 days, which means they must have taken a hit as well. I want to take this opportunity to capture Li Bin." Kevin nodded. "They're lying low for now, probably to recover their strength. Since that's the case, we might as well strike first." Leo's eyes lit up. "Have you confirmed Li Bin's location?" "No, but this kind of thing has to be done. Waiting at home for news about Li Bin to come to us is impossible. My idea is to deal with Li Bin and Xiao Qi together. The reason the Black Flag gang keeps targeting us is because Xiao Qi's younger brother, Xiao Meng, tried to rob Zhuo Mingyuan before and was killed by us in self-defense." Kevin glanced at the door and continued, "It said that Xiao Qi is violent and not well liked within the Black Flag gang. The others are loyal to him only because he controls resources. So if we can take him out, there shouldn't be many people seeking revenge for him. Only this way can we resolve the issue once and for all. I'll follow your lead. Ever since we were ambushed that one time, I haven't been able to sleep well these past few days." Leo nodded, thought for a moment, and said, "Brother, just the two of us trying to deal with so many people in the Black Flag gang might be a bit difficult. How about we bring Wu Hao and his group along? After interacting with them these past few days, I feel Wu Hao and his crew are pretty reliable. Yesterday afternoon, I dropped by their place and found Wu Hao, Li Lin, and Bald Jiao all sitting together gnawing on tree bark." Kevin asked curiously, "Tree bark? Didn't I give them food?" "I asked Bald Jiao at the time, and he said the group voluntarily ate tree bark because they didn't know how long this winter would last. Plus, the elderly have weaker stomachs, so they wanted to save the food for them. Those two elderly people, although they adopted Wu Hao, have no blood relation to the others. Tell me, how many people in the refugee area would eat tree bark while guarding their food?" Leo spoke highly of that group. "From this incident, I feel these people are quite reliable." Kevin thought for a moment and finally nodded. To handle today's matter, we do need a few helpers. How about this, you go talk to them and ask if they're willing to help today. If they agree, we'll pay each of them $200. Leo's eyes widened in surprise. 200 per person? That's 1,000 for 5 people. "Bro, where did you get so much money?" "When I worked as a guide for the scientific expedition team earlier, I earned $10,000. It's all with Fatty Li. Dealing with the Black Flag gang is a life-risking matter. We can't let them help us for free." After explaining the source of the money, Kevin glanced at the sky outside. "The sun is almost setting. Go talk to Wu Hao and the others about this. If they agree, have him come over to discuss it. Don't worry, he will definitely agree to this." Leo grinned, got up, and ran out the door. As the sunset sank below the horizon, darkness gradually spread across the sky until it enveloped the entire land. In an alley near the East City Gate, Kevin stood at the entrance, pointing to a courtyard in the distance adorned with red lanterns. He turned to Li Lin beside him and said, "See that? That's one of the Black Flag gang's brothels. All you need to do is wait for the city bell to strike 11, and then, as we agreed, set
set it on fire. Brother Zhe, I don't quite understand. What exactly are you trying to do? Along the way, every time you come across a brothel, you leave someone behind. By now, I'm the fifth one, right? Isn't your goal to capture the leader of the Black Flag gang? But now you're making such a big commotion, aren't you exposing yourself on purpose? Li Lin thought for a long time but couldn't figure out Kevin's intentions. I have no idea where Xiaoqi is. How am I supposed to catch him? Kevin pulled a handful of fried rice from his pocket and chewed on it lightly. But will setting fires like this really help you find him? Li Lin pondered for a moment. Are you trying to force people out by setting fires to see if Xiaoqi is among them? That's one way, but it's not very likely. I can't possibly keep an eye on so many brothels in a row, and I don't even know what Xiaoqi looks like. Even if he shows up, I wouldn't recognize him. Kevin smiled faintly. The brothels we've targeted are all relatively remote ones within the Black Flag gang, so the chances of him being inside are pretty slim. So what exactly are you trying to do? Li Lin felt increasingly confused. Don't ask, just take care of your own business. Kevin patted Li Lin on the shoulder, then carried a bundle of straw and disappeared into the darkness with Leo. Half an hour later, Kevin and Leo arrived near a brothel again and climbed onto the roof of the neighboring building. Brother, it's confirmed. The woodshed of this brothel is in the backyard, with a very small kitchen. Other than that, there's nothing else flammable. Leo surveyed the surroundings from the rooftop before returning to Kevin's side. That's enough. We just want to create a bit of a commotion. The houses in the refugee area are all structured similarly, with not much furniture or flammable materials. As long as the fire can start, it'll do. Kevin poured a small bottle of kerosene worth $30 onto the straw and then waited quietly. Dawn. Time trickled by, and soon a series of bell chimes echoed through the outer city. Since most of the refugees didn't have clocks, the outer city's bell became their timekeeper for starting and ending work. The length of the chimes varied depending on the time. Leo heard the sound of the bell, picked up the kerosene-soaked straw, and stealthily made his way to the backyard of the brothel. He then nimbly jumped into the yard, approached the woodpile, poured another bottle of kerosene over it, and struck a match to ignite the straw. A flame instantly shot up from the woodpile. Leo reached out to tear open the plastic sheet covering the kitchen, picked up 2 burning pieces of wood, and threw them inside before quickly climbing onto the wall. Compared to the bare-bones homes of most refugees, the kitchen of the Black Flag gang's brothel was relatively well-stocked. This was because the supplies for the brothel were uniformly distributed by the gang and delivered once a week, serving as rations for nearly 20 people, including the brothel's enforcers and prostitutes. Additionally, due to the water scarcity in the refugee area, the food consisted of dry fried noodles and rice, which instantly caught fire when exposed to flames. Boom! After the flour bags on the shelves were burned through, the concentration of flour in the air increased, triggering a small-scale dust explosion. Accompanied by a muffled sound, a burst of flames spread through the entire kitchen in an instant. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of an explosion, a door in the courtyard was pushed open. A young man ran into the yard, and upon seeing the flickering flames in the backyard, he was momentarily stunned before suddenly shouting at the top of his lungs, "Brother Hong! Brother Hong! There's a fire!" Clang! Clang! After the young man's shout echoed out, doors in the courtyard began to open one after another. Some disheveled patrons, upon seeing the scene, didn't even bother to dress properly and started running out of the courtyard. At the same time, a sleazy middle-aged man in charge of the brothel was awakened from his sleep by the commotion. Groggy and confused, he stumbled outside. "What's going on? What's happening? Hong Ji-e, there's a fire in our backyard." The young man, seeing Hong Ji-e appear, quickly ran over to him. Bang! Hearing the young man's response, Brother Hong kicked him to the ground. "What good is it telling me there's a fire? Do I look like I can spray water? Hurry up and put it out." "Brother Hong, the fire is so big. What are we supposed to use to put it out?" The young man stumbled from the kick, his face also filled with urgency. "Get a few people to go outside the yard and shovel dirt. The rest of you, grab drinking water. First, rush in and soak the grain for me. Move quickly." Brother Hong shouted at the thugs in the yard, then pointed at a few young boys and girls in the corner who were entertaining guests. "What the hell are you all gawking at? You go put out the fire too." After Hong Ge shouted, he himself rushed forward as well, completely abandoning his usual commanding demeanor. A week's worth of rations for over 20 people was no small matter. Given Xiaoqi's personality, if something went wrong here, Hong Gu absolutely couldn't bear the consequences. Hong Gu and his group even used drinking water to extinguish the fire, but it was like a drop in the ocean. By the time the group had busily put out the fire, most of the kitchen's contents had already been burned. Even the food that hadn't caught fire was covered in water and dirt, turning into a muddy mess on the ground. Hong Gu stood in front of the smoking, bubbling kitchen, looking at the chaos before him, his body trembling. Damn it, how could there be a fire in this kind of weather? "Hong Gu, what are we going to eat for the next few days?" A young man beside him looked at the food burned to ashes, his face turning into a bitter gourd expression. Their meals were usually rationed, barely enough to get by each day. Seeing so much food wasted now, he felt an overwhelming sense of heartache. Snap! Hearing this, Brother Hong slapped the young man across the face, eat, eat, eat. Is eating all you know how to do? The others, seeing Brother Hong lose his temper, all lowered their heads and kept silent. Keep an eye on this place. I'm heading out for a bit. Brother Hong ground his teeth, then turned and left. Brother Hong, where are you going? Another young man asked sullenly. Something this big happened at the brothel. Shouldn't I go report it? Brother Hong threw out the words, his face dark as water, and walked toward the courtyard gate, his heart full of unease. On the rooftop, Kevin saw Brother Hong leaving the courtyard from a distance and patted Leo's arm. Let's go. Follow him. Leo nodded slightly and quietly followed behind Kevin. Brother, do you think he's going to find Shao-Chi? We set 6 fires tonight. Someone will definitely report to Shao-Chi. We'll follow the people here, and as long as we meet more than 3 companions at the destination, we might be able to use this clue to find Shao-Chi's location. Kevin stood at the edge of the roof, waited for Brother Hong to create some distance, and then flipped down. Because the brothel's grain was completely destroyed in a fire, Brother Hong's mind was in utter chaos. He wandered aimlessly down the pitch-black street, completely unaware of the 2 figures trailing behind him. About half an hour later, Brother Hong arrived near an outer city entrance by the East City Gate. He stood in front of an ordinary residential courtyard and knocked on the gate rhythmically. A few seconds later, the gate opened slightly and Brother Hong slipped inside. Brother, did we misunderstand? This place isn't a brothel. Leo looked at the closed courtyard gate in the distance. Do you think that guy might be scared after something happened and is planning to run away with his family? That's possible. Let's wait a bit longer. If this guy is really planning to flee with his family, we'll head to the meeting point to find the others. Kevin was about to say more when he saw someone approaching from afar and quickly pulled Leo into the shadows. A few seconds later, another young man stepped into the alley, knocked on the door, and entered the courtyard. At the same time, Kevin noticed a figure following behind and whispered, Li Lin. Swish. The same Li Lin, who had been tailing, glanced around and then quickly walked over to Kevin. Brother Zhe, did it work on your side? Kevin nodded. It worked. The person you were following, did they also come out of the brothel? That's right. The courtyard I was watching had a warehouse filled with wooden bedboards and bed legs. I set the whole thing on fire. Then, as you instructed, I followed the people who came out. When I left, the fire over there hadn't been put out yet. Li Lin, meeting up with Kevin here, tried to figure out his intentions. Brother Zhe, are you planning to go into the courtyard? Yes. Just wait a bit longer. As long as one more person comes out, we can basically confirm it. Kevin stared into the distant darkness, ensuring the 3 of them hadn't been exposed, and once again lay low. About 10 minutes later, Wu Hao and Zhao Tuzi arrived almost simultaneously and gathered with Kevin. At this point, Kevin was 80% certain that the heads of these brothels had gathered here to report to their superiors, and Shao-Chi was most likely in the courtyard ahead. After the gate of the courtyard in front closed, Kevin drew the military dagger from his waist. It's about time. Let's get ready to enter the courtyard. Remember, our targets are Shao-Chi and someone named Li Bin. As soon as we take out these 2, we retreat immediately. Leo and I will handle the action, and the 3 of you will provide support. Wu Hao nodded and took the large knife from his back. We're making a move now? Not waiting for the Ma brothers? Let's not wait any longer. There are already 4 people here. If we keep waiting, I'm afraid the black flag might become suspicious. It's better to act decisively. Kevin responded and then took the lead, stealthily heading toward the courtyard ahead. The courtyard Honggu arrived at was a secret stronghold of the Black Flag Gang. Apart from the core members of the gang, no one else knew about this place. At this moment, Honggu and a young man who had arrived first were anxiously waiting in the room. While they were chatting, they saw 2 more men walk into the room. Seeing the 2 who had just entered, Honggu stood up in surprise and greeted them. Old Zhou. Old Lu. What brings you here as well? Don't even mention it. Tonight, we had the worst luck. Old Lu and I, our brothel, it completely caught fire. Old Zhou cursed irritably, his face full of frustration. I just don't get it. We don't even have a fire source in the back kitchen, so how did it catch fire? Your brothel caught fire too? The young man beside Brother Hong whitened his eyes upon hearing this and suddenly stood up from his chair. That's way too much of a coincidence, isn't it? Old Lu looked at Brother Hong and the young man beside him, then suddenly realized something. What do you mean? Yours caught fire too? Damn it. Looks like someone is deliberately targeting our Black Flag Gang. Otherwise, there's no way all of us would have incidents at the same time. Brother Hong cursed aloud, but a sense of relief suddenly washed over him. If only his brothel had been in trouble tonight, Shao-Chi would most likely hold him accountable. But with so many people having issues at the same time, his responsibility would naturally diminish. He understood the principle that the law doesn't punish the masses. Do you think it could have been Kevin from the East City? I heard that a few days ago, Huang Montsong and Li Bin took dozens of people to seek revenge on Kevin, but they didn't gain any advantage. Old Zhou speculated while licking his lips. I know a bit about that Kevin. A few years ago, there was a gang of bandits called the 13 Hawks causing trouble around here, looting refugees everywhere. They robbed a hunter under Kevin's command, and in the end, the leaders were all slaughtered by Kevin and his men. The young man beside him waved his hand dismissively. That's just a rumor. Back
Back then, I had a cousin who was part of the 13 Hawks. Kevin and his people did go to the 13 Hawks lair, but they only managed to take out the leader through a sneak attack. Later, the Hawks gang fell apart because of infighting over who would take the top position.
Enough, stop talking about all this nonsense. Let's first figure out how to report back to Boss Xiao.
Old Lu, feeling flustered, interrupted their conversation and turned to Hong Gu, asking, "Da Hong, where's Boss Xiao?"
"Xiao-san and I just got here not long ago.
We've already sent someone to inform Brother Qi, so he should be here soon.
Let's all wait for a bit."
After answering, Hong Gu pulled out a pouch of tobacco from his waist and began inviting everyone to roll cigarettes.
Previously mentioned, Xiao Qi had many enemies in the market town.
To prevent those people from seeking revenge, his place of residence changed daily. The refugees also had no means of communication, so if anyone needed to see Xiao Qi for something, they could only report to this secret base. Then, one of Xiao Qi's trusted aides stationed at the base would relay the message to his current location. After rolling up some dry tobacco, Brother Hong and the others discussed how to report the fire incident to Xiao Qi while also figuring out how to unify their story to shirk responsibility. As they were talking, a noise suddenly came from outside.
Old Joe straightened up. Could it be Boss Xiao has arrived? Let's go, meet him outside.
Brother Hong also heard the noise outside at this moment. He was the first to stand up and step forward, casually pulling open the door. Splurt! At the moment Brother Hong opened the door, a large knife suddenly swung forward, slashing across his face and knocking him down on the spot. Brother Hong fell to the ground, letting out a pig-like scream.
Damn it!
Xiao San, who was following behind Brother Hong, instinctively reached for his waist.
Bang!
Before Xiao San could grab the bone knife at his waist, Kevin had already darted into the room, delivering an elbow strike to his face, followed by 2 lightning-fast stabs to his abdomen. Within the Black Flag stronghold, Brother Hong's miserable screams suddenly echoed. A few young men in the adjacent rooms, hearing the sound, grabbed their knives and clubs, yanked open their doors, and rushed to see what was happening. The moment the door swung open, Zhao Tuzi and Li Lin, each wielding a large knife, began slashing furiously at the people inside. Zhao Tuzi, his eyes glinting with ferocity, shouted, "Damn it, if you don't want to die, get back into your rooms and stay put. Anyone who dares to rush out will be chopped into dumpling filling."
Bang!
A young man inside the room took 2 slashes to the shoulder, staggered backward, and then slammed the door shut with all his might, pressing his body against it. He shouted to the others, "Signal fire! Light the signal fire!" Whoosh! The remaining young men, upon hearing this, all ran to the corner of the wall, except for 2 who stayed to help hold the door. Hong Gu and his group came to the secret hideout with the purpose of reporting the brothel fire incident to Xiao Qi. In their subconscious minds, they never thought this place would be exposed, and each was preoccupied with their own thoughts. Originally, they were preparing to go out and welcome Xiao Qi, but as soon as the door opened, Hong Gu was taken down by Wu Hao with a single strike. By the time Kevin and Leo rushed into the room, the remaining Lao Lu and Lao Zhou didn't even have time to react before they were directly taken down to the ground. Lao Zhou lay on the ground, looking at Xiao Sanzi, who was clutching his abdomen and had already stopped breathing, and Hong Gu, who was covering his face with both hands as blood continuously seeped through his fingers. Terrified, his voice trembled as he spoke, "Brother, no, big brother.
Let's talk this out. As long as you don't make a move, everything can be negotiated. Get up."
Kevin, noticing that Li Bin was not in the room, grabbed Lao Zhou by the collar with one hand, yanking him up and pressing the tip of the knife against his throat.
"I'm asking you, who is Xiao Qi? Boss Xiao is not here. He hasn't arrived yet."
Old Zhou felt a sharp pain in his throat, his body growing increasingly weak, and with a thud, he knelt on the ground. "We're just waiting for him here too." Leo glanced at the few people in the room, a trace of hesitation flashing in his eyes. "Brother, what should we do?" Slash! Kevin exerted force with his wrist, driving the knife through old Zhou's throat. He had never met Xiao Qi and couldn't confirm the truth of their words. The only thing he could do now was to err on the side of caution and leave no one alive. Besides, these core members of the Black Flag gang were all scoundrels who bullied the weak and oppressed the innocent. Even if they weren't Xiao Qi, they deserved to die.
Don't kill me."
Old Lu saw Kevin's movement, felt his pants dampen, and scrambled up from the ground, stepping toward the door to run out. However, just as he reached the doorway, he was taken down by Wu Hao with a single slash.
"Aja, there's another group of people in the outer room.
They've already been blocked inside by Li Lin and Bal Jiao."
Wu Hao glanced at the corpses sprawled on the ground and asked expressionlessly, "So, is it done?"
"I don't know. I can't confirm their identities, and I don't know if Xiao Qi is among them.
But Li Bin isn't here."
Kevin shook his head slightly.
"Someone just said Xiao Qi hasn't arrived yet. My thought is, let's wait a bit longer."
"Alright, if that's the case, then." Wu Hao hadn't finished speaking when he caught a whiff of a pungent smell. He quickly stepped outside and saw thick black smoke mixed with flames, rising from the chimney of the room guarded by Bal Jiao and Li Lin.
"What's going on? Damn it. We originally thought just trapping these people in the house would be enough. We didn't expect them to have a backup plan."
Bal Jiao kicked the door that was being held shut and gritted his teeth, saying, "They're imitating bandits, using burning plastic and wetwood to send smoke signals. These bastards."
Wu Hao glanced at the roof billowing billowing with thick smoke, turned around, pulled a wooden stick wrapped in thin iron from old Lou's waist, and used it to jam the door handle. Li Lin, block their chimney for me. Flap. Li Lin took a running start, nimbly climbed onto the roof, lifted a piece of tar paper to block the chimney, and then placed a stone on top to weigh it down. As a result, the billowing black smoke was immediately forced back into the room. Within seconds, it began seeping out through the door cracks. The people inside started coughing repeatedly, shouting to extinguish the fire, and banging on the door, pleading for mercy. Big brother outside. We know we were wrong. Please, open the door. Kevin listened to the shouting from inside the room and walked over to the door. Cut the nonsense. Answer me one question first. Was Shao-Chi in the room just now? No. Cough cough cough. We, cough cough cough. We lit the signal fire to notify, cough cough, to notify the boss that something unusual is happening here. To warn him not to come over. The young man inside covered his mouth and nose with his hand. Please, let us out. There's nothing in here to put out the fire. If this continues, we'll suffocate to death. Since you're so loyal to Shao-Chi, then you should show your devotion to him. Kevin, after hearing the response from inside, clenched his fists in anger and looked at Wu Hao and the others beside him. We can't stay here. Let's go immediately. Why are we leaving? Didn't we already block the chimney? Jiao Tuzi asked with a sidelong glance. Shao-Chi can't see the smoke, but do you think he can't smell it? Don't waste time, hurry up and go. Once they know something happened here, there will definitely be a lot of people coming. Kevin urged, then prepared to take a step forward. At that moment, Leo pushed open the door to the opposite room, glanced inside, and then turned around to shout, Brother, there's something over here. It's full of cotton clothes, medicine, and food. Tap tap. Several people ran over upon hearing the sound and looked at a small warehouse illuminated by the moonlight. Inside the warehouse, there was a shelf holding about 10 bags of grain, 2 brown glass bottles of medicine, a number of cotton-padded clothes, and even 2 strips of cured meat along with other daily necessities. Wow, isn't this a windfall? What are you standing there for? Hurry up and move it. Jiao Tuzi's eyes lit up as he went over, hung the 2 strips of cured meat around his neck, and grabbed 2 bags of coarse rice under his arms. Everyone, grab the items quickly. Prioritize the medicine and cotton-padded clothes first, then the grain. Make sure to take only what you can carry. Don't let carrying too much slow you down. Kevin stepped forward, picked up a winter coat and unfolded it, stuffing the medicine and seasonings from the shelf into it. He also grabbed 2 aluminum pots on the way. After a round of sweeping through the shelves, Wu Hao tucked 2 bundles of dried tobacco leaves under his arm. Then he opened a few bottles of kerosene from the shelf, poured them over the supplies they couldn't take, struck a match, and tossed it onto the pile. Ha ha ha. Damn, this feels great. Jiao Tuzi grinned, baring his teeth as he watched the flames rising inside the house. That Shao-Chi must have a destiny tied to fire. Tonight, he's fated to be connected with it. At the same time, under the protection of Huang Manchang, Li Bin, and a few young men, Shao-Chi was rushing toward the location of the secret base. However, from 50 meters away, they could already see the raging flames soaring into the sky, almost lighting up the night. Under the night sky, Shao-Chi saw the towering flames in the distance, his gaze narrowing sharply. What's going on? The direction of the fire. Why does it look like it's coming from our base? Big brother, something's not right over here. We need to leave immediately. Huang Mont-san glanced in that direction, quickly realizing the situation. Seemingly shielding Shao-Chi, he led him into a nearby dark alley while addressing a young man. You're a new face. Go over there and check out the situation. Got it. The young man responded and dashed out of the alley at a quick pace. Under the protection of Huang Mont-san and the others, Shao-Chi returned to the nearest brothel in the shortest time possible. Before he could even finish a glass of water, bad news began pouring in. That very night, 6 brothels under the Black Flag gang caught fire, and the warehouse at their base was also reduced to ashes, resulting in massive losses. Faced with the successive bad news, Shao-Chi's gaze turned sinister, his eyes bloodshot with anger as he repeatedly slammed the table. In one night, 7 fires broke out at Black Flag gang's properties. 4 brothel managers were also killed at their posts. Kevin's actions are no longer just provocations, they are retaliatory strikes against the Black Flag gang. Big brother, please calm down first. Huang Mont-san placed a cup of hot water in front of Shao-Chi. By tomorrow morning, Kang Wen-Yao will have completed his debriefing and will return to the outer district. At that point, he can take action in an official capacity. No matter how fierce Kevin is, he won't have the means to go up against the law enforcement team. Right now, our business has already been affected. The most important thing we should do is stabilize the situation. Stabilize? Stabilize what? Boss, in my opinion, we should gather all our forces and go all out against Kevin. Completely eliminate this trouble. Otherwise, who knows what even more outrageous things he might do. Since he dares to openly confront us, he must have considered his escape route. If we let him get away, we won't be able to swallow this humiliation. Li Bin seized the opportunity to fan the flames further. Can you shut up for once? The Black Flag gang is a gang with its own business operations. It's not like those ragtag groups of bandits you used to be part of, who could just fire a shot and move to another place. Huang Mont-san, hearing Li Bin's response, finally lost his temper. It was because of
of your repeated instigations before that we went head-to-head with Kevin, causing the situation to deteriorate step by step to this point. Tonight, half of the brothels under the Black Flag name have been destroyed. If we go after Kevin for revenge now, and another large-scale casualty event like 3 days ago happens, we won't even be able to keep the few brothels we have left, do you understand? Just because we have concerns, does that mean we should keep indulging them? What kind of reasoning is that? Lieben stood up from his chair and loudly refuted. Do you know why Kevin can keep pressing us step by step? It's because there are too many people like you in the gang, afraid of fighting, voicing opposition. Shut up! Xiaoqi suddenly shouted at Li Bin, angrily saying, ever since you came to Black Flag, the gang hasn't had a moment of peace. You've bragged to me countless times, but from start to finish, have you ever accomplished anything impressive? Li Bin shrank his neck at the scolding and tried to explain. Boss, I'm also thinking about the gang. Just think, if Kevin, think, my ass. Get out of here! Xiaoqi roared, scaring Li Bin into a shiver. He left the room dejectedly. After he was gone, Xiaoqi picked up a glass of water to calm himself, then looked at Huang Montong and said, tell me, have I been making too many wrong decisions lately because of Xiaomeng's death? Huang Montong heard Xiaoqi's question and wanted to tell him that not only had he made many wrong decisions, but he had also done many foolish things. However, he ultimately responded rationally, Big brother, I understand how you feel. Soft-hearted people cannot survive in the wasteland, let alone manage a gang. But we haven't reached a dead end yet. Recently, in our confrontations with Kevin, we have indeed suffered losses. This is because our assets are out in the open, while he has nothing left to lose. If we keep fighting him, the losses will only grow, which is not good for the gang's development. My suggestion is to wait until Kong Wenyao returns tomorrow, and then use official forces to eliminate Kevin and his group. That way, this threat will vanish into thin air. Xiaoqi put down his water cup and gently rubbed his temples. Then tell me, what do you think we should do next? Stay still to counter his moves. Right now, we don't know what Kevin plans to do next. My suggestion is to pull all the personnel from the brothels where incidents have already occurred and reassign them to other brothels that haven't been affected to prevent further losses. At the same time, you need to strengthen the security around you. Wait for Kong Wenyao to make his move. Huang Montong spoke in a calm voice, clearly laying out his thoughts. Do you know why I'm so determined to avenge Xiaomeng? Back then, I was also captured by a group of thugs from a refugee village, and they planned to turn me into a prostitute. Later, Xiaomeng volunteered to take my place in order to get me out. Those beasts made him serve clients, and all of them were men. Xiaoqi looked up and met Huang Montong's gaze. After Xiaomeng took my place, those thugs kept me in the brothel to do odd jobs. Every day, I watched my brother endure endless suffering for my sake. Later, when they went back on their word and decided to make me serve clients too, I couldn't take it anymore and poisoned them all to death. I thought I would have to live as a fugitive, but unexpectedly, that incident made others start to fear me. It was from that day on that I realized only ruthless and merciless people can live more freely in the wasteland. Huang Montong heard these words, his eyelids twitching twice, unaware that Xiaoqi had this part of his history. Xiaoqi took a deep breath. Let's handle this matter according to your idea. Tomorrow morning, I'll go see Kong Wenyao. Outside the door. After leaving the room, Li Bin took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket and handed them out to a group of thugs outside. Brothers, here, have a smoke. Ah, thanks, brotherly. A few young men came over with grins on their faces. One of them eagerly struck a match and lit Li Bin's cigarette for him. Brotherly, we've been bumming smokes off you all the time, and always eating your food. We really feel bad about it. It's nothing, we're all brothers here. No need to be so particular. Li Bin smiled nonchalantly, then pulled out a handful of loose cash from his pocket. He handed about 50 yuan to another young man. Hunchback, I heard your dad caught a cold. My abilities are limited and I can't get you medicine, but take this money and buy some extra food. At least make sure the old man has enough to eat. The young man nicknamed Hunchback quickly declined. Brotherly, you've already taken good care of me. How could I possibly accept your money? Ah, just take it when I give it to you. You all know I'm not the type to put on airs. Li Bin forcefully stuffed the money into Hunchback's hand and patted the back of his hand. It's not easy for any of us out here, so looking out for each other is only right. Thank you, brotherly. Hunchback accepted the money, feeling a warmth in his heart, then pursed his lips and said, Brotherly, I know I shouldn't say this, but I heard Brother Chi scolding you just now. Honestly, what you said was for his own good. He shouldn't have treated you like that. Forget it, let's not talk about it. Brother Chi is the boss of Black Flag, and he has his own way of thinking about certain things. As long as you brothers understand me, it warms my heart. But these kinds of things, you should talk about less in the future. Don't bring trouble upon yourselves because of me. Li Bin looked at the group, showing a grateful expression as a smile spread across his face.